A lead character named Choi Han, a boy who was thrust by fate into the northern continent, a realm where legendary figures are forged and raised. Despite his hero potential, he descended into darkness after a childhood spent surviving the brutal forest of darkness. That is, until he finally experienced human affection. Choi Han discovered kindred spirits he could call friends and family in the quiet Harris village. However, catastrophe struck. His found family was ruthlessly slaughtered by a shadow organization. Even though he wielded devastating power from his years in the wild, Choi Han was powerless to protect a single soul that day. In that moment of failure, Choi Han truly understood the chilling weight of mortality. As he matured, he unleashed his fury and single-handedly crushed that dark syndicate. Yet, the hollow ache in Choi Han's chest never truly faded. That burning sense of impotence and grief acted as the crucible that hardened the hero. Did you actually think I was describing our main character this whole time? Not a chance. Choi Han is merely the protagonist of a book. The man right here is the true lead of the story we're actually following. His name is Kale, and he is unexpectedly awakened inside the world of that very novel, waking up as the trash eldest son of a count's household. As a transmigrator, he's currently occupying a spot closer to a shallow grave than even the villain. Because he's a minor character meant to be a stepping stone, he is surrounded by top-tier monsters in human skin. Take the elderly butler standing before him. He's a master assassin in a tuxedo. Kale stole a glance at him. Kale mused, Ron, a lethal killer who crossed the sea from the eastern continent. He wears a mask of kindness, but his true heart is ice-cold. He'd much rather let the hero, Choi Han, deal with this old wolf. He moved past him and took the offered water. Thanks, it's good. Ron stayed silent, offering only a cryptic smile. Kale sank into a chair and began his calculations. Ron isn't the only threat nearby. This world is crawling with monsters. I need just enough power to stay safe and live a long, peaceful life before this continent burns in the coming war. I want a comfortable level of strength without the pain of training, but I can't be too impressive standing out as a death sentence. Suddenly, the door swung open and a servant entered, announcing, Young master, it is time for your morning change of clothes. Kale murmured, Keep it simple today. As you wish, young master. Without delay, he slipped into the attire. He was strikingly handsome, the kind of man who could make a potato sack look like high fashion. Truly, the face does all the heavy lifting. Turning to Ron, he said, Lead the way. Of course, young master. They passed a steady stream of bowing staff. Good morning, sir. The polite greetings were constant. Kale spotted a maid nearby. She froze and began to tremble, unable to find her words. He knit his brows, wondering, am I really that terrifying? Kale wasn't the type to go around hitting people for fun. His worst habits were just getting drunk and breaking furniture. He was a nuisance, sure, but a harmless kind of trash. He let out a soft sigh. I wish they'd just treat me like I'm invisible. Eventually, they reached the dining hall. Ron pulled the door open slowly. The room is ready. I hope you enjoy your breakfast. Kale replied with surprising manners, Thanks, Ron. Make sure you get something to eat too. He stepped inside the grand room. His family was already gathered at the table, waiting for his arrival. The Count's family, his father, Count Deruth, his stepmother, Countess Violin, his younger brother, Basin, and his sister, Lily. Deruth looked up. His father's face remained a neutral mask. Tardy again. Take your seat. I will. Kale chose the seat furthest from everyone. His father had no grand magical talents. He was just obscenely wealthy. Since his step-family avoided him, it was the perfect setup for a quiet life, if only they'd stop staring. Kale spoke up softly, Count Deruth. Father, is something on your mind? The Count replied stiffly, Nothing. Kale thought, the tension is thick enough to cut. I'll just eat and bolt. This sausage is incredibly flavorful. Kale speared a piece of meat and hummed in delight. Suddenly, a plate clattered to the floor. Basin stared at him as if he'd seen a ghost. Kale simply smiled. Pick that up quickly. Forgive me. Kale wondered, why is he so shaken? He reached for a glass of red wine. Is this the vintage? Just as he was about to take a sip, Count Deruth's voice cut through the air, Kale. Kale replied, It's quite good. The Count stammered, Right. It tastes like swill, doesn't it? Wait, did you say it was good? Yes, everything on the table is excellent. Deruth looked at him in total disbelief. I see. Well, I'm glad the meal is to your liking. It is, father. You should make sure to eat your fill as well. Kale mused, being an extra is actually a dream come true. They don't even care about my lack of etiquette. And note to self, I must stay on Basin's good side. I'd much rather spend my days wandering through peaceful gardens than trying to govern a complicated estate. If the war comes knocking, I'll just pack my bags and head for the farthest horizon. Kale quietly finished his plate while the rest of the table watched in stunned silence. After the meal, Count de Ruth approached him gently. Kale, is there anything you require? Kale paused, feigning deep thought. Money. I'd like a generous allowance, please. The Count didn't blink before agreeing. Fine, I'll have a large sum prepared. Kale beamed. Yes, the more the better, father. Consider it done. Kale kept that bright smile plastered on his face until he actually saw the amount on the check. His eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. This household doesn't just appear to be wealthy. It is absolutely swimming in gold. Kale swiftly tucked the draft into his coat. With a fortune like this, I definitely need to recalibrate my strategy. Once breakfast concluded, he retreated straight to his private quarters. Ron, hearing movement, inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with, young master?" "Tell me the date." Ron offered a smile and answered, "It is March 29th, the year 781 of the Felix era." Kale muttered under his breath. March 29th. I need to move. Choi Han will be reaching Western City any moment now. Yet, throughout the hushed city, only a few lonely shadows drifted about. A horse-drawn carriage rolled smoothly down the cobblestone streets. The carriage eventually came to a halt before a modest storefront. Kale stepped out with measured grace, eyeing the establishment. The sign hanging above read the aroma of tea and verse. The atmosphere was strikingly tranquil. The coachman stood behind him, looking somewhat lost. The servant looked on in bewilderment, seemingly wanting to speak, but biting his tongue. Kale turned and commanded, "You're dismissed." The man flinched, eyes wide. "Sir? Must I repeat my orders?" The servant stammered. No. I just meant, you don't require me to wait for your return?" Kale headed for the entrance, leaving behind a final word. "No, I'll be staying here for a while." Stepping inside, he found several patrons chatting merrily. The moment they spotted Kale, the room fell into a sudden, icy silence. You could hear a pin drop. Unfazed by the stares, he locked eyes with the stout man in the center of the room. This had to be the proprietor. The man set aside the volume he was reading. With a welcoming grin, he greeted Kale, "Welcome to my shop." This was the wealthy scoundrel known as Billows. Kale observed his round features and immediately pictured a porcelain piggy bank. He looked like the living embodiment of a savings vault. Kale slapped a few gold pieces onto the counter and said, "I'm leasing the entire third floor until tomorrow evening. And serve me a tea that lacks any bitterness. Any blend will do." Kale scanned the shelves. "Do you stock fiction here, or is it strictly poetry?" Billows smiled broadly. "We certainly do, sir. A vast collection, in fact." "Then bring me your most gripping novel and a hot cup." "Right away, sir." Kale handed him another high-value coin. "I'll be ordering more later. Keep the change." Billows stared at the coin, his face turning a shade of deep crimson. "1,000,000 gallons is far too much, young master." Kale smirked. "I come from money. My father is a powerful man. Just view it as a generous tip." He thought to himself, flashy displays of wealth and influence, if I don't indulge now, then when? Later, he sat by a window on the top floor, surveying the urban sprawl below. Peering through the glass, he wondered, is that the spot? Kale looked down at a distant corner, where sentries were maintaining a strict watch. That morning, the protagonist had been shoved away from the gates when he tried to report the massacre to the Count. Instead of chasing revenge, Choi Han's main concern is giving the dead a proper burial. A truly noble soul. Why would aristocrats like us worry about the lives of insignificant peasants? Kale reflected on the memory of how the original Kale first met Choi Han. The wine in this glass is worth more than the lives of you pathetic commoners. The original trash had screamed. Choi Han had smirked at the insult. How fascinating. Tell me. I'm dying to see if you'll still feel that way after this. He had lunged forward, gripping Kale by the jaw. His piercing gaze had locked onto Kale. Shall we find out? Recalling the intensity of Choi Han's stare, a cold shiver ran down Kale's spine. Usually, that's where the beating would start. It's getting a bit chilly in here. Kale scowled. I need to stop dwelling on the plot of that book. He turned his attention back to the world outside. Just then, a figure in a dark cloak appeared, speaking with the guards. He knew instantly it was Choi Han. They were likely demanding his papers. Kale watched as the young man turned away. A wanderer like Choi Han wouldn't have a shred of ID. Good grief. He had been turned away. For the moment, Choi Han left peaceably to find another way. But Kale knew he would simply wait for nightfall to scale the walls and sneak into the city. Soon after, Choi Han's path crossed near where Kale sat preoccupied with his drink. Once Choi Han had moved on, Kale rose from his seat. He descended the stairs and called out softly to Billows. Listen, I'll be back shortly. Keep my table exactly as it is. As you wish, sir. With a steady pace, he opened the door and stepped out into the air. The moment the door latched shut, the tension in the shop evaporated like mist. The patrons cheered in hushed tones. Kale actually left without smashing anything. Standing on the sidewalk, Kale heard the muffled celebration but remained stoic. I can hear you, you know. Regardless, he looked around. I need to secure some defensive abilities for myself, just in case I run into trouble. To survive this era, I shouldn't be a titan. I just need enough strength to live in luxury. Too much power only attracts danger. Kale walked calmly down the empty street. Ancient power. Of all the hidden gifts, I need that invisible barrier, much like a sorcerer's mana shield. He halted in front of a bakery. The shelves were lined with assorted loaves, some steaming fresh and others perfectly cooled. Kale mused, today, I'll prepare the lure for the indestructible shield. The baker's jaw dropped in shock at the sight of the infamous young master. Young master, a pleasure to see you. He gazed at the man with complete indifference. I've run out of room for surprise today. Give me several loaves of bread. The baker stared blankly. Certainly, sir. Kale reached out and swept his hand from one side of the display to the other. Everything from this end to that one. He tossed a gold coin onto the counter and commanded, package it all up. Noticing the man frozen in place staring at the currency, he added, I'll take my business elsewhere if you aren't interested in a sale. The owner snapped to attention. Not at all, young master. I'll have them wrapped for you this instant. With that, he scrambled into the back of the shop in a frantic hurry. Walking down the street, Kale balanced a large bundle over his shoulder filled with the fresh bread. Even with his prior knowledge, the reality of this place was a world away from Korea. It truly is a realm of high fantasy. Though the sun hadn't quite set, the magical street lamps were already beginning to flicker to life. I really need to keep a low profile. The way they stare is quite unpleasant. Talk about bad karma. Suddenly, Kale winced. A sharp sensation. I need to get out of here quickly. It turned out he had stepped into a thick patch of sand, ruining his boots. Kale hadn't even noticed the terrain. Behind him, hidden in the shadows, two children watched his every move. After a steady trek, he finally reached the outskirts of the city. He lugged the heavy sack up a nearby slope. At the summit stood a colossal tree, encircled by a crumbling stone wall. Kale dropped the bag with an exhausted thud. He wiped the perspiration from his brow with the back of his hand and let out a long, weary breath. Looking down at the path he had taken, he felt a quiet sense of accomplishment. I've certainly covered a lot of ground. This load is remarkably heavy. Kale then moved toward an old, weathered wooden gate that was partially shut. He gave it a slight nudge and it groaned open immediately. Kale grimaced as he surveyed the area. Good grief. Just how ancient is this place? He stood before the gargantuan trunk of the tree. He mused to himself. This sentinel must have stood here for centuries. Suddenly, a youthful, high-pitched voice echoed through the air. Stay away from that tree. Kale turned his head toward the source of the warning. You mustn't. It's a man-eating tree. It's a predator. Everyone who tried to end their lives on these branches turned into dried-up mummies by daybreak. A slow smile spread across his face. This is exactly the spot I've been searching for. In the distant reaches of antiquity, there was a woman whose insatiable appetite got her banished from the holy temple, leading to her lonely demise. This tree sprouted from her very remains. Kale dragged the bundle right up to the base of the gnarled roots. Her lingering resentment and her latent power are trapped within this bark. He began pulling out the bread one by one. The essence of the indestructible shield I need is here. Is it finally within reach? The two children shouted again, their voices filled with dread. You're going to die. Stop. He let out a soft, irritated sigh. He felt a faint throb in his temples. Everywhere I go, I'm plagued by meddling kids. Should I scare them off first? He decided against it. Kale stood up and slowly approached the youngsters. They flinched as he drew near. The two children stared up at him with wide, fearful eyes. That tree eats people. You'll be killed. Kale tossed them 2 bags of provisions and said, I'll be fine. Now, go find somewhere else to play. The older girl remained stubborn. It's a man-eating tree. Meanwhile, the younger boy scrambled to grab the food. Kale gave them a sharp, menacing look. Have you kids ever heard of the notorious trash known as Kale? The boy, caught in Kale's piercing stare, whimpered, Sister, let's leave. Okay. Before running off, she turned back once more. Please don't die. Kale clicked his tongue in annoyance, his face twisted in a scowl. Once the children had vanished, he returned to the tree to finish his task. Now, back to business. Kale. Dot picked up a loaf of bread and dropped it into a dark hollow at the base of the tree. In an instant, the bread was pulled into the void. It's gone. Terrifying. I half expected it to take my hand with it. The shield is the remnant of her strength. He smirked. This is a true ancient power. A primitive, savage force, yet incredibly dependable. He peered into the pitch-black opening. According to the story. I have to feed it until the shadows fade. That darkness was woven from pure spite. When the hunger is satiated, the light within will reveal itself. Kale hoisted the remaining sack of food. Once the glow appears, the indestructible shield will finally be mine. He tilted the bag over the hole. A waterfall of fresh bread tumbled into the abyss. Go on, eat until you're full. After emptying the entire bag into the darkness, Kale observed the lack of movement and estimated, I'll likely require about 10 more sacks of bread. Suddenly, muffled sounds echoed from the cavernous opening. He shivered involuntarily. This is getting rather macabre. The resentment rooted here is truly profound. Kale decided not to linger. I shall return at sunrise. In reality, those two youngsters hadn't fled. They were crouched behind the stone wall, happily devouring the loaves he'd provided. He spotted them and sighed. Good grief. He mused to himself. They likely won't venture near the trunk, but it'll be a mess if they get curious and end up as a snack. Not for my sake, but theirs. Noticing Kale, the children froze mid-bite. He knit his brows and warned, if you want a repeat of this feast tomorrow, keep your mouth shut. Before long, the curtain of night fell over the city. Kale made his way back to the tea house where he'd spent his afternoon. Moments later, he descended from the upper floor. Billows caught his eye and beamed. Heading out? I look forward to your next visit, young master. Kale added, the tea was exceptional, by the way. I've only made it halfway through this volume, but it's quite gripping. I appreciate how the hero's talents are finally noticed as he evolves. Make sure no one else touches this book. I want it ready for me whenever I stop by. Billows blinked in surprise. Certainly. I'll keep it under lock and key for you. Do return soon. I'll be expecting you. Kale stepped out into the night air. Whatever. The scene shifts shortly after to a local tavern. True to form, the proprietor saw him and rushed over in a cold sweat. Mercy me. Welcome, young master. Accustomed to such terror, Kale remained unfazed. He's terrified, that's only natural. It was common knowledge that anything within Kale's reach tended to shatter when he was drinking. He tossed the man a gold coin. Then he muttered, the usual bottle. Oh, and get me some poached chicken breasts. Hold the salt. The owner stammered, hesitant, Would you like to select a table first, sir? Receiving no reply, he scurried away. I'll have it ready immediately. Kale exhaled and scanned the crowded bar. He clicked his tongue in quiet disapproval. The local thugs and grifters all steered clear of him. It's clear now that he's an outlier. Typically lowlifes. And the spoiled heirs of the elite are either inseparable or surrounded by a pack of lackeys. But Kale found such people repulsive. To him, they were nothing but bottom feeders. Moments later, the owner hurried back with his order. Here is everything you requested, sir. Fine. Without a word, he took the supplies and exited. The wine Kale favored was undeniably the most expensive vintage in the cellar. He stepped away from the tavern, uncorked the bottle, and took a long pull. Kale paced down the road. The alcohol is starting to kick in. If my memory serves me, it should be roughly 100 paces from the city gates along this perimeter wall. He turned into a narrow side street, exactly as he had anticipated. This is the spot. The precise location where Choi Han scales the wall. There's a pair of kittens huddling together for warmth. Positioned right where he is destined to land. Fate seems to love its little coincidences in this world. Kale sighed softly. He adjusted his path so as not to startle the strays. He glanced toward the shadows. Just as he predicted. A silhouette draped in a dark cloak was resting there. Kale was secretly impressed. He truly is a man of principle. I've found him. Sensing Choi Han's eyes on him. I'm actually feeling a bit on edge. He scowled slightly. Good thing I've got some liquid courage in me. I need to set the right tone for our first meeting. Then Kale spoke gently. You lot look like you haven't eaten in days. He opened the bag of unseasoned chicken. He set the food down before the two tiny felines. Poor little things. Go on, eat. They lunged toward the meat with a touch of wariness. They are even tinier than I imagined. Kale carefully tore the chicken into bite-sized shreds. Can you little ones handle this? The kitten sniffed the food, watching him with cautious eyes. He reached out to pat its head. Eat your fill and grow strong. Poor creature. Then, as if it were a casual afterthought, Kale asked. And what about you? Do you have anywhere to lay your head? Choi Han remained as silent as a grave. He isn't the type to trust a stranger with his business. Are you famished? Kale thought, just as the book said, he won't budge. He's definitely sizing me up right now. No answer? At last, Choi Han spoke in a gravelly whisper, "I am hungry." The stranger stood up and moved into the light. The moon was partially obscured by a thin veil of mist tonight. Kale looked him over from his vantage point. "Then come with me. I'll find you a proper meal." Nothing builds a lasting bridge like a hot meal for a starving man. Kale led the way. He watched as Choi Han slowly rose to follow. "Good. Just stay on my heels." Then he cast his gaze downward. Those two kittens had polished off every scrap of food. I'm not usually a cat person, but these two are undeniably charming. Choi Han loomed silently behind him, watching his every move. "I suppose I can't just brush them off." Kale knelt and gave one a tender stroke on the head. "It seems you've taken a liking to me. However, I must be on my way. Until we meet again." The second kitten seemed taken aback, and then both scurried into the shadows. He exhaled softly and resumed leading Choi Han through the streets. Dusk had fallen by the time they reached the Hennedas gates. Kale came to an abrupt halt. "I've been feigning ignorance, but Choi Han is still." He knit his brows and spun around to confront him. "What are you waiting for? He's likely sizing me up right now. Calculating whether I'm an easy target to eliminate," he mused internally. Seeing the man had no intention of speaking, he pressed further, "Are you coming or not?" At that moment, the sentry spotted him. "Young master." Kale let out an exasperated sigh. He thought to himself, can they please stop with the titles? Their stuttering makes this even more awkward. "Please, enter the grounds." The guards swung the gates wide for him immediately. The moment he crossed the threshold, Ron was there, standing like a phantom. "Welcome home, young master." Kale clutched his wine bottle and muttered, "My thanks, Ron. He actually waited up for me." What a truly terrifying old man. At this point, Ron was meticulously scrutinizing Choi Han. The two stood locked in a silent, piercing stare down. Kale observed the thick tension and wondered, is it just me, or is the air between them practically sparking? Kale intervened smoothly, "Follow me." Ron remained stationary, asking only, "What is the plan, young master?" "If you wish, I can see to this guest's needs." He replied indifferently, "No need." To himself, he thought, now that the two legends have met, my job here is nearly done. As they ascended the stairs, Hans was stationed at the door. He offered a bright smile. "Welcome back, young master. Even if you are a bit worse for wear from the drink." He was the deputy butler of the household. Kale felt a wave of exhaustion. "Ah, right. He's the one tasked with keeping tabs on me." He suddenly hoisted the wine bottle. Hans flinched and recoiled in terror, letting out a small yelp. Kale simply looked at him with a deadpan expression. "Take this and put it somewhere far away." Hans stammered, realizing he had made a scene over nothing. "Of course," Kale added. "Next time, I won't just hold it, I'll actually hurl it at you." Then he walked off, leaving a startled Hans in his wake. "Young master, where are you headed?" Next, they arrived at kitchen number 2, the stage for the final meeting Choi Han required. And there he was. Bicrox, the son of the master assassin Ron. He watched the man's hands expertly honing a blade and felt a sudden chill. Another monster. He actually prepares food with that terrifying face and those lethal hands. It was vital for Choi Han to meet him. In the original story, Bicrox is so impressed by Choi Han's combat prowess while he's thrashing Kale that he decides to join his cause. If I can get him to leave with Choi Han, his father will surely follow. Getting rid of 2 ticking time bombs at once, perfection. Kale draped an arm over Choi Han's shoulder. "Prepare a meal for this man." With a look of sheer disgust, Bicrox barked back, "Excuse me?" Kale didn't flinch. "Why don't you put the knife down for a second and feed him? The man is starving." "I understand, young master." "Perfect." Bicrox, Choi Han, and Ron all in one place. Kale smirked. The threads connecting the three of them were now tightly knotted. Before departing, he gave one more order. "Make something for me as well. I'm famished. And make it top tier. That steak you served yesterday was a masterpiece. You truly have a gift for the culinary arts. A good steak will make the night much better. Don't keep me waiting." With those words, Kale made a quick exit. When he reached his suite, Hans asked, "Young master, what exactly am I supposed to do with that stranger?" "He is my personal guest. Treat him accordingly." He thought to himself, the trio has met, so my labor for the day is finished. If this isn't enough, I'll let Choi Han punch someone so Bicrox can witness the show. He turned to Hans. "When the meal is served, bring mine directly to my quarters." Hans stood there, staring after him in silence. The scene shifts to the study of Count Deruth. Hans delivered a full report. So, he visited the shady tea house run by the Flynn Merchant Guild, and then invited a complete stranger back to the estate? He's been drinking, yet he seems perfectly lucid? Hans whispered. "Should we assign someone to shadow his movements?" "There's no need. As long as he remains within the city walls, every action he takes falls under my jurisdiction." Just keep observing and report back as you have been. Understood, my lord. Count Deroth knit his brows, deep in thought. Kale is changing. The Count's expression grew heavy with concern. I can sense that Kale is not his usual self. It isn't that he's suddenly become a genius or a warrior. But the very core of his behavior is different. He spoke softly, Hans. Yes, my lord. Fetch me the intelligence file on the Flynn family's illegitimate heir. Hans bowed quickly. Immediately. Once Hans left, Count Deroth stood up. He paced to the window, musing, it isn't just Kale who is changing, the very air of this continent is turning foul. The Hennitus family has guarded its prosperity for generations, but the storm is coming. I don't care to be a legend in the history books, a life of quiet comfort is more than enough. With that, he turned on his heel. Though, perhaps reinforcing the fortress walls wouldn't be a bad idea. The scene shifts to Kale's bedroom. His complexion suddenly turned a sickly shade of white. I feel terrible. Ron serving me lemon water only makes this headache more unbearable. The old man clearly noted his distress, but merely offered a serene smile. You were resting so peacefully I simply couldn't bring myself to disturb you. Kale knit his brows and spotted white linen bandages wrapped around Ron's throat. Did you injure your neck? Ron handed him a glass and asked, are you concerned for my well-being? Hardly. It's just an eyesore, Kale retorted. Ron recalled the previous night, when he and his son had tested Choi Han's reflexes together. It's nothing serious, just a little scratch from a stray cat. Kale heard this and thought, does this cat happen to be a very dangerous human being? After draining the glass of water, Kale stood up to face the day. Ron inquired, venturing out again? Yes, others will handle the affairs outside. As you wish, young master. But tell me, how did you find the lemon water? Kale froze mid-step. He couldn't quite grasp the hidden edge in the old man's voice. It was fine. Was it truly? Ron didn't press further, but Kale's skull deepened. What a manipulative old man. As soon as Kale pulled the door open, he saw Choi Han standing right there and nearly jumped out of his skin. What the? He reflexively slammed the door shut. His heart was racing. His pulse thundered in his ears as his face went pale. Meanwhile, Ron. He just wore a faint, knowing smirk. I didn't realize you were so easily startled. Your guest has been waiting for you. I was about to mention him, but you were quite fast. I suggested he wait in a guest room, but he insisted on standing guard right here. Kale felt a wave of fatigue. Mention him? Liar. The old man had clearly stayed silent just to watch him squirm. He opened the door for a second time. Stepping out, he asked in a low voice, Choi Han, what do you want? He realized the man hadn't shifted an inch. Choi Han hesitated before whispering, I wish to settle my debt. Kale's brow furrowed at the statement. Excuse me? I want to pay you back for the food you provided. Kale maintained a stony, unreadable expression. It's unnecessary. Is there anything else you need? Internally, he was grimacing. Pay me back? Ridiculous. I need to make sure no one tries to exploit this guy. He clenched his fists, speaking with forced effort. Actually, there is a favor I need to ask of you. Before Choi Han could even state his request, Kale had already guessed it involved the tragedy at Harris Village. I really shouldn't get tangled up in his revenge plot. He replied, take your concerns to Hans. He's a remarkably gifted deputy butler. He'll sort you out. Furthermore, Ron is also quite the specialist in solving problems. Kale suddenly draped an arm over the protagonist's shoulder. He'll see to your needs. Ron, since this man is my guest, please assist him to the best of your considerable ability. Choi Han looked confused by the gesture. But, you don't even know who I am or what I've done. Kale shrugged as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Why should your identity matter? Does a person need a pedigree before I'm allowed to help someone in a tough spot? Given your look, I'm sure your request is complicated. Hans will be your guide. Now, I'm busy. I have to go. With that, he marched away. I need to withdraw more funds. Today is going to be expensive. Only then did Ron bow. As you command, young master. Kale shot a quick glance back at the old man. Then he hurried away. Fine, do what you want. Dealing with hardship is what heroes and their sidekicks are meant for. Behind him, Ron murmured under his breath, how fascinating. The little pup acts brave, yet he clearly detests being indebted. He hates the sour taste, yet he drank every drop of that lemon water. He traced the bandage on his neck. What a curious little master. I wonder exactly how much he knows. Just then, Choi Han spoke up, lead the way. Ron shifted his gaze to the young swordsman. He thought, this brat reeks of fresh slaughter yet tries to look like an innocent soul. Truly a dangerous actor. He smiled thinly. Very well. Follow me. Choi Han lingered for a moment, staring in the direction Kale had disappeared. Finally, he turned to follow Ron. Meanwhile, under the swaying branches of the ancient tree, Kale stood alone. With one hand on his hip and the other hauling a bulging sack, he dumped the contents at the gnarled roots. A fresh mountain of baked bread tumbled out. Suddenly, a raspy, ethereal voice spoke. The sound of a soul that had known only starvation, chilling the very air. Give me more. I need more. Kale winced, feeling slightly overwhelmed. This is going to be the death of me. From his knowledge of the novel, he recognized the voice. It belonged to the ancient priestess who had been cruelly starved to death. He didn't have time for a history lesson, though. Kale turned to leave before the sun dipped too low. I don't know what this study session is about, but Deareth told me to show up, so I'd better be home by dinner. He spun around to depart, shoving his hands into his pockets with an air of extreme urgency. I need to move, he muttered. He had already sated half of the tree's bottomless hunger. Kale had only covered a few yards when he crossed paths with the two children clad in tattered rags. They were huddled in a corner, clutching their meager crusts of bread. There was a young boy with fiery red hair and a girl with silver locks and a fresh scratch marking her cheek. Kale studied them for a moment, clicked his tongue in annoyance, and looked away. Shortly thereafter, he made his way back into the heart of the town. Since he had cleared out the entire inventory of the bakery the day before, he knew it would take time for them to bake more. Kale scanned the storefronts as he paced the street. I'll have to source my supplies from another shop. Just then, a voice behind him called out, "Young master." A middle-aged woman scrambled toward her storefront with an eager look. I have plenty of fresh loaves ready. He offered a thin, satisfied smirk. Now that is how you run a business. He flicked a gold coin toward the woman without hesitation. I'll take the lot and make it quick. She stared down at the gold in her palm, her face glowing with pure delight. She bolted back into the shop to gather the goods. Just a moment, dear guest. Seconds later, she emerged with a heavy sack of bread and heaved it onto the cobblestones. Here you are. Kale was genuinely impressed. Incredible speed. She's a natural-born entrepreneur. The woman seized the momentum. I can have an even larger batch ready for next time. He smiled, pleased. This woman is starting to grow on me. At that moment, a man dashed out from a neighboring shop to join the bidding war. Young master, we can provide double what's in that bag. Kale promptly handed him a gold coin as well, asking intently, is that so? I'll hold you to that tomorrow. Have a full sack ready. He mused to himself. I'll have to hit 3 different shops tomorrow to get the volume I need. At least they're efficient. Unbeknownst to Kale, from a concealed shadow nearby, a silent observer was tracking his every move. The figure watched Kale with a gaze full of skepticism and doubt. What is he up to now? Beacrox, his eyes heavy with exhaustion, muttered under his breath, has he finally lost his mind? He recalled his father's strange interest in the boy. When Ron had called Kale an interesting kid, Beacrox hadn't thought much of it. But the more he watched the young master's bizarre behavior, the more he began to see his father's point. Beacrox remained silent, merely observing from afar. A flicker of genuine curiosity sparked in his eyes. Tracking Kale was proving to be just as captivating as monitoring that mysterious black-haired stranger. Meanwhile, at a different spot, the silver-haired girl's small hands gripped a glass jar filled with medicinal herbs. With a trembling voice, she looked up at Kale. This isn't food. Beside her, the red-haired boy cowered behind his sister's legs. Kale looked at them with a flat expression. And? Suddenly, the boy jumped out, spreading his arms to shield his sister. Go away. The girl looked at Kale with a pained expression. You mustn't die. Kale stood there, the massive sack of bread balanced on his shoulder, gazing down at them in silence. His eyes betrayed a glimmer of pity. Kale didn't feel the kind of hollow sympathy one gives to an orphan with no future. It was the raw realization of their plight that moved him. Kale studied their grime-streaked faces. Seeing them genuinely fret over his safety touched a small chord in his heart. Does one truly need a logical reason to feel compassion? He looked down at their feet. They wore tattered shoes, and their skin was covered in cuts. Kale felt a sharp sting of sorrow. He used to struggle with the weight of such emotions, but maturing had taught him the harsh reality of suffering. He pressed his lips together firmly. What a nuisance. The children seemed terrified by Kale's brooding silence. As for him, he was trapped in his own head. I despise seeing children suffer, but that doesn't mean I'm prepared to become their guardian. Finally, Kale broke the silence. I have no intention of dying. That ghostly, dry voice from the tree echoed in the clearing once more. Give me more. With a sigh, he dumped the entire fresh supply of bread at the roots. There, eat until you're satisfied. He braced his legs and stood up slowly. He kept his eyes on the ancient bark. It felt as though the oppressive shadows were finally thinning. The coin I spent seems to be yielding results. The forest had grown eerily quiet. Kale turned and scanned the perimeter. Did those kids run off again? He felt a wave of relief. It was easier not to have to witness the girl's injuries. At that moment, out of thin air, the kittens hung and on padded up to his feet. Kale waved them off dismissively and began to walk away. Are these the same cats from before? Do they have a memory for faces? Best to stay clear of unnecessary complications. Back at the villa. The grand estate that served as Kale's current residence. In a room draped in opulent decor. Kale was locked in a serious talk with his father. Could you repeat that, father? Diritha's expression was solemn as he reiterated, listen carefully. Kale, you are to serve as the face of our family and journey to the capital. Kale's eyebrows shot up, his face instantly souring with refusal. The capital? Why me? He forced a smile and tried to deflect. Surely Basin is the better choice for this. Normally, yes. But you are the firstborn of the Henadis line. The crown is hosting a grand gala, and every noble son has been summoned. Dirith was clearly set on Kale going and pushed the issue. Basin has handled these duties for 2 years, but he hasn't represented us at a royal function yet. This time, I want it to be you. Kale drifted into a sea of worried thoughts. He narrowed his eyes, his mind flashing to a dark event from the novel, the Plaza terrorist attack. A shadow group was destined to strike the crowded plaza in the heart of the capital, leaving nothing but ruin. The only thing that prevented total slaughter was Choi Han's intervention. In the aftermath, Choi Han saved countless lives and forged a bond with the royal family. Kale felt a cold shiver of dread. I'm getting those chills again. The thought of being at ground zero of a massacre was terrifying. He glanced over at Basin. His younger brother was standing at attention, absorbing their father's words with grave sincerity. Father mentioned Basin usually takes these trips, right? Maybe I can convince him to take my spot. Kale was caught in a mental tug-of-war, his eyes darting as he calculated his odds. The capital is a death trap, but I can't just dump this on Basin. I need a valid excuse to stay behind. What is Dirutha's angle here? Dirith cut through his thoughts. Your departure is in 5 days. Kale's mind raced with a devious plan. If the original story holds, I should be black and blue from Choi Han's fists in 5 days. I'd be too injured to travel. Dirith spoke in a comforting tone. Kale, you used to attend these ceremonies before Basin took over. Try to see this as a chance to reminisce and unwind. Kale cut in immediately. Well, he began to voice his reluctance. This is a lot to process all at once. I don't quite see why my presence is mandatory. Please, give me a moment to consider it. He fell silent for several beats. Dirith looked slightly taken aback, but eventually nodded. Very well. You're dismissed for now. Seizing the exit, Kale turned to go. Thank you, father. Suddenly, Basin's voice stopped him. Brother. Kale paused. What is it? He didn't hide his irritation. There is truly no reason for you to avoid this duty. Kale sighed heavily. Damn it. Kale reflected on the grueling path ahead. I'll likely be struck from the line of succession. My brother Basin has already been acting as the heir apparent for 2 years. Yet Basin insists that I am the one who must represent our house. He let out another heavy sigh. Everything is becoming needlessly tangled. Then, in a sudden shift, Kale's eyes sharpened with cold intensity. Actually, this might be a gamble worth taking. He followed closely behind Basin, grumbling under his breath as he walked. The odds of the original Kale making a comeback are slim. Besides, if Basin dies or fails to become the Lord, I'm the one who suffers. Basin must thrive so I can enjoy my peaceful retirement. Suddenly, Hans appeared at his side. There you are, young master. Regarding our guest request. Kale cut him off before he could finish. With a voice dripping with irritation, he commanded, tell him to come to my quarters. Hans looked taken aback, but bowed instantly, as you wish. Kale glanced at him, already piecing the puzzle together. Judging by Hansa's relieved expression, Choi Han's immediate needs were settled. But now I'm forced into this unexpected trek to the capital. Kale turned back to add, oh, and if he hesitates, just say these 2 words, debt payment. Kale resigned himself to his fate and began strategizing how to make the best of it. I'll spare no expense to ensure this trip is as luxurious as possible. Then he thought of Choi Han. The perfect moment for the hero to return the favor had arrived. I'll put Choi Han to work for my own benefit. Kale observed Choi Han, who was currently seated and scanning the room with curiosity. Kale felt a sense of satisfaction. Now that Ron has fed him, he looks significantly more human. Ron, Beecrox, and Choi Han, the trio was moving exactly like chess pieces on his board. Before the hero could speak, Kale cut straight to the chase. How would you like to settle your debt? Kale was internally surprised by the hero's bluntness. Already eager to pay me back? He recalled the novel's plot and smiled thinly. The prologue of The Birth of a Hero was already shifting. He aimed to keep the core events intact. But my presence in the capital will be the biggest wild card of all. Kale smoothed a blank parchment onto the table and addressed Choi Han. First, I need a clear understanding of your capabilities. He fixed him with a serious stare. To put it simply, consider this your job interview. Choi Han leaned in. His gaze focused intently on the paper. Proceed. Kale immediately set his first requirement. Do you have the capacity to protect others? Choi Han looked at him, his face a mask of confusion. What exactly are you asking? He fell silent for a heartbeat. This was a pivot from the original plan. But this shift will likely work in my favor. Kale was busy calculating a foolproof strategy. I need to stop Choi Han's future party members from stumbling onto ancient powers while I secure what I need. Those powers would be wasted on them anyway. He explained calmly, it's straightforward. Can you shield people instead of just ending lives? The room fell into a heavy silence. Choi Han looked troubled, his brow furrowed. I'm not entirely sure. He tightened his fists until his knuckles turned white. Kale stopped himself. It would be suicidal to provoke him further right now. He tried a different angle, asking solemnly. Let me rephrase. Are you capable of killing? Choi Han answered without a second's delay. I am. Kale nodded in agreement. Then you are equally capable of protecting. Kale offered a small, grounding thought. It will be a difficult path to walk. But difficult is a far cry from impossible. This brought back memories of his former life as Kim Rok-soo. In that world, he couldn't just walk away from things because they were hard. That history was why he was so generous now. He was in the body of the trash Kale yet. There is a massive mountain I must cross to reach a quiet life. I need someone reliable to help me over it. Choi Han's expression softened into a smile. The cloud of confusion seemed to lift from his face. Difficult isn't the same as impossible. I suppose you're right. Kale pressed on with his inquiry. Very well, one last question. Choi Han answered with a resolute, unwavering tone. Ask it. Kale delivered the final query. What is your name? The man froze for a second, then asked with a hint of uncertainty. You truly don't know who I am? Kale remained perfectly composed. Of course I have an idea, but... Inside, he knew everything. Your father even knows you're about to be pulverized. He leaned back, his voice thick with a calculated facade. I've heard rumors, but I want to hear the truth from your own lips. The man conceded and stated his name clearly, Choi Han. Choi Han extended his hand, offering a formal greeting. My name is Choi Han. Kale met his grip. For a moment, the air was filled with a rare sense of harmony. He followed with his own introduction. I see. And I am Kale Henedis. Kale then slid a mission brief across the table. The task required to settle your debt is quite simple. Choi Han squinted at the unfamiliar names penned on the parchment. He looked up, puzzled. Rosalind? Locke? Kale drew upon his knowledge of the text. Precisely. One is the princess of a neighboring realm. Rosalind, the survivor of a brutal assassination plot. The other is Locke, the successor to the Wolf King. Locke's description in the book was vivid. The lone survivor of the Blue Wolfkin. He appears fragile, but his berserk state makes him a werewolf of unmatched ferocity. And Rosalind possesses a terrifying magical aptitude, second only to your own. She cares nothing for crowns, she only seeks the continent's greatest magic tower. Once she finds it, she is destined for heroism. Kale shivered as he recalled the darker details. The man who tried to kill Rosalind ended up in Beecrox's torture chamber. I've been getting these chills far too often lately. He stood up and moved toward a wooden chest. He adopted an encouraging, upbeat tone. Those are the two. You can read, I assume? That makes things easier. From the chest, Kale unfurled a heavy scroll. You'll be traveling alongside me for a portion of the trip. He spread the map out on the tea table. Kale tapped a specific coordinate on the parchment. Right here. Your task is to follow the precise instructions I've laid out. He retreated back into his thoughts, refining the plan. There was a specific reason Choi Han needed to be with him. In the opening volume of the novel, a certain Marquis was introduced as a primary antagonist. Just thinking of him made Kale's skin crawl. He's a constant thorn in the side of the prince and Choi Han. That lunatic is even attempting to train a captive dragon. He was trying to break the creature before it even reached its 5th year. In the original story, the dragon escaped but lost its mind to rage. The book's description was haunting. The dragon reduced an entire village to ash. That was Choi Han's entrance. He eventually ended the dragon's suffering. But unfortunately, I have to pass through the very village that dragon is destined to destroy. He knew that bypassing the village would make them late to the capital. Either Choi Han has to neutralize it, or we have to set it free before it turns into a monster. Kale finally laid out his terms to Choi Han. Escort those two to the capital. Do that, and your debt is paid in full. Choi Han sought clarification. Am I to be their guardian? Kale gave a casual shrug. That's your choice. He then added a final condition. However, you must arrive at the capital and find me without causing a scene. You can at least manage to keep yourself in one piece, right? Choi Han paused to consider the offer. Kale waited, his pulse quickening with silent anxiety. Why the silence? Is it within your capabilities? He paused briefly before giving a firm nod. I can do it. Kale sank into his chair, rubbing the bridge of his nose and letting out a weary breath. I really should have poured a glass of wine before starting this conversation. He flicked his wrist, dismissively signaling for the man to go. You're dismissed. Choi Han turned and walked toward the exit. Just as he reached the door, Kale's voice pulled him back. One more thing, everything we've discussed stays strictly between us, understood? He offered a faint smile and replied, understood. The shadows of night rapidly claimed the sky. Meanwhile, in the quiet of Dirutha's private study, Kale's father received the update. The young master is requesting additional funds. He nodded in agreement, responding simply, I see. Very well. Diruth spoke a few final instructions before sliding a heavy check across the desk. I'll notify the treasury to release the funds. Kale finally retreated to the sanctuary of his bedroom. Sprawled across the silk sheets, he admired the check with a look of pure bliss. Money truly is the ultimate solution. Suddenly, Ron entered with uncharacteristic haste, carrying a steaming cup. Young master, I've brought some honey lemon tea that my son prepared specifically for your tastes. He set the beverage on the nightstand and took his post, standing like a silent sentinel at the foot of the bed. Sleep well. I am always close by, young master. In the thick silence of the night, Kale lay there, staring pensively at the ceiling. Eventually, he bolted upright. That eccentric old man's presence has completely ruined my sleep. Thinking about the upcoming journey, he reached a final conclusion. I need to ensure those two are ready to depart with Choi Han first. Kale navigated through the winding streets of the city. His face was ashen, etched with deep exhaustion. I feel like I've spent the morning trapped in a psychological thriller. Just hours ago, Ron had leaned in and asked, care to learn how to hunt rabbits, young master? He had smiled with a chilling intensity. Catching a rabbit is an art form. You can never predict where or when they'll bolt. You must track them with unwavering focus and strike the second they falter. And once the kill is made, you must skillfully remove the glands. He shuddered at the memory of the old man's predatory gaze. I'd be happy to demonstrate. The thought sent another chill down his spine. What a truly terrifying elder. Kale eventually halted in front of the local bakery. At least I'm grateful Ron is coming along to watch my back. The baker stepped out, beaming at the sight of him. Young master, you're up early today. Kale found himself feeling a strange fondness for the town. After a few visits, this place is starting to feel surprisingly like home. He turned to the proprietor. Is the bread ready? The man was incredibly welcoming. Freshly baked and packed. Moments later, he emerged with a heavy sack of loaves. By the way, I heard today is the final shipment. Are you certain you want the whole lot? Kale reached for the bag. Absolutely. Is there an issue? Or are you looking for a larger payment? Oh, I'll never say no to more gold. The baker's blunt honesty actually managed to pull a small smile from him. Before heading off, Kale gave the man a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Rest easy. If I develop a craving for your bread, I'll certainly be back. He didn't waste another second and made a direct line for the ancient, gnarled tree. He found the same two children sitting patiently by the perimeter fence. Do these little ones even have a roof over their heads? It seems they were waiting just for me. Kale extended his hand, offering 2 small parcels of fresh bread. For you. Take them. The children shared a hesitant glance. Then, the silver-haired girl stepped forward and accepted the gift. Without a word of goodbye, he turned his back on them and stepped into the clearing. Kale approached the massive, weathered tree. He surveyed his surroundings. The fog is thick today, a perfect screen for what I'm about to do. He caught his breath and began untying the sacks one by one. With practiced movements, he tipped the contents into the hollow at the base of the tree. That raspy, parched voice began its desperate plea again. More. Please, I need more. Kale emptied another entire bag. Here, feast your fill. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the dark hollow at the roots. Look at that glow. He stood up to get a better view, a look of genuine fascination on his face. It finally turned pure white. I knew if I satisfied its hunger, this light would eventually manifest. Before he could celebrate his success, that frantic, strangled voice rang out even more intensely than before. The sheer volume made him clutch his head in pain. More. Give me more. 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 What more could you want? He shouted back, trying to make sense of the chaos. This wasn't in the book. The screaming stopped as a clear sentence echoed. If you bring more, I shall grant you a gift. Kale paused. He looked deep in thought. A gift? He tilted his head back, looking up into the sprawling canopy. He nodded, accepting the terms of the bargain. Very well. Kale tipped the final bag into the void. This is the last of it. I wonder what transformation this final offering will trigger. The very ground beneath his boots began to tremble. Kale stood his ground, staring in awe. A moment later, the radiance from the tree's base intensified into a blinding flash, accompanied by a cheerful, clear voice, simply divine. The tree began to chatter incessantly, leaving him completely stunned. The crust was so crisp, the center so light. That third bag was absolute perfection. Your taste in food is improving, traveler. A small, pulsating orb of light was the source of the chatter. Seriously, the bread in that third bag was legendary. I've never tasted anything so refined in all my years. The tree continued to ramble. As I chewed those loaves, I could tell they were crafted from the finest premium wheat. Not all grain is created equal, you understand that, right? Kale felt a wave of disbelief. It felt so trivial. Is this the reason no one ever claimed this power? They couldn't stand the chatter? The tree gushed. I'm absolutely thrilled right now. Because those snacks were unforgettable. It finally clicked for him. Perhaps her eternal torment wasn't just physical hunger, but the crushing loneliness of having no one to talk to. She continues weaving tales of the past. In the old days, such treats were non-existent. Back then, the clerics only served me the most tasteless scraps, she recounts with a sharp, irritated edge. I was banished simply for indulging in too many appetizers, a truly absurd reason to be cast out. Kale folds his arms and stoically endures the rant. I am only tolerating this lecture because I require that ancient essence. The tree shows no signs of falling silent, pouring out centuries of repressed bitterness. Then, my partner and I set out with the goal of expanding our faith. Eventually, our supplies vanished, and that is how I met my end by starvation. Kale silently wonders if the monologue is nearing its conclusion. Wow, life was a relentless struggle, though listening to it is becoming a bit of a chore. A long while later, the tree finally concludes its epic saga and addresses him directly. Thank you for hearing me out. You possess a truly noble spirit. Kale feels utterly drained and bored. It appears she cannot stand the thought of a quiet moment. He reaches out to catch the soft breeze. The hues of the world are shifting beautifully. At that precise moment, his gaze falls upon the tree, which is now radiating a brilliant, intense glow. Kale extends his hand and brushes against the light. It feels remarkably warm. He stands motionless for a heartbeat. Moments later, a look of pure satisfaction and relief washes over his face. I've found it. The tree explains, by the way, my parting gift will serve as your protection. Kale places a hand over the left side of his chest. The contract is sealed. According to the lore in the novel, this barrier will safeguard the owner's life, tethered directly to the heart. It will remain a part of me until my final breath. He takes a moment to sense it. I can feel a steady, rhythmic power enveloping my heart. My pulse feels stronger now, fortified by this mystical guard. The wind begins to howl around him while Kale keeps his eyes closed, attuning himself to the new energy. Every ancient power manifests a unique signature based on its host spirit. He tries to summon the memories of the text. From what I recall of the book, if I activate this ability, Kale snaps his eyes open, a shimmering current of light coalesces before him. He watches as it takes form, a small smile playing on his lips as he recognizes the artifact appearing in the air. The indestructible shield manifests in front of him. Kale Henidus stands solitary in the sweeping grass field, his coat dancing in the brisk wind. He wears a serene, untroubled expression as he admires the silver buckler floating nearby. He murmurs contentedly, finally, I have some decent self-defense. This silver plate is the indestructible shield. Contrary to its name, it can be broken, but it never truly vanishes. Under extreme force, it will shatter to save the owner's life, only to slowly regenerate using the host's own vitality. Reflecting on this, he slowly presses his hand to his chest, feeling his heartbeat act as the battery for the shield. The stronger my heart beats, the more resilient this barrier becomes. He reaches out to touch the shield, already plotting its evolution. I need to push this power to the next tier. During the trek to the capital, I'll refine it until it can hold for 5 minutes. No, 10 minutes would be far more reliable. Kale strokes the surface of the shield and can't help but grin. The sensation is incredible. But suddenly, his eyes sharpen, as a nagging thought crosses his mind. There is still one minor issue. He gazes at the shimmering, radiant shield hovering there, and shows a hint of distaste. I'm not fond of the aesthetic. It looks like something a holy knight would carry. He stands with hands on his hips, feeling a bit exasperated. Well, I suppose beggars can't be choosers. After a short while, the blue sky above the field is no longer heavy with rain, yet a somber atmosphere lingers. Kale Henidus stands quietly observing 2 kittens, one crimson, one silver, huddled at his feet. The 2 adorable cats look up at him with shimmering, wide eyes. Their tiny mouths let out soft, plaintive mews that are nearly impossible to ignore. Kale scowls down at the 2 strays. He pauses for a moment, clearly locked in a mental tug-of-war. But seeing him stall for too long, the kittens take the initiative, stepping forward to rub against his boots. Kale finally finds his resolve crumbling under the weight of their cuteness. He helplessly rubs his temple, eventually surrendering with a frustrated groan. Kale carries the 2 drenched, shivering kittens back to the estate in his arms. Hans is absolutely floored by the sight. Young master, what on earth is this? Kale immediately and coldly thrusts the 2 damp cats toward Hans. Stop asking questions and just take them. Hans cradles the pair in utter bewilderment. Oh, they really are just 2 little kittens. The moment they are held, they begin nuzzling into his chest, making him flush with joy as he coos over them. Hans immediately spins around and asks, Young Master Kale, may I have your permission to raise them? Kale ignores the question and turns to walk away. Do as you please. But as if hit by a sudden realization, he stops dead in his tracks. Oh. He turns back, points a finger at the kittens resting obediently in Hans's arms, and issues a few warnings. If you keep them fed, they won't cause trouble. Also, they are siblings. Hans freezes in shock at the revelation. What? The kitten's fur bristles instantly. Kale figured it out simply by paying attention. A faint scent of medicinal herbs and the aroma of fresh bread, recalling his earlier encounters. The scent profile was identical. It has to be them. He lets out a small, knowing smirk, glancing at the confused man and the wide-eyed cats. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Kale easily deduces their roles. The silver one is the elder sister, and the red one is the younger brother. His sharp gaze and words cause the kittens to break into a cold sweat, their eyes full of panicked confusion. With that, he turns away with a subtle, mocking smile to bid them farewell. We'll talk later. Only now does Hans snap out of his daze. Thinking the parting words were meant for him, he replies, Of course, young master. Kale can only shake his head. I wasn't talking to you. He strips off his outer coat and asks Hans, Where is Ron? Hans, still preoccupied with his new feline friends, answers. You mentioned that Choi Han would be accompanying you halfway to the capital. He continues his report while snuggling the cats. After hearing that, he went out to gather supplies, and Beecrox and Choi Han went along with him. Kale nods, that makes sense. He smiles secretly to himself. Those 3 seem to have bonded rather quickly. But Hans's next remark instantly sours his mood. Those 3 seem remarkably eager to serve you, young master. Later, at a certain bookstore, Kale approaches the counter where Billows is waiting. It seems I have the place to myself. Billows looks at the newcomer and greets him. Welcome back, Kale. Kale meets his gaze with a cold stare. He asks bluntly, I've decided to move forward. Did you uphold your end of the bargain? Billows offers a warm, hospitable smile, naturally. I'll fetch your book and prepare a cup of tea for you. Kale heads for the stairs as Billows calls after him. Also, the selection for today is Sijin tea. Kale pauses briefly on the steps before continuing his ascent. Outside the window, the rain continues to lash down. The heavy moisture of the storm permeates every corner of the air. Billows takes only a moment to bring the tea upstairs. Here is your brew. Hearing him, Kale merely leans indifferently against the window frame, watching the downpour. Seeing the young master lost in thought, Billows quietly sets the tea on the table. Kale's mind is racing. Choi Han, Ron, Beecrox, and now Billows. He watches Billows, who always maintains that flawlessly kind and friendly facade in his presence. He wasn't born into wealth, but after pledging himself as Choi Han's ally and revealing his deep-seated ambitions, this man is a master at masking his true intent, and I still haven't quite figured out what he's really after. Kale stares through the mask of the man standing before him. At his core, he is a man driven by ambition and greed. Kale remained seated with his arms crossed, observing Billows with a detached, silent gaze. He didn't particularly mind greedy individuals. After all, isn't desire a fundamental human trait? While lost in these thoughts, he heard Billows break the silence. Young master, word has reached me that you are departing for the capital. Kale replied dryly, that is correct. Do you have a point? Billows responded with feigned humility, I am also heading that way, and I was hoping to travel in your company. Kale had already foreseen this. It was inevitable that he would eventually merge with Choi Han's circle. Billows continued to chat pleasantly, shifting the focus back to Kale. You seem to have undergone a positive transformation. You certainly don't fit the reputation of your nickname anymore. Kale lifted the teacup to his lips. He then casually brought up his own infamy. You mean the trash of the Count's family, don't you? Billows didn't flinch, speaking with blunt honesty. Indeed, or perhaps scoundrel, is more fitting. Weren't you always just an arrogant brat? Hearing this, Kale decided it was time to drop the act. The moment for a candid conversation had arrived. He set his teacup down with deliberate slowness and fixed Billows with a sharp, piercing stare. You aren't permitted to call your own father, are you? Billows's expression instantly froze at Kale's remark. It's because you're an illegitimate child, is it not? Outside, the rain continued its relentless downpour. Noting Billows's stunned silence, Kale pressed on. Are you truly content to leave things as they are? He asked, driving the conversation forward. Does your current life satisfy you, or do you hunger for more? Kale's blunt words left Billows speechless, his usual charm failing him. Seeing no immediate response, Kale began to speak of his own history. For 15 years, I acted like a madman, a streak that began when I was only 8. As he spoke, 2 figures appeared upstairs, calling for Billows. Kale didn't let the interruption stop him. I spent 15 years mired in meaningless behavior. That is precisely why I am choosing a different path now. He spoke of his checkered past with total indifference, as if he were describing the life of a complete stranger. After all, one cannot play the fool forever, right? He turned his gaze back to Billows and asked pointedly, and what about you? When will you stop playing your part? Billows, who had been listening in stunned silence, suddenly let out a stifled, jagged laugh. He ended up covering his face, laughing uncontrollably. When he finally looked up, the mirth had vanished. His gaze was now dark and predatory, revealing his true self. I'm just bored, Billows admitted, leaning his head on his hand with a weary sigh. Kale sat across from him, legs crossed, exuding an air of quiet authority. I told you so. Billows then flashed a wide, genuine grin. In that case, let's reunite in the capital. Kale simply waved a hand in dismissal. There's no need for that. He thought to himself, meeting Billows in the capital would only complicate things, as Billows is destined to join Choi Han's party. Meanwhile, Ron and Choi Han stood nearby in silence, absorbing every word of the exchange. Billows looked deep in thought as he turned to leave. Once he was gone, Choi Han and Ron approached Kale one after the other. Kale's internal alarm went off. This isn't ideal. He sat there, trapped in his own reflections. Ultimately, Choi Han and Billows had crossed paths, just as the novel dictated. Kale crossed his arms and addressed Ron and Choi Han with a serious tone. Ron, I'm aware you'll be accompanying Choi Han. Hans mentioned Bcrox is coming along too, though I suspect he'll be confined to the kitchen given his obsession with his craft. Ron asked Kale about his connection to the merchant. You are observant, young master. Tell me, are you particularly close with that fellow? Ron murmured, I see, I understand. Kale looked at them both, wondering, how much should I actually reveal? The atmosphere felt strangely heavy. Choi Han also seemed to be weighing his thoughts. Choi Han offered a small smile and remarked, I've realized that rumors rarely tell the whole story. Internally, he was baffled by Kale's behavior. A voice interrupted them. Your tea is here. It was Billows returning. Carrying the tray, he said, allow me to serve the guests, and received a short in response. Billows placed the cups down. Kale had placed the order earlier. This is warm lemon tea for you, Ron. Kale smiled and gestured toward the cup. I ordered this specifically for you. Since you bring it to me every single morning, I assumed it was your favorite. Ron stared at the tea, lost in thought. Young master, this is warm lemon tea. It is known to aid sleep. My son prepared it with you in mind. Choi Han looked at his own cup. I'll join you. Finally, Ron took a sip of the tea, his expression unreadable. Whatever, he thought. I might as well enjoy it. There in the room, the three of them sat together, savoring the warmth of their tea. Kale's look warned them. If you're going to drink, do it quietly. Ron met his gaze, his mind clearly working through a puzzle. He was drifting through his own sequence of memories. Ever since arriving at the estate, Beecrox had been badgering Choi Han for a duel. It was because Beecrox had sensed Choi Han's overwhelming strength and was desperate to test it, in his mind. This involved not just the protection of Kale, but the nature of Choi Han himself. Choi Han had refused, claiming his role was that of a guardian. Despite the constant rejections, Choi Han was still thinking about the trash Kale's words, that a man shouldn't live like a fool forever. Correct? Ron continued to sip his tea, his thoughts turning inward. The situation was becoming increasingly entertaining. Choi Han's eyes sparkled as he smiled. This tea is truly exceptional. Kale finally took a sip, reflecting on the story. In The Birth of a Hero, the bond between Choi Han and Ron was always fraught with tension, yet they traveled together. They were bound by necessity, but they knew they could count on one another. Many events had shifted simply because I did everything in my power to avoid getting thrashed. After a sip, Kale smiled broadly. Though his mind was conflicted, it felt slightly selfish to prioritize his own safety so much, but he refused to let a book dictate his destiny. He then spoke aloud. Sweet tea really is the best. Ron noticed Choi Han's pensive expression. It was a look of complete agreement with Kale's sentiment. They descend the staircase in single file. Billows, reaching for a volume on the shelf, notices Kale and inquires, departing already? Kale continues walking, offering a brief yeah, before a short exchange follows. Billows remarks with a grin, I have a feeling our paths will cross again in the capital. Kale dismisses the notion, don't count on it. Though I'll be stopping by here every day until I leave. Billows looks up in shock, truly? Coming back just to read? Kale shrugs, I haven't decided yet, and steps out the door. Billows rushes to the entrance, his face beaming as he calls out, visit whenever you like. This shop is always open to you. Ron observes the scene with a look of distaste. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. He clearly finds the idea of being liked repulsive. Choi Han mutters to Ron, I'd prefer my grudge not be mistaken for a fond opinion of you. Ron retorts, I wasn't talking to you, then turns his gaze toward Kale, lost in thought. During this journey, I'll have to instruct Beecrox to prepare a few of that pup's favorite meals. He watches Kale with a penetrating gaze. The boy has shifted, but in Ron's eyes, a delinquent remains a delinquent. He recalls the image of Kale standing beside his father. He still remembers the day Kale offered comfort to the master when the mistress passed away. Ron also retains the memory of Kale interacting with his new family members. He had witnessed Kale's simmering resentment toward his stepmother and her kin, yet remarkably, the boy never caused a scene with them, even when intoxicated. Kale's image continues to haunt his reflections. For 18 years, he has watched over Kale, perhaps for too long. The scene shifts to the Henada's estate. Trong kan na no kwa on I ko hai chu mio kan vio kung dang yu va shenzan. Kale spots the pair and mutters, I nearly forgot you two existed. Kale studies them and muses. I wish to return to my quarters first. I must train harder to become strong enough to protect someone. That thought lingers. He still seeks more power? Who is he so desperate to shield? A voice cuts through the silence. Young master, what is your verdict? It's Hans, approaching the two kittens. They are truly precious, even more so up close, but they are quite frosty. They never let me pet them. Hans beams until his eyes are mere slits. So, do you agree? Kale tells Hans, yeah, I suppose so. He watches the man and thinks, he really is a cat lover. Kale observes Hans interacting with the feline pair. These little strays appeared out of thin air, and yet they already look far more robust. What magic did Hans perform in such a short time? The two kittens look up with shimmering eyes. Hans lingers by the door, still wearing that wide, squinting grin. With that characteristic narrow-eyed smile, he calls out, I'm heading out now. If these little ones cause any trouble, just summon me. He seems reluctant to leave. I could even trim their claws or brush their fur. Kale snaps, just go. Once alone, Kale thinks, I need a bath. Ron approaches and stares down at the two kittens. He crouches down, his gaze fixed on the small pair. Oh? You two belong to the cat tribe, don't you? Fascinating. The silver and red kittens freeze in shock at his deduction. Ron continues to observe them coldly. The cat tribe is renowned for their stealth and incredible speed. They would be quite useful if given the proper training. The kittens' expressions grow increasingly bewildered and wary. Ron reaches a hand toward them. I shall train you both to be a fitting gift for the young master. Kale. Hanada sighs with weary resignation as he looks at An and Hong sitting on the floor. Why do you two insist on shadowing me? In response, the pair approach and nuzzle his legs affectionately. Hanada muses, it seems I've forgotten the warning I intended for them. A cold, calculating smile spreads across his face. That's right. Time to pay for your dinner. At his words, the two kittens immediately put on an act of total innocence. They stare at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Seeing them refuse to speak, he prods, drop the act. Stop meowing and answer me in human speech. An and Hong abandon their facade and boldly approach. Kale leans down to hear what they have to say. An tugs at his coat and whispers, I want meat, but I'm not hungry just yet. Behind her, Hong whines, I'd rather have some cake instead. Hearing their requests, he flashes a suggestive grin. If I provide the food, you know what's expected of you in return, right? The kittens look up with gleaming eyes. They clearly understand the bargain. The price of their meals. Time flies. 4 days later, in the grand dining hall, Deareth Henadis asks Kale with a warm smile. You depart from the territory today, yet you seem remarkably unruffled. Kale remains composed. Ignoring the remark, he continues his meal. He thinks to himself, according to the novel, it rained yesterday. He begins mentally checking off the story's events. He reflects, I was supposed to have been beaten to a pulp by Choihan by now, but yesterday passed without a single blow. At that thought, he can't help but smile. Most importantly, he now possesses the indestructible shield. Recalling the sensation of acquiring it, he feels as though his entire being is wrapped in a protective cocoon. Kale instinctively rests a hand on his chest. The feeling is always there, even if it remains invisible to the naked eye. He lifts his wine glass, falling into deep contemplation. Even if Ron or Bicrox were to turn on me, I could survive at least one strike. A sudden thought strikes him. Setting the glass down, he speaks up, father. Kale looks up and says flatly, I asked for a smaller entourage, but the number of servants seems to be growing. Deareth looks a bit flustered. Well, we did discuss that, didn't we? Before he can explain, Violen, Kale's stepmother, cuts through the tension coldly. That was my doing. She sips her wine calmly. If we trim the staff, the estate will be undermanaged, and that simply will not stand. She opens her eyes slowly and adds, I don't mean to imply you are incapable. She continues, I am well aware of your skills. Placing her glass on the table, she offers a subtle warning, but everyone, especially those of noble birth, must be mindful of their public image. Observing her poise, Kale understands her underlying point. He thinks, Violen was the eldest daughter of a struggling baron and once dreamed of being a socialite. He watches the ripples in his wine. He imagines the hidden power struggles within the nobility. She once traded luxury goods for the elite to expand her influence, and after arriving here, she discovered a passion for sculpture. Then she met Deareth, and they fell in love. Now she stands as the cultural pillar of the entire territory. She takes great pride in her status and the family she has built. Many would agree, in high society, appearance is everything. After a pause, Kale's thoughts drift to the dragon in the novel. In the near future, a rampaging black dragon is destined to appear. If it isn't dealt with, many lives will be lost. He ponders for a moment. He decides to set those worries aside for now. Whatever path others choose is their business, but he has no desire to see anyone perish before his eyes. Inside the residence, 2 small, adorable kittens are scurrying about. You teased her with a clever smirk. Art is simply the reflection of one's spirit, wouldn't you agree? She looked up, impressed. So, you've developed an eye for this as well. You replied, in a manner of speaking. You idly swirled the wine in your glass. They say art doesn't just mirror what we see, it reveals what is already hidden in the depths of our hearts. You added, I read that on a plaque in the gallery. The memory surfaced. It was a quote from the sculpture hall, written by Violen herself. After that brief exchange about aesthetics, her gaze toward you noticeably softened. The staff will be at your complete disposal. Instruct them as you see fit. She continued, furthermore, your carriage and supplies are of the finest caliber. Our status demands nothing less. That's fine, only the most expensive options will do. As expected, she had secured a luxury carriage designed to glide smoothly even over the most rugged terrain. A faint, satisfied smile touched her lips. Your father, witnessing this rare moment of harmony, looked at her with a stunned, wide-eyed expression. After a long pause, he cleared his throat, searching for the right words. He finally spoke, Kale, have you finished reviewing those dossiers on the capital's nobility? You answered truthfully, yes, they were quite a fascinating read. You gave a blunt assessment of their characters. A mix of the petty, the cunning, the dull, and the powerful. It takes all sorts to fill a court. Seeing that you had actually absorbed the information, he couldn't hide his pride. Well, it seems you really did study them. Regardless, I trust you to handle yourself as you see fit. He paused, his expression shifting to one of sudden gravity. On another note, Kale. He looked at you with an uncharacteristically serious intensity. I've heard a peculiar rumor. He shared the latest gossip from the streets. Word was that the infamous man-eating tree had miraculously turned a vibrant, healthy green in a wasteland where life usually withered. You felt a jolt of recognition. He relaxed his gaze and shrugged. It's likely just talk, though. Still, it's a rather intriguing story, isn't it? You were momentarily stunned. There's no way Diroth personally visited the slums. You thought, before realizing the truth of the situation. He doesn't know about the ancient power, but that tree and I certainly share a secret. You could easily imagine the transformation the tree was undergoing. Regaining your cool, you nodded, indeed. It's quite the curious tale. Your father clicked his tongue. More than curious, it's extraordinary. He leaned in with a stern warning. In our world, you must always be wary of rumors. Nothing is more formidable than the watchful eyes and wagging tongues of the public. He then added with a firm tone, but as long as you are within my borders, you are safe. You quickly replied, I'll keep that in mind. Internally, you knew that staying in this territory meant a life of effortless comfort. Kale drifted into thought. He hoped to finish his business in the capital quickly, so he could settle into a peaceful retirement. Soon, the dinner concluded. Before departing, your father spoke with a hint of regret. I have urgent matters to attend to and won't be able to see you off. Safe travels, my son. As you walked past Basin and Lily, you noticed both siblings watching you with an unreadable, intense gaze. Uncomfortable under their scrutiny, you stopped and turned. Is something wrong? What's with those looks? Both Basin and Lily offered a simultaneous, formal bow. You waited, curious about what they wanted to say. Lily finally spoke up, her voice a bit shaky. I wish you a safe and successful journey, brother. Touched by her sincerity, you smiled warmly. Thanks. You stay out of trouble and take care of yourself too. The young girl blushed at your kind words and chirped a clear, I will. After a few more brief words, the three of you went your separate ways. The following morning, fully packed and ready for the expedition, you approached the carriage Violin had meticulously prepared. But as your hand reached for the handle, you froze, the sight inside catching you off guard. You made a face, clearly annoyed by the unexpected guests. What on earth is this? Kale stared in disbelief. How did this happen? Tucked away in the plush interior, Hans was happily doting on the two kittens, On and Hong, who were lounging comfortably on the seats. Seeing their smug, contented faces, you let out a dry laugh. I take it they've claimed the best seats in the house? Hans beamed at the cats as he sat down. Young master, we must ensure our feline guests travel in luxury, right? They're so tiny and precious. Kale thought to himself. If only you knew those precious kittens could summon storms and breath poison. Ron, who had been shadowing you silently, finally chimed in. Young master, I'll take my place up front with the driver. You nodded, fine. Just as you were about to board, a voice called out, wait, Kale. You paused and turned around. Choi Han walked up and asked, would it be alright if I stayed outside the carriage? You asked, confused, why would you want to do that? You laughed internally. Is he really going to be that stubborn? He gave a slight nod and insisted. Yes, please. Kale marveled at how eccentric the man was. Watching him walk away, you let out a heavy, weary sigh. Even now, his eyes are clouded with lingering resentment. He's still struggling to find peace. After his time with Beecrox, Rosalind, and Locke, Choi Han had grown more reserved, but he still carried a metaphorical blade in his heart. Kale narrowed his eyes. Perhaps that edge would be useful. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted. That's not your seat. You jumped slightly. Kale turned to see Hillsman boisterously laughing and teasing Choi Han. Such eccentric characters seem to be a rarity on this continent. The two separated, and you finally climbed inside. All right, let's get moving. You maintained your usual aloof demeanor. Once you were settled, Hillsman poked his head in. Are we ready to roll, young master? The door clicked shut. You gave a cold, short command. Yeah. Let's go. The carriage soon picked up speed, rolling smoothly toward the bridge that spanned the river. Kale gazed out at the passing landscape. He wondered, should I have Hans pick out some souvenirs for the kids? He remembered asking Basin and Lily earlier, so, what kind of gifts do you two want me to bring back? Lily had looked shocked. Are you serious? Kale smiled to himself. Of course they want something. She hesitated for a second before blurting out, a sword. The request caught him completely off guard. Wait, what? Lily looked up with a determined, polite gaze. Please, I'd like a high-quality sword. Kale knit his brows, processing the unexpected request. A 7-year-old wanting a blade. You raised an eyebrow and checked. Is that your final answer? Basin stepped in to clarify. Recently, Lily has set her heart on becoming a prestigious knight. You rubbed your chin, noting that the family genetics were top-tier, blessed with long limbs and athletic builds. Kale studied her. She was staring back with eyes full of hope. Even at 7, she towered over her friends. With the right discipline, she could certainly become a master of the sword. You gave a supportive nod. A knight is an honorable path. I'll make sure to purchase one of the finest quality. Lily's entire face beamed with pure joy. Thank you so much. Kale then turned his attention to his brother. And for you, Basin? What do you desire? He replied without a second of hesitation, a high-end fountain pen. You nodded. Consider it done. The carriage reached the crest of the bridge when it suddenly lurched to a halt. Hearing a rowdy commotion erupt outside, the two kittens began to panic. Kale called out, "What's the reason for this delay?" It turned out a band of highwaymen was obstructing the path. Locke pointed toward the scruffy group blocking their way. If you want to cross, you pay the toll. Hand over your valuables now. Kale let out a long, weary sigh. Good grief. Just as the novel predicted, bandits have made their appearance. Are these idiots blind to the noble crest on the door? The two cats let out a huffy breath of their own. On, the silver cat, scowled, likely so. Hong, the red cat, chimed in. Total amateurs. Ron's voice drifted in from the exterior. Young master, it seems we must pause for a brief interlude. I've spotted quite a few rabbits in the area. You winced at his choice of words. These rabbits are a bit different from the ones I intend to present to the young master. Ron then flashed a chillingly polite smile. Naturally, someone else will handle the hunting and bring the results to you. Kale whispered to himself that the people in his own camp were far more terrifying than any bandit. You cleared your throat to steady your nerves. Time drifted by. Under a canopy of blue sky and white clouds, the weather was deceptively perfect. Kale has been lost in a trance for half the day, hasn't he? In 24 hours, we should arrive at the village decimated by the Black Dragon. Dusk arrived swiftly. The horizon was bathed in a rich, amber glow. You squeezed your fist tight, staring at the meal served on the table. Tonight's specialty, rabbit stew. Fantastic. Kale's eyes were glued to the bowl in Choi Han's hands. I really hope Ron wasn't the one who caught this. Choi Han lowered his head. This guy has a knack for hunting rabbits, too. The two kittens began weaving around your ankles. On the cat purred, hee, cat legs find this boring, pass it over to me. Hong the cat meowed loudly, meow. My turn. Feed me. Meow. Feed me. Hans, standing nearby, raised a fuss, our feline lords. I've prepared a special meal for you. It's completely salt-free and perfectly healthy. Kale scanned the campsite, observing the group engaged in lively, spirited conversation. Looking the other way, he saw Choi Han devouring his food with an air of pure satisfaction. You clicked your tongue in annoyance. Earlier today, the convoy had been swarmed by the outlaws. Choi Han had drawn his blade and stood his ground, unfazed. As the bandits lunged forward, a flash of lethal intent sparked in his eyes. Choi Han was undeniably the apex predator among them. After the brief, violent clash, the ground was littered with foes. Choi Han was splattered with their blood. Hillsman stood by the carriage window and reported, Young master, the cleanup is officially complete. Someone stepped forward from the shadows. It was merely a minor distraction. Choi Han added, easier than I expected. His blood-stained face caused Hillsman to turn a shade of ghostly pale. Kale peeked out from the carriage and noted. He really is on another level to handle a count's retinue like that. He doesn't have a scratch on him. Ron noticed you were barely touching your food and acted concerned. It seems the young master's appetite has vanished. Is the seasoning not to your liking? Kale grumbled internally. This old man is definitely mocking me. You turned away peevishly and nodded. Yeah, it's terrible. Choi Han overheard this and turned to ask. Are you feeling poorly? Kale shook his head. It's not that. To himself, he added, I can eat almost anything, just not these rabbits you guys hunted. Choi Han watched you in silence, his thoughts unreadable. After a moment, he spoke up, Kale. Let's have everyone halt and establish a camp for the night. Choi Han sat perched on a fallen log, gazing out into the dark horizon. Kale stepped up beside him and inquired, What's caught your eye out there? Choi Han jumped slightly, startled, then turned back with a grave look. This was your first time witnessing a real slaughter, wasn't it? Kale arched an eyebrow and replied with total honesty. Which slaughter? Today's skirmish with the bandits. Choi-han nodded. Yes, that's what I meant. The campfires flickered, throwing long shadows. The wood crackled in the silence. It was indeed a first. He recalled the sight of the thieves swarming like insects this morning. Kale continued, I've certainly never been surrounded by that many thugs before. Choi-han seemed to reach a realization. I see. I assumed you were shaken because it was the first time your life was in actual peril. Kale gave a hollow, forced laugh to deflect. Haha. In his mind, a wave of irony hit him. While that was scary, it's actually being around you that has kept me on edge this whole time. Kale glanced over at Ron, who was occupied with some task near the carriage. And then there's him. He remembered Ron's sinister expression as he held a caught rabbit, smiling at the prey. Then he thought of Beecrox nearby, the man who treated every knife like a surgical tool. Kale looked away and sighed. I'm surrounded by monsters. Every second feels like I'm walking a tightrope. He reached out toward a bowl of soup. My stomach is in knots. A figure slowly approached and called out, Kale. You sat with the poised dignity of a king, arms crossed over your chest, and asked, what do you want? It was Choi-han. He stood before you and uttered something cryptic. The first time is always the hardest to stomach. Kale was baffled. The comment felt totally disconnected from their talk. What on earth are you talking about, Choi? Choi-han noticed your bewilderment and pivoted the conversation. Don't you practice any form of combat? Kale simply shook his head. Too much effort. Observing your total lack of interest in martial training, Choi-han pressed further. Don't you think you should have the means to defend yourself? Unmoved, you remained lounging in your seat and countered. Why bother when I'm surrounded by protection? Choi-han glanced toward the elite guards, who were bristling with weapons and tasked specifically with your safety. Don't you see the wall of steel around me? Before Choi-han could argue, Kale placed a hand over his heart and gave it a couple of self-assured taps. He smirked and declared, I trust in my heart. I'll be the one left standing. Kale looked quite proud of himself, convinced his logic was flawless. Besides, I've got that hidden shield for emergencies. I just need to stay alert around dangerous types like Choi-han. The onlookers remained still, watching the two go back and forth. If you don't eat properly, your body will stay weak and sluggish. Choi-han fell silent, offering no further rebuttal. However, he seemed to be dwelling on an unresolved thought. Nearby, the two kittens were weaving through Kale's legs. Meow. Mew. You crossed your arms and looked down at On and Hong, feeling a bit huffy. Now what? Suddenly, Choi-han turned on his heel to leave, throwing back. I need to sharpen my swordsmanship. Kale called out baffled, but you just finished dinner. Choi-han's grip tightened on his hilt. He spoke with a chilling level of focus. I have to reach a higher level of strength. As Choi-han's silhouette faded into the distance, a thought struck Kale. Is he planning to level the entire continent or something? While the hero was brooding, Beecrox arrived with a steaming bowl piled high with steak, eggs, and fresh greens, setting it before Kale. Eat your fill. Startled, Kale took the bowl and offered a quick word of thanks. Oh, appreciate it. Ron observed Kale's face and approached, remarking, when one finds it difficult to stomach a meal. Ron began his usual sage-like lecture. Tart flavors, like lemon, are excellent for the appetite. Mid-sermon, a booming voice echoed, listen up, everyone. It was Hillsman, the vice captain. Once you've finished eating, assemble in the rear for combat drills. Kale crossed his arms and watched Hillsman, thinking, it seems even the vice captain has caught Choi-han's training fever. Soon, the convoy set off again. 3 days passed. Kale sat in the cabin, tapping his chin thoughtfully. The dragon's breakdown is scheduled to happen in 3 days. This region borders the Henadus lands and is governed by a viscount. There's a villa nestled at the foot of the mountain to the village's right. A black dragon is currently imprisoned behind those peaks. Kale sank deeper into his schemes. The villa belongs to the viscount, but that man is nothing more than Marquis Stan's lapdog. He stared out the window, his mind on Venian. Venian Stan, the Marquis's second son. The monster who crippled his own brother to secure the inheritance. I heard that lunatic makes regular trips to that villa. He let out an instinctive sigh. If that psychopath hadn't spent years torturing a dragon for his own sick amusement, we wouldn't be facing a draconic rampage. Hans, hearing the sigh, looked worried. He let out a nervous chuckle. He scrambled for something comforting to say. You're exhausted, aren't you, young master? Choi-han and I will scout ahead for an inn immediately. You nodded lazily. Get to it. Relieved by the response, Hans bowed. We'll be back shortly. Hans went to coordinate with Choi-han. The two appeared to be exchanging quick tactical notes. Kale stood back, observing the odd pair. Then, Kale called out, Choi-han. The hero turned and replied, yes. Kale leaned from the carriage and urged, make it quick. Go and come straight back. Choi-han nodded, noticing the fading light. Strange. He was just being so cold to Hans a moment ago. But hearing Kale's direct request, Choi-han flashed a genuinely warm smile. Understood. I'll be back before you know it. As he spoke, Choi-han felt a peculiar tug at his heart. This is an unusual feeling. He lingered for a second, looking at Kale. It was a nagging sensation, like the discomfort of touching a clean book with damp hands. Kale caught Choi-han's confused stare and felt a bit self-conscious, looking away. Ahem. Suddenly, in the distance, a carriage came barreling down the road at a breakneck pace, directly toward an elderly man who was slowly limping across. The driver showed no intent to pull the reins. In that split second of imminent danger, a pair of legs moved with explosive speed. It was Choi-han. He launched himself forward to intercept the old man. Kale sat perched in his carriage, watching the chaos unfold. The scene felt bizarrely familiar. A specific word came to mind, cliché. A trope so overused it's practically a staple of every predictable story. In a heartbeat, Choi-han reached the man and pulled him into a protective embrace. The speeding carriage roared past, missing them by a hair's breadth. Choi-han and the elder tumbled onto the dirt. The carriage bore a distinctive flag, featuring a striking yellow emblem set against a deep black field. The vehicle didn't even slow down, showing a complete lack of basic humanity. Choi-han narrowed his eyes. Kale stepped out of his own carriage with a heavy sigh. Good grief. Hillsman appeared at his side and asked, Young master, are you going to intervene personally? Kale looked annoyed and snapped, If I don't, who else is going to fix this mess? A man stepped out of the offending carriage. It was him. The passenger was Vinian, a noble who embodied every stereotype of corrupt power. Vinian Stan. Choi-han glared at his icy, detached expression. Arrogant and completely indifferent to the life he almost ended, Vinian simply scowled. He was the quintessential villain of The Birth of a Hero. A servant beside Vinian barked, You there. How dare you block Lord Vinian's path? Choi-han looked up, his fury mounting. He didn't care for Vinian's title or his guards. Is that all you have to say to the man you nearly killed? Disgusted by their elitist attitude, Choi-han stood his ground, blocking the path. This happened because you refused to stop. The servant showed zero remorse, shifting the blame. When a noble's carriage approaches, commoners should know to clear the way. The man looked at Choi-han with pure disdain before glancing at the trembling elder, who was still shivering on the ground. He looked at the ignorant peasant as if he were nothing but a nuisance. Choi-han's gaze turned murderous. Vinian stepped forward and placed a hand on his servant's shoulder, shaking his head. That's enough. Vinian then fixed his empty, expressionless eyes on Choi-han. Hans watched the tension escalate and whispered to Kale. Choi-han looks like he's about to snap. Kale didn't respond, merely clicking his tongue in irritation. He stepped forward quickly, placed a firm hand on Choi-han's shoulder and said, Ease up. Choi-han turned back, his voice wavering. But he couldn't stomach the blatant arrogance of the people before him. They could have easily steered clear to avoid the crowd, yet they chose to charge directly at innocent bystanders. Kale didn't let him dwell on it. Choi-han. Though Kale's face remained impassive, his tone was steady and grounding. Steady yourself. He then pivoted to face Vinian. Kale's sharp eyes immediately zeroed in on the man's cuff, which bore a fresh, dark smear. That sleeve. Kale scrutinized it intensely. The bloodstain was a vivid, shocking crimson. It was clearly a fresh mark from a recent visit to the tortured dragon. Vinian, however, was oblivious to Kale's scrutiny. Instead, he wore a polished, friendly mask and greeted him, a pleasure. You belong to the house of Count Henadus, do you not? Vinian's recognition confirmed Kale's theory. Kale took a breath and responded. Indeed. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Vinian Stan. But internally, he spat. What a lunatic. Vinian ignored the underlying coldness and pressed on. I've heard quite a bit about the Henadus estate. Word is there's a son who lives with a unique freedom, quite unlike us typical nobles. Vinian tapped his cheek thoughtfully. Am I correct in assuming you are the one replacing Basin Henadus at the upcoming royal banquet? Kale found the small talk grating. He already knows the answer, so why the interrogation? Despite his inner annoyance, Kale offered a polite nod. Yes, I am that notorious scoundrel. And a scoundrel knows how to stay in his lane. Vinian didn't miss a beat with his hollow praise. You truly are a fascinating individual. His gaze then flicked dismissively toward the old man. The elder remained slumped on the ground, still paralyzed by shock. While it's a pity to waste a single second on a piece of human garbage like that, encountering a fellow noble makes it worthwhile. Quite a coincidence meeting you here, young Master Kale. Vinian idly stroked his chin. However, regarding your staff, they really ought to learn who is worthy of standing on this soil. Vinian's eyes turned predatory and sharp as he locked onto Choi Han. And more importantly, who is not? Choi Han's jaw tightened in silent fury. Vinian let out a mocking laugh, clearly enjoying Choi Han's restraint. They clearly require some re-education on social hierarchy. Just then, the old man finally snapped out of his trance. He scrambled forward on his hands and knees, trembling violently as he pressed his forehead into the dirt. Mercy. Please have mercy on this lowly soul. Vinian watched the man's fear. The sight of the man shivering before him seemed to invigorate him. It was a grim reminder that the spirit of a territory often mirrors the cruelty of its lord. Kale's brow furrowed. He watched the scene with a pensive, dark calculation. The local viscount was clearly a carbon copy of his master, a perfect example of the toxic arrogance found in high society. Kale had zero patience left for Vinian's posturing. He turned to leave. Young Master Vinian, are you quite finished? Vinian stood his ground. I am. Kale walked over to the old man and knelt down. I know Vinian is practically begging for a beating, but I can't risk Choi Han causing a diplomatic disaster while he's under my wing. Kale placed a reassuring hand on the elder's arm. Listen to me, old-timer. The man looked up with wide, terrified eyes, stammering, why yes. Of course. Kale asked a question that felt completely out of place. Where can I find the local pub? The old man blinked, confused. Pardon? Kale stood back up. With a perfectly bored expression, he repeated, I asked where a man can find a decent bottle of wine. I get incredibly cranky without a good drink. So, point the way. He then extended his hand. Surprisingly, Kale turned back toward Vinian and flashed a bright smile. It was a genuine delight crossing paths with you today, young Master Vinian. Vinian didn't acknowledge the pleasantry, nor did he return the gesture. He watched Kale with deep suspicion, trying to figure out what game the trash was playing. Before Vinian could speak, a subordinate leaned in and whispered. Young Master, our schedule is pressing. Vinian shot his man an annoyed look. You are interrupting a conversation between peers. He then turned back to briefly clasp Kale's hand with a scripted, social smile. Matters of state call. I shall take my leave. Vinian pulled his hand away with unseemly haste. The quick withdrawal piqued Kale's curiosity. He couldn't wait to let go. He watched Vinian's departing silhouette. Kale called out after him, let's share a drink when we reach the capital. You truly are a man of many burdens, aren't you? Kale added one final jab. As expected of the Stan family heir, truly in a league of your own. The comment clearly hit a nerve, sounding more like sarcasm than a compliment. For the sake of optics. Vinian forced a cheerful mask back on and waved, Young Master Kale, you truly are a free spirit. Until next time. With that, Vinian climbed into his carriage and sped off. As the carriage vanished toward the mountain, Kale let out a heavy sigh. I have no desire to ever see that face again. I need to maintain a wide berth. He then turned and clapped Choi Han on the shoulder. Get used to it. Half the nobility is exactly like that. He noticed the old man was still frozen on the ground. Kale crouched again and asked gently, still down? Did you injure your leg in the fall? Without waiting for a reply, Kale looked at Choi Han and directed, Hey, Choi Han. You were the one who saved him, so make sure he gets home safely. The old man frantically waved his hands. Oh, no need, sir. Please, allow me to escort you to the tavern. In truth, Kale's wine talk had just been a ruse to de-escalate the tension. Kale shook his head. Never mind that. I don't actually care for wine right now. The old man's face brightened. My family runs the local shop, sir. Kale looked surprised. Oh? You own a tavern? The man nodded eagerly. Yes, the only inn in town. We serve food and drink as well. Kale stood up. If it's the only choice, it's the best choice. Sounding genuinely intrigued, Kale signaled Hans. Hans took down the location. As they prepared to move, Choi Han hesitated. Wait, Kale. Kale turned, puzzled. What is it now? Choi Han asked. Aren't you furious? Kale genuinely didn't understand what there was to be angry about. About what? After a beat, he listed the possibilities. That he looked down on me? That he suggested I fix you? Or that he called a human life trash? Kale looked directly at Choi Han. Did you honestly expect me to force this poor man to apologize to that brat? Hurry up and beg for the noble's forgiveness. Is that what you wanted me to say? I am simply not that kind of person. Kale wasn't small-minded enough for that. He felt no anger, only a sense of purpose. He thought to himself, I know taking a stand would look heroic. It's what Choi Han would do. But it's not time for that yet. Kale looked at the skeptical Choi Han and added. This is a lesson from the school of hard knocks. Kale's philosophy was simple. Play the game, accept a little nonsense, and you get to live life on your own terms. Then he smirked. And if someone truly earns my spite, I always make sure the debt is settled in full. Kale straightened his tie and continued. I suspect that Venian fellow won't be living in that fancy house much longer. Choi Han was baffled by the sudden confidence. He asked, how can you be so sure? Kale didn't elaborate, merely offering a cryptic, knowing smile. Kale gazed toward the distant horizon. Because I'm going to liberate his dragon. The scene shifts to a room within the village inn. The old man showed them to their quarters, proudly stating, Sir, this is our finest suite. Kale scanned the room. While the exterior was modest and weathered, the interior was remarkably clean and well-maintained. It's actually quite pleasant, isn't it? The old man stood by, smiling nervously. It's a rare honor to host a noble under our roof. Despite his pride, a trace of lingering fear remained in his eyes. Everything won't be perfect, but I truly hope you can find some peace and quiet here, sir. Kale could tell the old man was still on edge, so he stepped over and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. The room is actually quite nice, but fussing over me this much only makes things awkward. He offered a comfort. Relax, it's all fine. Kale let out a soft sigh and added. And I'm not a fan of people putting themselves down like that. This is a place where travelers in my family's territory come to rest. How could it be anything less than sufficient? At his words, the old man looked up at him in wide-eyed wonder. After a brief silence, the old man finally spoke. Young master, are there many kind souls like you back in the Henadis lands? Kale crossed his arms, looked at the elder, and gave a playful smirk. What gave you that idea? I'm actually the most notorious troublemaker in the entire region. Kale turned his gaze back to the cozy interior. Literally everyone there is a better person than I am. The old man seemed to take the hint and simply replied, An and Hong, sitting on the floor, could only shake their heads in weary disbelief. After a bit more small talk, the old man finally excused himself. Before exiting, he gave a deep, respectful bow. I'll leave you to your rest, sir. Kale started to say something, but the man had already vanished. Kale sighed. A full 90-degree bow. He really doesn't know how to just take it easy, does he? Moments after the door closed, another knock echoed. Kale glanced toward the entrance. Come in. Hans walked through the door, clutching a small wooden chest in his hands. Young master, here is the specific item you requested. Kale stood up and reached out. Yeah, hand it over. Hans passed him the box. He took it firmly. Kale caught Hans's gaze. The butler was staring intently at the box. He's dying to know what's inside, isn't he? Kale looked at Hans and prodded. Aren't butlers supposed to be masters of the poker face? Hans realized his curiosity was showing and replied, being transparent with one's master is a vital quality for a loyal servant, sir. Kale's lips twitched at the logic. Absurd, isn't it? Hans placed a hand over his heart with a proud look. I'm quite the unique individual, sir. Kale said impatiently, get out. Hans nodded, of course. Just as he reached the door, he paused. He peeked back and asked, Oh, young master, are we really staying here for 3 whole days? Kale gave a firm nod. Yeah, get everything settled. Hans replied, understood. Once Hans was gone, Kale set the wooden chest on the bed and stared at it. He rested his hand on the lid. Besides, Ron and Hans are the only ones who don't tremble when I'm around. Hans is cautious, but he isn't truly afraid. He's got quite the nerve. An and Hong stood at his feet, peering up curiously. An blurted out, I'm dying to know what's in there. Hong chimed in, me too. Show us. Kale clicked the lock open. Then he flipped the lid back. It was the ultimate tool for helping the helpless and for playing a madman like a fiddle. He looked into the box with a sharp smile and whispered, and the best way to ensure I don't get a scratch on me. Flashback to the secret meeting with Billows. The two had been sitting across from one another. Billows had asked, Young master, what exactly do you intend to do with such a device? Kale sat with his legs crossed and countered, I don't have to give you a reason, do I? Well? Billows frowned slightly, I suppose not. But you realize that purchasing such an item requires an astronomical amount of gold, sir. Kale asked, is a rental out of the question? At Kale's question, Billows burst into a hearty laugh. Haha. For you, young master, anything is possible. However, Billows added a warning. There are 2 items in there that are forbidden for ordinary citizens. I'll use my personal reputation to secure them. Just ensure we meet in the capital so you can return them to me. Kale nodded, of course, that's fair. An spotted a large, shimmering orb in Kale's hand. The kitten curiously reached out a paw to touch it. What is this thing? Kale lifted it higher, out of An's reach. A mana disturbance tool. Then he dropped a price tag that made both kittens' jaws hit the floor. This thing is worth hundreds of millions of gallons. Kale held it out for An and Hong to see again. Even just the rental fee is nearly 20 million gallons. The room went silent. This device will scramble any recording artifacts within a specific range. It needs to be set up a day early, and it only runs for about 40 minutes. Kale grinned at the orb. The price is steep, but... The build quality is incredibly rugged, so it won't break easily. That's the part one liked best. Later, he tucked it under the bed and went about his business. An and Hong curiously hopped up to inspect it. Meow, meow. Kale returned, saw the pair hovering over it, and asked. Can either of you actually read a map? An looked at Kale, puffed out his chest, and chirped. Of course we can. We're proud members of the cat tribe. Hong nodded. Exactly. We're experts. With that, Kale unrolled a map and spread it before the two kittens. He pointed to a specific spot. We're in this village right now, and see this mountain over here? He began his breakdown. If you head east from the mountain, you'll find a villa. You must stay hidden, don't get too close. Kale continued. Behind that villa, there's a hidden cave. We're going to liberate the little kid locked inside that cave. At this, Hong looked up in shock and asked, a kid? Kale nodded and gave a wink. Yeah, someone even younger than you. Hong's jaw dropped. Younger than me? Master? Kale replied, yep, only 4 years old. He then carefully packed the mana disturbance device into a small satchel. Hong, catching on, asked, so, are we going to rescue him? Kale spoke in the low tone of a master thief. Rescue? No, we're stealing him. He cinched the bag shut and looped it around An's neck. Use your cat forms to bury this on the mountain and then head back. An touched the bag with his paw and asked, where exactly should I put it? Kale turned toward the window and replied, anywhere on the mountain will do fine. An was in a curious mood, wanting to know every detail. Anywhere at all? Kale nodded. Yeah. Hong looked at An and gave a smug grin. This is a piece of cake. An replied, we've outrun the elites of the cat tribe before. Seeing the two laughing and chatting, Kale said, of course it's easy for you. I wouldn't have asked if I didn't think you were the best for the job. He set the two on the windowsill. His next words conjured images of a savory, juicy plate of steak. When you get back, I'll let you feast on as much beef as you can eat. With that incentive, the two kittens leaped through the window and vanished into the night. He watched them go and smiled. As their small silhouettes faded into the distance, Kale's smirk grew wider. He picked up his glass and took a slow drink. This tea was exactly to his liking. Sipping it regularly, he discovered that even the lemon tea had grown on him. Choi Han looked at him with a hint of suspicion and asked, why have you summoned me? Has something occurred? At the question, Kale set his glass aside. Kale sat back and folded his arms across his chest. With his legs crossed, he remained silent for a moment, looking away before finally asking, have you ever laid eyes on a dragon? Choi Han was visibly startled. A dragon? Kale gave a simple nod. Yes. Choi Han clarified, I have encountered species that share a resemblance to dragons. Kale pondered this. Is he referring to the monsters lurking in the deepest forests? Curious, he pushed further, what kind of creatures? Choi Han answered, monsters. Kale followed up, in what way do they resemble them? A warped and savage appearance. Kale nodded slowly. I see. However, he remained doubtful. Then you cannot truly say they are like dragons. Choi Han looked confused, not grasping the distinction. Pardon? Kale held up a finger and began to elaborate so the other could understand the depth of it. Dragons are akin to humans. Dragons, beast people, dwarves, and elves, they all share a likeness to us because they possess complex emotions and souls. However, he paused briefly before continuing. If an entity has been shrouded in darkness since birth, never knowing its own identity or the warmth of the sun. Kale locked eyes with Choi Han. He asked, do you have any idea what such a creature would become? Kale began to rhythmically tap his finger against the table. They would lose their very grip on reality. He stared deep into Choi Han's eyes. Stripped of family, devoid of desire, and consumed by absolute isolation. Choi Han's fists tightened as he grew pensive. That is a truly miserable existence. Choi Han fell into a heavy silence. With his head bowed and a somber gaze, he didn't utter a word. Observing Choi Han's reaction, Kale knew his plan was working. I expected this. There was no way a man as righteous as him wouldn't be boiling with rage after hearing such a tragic tale. Satisfied, Kale took a slow sip of his tea. And such a being is currently nearby. Choi Han remained deathly still. Looking at a face that couldn't mask its growing anger, Kale knew the story of the tortured dragon had struck a chord. After a long pause, Choi Han finally asked, "Is your intention to rescue and keep it?" Kale immediately scoffed, "Are you out of your mind?" Choi Han had assumed Kale wanted to claim the beast, so the blunt denial shocked him. "What?" Kale retorted, "Why would I ever want that burden?" He placed the teacup back on the table. "That dragon was raised through human cruelty. It will never trust our kind again." Kale visualized the creature. "Furthermore, I've heard that both humans and dragons share a desire for dominance. Dragons, by nature, are incredibly prideful." He remained lost in thought. Most importantly, keeping a dragon is like holding too much power. It's an invitation for disaster to strike. Kale mused to himself, there are only 20 in existence across the entire world. To own one is to put a target on your back for the whole continent. Choi Han looked skeptical. "If that's the case then." Kale laughed. "Haha, honestly." "What? How can you ask something so obvious?" He asked, "Shouldn't a dragon be permitted to live as its nature intended free?" Choi Han nodded vigorously. "That is correct." At that, Kale stood up. "So, shall we go save that dragon?" "Yes." "Then give me a hand." As Kale prepared to head out, Choi Han's eyes lit up with sudden fervor. "Whatever you need. I'll do it." Seeing the intense look on Choi Han's face, Kale shook his head. "Don't get too carried away. We don't need to kill anyone. Let's just settle this quietly." Choi Han whispered in awe, "I expected nothing less from you, Kale." Kale tucked his hands into his pockets and gave a command. "Head down to the main floor and tell Hans to bring a round of wine up here for me." Downstairs, the common room was bustling with guests eating and drinking. Choi Han took a seat next to Hans, who was busy playing with the kittens, On and Hong. On the other side of the room, Kale had drunk enough for his face to turn a bright crimson. Choi Han watched Kale, noting he seemed quite intoxicated. Seeing him reach for more, Choi Han grew concerned. "Shouldn't you stop him from drinking so much, sir?" Hans, however, wasn't worried and even let out a playful chuckle. "It's fine. The young master isn't holding anything breakable. Besides, he promised not to hurl any more bottles. So we're safe." Kale stumbled over to the old innkeeper's bar. "This wine is excellent. Much better than I anticipated." The old man explained, "It's a special blend made from mountain fruits and herbs, sir. That's why it carries a premium price." Kale lifted the bottle. "How much is left of this batch?" The old man bowed respectfully. "We have plenty, sir." Kale threw his arms wide. "Then serve it all to my men." Hillsman, seeing Kale losing his composure to the alcohol, rushed over. "Young master, that really isn't necessary." Kale leaned in close to Hillsman, looking annoyed. "Just drink it. It's a gift from me, understand?" He then turned and beckoned to Choi Han. "Choi Han, come here and lend me a hand. Help me back up to my room to rest." Hillsman stepped in worried. "Young master, allow me." Kale waved him off. "It's fine, Vice Captain. You and the other soldiers just enjoy yourselves." He declared that since the area was safe, everyone except the active guards should relax for the day. Kale was then escorted to his room by Choi Han. "I'm exhausted, I'm turning in." Hillsman watched them go with a blank stare. Kale prayed silently, "Please don't follow me." As the two figures disappeared, Hillsman remained silent. Ron stood on the staircase, watching them with a lazy, knowing gaze as Kale led the way. Seeing Ron, Kale paused and thought, "Good grief. Even if he doesn't care what I'm doing, it'll be a headache if he snoops. I'd better tell the old man something first." Kale brushed past him. "Ron, I'm heading out for a moment." "It's a secret, got it?" Ron stood still for a second before turning with a smile. "Understood, sir. I shall be waiting." Kale snapped irritably, "Don't bother waiting up for me." With that, the two of them entered the room. The moment the door shut, Kale issued a warning. "I am dead tired. Unless the world is ending, do not wake me up." He added a final threat. "You know exactly what happens when my sleep is disturbed, right?" "Yes, sir." Hans replied, sounding strangely cheerful. "Yes, naturally. Please get some rest, young master." Ron gave a polite nod. "I'll stand guard outside your door." Kale turned to Choi Han. "You, walk me in. I can take it from here. You should head out as well." Choi Han guided Kale into the quarters. "Understood." Kale's head tilted ever so slightly toward Choi Han. Then he leaned in and whispered, "Once the sun has vanished, sneak into my room through the window." The two then pulled apart. Choi Han stood motionless, watching Kale disappear back into the safety of his suite. On and Hong were already perched on the bed. On chirped, "Is it time to begin?" Right then, Choi Han vaulted in through the window. "Kale." Choi Han landed on the floor, his expression filled with sheer amazement. "Kale." Kale was holding a specific set of garments in his hands. He gestured to the warrior. "Put this on." Choi Han blankly caught the bundle Kale tossed his way. "Wait, what?" He stood there, blinking as he watched Kale pull a hat down low. With a dark mask already shielding his features, Kale asked, "What's the holdup?" Choi Han studied the dark coat with intense curiosity. Kale mused to himself, "Well, this is the signature uniform of the secret organization." In The Birth of a Hero, their attire was described in vivid detail. Since they are destined to clash with the protagonist, Choi Han, I made sure to replicate that exact description when I had these clothes manufactured. Zipping up his own jacket, Kale thought, the material feels a bit cheap, but it looks the part from a distance. Besides, people will only focus on the star insignia. Choi Han spoke up again. Are we about to do something villainous? Kale answered flatly, absolutely. A very bad deed. It's going to be a nightmare for that Venian fellow. Choi Han let out a soft ah, quickly processing the plan. In that case, I'll wear the mask too. Kale handed over the face covering. Kale couldn't help but reflect. Deep down, he probably feels the urge to punish the wicked. After surviving alone for so many years, he's far more than just a 17-year-old boy. At that moment, they both glanced at the two kittens on the duvet. Kale introduced them. By the way, these little ones of the cat tribe are actually beast people. Kale had the two parties acknowledge each other. This is Choi Han. These are On and Hong. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's move. Deep in the murky woods, the watch on Kale's wrist. Dot ticked steadily. The hands indicated it was roughly 3 a.m. Kale lifted his gaze and surveyed the path ahead. Let's go. Choi Han, alongside On and Hong, instantly blurred into motion behind him. They sprinted through the midnight forest with practice speed. Kale scanned the terrain as they moved. He thought, the signal jammer is working perfectly. That expensive marble was worth every penny. Despite the high-level magic wards, Kale closed in on the cave where the target lay. He couldn't help but scoff. If the alarm is this quiet, what's the point? Suddenly, Choi Han materialized in front of two sentries, catching the guards completely off guard. The blonde knight reacted first, lunging with his blade. Who goes there? State your business. But his strike was effortlessly parried by Choi Han, sending the man crashing to his knees. Choi Han didn't hesitate, delivering a swift, precise blow to the base of the knight's neck. The blonde sentry slumped over, unconscious. Choi Han snatched the item from his belt, a small vial filled with a shimmering purple liquid. In that instant, more guards swarmed toward Kale. Curse you! What are you after? Kale gave a single, calm command. Fog. On leaped from a nearby jagged rock, instantly summoning a thick, blinding mist. The soldiers spun around in a panic. What is this? Where did this haze come from? One blue-haired man suddenly realized the trick. He gritted his teeth in a snarl. Seeing Kale attempting to slip away in the confusion, he lunged forward in pursuit. Kale's eyes remained icy and focused. He commanded, "Shield me." Immediately, Choi Han stepped into the blue-haired man's path. The other knights bellowed, "Don't let them through." But every soldier who dared to approach, had their weapons swatted away like a toy. Witnessing this, the blue-haired leader's eyes widened in sheer shock. How's this possible? These two. He stared at Choi Han, who was neutralizing two armored men with a single hand. Could he be a swordmaster? Swordsmen are ranked from beginner to expert, with sword master being the peak. Anything beyond that is mere legend. Back in the moment, Kale felt the annoyance rising and frowned. This should be wrapping up soon, shouldn't it? Right then, Choi Han clashed with the blue-haired leader once more. The man held his ground, hissing, "Ugh. Who the hell are you people?" Choi Han replied with a chilling coldness, "You talk too much." While the duel raged, Kale broke into a run. "I'm leaving the rest to you." The ring of steel on steel echoed through the trees. The sound was deafening. Choi Han growled, "Nobody gets past me." Meanwhile, Venian was pacing frantically inside his hideout, clutching his hair. Why won't the communication orb activate? Hearing a sudden footfall behind him, he spun around, backing away in a cold sweat. "Who's there? Stay back. Do you have any idea what's hidden in here?" Kale watched the scene and marveled silently. He's absolutely terrified. It was clear Venian had rigged a self-destruct mechanism at the entrance to deal with any trespassers. Kale raised both palms in a gesture of peace. He thought grimly, if this place goes up, I'm history along with this cave. Meanwhile, a thick, toxic vapor began to swirl through the air. Venian inadvertently breathed it in. "Get back!" He shrieked, clutching his throat as a dry, racking cough took hold. "It's poison. There's poison everywhere." Venian slumped to the floor, unconscious. Kale stepped over the fallen noble. He reached down and delicately unhooked the key dangling from Venian's waistband. Examining the metal in his hand, Kale noted, "Got it. The key to the cage." At that moment, On and Hong leaped down from their high vantage point. Kale offered a quick word of praise. "Nice work." Deep within Venian's secret lair, Only 2 flickering candles fought back the darkness. Kale and the 2 kittens ventured further into the dungeon. His eyes fell upon the young black dragon, later known as Rayon, huddled in the corner of a cell. There he is. Rayon was currently in a deep, exhausted sleep, his small frame covered in a tapestry of jagged scars and fresh welts. Kale scanned the grim chamber and winced. The air here is thick with the metallic tang of blood. He unlocked the iron bars and stepped inside. Kale called out softly, "Hey." The dragon didn't stir, remaining perfectly silent. Kale then reached up and slid his mask down. "Time to leave this place." At those words, On finally cracked his eyes open to look at his visitor. Kale was struck by the intensity of the gaze, strong eyes. Outside, the kittens were keeping a watchful eye on Vinian. The 2 urged him on, "Move fast, we're running out of time." A faint rustle echoed. The kittens turned in unison to see Kale emerging, cradling the small, slumbering black dragon gently against his chest. He lowered the creature softly to the ground. On and Hong circled the dragon, their faces full of concern. "That looks so painful. Poor little thing." The 2 kittens let out collective sighs of sympathy. "It must hurt terribly. They fretted so much that On eventually bared his tiny fangs in a warning hiss. Kale interjected, "Pipe down, you 2. Give him some space." He watched the dragon growl at Hong, thinking to himself, "I need to apply that high-grade healing salve I brought along." His attention moved to the glowing blue collar around Rayon's neck. Kale calculated, "But the medicine won't do a thing until I break that mana-sealing restraint." He surveyed the room once more. "Let's see here." Suddenly, Kale felt an obstruction beneath his boots. He gave the unconscious Vinian a sharp kick. He grumbled internally, "Move it, you're in the way." On, watching from nearby, ground his teeth together, staring at Vinian with pure loathing. Kale ran his hand along the stone wall, thinking. The escape route Vinian mapped out should be right around here. The record said he was a paranoid wreck. He was so terrified of being cornered that he built a back door only he knew about. Kale traced the stones, searching for the clue. Even his personal guards were kept in the dark. There should be a section that feels unnaturally smooth. He stopped his hand abruptly. He had found the trigger. Kale looked it over. This is it. A firm push should engage the mechanism. Just then, the sound of heavy boots approached. Kale glanced over his shoulder. He asked, "Is the path clear?" Choi Han nodded, "Yes." His eyes then fell upon the scene on the floor. Rayon was scowling fiercely, tiny claws snagged in Vinian's expensive silk shirt. Choi Han stood frozen, staring at the dragon, his expression unusually stern as he evaluated the creature. Kale broke the tension. "Choi Han." The warrior snapped back to attention and reported, "As per your orders, I've neutralized the guards. They won't be waking up anytime soon." Kale nodded, "Excellent." He tapped the specific spot on the wall. Kale commanded Choi Han, "Punch this." Choi Han looked momentarily confused. "Understood. Should I use maximum power?" Kale stared at him, speechless. Thinking, "Do you want to bring the whole mountain down on our heads?" He corrected him, "No, just a controlled strike." Kale clarified, "A dent of about 10 centimeters should do it." Choi Han caught on, So just a light tap then?" Kale replied, "Exactly, a light one." Kale watched Choi Han brace himself and thought. His idea of a light tap would probably break every bone in my hand. Choi Han shifted his weight and lunged forward with a quick strike. Huh. The wall buckled and cracked under the impact. Choi Han pulled back his hand, completely unscathed. On and Hong gasped in awe from behind. Kale, already accustomed to the man's freakish strength, simply gathered Rayon into his arms. A torch flickered to life. Choi Han led the way with the light, the kittens perched on his shoulders. Kale said, "Let's move out." Choi Han replied, "Yes, sir." Kale carried Rayon toward the exit. The dragon's eyes were wide, taking in everything with intense focus. Even when set down, Rayon continued to scan his surroundings with a sharp gaze that made Kale feel a bit awkward. He finally spoke up, "Stop looking at me like I'm the enemy. I'm the one who got you out." Kale thought, that level of paranoia is what happens when you're caged by a monster for 4 years. I genuinely admire this dragon spirit. Kim Rok-soo was an orphan who simply accepted the hand fate dealt him, but this little one is different. Kale called out softly, "Hey." He then produced a sturdy pair of mana-disrupting shears. Kale tested the tension of the blades before stepping closer to the young dragon. With a sudden, firm movement, Kale gripped the restraint around the creature's neck. The suddenness of the move caused On and Hong to gasp in a momentary panic. Kale positioned the shears, ready to snap the metal. Terrified, the dragon squeezed its eyes shut. A sharp clack echoed through the cave. The dragon's eyes flew open in shock. The heavy, suffocating collar had been severed. The dragon stared up at Kale in disbelief. Kale was simply holding the tool that had granted it liberation. He asked flatly, "What are you staring at?" Before pulling off his protective gloves. Kale tossed the gloves to Choi-han. "There's still a lingering magical charge on that scrap metal. Use these to dispose of it." Choi-han reached out and caught them. The young dragon remained wary, its brow furrowed as it watched Kale's every move. Kale uncorked a small vial filled with a shimmering red potion. He knelt down directly in front of the creature. "Do you have any idea how much gold I've invested in you?" Kale gently tilted the dragon's chin upward. That simple touch caused the DRA. Gone to flash back to the agony of the past, remembering when it was held down by sharp blades ready to strike. However, instead of pain, it felt Kale carefully pouring the restorative liquid into its mouth. Kale administered the medicine while muttering, "Hurry up and heal, you stubborn little brat." The area around them was suddenly bathed in a soft, ethereal blue glow. The horrific scars on the dragon's body began to vanish. A magnificent radiance emanated from the creature's skin. The dragon tentatively took its first steps of freedom. It began to walk with a steady, natural grace. As the dragon lifted a paw to inspect its healed skin, Kale spoke up again. "Hey," he asked, "so, what's your next move? You're a brilliant and prideful dragon. I know you've mastered our tongue, so speak." Kale peered at the dragon through the empty glass vial. "Now that the world is yours, what do you intend to do?" The dragon parted its jaws and whispered, It answered Kale, "I will survive." The creature's voice grew steady and resolute. "I want to be free. I refuse to be anyone's pet." Kale gave a sharp nod of approval. "Then go. You're a dragon. Live a life without chains." He added firmly, "I have no intention of keeping you." The dragon hissed back instantly, "Liar." It raised its voice in bitter accusation. "Humans are nothing but deceivers." Kale shrugged indifferently. "So? I'm actually a fantastic liar." He stood up and brushed himself off. "Regardless, you should live exactly as you please." The dragon watched Kale with a blank expression, stunned by the command to be truly independent. With his piece said, Kale turned his back and began walking away with Choi-han. He felt satisfied. The dragon was out, the village was safe, and Venian was dealt with. Kale signaled to Choi-han. "Let's move out." Kale mused that Choi-han probably learned the true meaning of liberty from that dragon. He marched forward, thinking, best of all, I don't have to take any responsibility for that creature. Mission accomplished. The dragon was left in the silence. It stared at the discarded medicine vial on the ground. "I despise humans. Humans are truly the most wicked creatures." Meanwhile, Hong whispered excitedly to his sister, "Nuna, I'm pretty sure it's following us." An whispered back, "Yeah, I feel it too." "Definitely." Hong beamed. "Does this mean we're getting a little brother?" He was grinning ear to ear. Kale let out a dry laugh. "You two need to stop imagining things." He explained, "Dragons are fiercely solitary. They don't take orders from anyone. Especially one that's been abused by humans. It probably hates us more than anything." An slumped her shoulders and sighed. "I guess no little brother for us." Hong pouted in agreement. Deep in the night, the silver moonlight pierced through the misty canopy of the forest. Kale gave the kittens an order. "Quickly, go and retrieve the mana disruption marble." Kale and Choi-han stood together, watching them go. Kale placed a steady hand on Choi-han's shoulder. This was the first time Choi-han had truly saved a life. Kale praised him. "You did well tonight. Protecting people from bandits is one thing, but rescuing a soul is another." Choi-han looked up, slightly startled by the genuine compliment. Kale pulled his hand back. He thought, the timeline shifted from saving a village to saving a dragon. It should still work out. Choi-han suddenly broke the silence. "Kale." Kale grunted. "Yeah?" Choi-han asked, "What if that dragon starts to see you in a different light?" Kale dismissed the idea immediately. "Not a chance." Choi-han pressed further. "I'm merely posing a what if. What if that truly comes to pass?" Kale rubbed his chin, pondering in that case. But no matter how deeply he delved into his thoughts, a definitive answer eluded him. Kale turned to depart, his voice flat. I refused to dwell on the past or speculate on things that haven't happened." Seeing this, Choi-han cautioned, "Venturing out solo is risky." Kale looked back and scowled, scanning the dense foliage. Yet, the hushed woods revealed nothing to his senses. Sigh, could they really be out there? They made a hasty retreat to their lodgings. Kale was soon drifting in a peaceful slumber upon his mattress, when a small, reptilian paw appeared on the window ledge. It was Rayon. Perched on the sill, he watched Kale sleep undisturbed, one claw still clutching the glass vial Kale had emptied earlier. Later, Kale and Choi-han sat across from each other. Kale set a hollow glass down on the wooden surface. The young noble let out a weary groan. "Was I so wired last night that I missed it? My stomach is only now protesting last night's drinks. I barely slept a wink. I felt like someone was burning a hole in the back of my head all night." He turned to Choi-han with a sharp look. Is everything tidied up? The response was instantaneous. Yes. The warrior added his report. I've scrubbed every trail leading back to us and laid out a series of false footprints heading due west. Kale let out a massive yawn. Excellent work. You. Choi-han suddenly broke his stride with a question. Kale, if we keep up this pace for a few days, we'll hit a major hub. Is that the intermediate city you spoke of? He clarified. Precisely. The next stop is Pizzola. It's the halfway point of our trek. He went on. The terrain between here and there is mountainous, so it'll be slow going. But once we clear it, the path to the capital is a straight shot, so we'll make up for lost time. Intrigued, the warrior leaned in. By the way, Kale. The noble prompted. What's on your mind? Choi-han hesitated for a beat. The truth is, on the return trip, I detoured to the villa to scout. Kale's eyebrows shot up. Choi-han had stayed hidden in the shadows, taking in the chaos. The place was in a total state of panic. I even saw soldiers and high-ranking knights deserting the village in a hurry. Kale mused, likely rushing to deliver a report. But his guard's odd expression gave him pause. Why are you tripping over your words? The report continued, the secret passageway we used. It's been completely pulverized. An and Hong both hissed in shock at the news. The entire surrounding area is the same. It looks like a natural disaster hit it. Kale sat in a heavy silence, processing the information. Finally, he murmured softly, that was the dragon's handiwork. The trio stared at him, stunned. The young man stood up, stretching. Well, at least no one was killed. It's still just a child, and it's scared. He allowed a small, private smile to form. It was probably terrified that pursuers would follow it out of that hole, so it leveled the place. It likely wanted to erase every trace of the magic tools that bound it, too. He couldn't help but offer a bit of praise, knowing dragons are hypersensitive to mana. Only 4 years old and already that tactical. Impressive. Choi-han nodded as the pieces fell into place. I see. That explains the massive surge of mana I sensed. Kale agreed. They learned a hard lesson for underestimating that weak dragon. Indeed. Done with the talk, he motioned for Choi-han to leave. If you've nothing else to report, you're dismissed. The warrior stood, understood. As he reached the door, Kale called out, are you planning to hibernate until we set off? Choi-han shook his head. No, I'm heading over to assist Beecrox. Kale smirked, satisfied. Oh? I didn't realize you two were such fast friends. The guard's expression instantly soured. We aren't. Not in the slightest. Kale chuckled. Is that so? He'd never seen the hero make that face before. Still, there was one more thing. One last thing. On your way down, have Hans send up some wine. He paused. Yes, sir. Once Choi-han had departed, Kale turned his gaze to the stone wall. The rhythm of the wall clock filled the silence. I wonder if hair of the dog actually works for hangovers? Kale eventually left his chambers and began a slow descent down the staircase. He had only moved down a single step when he nearly collided with someone. Choi-han was standing like a statue, blocking the path. Why are you looming here instead of heading down? Kale followed the warrior's intense gaze. Below them, 2 knights were in a heated discussion. One was the blonde from the previous night. Kale gave his guard a sharp nudge with his boot. He asked a question that made the warrior jump. What's with the sudden standstill? The hero whispered back, sounding perplexed. He shouldn't even be on his feet for at least a day, yet he's recovered far faster than I anticipated. Choi-han looked genuinely frustrated. I clearly misjudged their stamina. He tightened his fist with a frightening amount of resolve. I'll have to hit them significantly harder next time. Kale immediately turned his face away. Typical protagonist logic, brutalizing people in the name of personal justice. The noble made his way to a table and settled in. The elderly innkeeper approached with a fresh pitcher. Young master, I've brought your usual vintage, sir. Suddenly, Kale beamed. Old man, your business sense is truly admirable. The man blinked in surprise. Pardon, sir? Kale propped his chin on his hand, smiling widely. You know how to sell. I'm impressed. This wine is the perfect antidote for a morning after headache. Before a single drop could be poured, a sharp voice interrupted the peace. Hillsman sounded positively offended. Last night was a celebration for our exhausted men. Everyone was tucked into bed after the festivities. Not a single person stepped foot outside this inn. So I'm at a loss as to why the Viscount's men are here treating us like suspects, The knight stammered, at a loss for words. Yesterday, an intruder raided the Viscount's estate, sir. A few valuables went missing. We are merely making rounds to see if you travelers have suffered any similar misfortune. Kale casually took a long draw of his wine. Is that so? In their eyes, liberating a dragon is nothing more than a simple heist, I suppose. He thudded the wine pitcher onto the table. The sudden noise pulled the attention of everyone in the room toward him. Kale adopted a surly, irritable tone. What are you staring at? Hillsman cleared his throat nervously to break the tension. Our young master. Well, if he doesn't have his spirits first thing in the morning, he's quite difficult all day. He's just settling his nerves. He played along with a flustered look. It's medicinal. The young master is simply using today's wine to chase away the ghost of last night's bottle. The knight replied with a hesitant, awkward bow, a truly unique individual. Kale secretly mused. Was that meant to be a compliment? As the knight left with a huff of annoyance, Kale felt a wave of relief. It seems they've officially crossed us off their list of suspects. He was still playing the angles in his head. They likely think a piece of trash like Kale is incapable of such a feat who would suspect a noble on a royal mission who spends his mornings in a drunken stupor? The young man propped his chin on his hand. Even if Venian catches wind of this, he won't look my way. He knows the secret organization and the Hennidas family have absolutely no ties. Kale closed his eyes. Ron. The old servant materialized instantly. At your service, young master. Kale pushed the wine pitcher away with a look of distaste. Bring me some honey lemon tea. Only honey lemon tea can truly kill a hangover. His sudden shift caught Ron off guard. Pardon? Regardless, a cup of steaming warm liquid was soon placed before him. And even if they scour the area for clues, they'll never find the true culprit. Venian was likely fuming exactly as Kale had envisioned. He must be losing his mind right about now. Meanwhile, the wheels of fate began to turn for a man named Taylor Stan. Confined to a wheelchair, he gazed out the window with a pensive expression. Although he was the eldest son and the rightful heir to the Marquis Stan title, he had been cast aside due to his paralyzed legs. Taylor buried his face in the pages of ancient, dusty tomes. He spent every waking moment searching for a way to heal his lower body. Yet, every book led to a dead end. Is there truly no hope for me then? His hand reached toward a high shelf. Through a stroke of luck in a weathered bookstore, Taylor had stumbled upon a cryptic clue in a forgotten text. The book contained various blueprints for restoration and sketches of ancient stone towers. He paused. The only words he could successfully translate from that ancient dialect were those two. Suddenly, the doors of possibilities seemed to swing wide open. Taylor immediately directed his course toward the location mentioned in those two decoded words. As their carriage rattled down the dusty, arid road, Kale sat deep in thought. An and Hong looked up at him with curious eyes. We're sleeping under the stars tonight, aren't we? He replied with a lazy drawl, yep. From here on out, we camp until we reach our destination. Kale turned his gaze back to the passing scenery. To make it to the city of Pizzola on schedule, they had to push the pace. He had a very specific reason for needing to arrive there on time. The shield within his soul pulsed with a silent resonance. I sense a power vibrating at the same frequency as the indestructible shield. The young man had already set his sights on his next prize. The vitality of the heart. The very power Taylor Stan was desperately seeking was hidden right there. A gust of wind whipped through the carriage, tossing Kale's hair. If I claim that power, my defensive strength will reach a whole new level. It's a shame to take Taylor's last hope, but for someone heading to the capital, I need it more. Kale justified it to himself. Taylor believed that power could restore his vitality and grant him regenerative abilities. However, he was unaware that it wouldn't work on injuries that had already scarred over. That poor soul would eventually fall into the depths of despair. When the truth finally came to light, Taylor's disappointment would be absolute. His story didn't have a happy ending. That ancient power wouldn't have saved him from Venian's reach anyway. Kale clicked his tongue while On excitedly relayed a local legend. I heard the story from Hans. The two kittens praised the local landmark with glee. If you stack a stone and make a wish at the stone tower, it's guaranteed to come true. And it's supposed to be beautiful. The children's ears twitched with anticipation. If you're bored we can skip it, but we really want to see it together. Please? Kale shifted the topic. And what exactly would you two wish for? They confessed, we'd wish for our youngest brother to join us. Forget it. They clung to each other, their eyes welling up at his cold dismissal. As twilight began to paint the sky, the carriage finally rolled to a stop. Hans assisted Kale out and gave his report. We'll be setting up camp here for the night, sir. They walked toward the site. This is going to be quite an ordeal. The following morning, nature provided a bizarre surprise right at their doorstep. Kale looked on with apprehension. What on earth is this? Hans was equally baffled. It looks like someone left these as a gift and vanished, sir. Fresh tracks were pressed clearly into the soft earth. The more Kale studied the scene, the more his expression soured. He was genuinely troubled. A drawing of a spoon and a fork. A message through pictures. He knows how to speak, but hasn't learned to write. I have a very bad feeling about this. Choi Han, however, was beaming. That happy reaction only served to make Kale more anxious. Choi Han had been on watch all night. He obviously knew the source of the gifts, but was playing dumb. A realization struck Kale like a bolt of lightning. That little dragon. The young man quickly turned away. I'll just act like I haven't noticed. But at the next sight, a larger animal carcass appeared alongside the exact same doodle. If I keep ignoring it, will it eventually give up? No such luck. The following night brought 2 more rabbits. A steady supply of fresh game was being delivered like clockwork. The cycle continued, camp after camp. Kale sat in the carriage, looking exhausted. Good grief, is he going to follow us all the way into the city? Choi Han sat petting on and Hong. It's almost like gathering honey, isn't it? The hero spoke with a surprising innocence. Kale secretly judged him. If he'd seen that dragon level a mountain, he wouldn't think it was so sweet. He let out a bored sigh. He's supposed to hate humans because of his imprisonment, so why the tributes? Not that I mind. When he grows up, he'll definitely give the Stan family what they deserve. He turned his eyes back to the horizon. This is the only way for the Henadis region to find some peace. Click. They finally rolled into the village, causing the 2 kittens to let out a gasp of wonder. They pressed their paws against the glass, eyes wide as they took in the scenery. Every single house has its own little monument. How bizarre. Choi Han chimed in as well. It is the city of stone towers, after all. The group shared a few jokes about the unusual sight, while Kale sat in contemplative silence. Truly peculiar. Their carriage pulled to a stop right beside a particularly massive stone spire. Kale crossed his arms, peering out the window. Is this the place? Hans gave a sharp, energetic nod. Indeed it is, sir. The rates are quite reasonable since we've arrived just ahead of the Stone Tower Festival. He mused aloud. The area isn't exactly a quarry, yet these towers are everywhere. It's quite a mystery. They headed inside while Hans continued his spirited chatter. Actually, I happen to know the legend behind it, sir. He gestured dramatically with both arms. It's a bittersweet tale. A story that has survived through the generations. Kale cut him off, growing restless. Get to the point. Hans immediately shifted into storyteller mode. Oh, you want the short version? The whole myth. Kale looked him in the eye. I'm all ears. The butler smiled, beginning the narrative of events from the distant past. Kale tilted his head. Ancient times? Seriously? The young master settled into a plush, velvet chair. Yes, back from the age of myths. Kale pulled a glass of wine toward himself. He took a thoughtful sip and motioned with his hand. Fine, let's hear your grand tale. Hans beamed, clearly delighted to have an audience. He cleared his throat and spoke with theatrical clarity. This is the city that God turned his back on. Pizzola was forsaken by the heavens? This opening hook caught Kale completely off guard. The atmosphere in the room seemed to grow heavy and dim. A piece of history I've never come across, huh? Precisely, Hans replied with a knowing grin. The lore says this city was once completely abandoned by the divine, sir. He tilted his head, intrigued despite himself. That's a new one for me. His cheerful butler let out an exaggerated gasp. That is because you haven't spent enough time in the library, young master. Kale scowled. Are you trying to see how fast I can throw this glass at you? He gave him a sharp look. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Admit it. Hans chuckled softly. Enlightening my master on the world's secrets is the hallmark of a top-tier butler, sir. He then dove back into the myth. For reasons lost to time, the divine light simply left this place. He gestured toward some small stones stacked neatly by the luggage. So, the people began building these towers. They say it was their way of casting their prayers into the void. Kale followed the logic, and I take it the prayers were answered? Hans shook his head sadly. No, sir. Not once. Not a single miracle occurred. Outside, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the streets hauntingly quiet. Which is why you won't find a single church or temple within these walls. Kale caught on instantly. Since the gods left them behind, they decided there was no point in offering worship, right? The young butler clapped his hands in praise. Precisely. Our young master is far too sharp for textbooks anyway. Kale's annoyance flared. Stop with the flattery and finish. Hans elaborated on the tradition. Eventually, the towers stopped being about the gods and started being a testament. They became a pact between neighbors. He leaned in, emphasizing the shift, a promise made to each other. And more importantly, a promise to oneself. Kale asked bluntly, what kind of promise? Hans raised a single finger slowly. He pointed toward the window. Anyone who achieves their heart's desire must personally tear down their own tower. Kale picked up a gold coin, turning it over in his fingers. What a fascinating way to run a city. His butler nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. To make a wish come true here, one must first conquer their own limitations. Kale reached for a second coin. Self-mastery, is it? A random thought crossed his mind. So, destroying the tower is a symbol of having overcome a great personal struggle? A thin smile played on his lips. He liked the idea that these monuments weren't built for a distant deity. Hans continued. Exactly. It's a commitment to one's own will, sir. Kale added another layer to it. In the end, God wasn't listening anyway. The man before him looked momentarily somber. True. While being forsaken is tragic, the way the people responded is quite hopeful, don't you think? Suddenly, his master called out, Hans. He blinked. Yes? Kale gave a command that made him bow reflexively. Leaning in closer. Beneath the table, An and Hong were staring at him with visible irritation. When Hans looked back, their glares only intensified. He let out a nervous laugh. Why are the cat lords looking at me like I've committed a crime? Shall I fetch some fresh grapes to appease you? Kale watched the interaction awkwardly, thinking to himself. It's not their stomachs making them grumpy. Back in the carriage, the kittens had been talking excitedly. But Hans said the towers grant wishes if you pray hard enough. And they're so pretty, aren't they? They were annoyed Hans had changed his story. The butler kept trying to soothe them. Oh, my dear kittens. I'll go find some treats immediately. Please, no more angry faces. He looked to Kale for permission. Young master, may I step out to fetch something for them? Kale took a lazy sip of wine. I don't care if you ever come back. Hans hurried toward the door. Then I'll be back in a flash, sir. The dark liquid swirled in Kale's glass. He turned to his older butler and said softly, Ron, you should turn in for the night as well. Ron raised an eyebrow. I believe young Master Choi Han is scheduled to depart in 2 days, sir. Kale answered simply, yeah. He followed up with a casual question. Does that bother you? Thinking of tagging along with him? Ron didn't say a word, his gaze fixed on Kale. Then, a chillingly calm smile touched his lips. How could I ever dream of leaving your side, young master? My place is right here with you. Hearing that, Kale felt a shiver run down his spine. Absolutely terrifying. Ron continued, I was merely reflecting on how much more enjoyable the journey would be with young Master Choi Han. We really ought to have a proper heart-to-heart before his departure. The butler stroked his chin with a thoughtful air. I suspect Vicrox will find his absence quite disappointing, Kale remarked matter-of-factly. Once we hit the capital, you'll have plenty of time to bond since you'll be traveling together anyway. It's the perfect chance to fix your relationship before heading off to Rosalind's kingdom. Kale watched him, waiting for a positive response. Come on, just admit it's a good plan. Ron replied with a gentle smile, everyone reunited in the capital? That is certainly a prospect worth anticipating. He maintained his usual mask of a friendly, devoted servant. This old man's only wish is for everyone to reach the capital in one piece. Kale rubbed his temples. Believe him? As if. Looking forward to it, my foot. Praying for everyone's safety? This old man doesn't have a sentimental bone in his body. You're dismissed. Ron bowed deeply and made a swift exit. As the door clicked shut, An and Hong immediately dissolved into dramatic sobs. Wah! Hans is a big fat liar. A total fraud. I actually believed him, and yet. While the two kittens were throwing their tantrum, Kale's mind was elsewhere. I recall hearing that person lived to be 150 years old. He was focused on a legendary heart, a power left behind by an ancient figure who passed away peacefully from natural causes. The vitality of the heart. The young man stood up. Ironically, that person viewed this gift as a curse. An and Hong stopped crying and watched him curiously. Just then, Hans returned, carrying a tray of food. He jumped a little, caught off guard by Kale standing right there. Finding all three of them staring at him made the young butler nervous. Is everything all right, sir? Kale pulled his coat a bit tighter around his shoulders. He then gave the young butler a new command. Let's go take a look at the stone towers. An and Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just us and Choi Han. And bring the cats along too. Though puzzled, Hans immediately prepared to go. The 150-year-old man had spent his life trying to build a monument where the winds gather. Kale patted Hans on the shoulder. Get ready. The place where the winds converge. The ancient man spent a century trying to finish that tower, yet it remained incomplete. That withered hand had reached out in vain. He had wanted something with a desperate intensity. Kale's crimson hair whipped in the breeze. I'm not interested in whatever his wish was, but I have a very specific goal once I get there, Kale muttered to himself. I'm going to finish that tower, and I'm going to make it magnificent. The bright afternoon sun bathed the path ahead as Kale and his group strolled through the park. He squinted irritably at the glare. Going out at high noon was a mistake. The sun is brutal today. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Kale stepped forward to get a better vantage point. Standing just a short distance away was Taylor. Figures. He's still hanging around here. The priestess, Cage, and the eldest son, Taylor, were wandering the area together. Kale began to strategize. I only came to see the towers, so running into them was a total fluke. I only know what they look like from the descriptions I've read. Taylor looked up and asked, Cage, why were you so insistent on bringing me here? She gave his shoulder a gentle, supportive squeeze. I need to see if there's any truth to it. I've been plagued by these incredibly vivid, unsettling dreams for nights now. While pushing the wheelchair, she explained that God had urged them to hurry here because their future savior would appear at this spot. But as for what that person will actually do, even God is in the dark. Taylor looked intrigued. A person even God can't predict? Sister. Cage shrugged. Who knows? Half the things God says are nonsense anyway. Taylor gasped, nonsense? It's the divine word. Taylor lowered his voice. Besides, aren't these revelations supposed to be a secret? Cage sighed. It's not like there's a temple in Pizzola to overhear us. And divine words don't put food on the table. A benefactor for nobles in our position? It sounds like a fairy tale. She changed the subject abruptly. Speaking of food, I'm starving. Let's go find a meal. Taylor frowned. Cage. The priestess laughed. He then spoke up with sudden resolve. You know, I've suddenly developed a massive craving for a cold beer. Cage chuckled, and now I can't stop thinking about some roast pork. The two shared a genuine laugh. Taylor gestured toward the town. The perfect pairing. Come on, lunch is on me. Cage's mood brightened instantly. As your priestess, I shall push this chair at top speed. The two of them hummed a cheerful tune as they disappeared down the path. Kale kept his eyes fixed on them until they were gone. Their faces are officially locked in my memory, he thought. They have no idea who I am, so the plan is simple, avoid them at all costs. Just then, Hans whispered in a sugary tone, young master. He leaned in close to Kale's ear. I just spotted the eldest son of Marquis Stan, sir. Kale turned, slightly surprised. How on earth do you know who they are? The young butler gave a smug little grin. A good butler keeps the lineage of every noble house filed away in his mind, sir. He continued, the man in the chair, it had the Marquis family crest on it. I recognized it instantly. Kale looked at him with newfound respect. Hans, I used to think you were just decoration, but you actually have some uses after all. Hans chuckled. You're too kind, sir. So, what's the move? Kale hummed for a moment, weighing his options. The decision came quickly. We ignore them completely. Stretched out before them were the towering stone monuments built by the hands of the townspeople. He scrutinized the scene and noted, so this is the spot? It looks far more mundane than I anticipated. Kale folded his arms and let out a weary sigh. It doesn't have the grand aura I expected from ancient relics, but it's too grounded to be dismissed either. Beside him, An and Hong looked equally deflated. What? This is a letdown. It's not pretty at all. Choi Han quietly stepped away from the group. Kale watched him with a curious glance. What's his plan? Is he actually going to pray here? His protector stood before the pile of stones and pressed his palms together in a solemn gesture. Kale simply watched the scene in silence. It appeared he was praying for a swift return to his long-lost home. Choi Han and Kim Rock-soo. We really are cut from different cloth. The young noble looked down thoughtfully. Choi Han was a soul shaped by the warmth of a loving family. Having survived the most harrowing trials, he would carry that inner light until the very end. Suddenly, the warrior spoke, Kale. He answered immediately, what's on your mind? Choi Han looked unusually grave. There is one thing I wish to ask and another I must report. Kale's lips twitched into a wry smile. Why so tense? Then, ask your question first. Choi Han blurted out with genuine innocence, Kale, aren't you going to make a wish? Kale let out a breath of relief. Was that all? You had me worried. The young man then calmly replied, I don't bother with things like praying. This only piqued his guard's curiosity further. Why is that, sir? Kale gave him a blunt, honest answer, because it breeds expectation. He shared his philosophy, life is much more peaceful when you aren't constantly waiting for something to happen. He gestured toward the rocks. Look at it like gambling. If you bet a tiny amount and win a little, you're thrilled. But if you expect the jackpot and only get a small win, you'll be miserable. Suddenly, a hand clapped onto his shoulder. Hans appeared, wearing a beaming grin. Young master is truly wise. In this harsh world, things like dreams and hope are just distractions, aren't they? Kale coldly brushed him off. Just shut up and enjoy the view. Hans chirped back happily, understood, before leading on and hung away. This way, cat lords. Coming. Choi Han resumed their private talk. Now, for the report. That dragon has actually followed us into the city walls, sir. Kale turned his head away. Just pretend you haven't noticed. Choi Han gave a quick nod. Yes, sir. But Kale's eyes shifted upward with a hint of anxiety. He scanned the surroundings. That dragon actually tracked us all the way here? He didn't want to linger any longer. Let's move out. The entire group departed from the sacred site together. The clearing fell silent, but then a round, slightly plump footprint appeared out of thin air on the dirt. The black dragon had remained cloaked in invisibility, staying remarkably close to them. Golden light washed over the rooftops as a new morning broke. A new day meant a pivotal move for Kale. He had made up his mind. Today, I'm heading for the tomb of the man who lived for 150 years. Kale pulled his stylish cloak tight, projecting a cold aura. I'm taking only Choi Han with me, Kale calculated, eyeing the white, orange, and blue-haired companions in front of him. By bringing the strongest person here, no one will dare follow us. I'd prefer to go alone, but they'd never stop fussing if I tried. Just as he expected, Vice Captain Hillsman puffed out his cheeks in a pout, but he knew better than to argue with the stubborn noble. As you wish, sir. Hans, however, was thrilled. He practically skipped toward the kittens. Then I shall gladly look after the cat lords. Kale sighed at his enthusiasm. He was clearly just waiting for me to say that. With the orders given, Kale walked off with purpose. Choi Han trailed behind him, calling out, Kale, what are you planning to do today? Kale frowned and turned back with an annoyed look. What do you mean again? You make it sound like I spend every waking hour looking for trouble. Kale pointed toward the distant peaks. We have business on that mountain. You'll stay at the base and wait for me. Choi Han surveyed the landscape as they walked. He followed closely and replied, understood, sir. Kale felt a sense of ease. Choi Han's temperament was incredibly reliable. He never poked his nose into Kale's private affairs. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Choi Han suddenly stopped. Kale. The noble paused and looked back. Yes? Choi Han shifted his gaze, looking conflicted. I will be departing tomorrow, sir. Kale gave a simple nod. I'm aware. I'm the one who told you to go. But you seem hesitant to leave. There is something weighing on my mind. Something I must say. Kale felt a hunch. I knew it. His report wasn't just about the dragon. Kale asked softly. Well, what is it? Choi Han hesitated for a moment, then spoke a name with heavy gravity. Ron. He looked at Kale with eyes full of warning. Ron is a very dangerous man, sir. Kale was momentarily stunned by the declaration. He stared at the earnest young man, frozen. He cleared his throat, searching for the right words. I didn't think he'd bring this up so bluntly. Should I act surprised, or admit I already knew? Kale locked eyes with Choi Han and replied with practiced calm, is that so? Choi Han seemed frustrated by the lack of reaction. Why are you so unfazed? That man is drenched in the scent of blood, sir. He is a lethal individual who has ended many lives. If you knew that already. Choi Han's irritation bubbled over as he pressed. How can you keep someone as lethal as Ron so close to you? Kale remained unshakable. He crossed his arms and met the warrior's gaze with a mask of indifference, his mind swirling with calculated thoughts. If I had truly known his full potential, I would have used him to rescue that dragon, but I didn't. The breeze rustled through the lush canopy above. The gentle wind seemed to soothe Choi Han's frayed nerves while Kale remained lost in thought. It's either a lack of knowledge about Ron's true strength or a simple matter of trust. Regardless, there's no reason to doubt a man who has stood by me for 18 years. Kale lowered his eyelids and let out a soft sigh. Perhaps that is why Choi Han assumes I am oblivious to Ron's true capabilities. Choi Han had regained some composure, yet the gnawing concern in his heart forced a final confession. It feels like you, and everyone else, are in the dark about him. I felt it was my duty to warn you. Kale gave a casual shrug. I didn't realize Ron was quite that formidable. Choi Han's response was sharp and urgent. He is a man who demands constant vigilance. Are you really content just keeping him at your side? He truly was a kind soul. Kale was grateful for the sentiment, but survival was his top priority. He thought to himself, keep him close? I'm pawning him off on you the second we hit the capital. Kale finally spoke. You and Ron, there's no difference. The abrupt comparison left Choi Han visibly bewildered. Pardon? Kale tilted his head, his gaze piercing. If you consider Ron to be such a threat, then why have you left him untouched? Choi Han's brow furrowed. Well, naturally because. He trailed off, unable to find the words, and cast his eyes downward. Kale's expression hardened slightly. Exactly. It is because Ron has never raised a hand against you. In return for your genuine concern for my safety, Kale decided to offer a bit of honesty. Regardless of his secrets, Ron has been my butler for 18 years. As he spoke, Kale envisioned Ron's silhouette, the man who served a spoiled noble without complaint and performed even the most menial tasks without a hint of anger. As a butler, he has shown nothing but absolute dedication to this house. Suddenly, Kale's tone shifted. Do you despise Ron? Choi Han was quick to deny it. It's not that at all, sir. Kale pressed, then what is it? Choi Han spoke from the heart. I simply believed you deserve to know the truth about who he is. Kale repeated his earlier point, forcing Choi Han to look up. You or Ron? He placed a hand over his heart and spoke with a deceptive warmth. To me, you are both fundamentally the same. Kale began to play the diplomat. You possess a strength that borders on the supernatural. Doesn't that make you just as dangerous in your own right? Engrossed in their debate, neither realized that Ron Dot was perched like a silent predator on a nearby branch, having eavesdropped on their entire conversation for quite some time. Kale reaffirmed to me, you and Ron occupy the same space. The butler caught every single syllable of Kale's declaration. Yet, Ron's face remained a perfect, unreadable mask. Butler Ron is just a butler. Kale reverted to his typical icy demeanor. He's just a man working for his keep, exactly like you, Choi Han. Kale's patience was wearing thin. The clock is ticking. We need to move. He gave Choi Han a dismissive wave. Nothing more to add, right? Kale turned on his heel and gave a final reminder. I'm heading out now. And do not follow me. With that, Kale left Choi Han standing alone in the heart of the Emerald Forest. Ron wasted no time in revealing his presence. He looked aged, yet he moved with the predatory grace of decades of experience. He dropped silently from the tree. Did you hear that? Choi Han had already sensed the assassin hiding beneath the butler's skin. The butler spoke with a touch of cold arrogance. I am the one who raised that young master from the cradle. As he stepped closer, Choi Han moved to block his path. He had been affectionate with Kale just moments ago. But when dealing with this old fox, Choi Han was on high alert. Do not follow him past this point. Ron remained silent. He sized up the stubborn youth before him, acknowledging the raw talent buried within the boy. He didn't bother to argue, choosing instead to watch Kale's disappearing figure. I see, boy. The butler let out a soft, weary sigh. I only followed this far to see what the young master would do, leaving the kittens behind and taking only you. Old age must be making me soft and curious. Meanwhile, Kale reached a narrow stone cavern that served as an entrance. He stared at it with a look of pure exhaustion. Seriously. Kale grumbled under his breath about the cramped space he had to squeeze through. Kale was forced to crouch low to the ground. He mourned the fate of his sharp, tailored outfit, a total waste for a crawl like this. Inside the cave, his voice echoed against the damp walls. Whoosh! This draft. He stood before a solid stone wall, thinking, this is far more intense than I imagined. The howling wind will only subside once I breach this barrier. If I ever claim the sound of the wind, it'll probably sound just like this. He scoffed at his own situation. Without a guide, how could Taylor have ever found this? This is officially a race against the clock. Suddenly, a frantic shout pierced the air. Stop. You'll get hurt. Rayon came darting into view. You can't do that. Ignoring the warning, Kale channeled his energy, causing the stone wall to explode into fragments. Rayon watched the display and stood frozen in midair. Huh? Kale looked back, his eyes brimming with impatience. TCH. Rayon stammered quickly, I was just passing through. Kale noted to himself, so he finally decided to show up. But I don't have the luxury of entertaining him right now. He scanned the cave, making a mental assessment. The wind here followed a 3-hour cycle of rising and falling intensity. The wind is at its weakest right now. I have to get inside before it picks up again. Beside him, Rayon muttered, You're clearly just a fragile human. Kale tuned him out and pressed forward, using his power to systematically tear through the layers of rock. Rayon watched, his curiosity getting the better of him. What kind of power is he actually using? After clearing the final path through the stone, Kale realized. It's true that even with the draft dying down, the gale grows more ferocious as you approach the epicenter. Still, at this level of intensity, my shield might be shoved back, but it won't shatter. He pushed forward with his ability, strategizing internally. I knew I'd be knocked back a few times. That's why I started with a massive, less durable shield. As the wind pushes it, I'll gradually shrink the surface area to harden it. When the resistance finally gave way, he mused, Perfect. Time to go deeper into the belly of this place. Suddenly, a faint, ghostly murmur reached Kale's ears. The regret is unbearable. I am consumed by remorse. Kale paused, listening. It's just like that chatterbox gluttonous tree that gave me the shield. Another lingering spirit. The voice wailed louder. I regret it all. Kale scowled, clicking his tongue. TCH. Is every single ancient power owner a total headcase? I can't believe Taylor thought this whining was a treasure. The phantom voice spoke again. You, who carries a scent I recognize. I truly hope you do not inherit this burden. Kale stopped, puzzled. A familiar scent? Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted, and the wind surged with newfound violence, forcing Kale to brace himself. I turned my back on my own kin. I am a monster. I am the sole survivor. I grew old in solitude. How despicable I am. Kale raised his shimmering barrier to deflect the gusts and marched on. The lamentation continued. I prayed for immortality for all, but fate was cruel. Only endless agony followed. That is why my monument remained unfinished. Kale ground his teeth, thinking. This is incredibly grating. What's so special about this power? It's just a bunch of suicidal rambling and self-pity. He ventured further into the dark, cursing under his breath. I'm sick of this pathetic weeping. Honestly, the previous guy's obsession with food was much more charming. The volume increased. This gift of restoration is a curse. It only keeps me alive while I watch everything else crumble. I have been forsaken. Kale finally spotted a stack of weathered stones. He scoffed. So, what if you're forsaken? Staying alive is the ultimate victory. Nothing matters more than self-preservation. He braced his nerves and decided to take 5 final steps. Kale positioned his silver shield right before his eyes. He tallied the risk. 1 step. Will the barrier hold? The wind was now a terrifying roar. It was no longer just a push, but a relentless assault. The voice returned, even as the gale flays my skin like 1,000 knives. Kale thought, these ancient legends sure love the sound of their own voices. Step 2. The voice persisted. I am cursed to remain. This is the wretched power of recovery. As Kale took the 3rd step, the haunting words showed no sign of stopping. No matter how fast my heart pounds, I cannot flee, for I am paralyzed by the fear of death and the agony of a wound. Step 4. The atmospheric pressure became crushing. Kale gritted his teeth, pushing back with both palms. The voice whispered in his ear, dreading the end even more than the pain itself. With a final, heavy stride, Kale planted his boot firmly before the shrine. The chaos abruptly vanished. He exhaled. The wind has died down. Yet, the voice lingered. I traded my convictions for the chance to survive. Kale had heard enough. Convictions don't mean a thing if you're dead. Survival comes first. He pulled a clean white handkerchief from his coat and draped it over the stones, whispering in awe, wow. I suppose if something is meant to be plain, no amount of historical significance can make it look pretty. Deep in the cavern, Kale muttered, the hard part is over. Now for the prize. Kale finally reached out and grasped the pile of stones. The moment his fingers made contact, a brilliant flash of light exploded, turning the dark cave as bright as day. Rayon, watching from the shadows, let out a small gasp of wonder. Oh. The radiance dimmed to a soft glow. The voice echoed one last time. I wanted to fight alongside them, but I didn't realize humans break so easily under torture. They are not like the ones who serve the heavens. I learned I had to suffer in silence. The forest dwellers who worship the divine gave me this. A flavorless, bitter thing. Kale paused. Where have I heard that description before? The voice spoke once more, softer now. I built this tower hoping to rewind time, but it stayed broken. God must loathe a selfish coward who chooses his own breath over his people. Kale removed his gloves and replied casually, being selfish is exactly what makes us human. Silence followed. Kale waited for a rebuttal, but none came. He leaned against the stones and asked, are you done yet? The voice sniffled. My sister used to say that. She was the kindest soul. My dear sister. Sob. Kale rubbed the bridge of his nose, losing his patience. He thought, this emotional roller coaster is going to be the death of me. The voice gave a final remark. You, with the familiar power. You remind me of my brother. That arrogant, deal with it, attitude is actually quite impressive. Kale stood there with a deadpan expression, first crying, now flattery. Suddenly, the spirit commanded, now knock it down. Shatter my limits. Kale's eyes lit up with satisfaction. That's more like it. I've been waiting to do that. With a decisive kick, he sent the stone pile tumbling into a heap of rubble. Rayon, hovering nearby, could only think, this human is seriously weird. Then, Rayon went stiff as a board because, appearing before them, was a shimmering, levitating orb of pure energy. A glowing sphere danced in the air between Rayon and Kale. Kale reached out to claim it. The orb zipped upward in a graceful arc. Then, like a falling star, it plunged directly into Kale's chest. He pressed a hand to his heart, feeling a jolt of surprise. He noted, "It's working. I can feel a surge of vibrant energy knitting itself into my soul." Kale closed his eyes to focus on the sensation. "This vitality will act as the foundation, making my shield practically unbreakable. My body will now heal several times faster than any normal person." Kale and Rayon finally stepped out of the cave. He glanced at the dragon, who was feigning interest in a nearby tree, looking everywhere but at him. Kale asked point blank, "Do you want to join me?" Rayon flinched, startled. The dragon huffed and looked away. "You are incredibly fragile and clearly need a bodyguard. But don't get the wrong idea, I still despise humans." With those parting words, Rayon vanished into thin air, leaving Kale standing alone. What a peculiar little brat. He scanned the surrounding terrain and finally spoke. "I can see the flattened grass where someone was just standing." At the exact spot Kale pointed out, a small silhouette flinched in surprise. Kale felt a throb in his temples, thinking, "Great, another mouth to feed has crawled back." Choi-han ran to meet Kale, asking in shock, "Kale, did you tumble all the way down the mountain?" Kale stood there, covered head to toe in mud. Filthy and frustrated, he cursed silently, "Damn it." He looked at Choi-han and muttered, "Yeah, something like that." That night on the outskirts of Pizzola, a glass was hurled and shattered against the floor, followed by Cage's piercing scream. Taylor, hearing the commotion, rushed over. "What happened, Cage?" She hissed back, Wait. Just stay quiet for a second." Taylor watched her press both hands to her forehead, gritting her teeth and groaning in pain. He asked softly, "Is it the god of death? Did he speak to you again?" Suddenly, Cage kicked a chair over, collapsed backward, and shrieked, Damn it all." Taylor and the nearby attendants were stunned into silence. A servant tentatively stepped forward to set the chair upright. Seeing Cage in such a state, Taylor wondered, did someone infiltrate the grounds? He waved the staff away, "Leave us." The servant bowed, "Yes, sir." Turning back, Taylor rolled his wheelchair closer. "Cage? Cage, talk to me." She gasped, "Give me a moment," as she hurried out to the moonlit courtyard. Cage approached the stone railing where a small cairn had been built, noticing fresh carvings in the wood. Cage traced the letters and whispered, "This is insane. Is this actually real?" Taylor rolled up beside her and read the inscription, "To grasp your desire, you must first tear this down." He stared at the words, looking deeply troubled. Cage paced nervously. "I think we have to destroy it." "No, it's wild. God actually told me to break it." Taylor looked confused and asked, "Wait, what?" Cage leaned against the wall to explain, "Look, God doesn't usually talk nonsense. I only hear that voice once a year if I'm lucky." Taylor asked, "What is so special about this pile of rocks?" Cage replied, "A crossroads that changes our destiny." Those were God's words. But the decision is yours. God said, if you want a life of quiet comfort, leave the tower standing. Taylor tried to interject, "Hold on." But Cage cut him off. "You might miss it, but there's an envelope tucked beneath the stones. The contents might explain why this tower was even built. The only way to get that letter is to knock the whole thing down. What's the plan?" Upon hearing this, Taylor let out a sharp, determined smile. "Destroy it." Without a second thought, Cage swung her arm and scattered the stones across the floor. As the rocks fell, Taylor mused, "So, the price of a comfortable life is leaving things as they are? I have never known comfort, and I'm not about to start seeking it now. I'm going to fix my legs and tear down that arrogant marquis." Taylor's gaze turned cold and calculating. He reached down, snatched the letter, and began to read. "The Crown Prince is the keeper of an ancient power. It is a gift that the Crown Prince finds utterly useless. It is a one-time ability capable of mending any injury, even paralysis. And the prince seeks a trade, something to help him suppress the second and third princes." Taylor's hands shook as he finished. He whispered, "This truly is a turning point." Cage snatched the parchment. "Let me see that." The letter continued, "Your legs are broken, but your mind, hands, and voice are still lethal. Eldest son of the Stan family, decide your own fate." Taylor turned to his companion, "Cage, leave the servants here to pack. We are heading to the capital." Taylor nodded firmly, "Yes. That's exactly what we must do." He thought, "I knew I'd have to fight, but I can't slip up now, not when hope is finally in sight." Taylor urged, "If we're going to intercept the royal procession, we have to move now." Cage grinned, "Perfect. Let's get going." From the shadows, the cat tribe siblings emerged. Hong looked at his sister, "Nuna, can we go home now?" On nodded, "Yeah. Mission accomplished. Let's head back for dinner." The two of them cheered in unison, "Dinner time." The following morning at the inn's entrance, the group, Kale, Choi-han, Hans, and the kittens, prepared to part ways. Kale watched Choi-han adjust his gear and asked, "Is that it? You're just heading out?" Choi Han turned around and gave a simple nod. Yes. Kale let out a long sigh. The morning was bright and crisp and Kale tossed a small leather pouch toward the warrior. Here. Take this. Choi Han caught it midair, looking puzzled. Kale, what's this for? He peeked inside to find antidote vials, a pocket watch, a map, and a pouch of gold. Kale muttered dismissively. What? Cat got your tongue? If it's not to your liking, just toss it. Choi Han stood there, momentarily speechless. Kale turned his back to walk away, offering one final instruction. Don't die out there. He thought. No need for a scene. This is enough. Choi Han squeezed the bag, a look of excitement in his eyes as he shouted. I'm leaving now, but I promise I'll be back, sir. Watching the exchange, Hillsman cleared his throat and declared he would sharpen his skills on the road to the capital to be a more worthy bodyguard. Hans, cradling the playful kittens on and Hong, chirped, safe travels and come back soon. Ron added a thin smile, until we meet again. Beecroc stood nearby, muttering, I suppose I'll have to keep my blades even sharper now. Hong and Un scampered back to Choi Han's feet, tumbling about. He knelt down with a soft expression to give them a final pat. Rayon, observing the farewell from his hidden vantage point, seemed to sink into deep thought. Suddenly, the small dragon extended a paw, weaving a shimmering blue haze of mana that drifted from Rayon's claws and settled over Choi Han like a protective shroud. Task complete, Rayon curled up, exhaling a sigh of relief as he closed his eyes. Choi Han adjusted the gear Kale had given him, thinking, he's provided so much. I'll have to work twice as hard to repay this kindness later. He raised his voice one last time. I'll see you all at the capital, sir. Once Choi Han vanished from sight, the rest of the group departed the melancholy city of stone towers and set their course for the capital. As a warm, amber sunset painted the horizon, Hans approached Kale. Young master, dusk is falling. Shall we set up camp for the night? Kale grunted an affirmative, glancing down at the kittens. The two siblings were sharing a very intense, knowing look. Kale prodded. What is it? The kittens jumped, startled by his sudden attention. Kale planted his hands on his hips and smirked. So, did you two meet the dragon? On and Hong froze, their eyes widening. We completely forgot. Kale looked toward the sky and sighed, thinking. If Choi Han leaves, that dragon is bound to follow. It has a mind of its own. I couldn't stop it even if I tried. Suddenly, the silhouette of another carriage appeared through the thick pines, backlit by the setting sun. Hillsman stood alert. I'll go scout them out. Mot Nuoi Dan Ong. With bright blonde hair stepped forward and bowed politely to Hillsman. Pardon the intrusion, but would you be willing to share this clearing with us? Hillsman asked warily, and who might you be? Kale turned his focus to the newcomer. The man introduced himself. I am Tom, a knight serving the house of Marquis Stan. Kale's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he hissed internally. Are you kidding me? I never expected them to travel in a plain carriage without a single family crest or insignia. Then, a voice called out from the vehicle. We saw the golden turtle of the Hennides family and hoped you might show us some grace. The speaker stepped into view. I am Taylor Stan. Kale ground his teeth, fuming. Damn it all. One person leaves, and 3 more headaches arrive? And not just anyone. He glanced at a corner where Rayon was hovering, seemingly ready to pounce on a deer, thinking, that bratty dragon. Then he looked back at Taylor and Cage, a priestess who's itching for excommunication and the shunned son of a marquis. Kale put his hands on his hips, bowed his head, and let out a long, weary groan. Taylor spoke up tentatively. I realize this is a sudden and rude request. If it's a burden, we will move on. Kale analyzed the situation. Since he lost the use of his legs, he's used to being shunned. He'll leave if I say the word. Taylor, watching Kale, thought, a neutral house like the Hennideses wouldn't want the political mess of being seen with me. Suddenly, Kale spoke. Why would I turn you away? He stepped forward, adding coolly, it's not like I own this forest. I'm not the type to be petty toward fellow travelers. With that, he extended a hand toward Taylor. He introduced himself. I am Kale Hennides, son of Count Hennides. The woods were now bathed in a deep, glowing violet as the sun dipped lower. Taylor looked up at him. Forgive me, but my condition makes it quite a chore to step down and greet you properly. Kale replied bluntly, I can see that. Taylor took Kale's hand, a small smile forming. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Kale. And this is my companion, Priestess Cage. Cage leaned out of the carriage with a bright, friendly smile. A delight to meet you, young master. I am Cage. Let's hope for a peaceful night under the stars. Kale smiled back politely, though his inner monologue was mocking. Peaceful night? Right. This woman is kind only because she's desperate to get fired by her own god. Kale remarked, just so you know, I don't have much use for the divine. He was leaning fully into his trash persona. Meanwhile, his own staff was in a frenzy. Seeing him still muddy, they crowded him. Hillsman puffed his chest. I should have been there to protect you. Hans looked ready to cry. Young master, I shouldn't have let you wander off alone. Look at the state of you. Ron added a mournful sigh. Oh dear, young master. My heart bleeds to see you so disheveled. Kale just laughed. I don't believe in God. Taylor and Cage. Were momentarily speechless. Cage thought, did this guy really just say that to a priestess's face? They shared a quick whisper. He's certainly different, to say the least. Kale calculated. The Stan family definitely cut off his allowance. He must have drained his savings just to hire guards for the trip to Pizzola. Kale waved a hand dismissively. They're likely broke. And technically, they're only heading to the capital because of the hint I left. Kale called out, Hans, Deputy Butler. Hans hurried to his side. Help our guests settle in. Hans bowed. Right away, young master. Kale continued. Provide them with a separate meal and pitch a tent next to ours. Leave me out of it. Just use your best judgment to accommodate them. Hans nodded. I will ensure they are treated with the utmost hospitality. Kale turned to leave. Leaving Taylor and Cage sitting there, completely stunned by his casual generosity. He added over his shoulder to Hans, oh, and bring me a bottle of wine. Hans, understood, sir. As Taylor settled back into his carriage, Kale gave a curt nod. I'll leave you to it, young Master Taylor. Taylor smiled warmly. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Kale. Kale smiled back with practiced ease, but his thoughts were sharp. Kindness? Not even close. He turned away, hands in his pockets. I'm just doing this so you don't stay a burden on my conscience. There is only a single guard stationed over there. You should coordinate additional sentries to join him. The subordinate bowed. At once, young master. Kale turned on his heel and moved toward a different carriage. Hong chimed in with a spark of excitement. I recognize those people. The silver kitten added. Hong, I'm pretty sure I've crossed paths with them before too. Kale motioned for them to be quiet. Just act like they're strangers. The two cats clarified, the same way we're handling the dragon? He gave a curt nod. Exactly. Kale observed his subordinate alongside two individuals who were offering him polite bows. He leaned casually against the carriage, a faint, relaxed smile playing on his lips. The silver kitten prodded him again, just like the little dragon. Kale clarified that his initial goal was simply to liberate it. But it's not as if it's a grateful bird returning to pay a debt, so why does it keep tailing us? Kale mused, his expression showing a hint of smug satisfaction. Since it's sticking around, I might as well put that dragon to work. Its ability to sense mana is unparalleled. Even a prodigy like Rosalind couldn't compete. The two kittens shot him a look of pure judgment, clearly unimpressed by his opportunism. Kale let out a small chuckle. I'll probably end up asking it for a few favors. He had changed into a fresh outfit, a crisp white tunic. Scratching his head and letting out a long, unhurried yawn, Kale spotted the silhouettes of Taylor, Stan, and Cage in the distance. What's going on? Hans stood nearby with his arms spread wide, laughing heartily. Haha, has the young master finally decided to join the living? Kale crossed his arms, looking annoyed. What is this? Why is there so much commotion so early? Hans gestured toward the guests and explained. It seems young Master Taylor was caught up in a bit of a misunderstanding. Across the way, Taylor looked visibly tense. While Cage appeared to be in a state of mild panic. He asked, puzzled, a misunderstanding? Kale began walking toward the pair. What seems to be the trouble? Both of them were practically sweating from the stress. Taylor clasped his hands together, his face full of regret. Young Master Kale, please accept my deepest apologies. Taylor explained further, it appears our secret location has been compromised. Lying before them was a dead wild boar, featuring a very peculiar footprint on its back. Priestess Cage added, we thought we had slipped away undetected. But to find this here. This was done by someone even I couldn't sense. It's truly unnerving. Taylor buried his face in his hands. Kale stood there with his hands on his hips, thinking, how could you possibly detect a dragon with that level of power? It's actually impressive it managed to haul such a massive boar over here. Taylor Stan bowed his head and began to speak, young Master Kale, regarding this situation. Kale ignored the apology and called for Beecrox, who responded, yes, young master. He gestured toward the animal and said, looks like steak is on the breakfast menu today. Beecrox held up his gleaming set of culinary tools. I'll ensure we have top-tier steaks ready in no time, sir. Taylor Stan looked bewildered and blinked. You mean, this has happened before? Kale gave a simple explanation. We happen to have a dedicated food delivery service following our convoy. Taylor asked, and who might that be? Kale smirked and replied, someone who is quite shy despite their intimidating presence, so you likely won't ever see them face to face. Taylor Stan and Priestess Cage shared an uneasy glance. Taylor Stan cleared his throat. Ahem, it seems we jumped to the wrong conclusion. Kale replied smoothly, don't worry about it. Bcrox is a master chef, so enjoy your meal before we hit the road. Taylor Stan spoke up once more. Young Master Kale, I understand you are also traveling toward the capital. Kale turned to listen. Taylor Stan proposed, if it isn't too much trouble, may we trail behind your party? Kim Rock-soo, deep within Kale's mind, whispered, right on cue. Kale looked up and shrugged, be my guest. Kim Rock-soo had everything mapped out. They have no clue I'm the one who sent that letter. If I play my cards right, they'll become the perfect allies for my future plans. While Taylor and Cage looked relieved, Kale thought. They have no idea they're walking right into my hand. Taylor Stan said with deep gratitude, thank you. We would appreciate your protection until we reach the outskirts of the capital. Kale crossed his arms, noting Taylor's tact. He's sharp. He knows entering the city gates together would cause a political scandal, so he's setting a clear boundary. Kale smiled and replied, we'll finalize the details when we get closer. Taylor added, yes, simply reaching a safe zone is more than enough. Kale gave a friendly nod and then signaled his attendant, Hans. Kale pointed toward his carriage, serve my breakfast inside. Hans responded instantly, right away, sir. Just then, Priestess Cage called out, wait, young Master Kale. He stopped. Is there something else, Priestess? Cage hesitated before asking, do you truly lack faith in the divine? Kale raised an eyebrow, looking slightly taken back by the bluntness. He thought, where's this coming from? He looked her in the eye and said, I truly don't. Cage's expression remained neutral. I see. Thank you for the answer. Taylor sat in his wheelchair as Cage walked slowly beside him. Taylor sensed her unease and asked, Cage, what's on your mind? Cage whispered, something is off. Taylor pressed, what do you mean? The priestess rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Well, it's just. She trailed off, looking conflicted. She glanced back toward Kale's carriage and exclaimed, I feel as though the god of death is breathing down my neck. It's an incredibly heavy, oppressive sensation. And so, Kale's journey to the capital continued without any further drama. On the final day before their arrival, Taylor approached with a bottle of wine. Young Master Kale. Kale looked up. What's the matter? Taylor said with a warm smile. Young Master Kale, it seems you're quite the connoisseur of fine wine, aren't you? Kale Hennitus. The man known for being unable to survive a single day without a drink. Taylor paused, his tone becoming more sincere, but I've realized the rumors don't match the man. Over the last few days, I've seen a side of you that the public completely ignores. You've spent the entire trip cooped up in your carriage just to ensure we felt comfortable and cared for. Your staff and guards follow your lead with absolute discipline and respect. But most importantly, you are the first person to treat us like actual human beings. Taylor offered an enthusiastic invitation. Young Master Kale, before we go our separate ways. Would you care to share a drink with us? Kale didn't give a direct answer, instead countering with a question. What exactly are you after? Taylor mused to himself. Just as I thought, this man isn't trash at all. On the contrary, he's incredibly shrewd and calculating. Taylor's expression turned solemn as he asked, Young Master Kale, what sort of man do you take me for? Kale studied him for a long moment, let out a weary sigh, and tossed a heavy pouch of coins onto the table. The sudden gesture caught both of them completely off guard. He remarked, I'm not entirely sure why you're heading to the capital at such a high-profile time, but there's usually only one reason people walk into a tiger's den like this. He highlighted the immense wealth of the Hennitus name. It's about the money, isn't it? Taylor gasped in disbelief. So, you saw through us after all. Cage was equally stunned. Truly impressive. Kale tapped the money pouch and continued. I figured you two might be running low on funds. If you plan to settle scores in the capital, you're going to need a war chest, right? Though it seems you didn't plan on asking. He flipped a coin and added with a smirk. Besides, with a golden turtle right in front of you, it would be a waste not to try and grab a piece of my fortune, wouldn't it? Taylor nodded, thinking, I see. Accepting your generosity this time is truly a godsend for us. Even if I were to decline, I doubt you'd go running to Venian with this information. Taylor observed Kale's unbothered stance and concluded, you clearly despise unnecessary drama. To me, you're a genius who prefers to hide in the shadows. Taylor added sincerely, you have my deepest thanks, young Master Kale. Kale laid out his logical deduction. You two were planning to slip away early this morning, weren't you? Taylor confirmed. We chose that hour to leave without a trace. From there, we intended to handle the rest alone. Kale pressed further. You were going to use your temple connections to enter the capital? Taylor nodded. That was indeed the strategy. Kale speculated. Even so, word would reach Fenian or the Marquis within 3 days. Politics are deeply embedded even within the temples of the god of death. Taylor was taken aback. You really do understand the inner workings of this world. Cage asked with renewed interest. Young Master Kale, you're far too invested in our plight for it to be mere curiosity. What's your angle? Kale traced a small circle on the tabletop, running the numbers in his head, and said, Travel with me for 1 more day. Consider this money in advance. You two will use my personal carriage. Your other associates can rendezvous with you in the capital tomorrow. Taylor eyed the pouch Kale had provided and asked, And what's the catch? Kale continued, I have a device that can render anyone within a certain range completely invisible. Taylor was floored. How is such a thing even possible? You're going to extraordinary lengths for us. Taylor wondered aloud. Why help us to this degree? Kale thought to himself, I have to step in because I'm the one who set this in motion. If Taylor takes the reins of the Stan house, it clears my path and ensures the Henadist territory stays safe. My quiet future depends on it. He answered simply, because I find your situation pitiable. I'm curious to see what a man with broken legs can achieve when he's backed into a corner, especially a disinherited heir like yourself. As the resident scoundrel of the Count's house, I find your desperate struggle quite moving. Taylor gripped his knees tightly. He couldn't feel the pressure, but his senses were sharper than ever, and his resolve was burning. Taylor let out a hearty laugh. Haha. Thank you truly. We desperately need this capital. Kale interjected. In return, I have one non-negotiable condition. He emphasized, forget that we ever met. Then let's forge an unbreakable pact. Surely you know that a vow sworn before the god of death results in certain death if violated? Kale nodded. I'm well aware. Let's proceed. Cage clarified. You won't be taking the vow yourself, will you? Kale shook his head. No, I have no intention of being bound. If things go south later, my family and I are washing our hands of you. Cage smiled knowingly. You're talking about Venian, aren't you? Kale replied, exactly. Taylor looked at Cage. Begin. Cage answered, right away. She clasped her hands and lowered her eyelids. Swirls of deep purple mist began to manifest in the air. Cage began the incantation. I am Cage, daughter of the eternal night. Alongside Taylor Stan, we swear by the night and by death itself. Should this oath be broken, we shall be swallowed by the void forever. She opened her eyes and continued, the events that transpired here shall be buried as a secret by myself and Taylor Stan. Beyond Kale Henadis, no living soul shall hear of this from us. Taylor echoed, it shall remain a secret to all others. The purple haze slowly dissolved into nothingness. Cage explained, the sensation you feel now is the weight of the vow. Should we falter, young Master Kale, you, as our witness, will be the first to know of our demise. Kale felt a strange resonance within himself and replied, understood. Taylor held up the wine bottle. Young Master Kale, shall we celebrate our new alliance? Cage excitedly set out 3 glasses and cheered, salute. Taylor laughed. Indeed, a momentous occasion like this demands the finest vintage. Watching the two of them eagerly prepare the drinks, Kale thought with a mix of amusement and shock. They actually travel with wine glasses? He remarked. You are certainly an unconventional priestess. Cage, busy pouring the wine, asked. Does it bother you to see a woman of the cloth enjoying a drink? Kale replied with total indifference. Why should I care what you do? Cage beamed. I knew I liked you for a reason. Cage asked warmly, young Master Kale, wouldn't you like to have a dependable older sister like me? Kale replied flatly, no, absolutely not. Taylor chimed in. How about a supportive older brother then? Kale shot back, even less interest in that. Taylor and Cage exchanged a look and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The 3 of them clinked their glasses in high spirits. Cage shouted, cheers. It was a night where the moon was hidden from view. Yet the bond formed between them shone brighter than any moonlight could. The following morning, the carriage continued its swift approach toward the heart of the kingdom. Inside, Kale checked his watch. We should be at the capital gates in about 2 hours. The silver and red kittens simultaneously observed Taylor's beaming face, while Cage, sitting beside him, appeared somewhat exhausted. Taylor broke the silence. Young Master Kale, are you familiar with the grand festivities the royal family has organized this time? Kale replied, actually, this will be my very first visit to the royal palace. I did, however, attend a gathering for the Northeast nobility a few years back. Taylor nodded understandingly. I see. He then elaborated. This entire celebration is held to honor the king's 55th year. It's a festival for the common folk. I suppose to someone like you, young Master Kale, it doesn't feel much like a party, does it? Kale thought gloomily. Festival, my foot. This festival is the reason I can't find any peace. Aside from that shadowy organization, I'm the only soul who knows the chaos about to erupt. Kale felt the weight of the world. Knowing the truth brings nothing but unwanted burdens and useless anxiety. If I play dumb, I'll just end up facing the terror of death all over again. Kale formulated a strategy. Avoidance is key. I must steer clear of anything that smells like danger. Specifically, I'll only move if it doesn't cost me too much skin. Reflecting on this, Kale asked, I take it this isn't exactly a joyous carnival for you either, young Master Taylor? Taylor smirked and answered, I view this as a crucial crossroads in my life, young Master Kale. Kale nodded. Fair enough. Taylor's tone turned grave. Whatever you do, watch your back around the crown prince. Despite being a cast-off heir, I still have my ways of sniffing out secrets within the Stan household. While this 55th anniversary was bound to happen, the decision to summon every noble's child was entirely the crown prince's move. Taylor mused. I'm not quite sure how to put it. Kale interjected dryly. He's rounding them up like cattle for a feast, isn't he? Taylor beamed. Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Then, realizing he had agreed a bit too enthusiastically, he stammered, Wait, no. I didn't mean it quite so harshly. Taylor looked a bit sheepish. Well, I suppose you already grasped the situation. Kale shrugged. It wasn't exactly a riddle. Taylor rubbed his cheek awkwardly. I suppose not. But you're the first person I've met who can describe his tactics so bluntly. Kale thought privately. He's a master manipulator. The crown prince knows exactly how to charm people into his service. He makes sure everyone becomes a pawn in his game without them ever realizing they've been played. Look at Choi Han, the prince will hail him as a savior. Choi Han, touched by the kindness, will fall right into line, being used while thinking he's found a friend. Kale weighed the thought, though using might be a strong word. At least he points them in a useful direction. He doesn't just exploit people for vanity, he does it for the crown, the citizens, or even the greater good of the world. He uses honeyed words to offer prizes, then casually mentions a favor. A righteous man like Choi Han would find it impossible to say no. Taylor interrupted his thoughts. Regardless, young Master Kale, the crown prince is the kind of person who will make your life incredibly complicated if you get tangled up with him. Kale dismissed the worry. Don't fret. My goal is to stay under the radar. I loathe being the center of attention. The carriage suddenly fell silent. Taylor was staring at him intensely. Kale asked, Is there a reason you're gawking at me? Taylor replied timidly, Well, staying under the radar seems impossible for you. Cage patted Taylor's shoulder and gave a supportive thumbs up. Don't sweat the small stuff. Kale leaned back and continued. Even if I do get caught up in it, the disaster you and the priestess are imagining won't happen. Kale spoke with a hint of arrogance. I'm a natural at this. Kale thought, if the prince sees I'm just as calculating as he is, he'll avoid me. I'll play his game of rewards and favors right back at him. Cage raised a finger excitedly. That look right there is perfect, young master. You look wonderfully devious. Kale glanced out the window. Better to look like a villain than a victim. The towering spires of the capital began to peek over the horizon. Kale noted, the capital certainly lives up to its reputation. Taylor added, Rhone has always been known as the Kingdom of Boulders. Ancient lore says this land was steeped in stories of stone and strength long before the kingdom was ever founded. One legend tells of a guardian deity made of rock. A god who could withstand any blow to protect the world, the one who kept the primordial darkness from swallowing the continent. Taylor went on, You seem quite fond of these myths. Taylor nodded, I am. Because that guardian, no matter how many times it was shattered, always stood back up to shield others. That's why these lands are so peaceful today. Such selfless entities don't exist in the real world. That's why the story fascinates me. Cage asked, surprised, You don't think it's true? Taylor answered, It's hard to believe anyone would sacrifice their own body for others so relentlessly. Kale agreed, True enough. He thought to himself, throwing yourself into the fire for someone else? I wouldn't believe in that kind of person either. He said, I've never heard that particular version before. He wondered, I've read all 5 volumes of The Birth of a Hero, and I don't recall a single mention of this boulder god. Taylor added, It's likely an obscure tale. I only stumbled across it while digging into the origins of ancient powers. Kale realized, that makes sense. He peered out the window and handed the shimmering artifact back to Taylor, saying, Take this. It's time to get ready. The convoy finally pulled up to the massive capital gates. The deputy commander knocked on the door. "Young master, the knights at the gate are requesting an inspection of the carriage interior, sir." Kale, clutching a wine bottle with a flushed face, kicked the door wide open. The two knights jumped back in shock. The deputy commander couldn't help but smirk at the display. Kale climbed down unsteadily, followed by his two feline companions. Looking slightly inebriated, he made a grand, welcoming gesture. "Feel free to inspect it." The two knights responded in a robotic tone, "Then please excuse us." They then stepped closer to the carriage to take a thorough look inside. Their eyes only met a few empty wine bottles clattering around on the floor of the vehicle. Both retreated, bowed low, and stated, "You may proceed, sir. Welcome to the capital." Kale climbed back into the carriage with an air of leisure, and the convoy slowly rolled forward. Dropping his drunken facade instantly, Kale shot a sharp smile at the two guests sitting across from him. With a touch of irony, he remarked, "So, welcome to the capital, I guess?" Taylor smiled as he touched the artifact around his neck and replied, "It has been a very long time since I last heard those welcoming words." The carriage traveled toward the western district of the city. Kale let out a whistle and said, "Young Master Taylor, once we pull up, Ron will guide you both the rest of the way. You two can slip out now." Kale's tone turned dead serious. "Wipe every detail from your memory." A guard approached, opened the door, and announced, "Young Master, we have arrived at our destination." Taylor and Cage watched Kale disembark and said softly, "Truly, we thank you. Let's cross paths again under happier circumstances." Kale stood before the residence gates, observing the structure for a long moment. "Huh." He let out a short breath. "This place is much larger than I anticipated, isn't it?" The Hennides family's wealth was certainly on full display. It wasn't excessively gaudy or loud, but it possessed a refined luxury that clearly outshone the estates of other high-ranking nobles. Kale stepped inside. The butlers and domestic staff were already perfectly positioned in their respective lines. They bowed deeply in a display of formal respect. "Greetings, young Master Kale Hennides. We welcome your arrival. Please permit us to serve you with the utmost dedication." Kale glanced at his personal butler, Hans, and whispered, "What is the meaning of all this? Why the grand welcome?" Hans shrugged helplessly, signaling he was just as surprised. Kale spoke in a measured tone. "Everyone, you may raise your heads. Going forward, there is no need for such rigid formality. For those who fulfill their responsibilities, I will ensure you are rewarded fairly. I am aware that the Countess handpicked you all. You are professionals who take pride in your work, so please carry yourselves with that same dignity. If any issues arise, coordinate with Hans." He then thought to himself, "Even if I didn't say that, they'd naturally flock to him when the workload gets heavy, wouldn't they?" He started walking toward the interior and added, "Come along, Hans." "Yes, sir," Hans replied, scurrying to keep pace. An elderly man, appearing to be the head butler of the estate, massaged his temples and sighed, "Haha, young Master Kale has truly made his entrance." "Oh, my head is spinning already. We should get back to work too, shouldn't we?" The servants murmured in agreement, "Yes." One whispered to another, "What do you think? He didn't act nearly as arrogant as the rumors suggested. As long as we stay sharp, we'll be just fine." Kale sighed, tossing the formal invitation onto the table. He looked lost in thought. Hans, standing at the ready, spoke up. "Young Master, do you not plan on attending?" Kale snapped back irritably. "Is skipping an option?" Hans replied, "Not really, sir. Is this not a pivotal gathering of the Northeast Noble Council?" Kale grunted, "That's right." Hans presented a document and explained the details. "This is the roster of the noble heirs who have currently arrived in the capital." Kale scanned it. "I see." He then asked, "Ron has finished all the arrangements, I assume?" Hans bowed, "Yes, sir." Kale looked satisfied. "Excellent. You should go get some sleep as well." Hans bowed low. "Thank you, sir. I plan to enjoy a very comfortable rest." Kale suddenly remembered something. "Oh, and bring me something to eat." Hans replied, "Understood," and quickly exited the room. Kale skimmed the list one last time before dropping it onto the desk. "Oomph." He stood up, paused for a moment, and pushed open the balcony doors. He watched a few stray leaves dance in the breeze. A knock came at the door. He called out, "Enter." A tray of steaming food was placed on the table. Kale said, "Eat up. While you've been busy finding food for me this whole time, you probably haven't had a chance to enjoy a real meal yourself. Tailing me everywhere must be exhausting." The black dragon stared at the feast with wide, shimmering eyes. The silver kitten quickly snatched a morsel and popped it directly into the dragon's mouth. Kale took a satisfied sip of his wine. Watching the two cats take turns feeding the dragon, he thought, "Eat your fill, little one. I'm going to have plenty of tasks for you later." He set his wine glass down and mused, "I suppose it's almost time, huh? Only in a place with this much wealth can one eat this well and be so relaxed. If life could just stay this simple, it would be perfect." Kale marveled, "Truly, this is excellent. This is exactly the life I wanted." Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from outside, causing all three animals to look toward the source in unison. Kale bolted upright. The wine glass on the table tipped over and shattered. Kale's mind raced. Choi-han? Surely he wouldn't show up like this, would he? No, he isn't scheduled to arrive for another 3 days. Even if he ran at full speed, he couldn't have made it this quickly. Unless... Did he bring a critically injured Locke with him? The commotion outside intensified. Kale continued his internal panic. "I gave Choi-han recovery water with divine properties, but that's useless for the wolf tribe. They're the ones abandoned by God. And Rosalind is far too cautious to use high-tier teleportation magic out in the open. I specifically told him to wait at that inn." Kale rushed to the door and pulled it open. The sight of the two people standing there stopped him in his tracks. Choi-han was gasping for air, carrying a slumped figure over his shoulders, and wheezed. "Young Master Kale, I am so sorry. You are the only person I knew I could turn to for help." Hans and Rosalind stood behind him, silent and motionless. Kale studied the figure being carried, mentally identifying the boy, Locke of the Blue Wolf tribe. His state was critical. This burning heat. This is the onset of the wolf tribe's initial berserk state, isn't it? Why has this transformation, which was supposed to be a year away, triggered so early? Choi-han moved swiftly to rest the unconscious Locke upon the mattress. Kale commanded, "Hans, get some fresh water in here immediately." "Hans?" Right away." The butler vanished in a blur. Kale stood over the bed. He monitored Locke's symptoms, realizing, at this rate, there's no way to delay the change. Locke drifted in a stupor, his eyes fluttering as he exhaled raspy, feverish breaths toward Kale's blurry form. Kale spoke softly, "Don't push yourself. Just close your eyes. Everything will be all right." In his delirium, Locke saw a memory of a man's hands gripping his shoulders when he was a toddler. The man had turned and sprinted away, abandoning him to the void. Despite the child's desperate cries of "Uncle! Uncle!" the figure only dissolved into the distance. Locke squeezed his eyes shut, bracing against the agony. Choi-han looked at Locke with a face full of dread and whispered, "Kale. What is happening to him?" He clenched his trembling fists and choked out, "The restorative water you provided didn't help at all. Rosalind says the Blue Wolf tribe can't process it, and even healing spells failed. We were at our wits' end." Choi-han vowed, "I have to save. I must protect him no matter what." Kale offered a grounding word, "Get a grip." He then thought, "If you keep shouting, you'll wake the poor kid up." He made his position clear. "First, if you have faith in me, let me handle this." Choi-han didn't blink before answering, "I do." Kale nodded, "Then it's settled." Still, Kale noted Choi-han's extreme emotional distress with a hint of confusion. He mused, "What changed? I know Choi-han wears his heart on his sleeve. According to the original plot, he and Locke should only be starting to bond, but they've clearly skipped several steps. Is this ripple effect my fault?" Kale turned his gaze toward Rosalind, who had remained a silent observer until now. She was the first in line for the Breck Kingdom's throne, a mage currently in the process of surrendering her royal birthright. With her vivid crimson hair, she looked like a velvet rose in bloom. Perhaps only the brilliance of the sun could truly match her presence. Suddenly, Rosalind gasped, "This sensation. What is this incredible surge of mana?" Her eyes locked onto the black dragon perched on a chair. As she reached out a hand, Kale let out a weary sigh. Dragons naturally gravitate toward mages. It seems he's funneling mana into her. Just stay still. The black dragon stole a quick glance at Kale before darting away in a flash. Rosalind stood stunned, looking at Kale as she breathed. What on earth was that? Kale gestured toward the bed with a neutral face. "This takes precedence right now." Rosalind refocused, her voice urgent. "What is wrong with Locke?" Kale remained quiet, weighing his options. "I assumed she'd stay under the radar and avoid high-tier spells, given her usual caution." He looked at the staff she gripped. "But to beat my schedule by 3 days, she must have used teleportation. She's completely defied my expectations by putting her magic on full display." Kale spoke up. "You're a practitioner of magic, correct?" Rosalind nodded. "I am." He pressed. "Are you familiar with the wolf tribe's blood frenzy?" Rosalind searched her mind before speaking. "I've read descriptions in ancient texts, but I've never seen anyone endure such physical torment." Kale clarified. "That's because you've never seen a first-time transition." Yes, he went on to explain the mechanics of the shift. During this initial change, they endure immense physical trauma and a total loss of sanity. If they survive the ordeal, it becomes their greatest asset. He checked the time. We're running out of minutes. Rosalind hesitated, then said, I don't know who you are, but I consider myself a person of logic. Her expression softened. He's just a little boy. Kale looked at Locke writhing in pain and answered. I am well aware. Kale saw Hans return with the tea and gave a new order. Hans, bring a transport stretcher here. Hans blinked, confused. Yes, sir. Kale added. Place him on it, and take him down to the training grounds. Seal the area, nobody else gets in. Seeing Hans hesitate, Kale snapped, move. Hans scrambled, right away. Wondering, why would we take a dying boy to a combat arena? Kale turned back to give instructions to Choi Han and the woman. Rosalind introduced herself. My name is Rosalind. He paused. Right, Rosalind. The two of you need to work together and fight him. Both were shocked, their voices rising in unison. Excuse me? Kale explained calmly. For the beastkin tribes, wolves, tigers, bears, their families usually manage this for them. They act as human shields, absorbing every attack the berserker throws out. They serve as a buffer to keep the child from hurting themselves. Kale glanced at the two kittens circling Locke and noted, but this boy doesn't have anyone left. He clapped his hands to finalize the plan, so, the two of you are going to step in and play the parents. He reconsidered. Well, if that's too much, call yourselves older siblings. Whatever you call it, protect him. Down at the training grounds, Locke remained curled into a ball in the center of the dusty yard, trembling with every breath. Choi Han turned to Kale and asked, How long do these feral episodes typically last, sir? Kale surmised that Locke must be of the purest noble lineage within his tribe. Choi Han muttered, It looks like we're in for a long haul, aren't we? He replied, Yeah, roughly 2 hours. Hearing this, Choi Han didn't show even a flicker of doubt. He declared with resolve, I can handle it. I am Locke's big brother. Kale didn't argue, simply commanding, Both of you, get to the center of the grounds. They approached the boy. Suddenly, Locke's body convulsed violently, and a guttural, strained sound escaped his throat. Ugh. Grah. His physique began to warp, claws extended into lethal points, while his whimpers shifted into predatory snarls. Locke let out a piercing cry. His eyes underwent a terrifying change, bleeding into a deep void of black with pupils that glowed like molten embers. Jagged fangs tore through his gums. Locke unleashed a primal roar. As the sound echoed, his frame continued to distort, clearly causing him immense agony. The sound of his suffering made Choi Han and Rosalind visibly flinch. However, they could do nothing but witness Locke's stature growing more monstrous. Kale noticed a shimmering barrier of light forming around the boy. He looked at the black dragon weaving the spell and remarked, A mana shield? You've got a real knack for this, don't you? The black dragon huffed, You're far too fragile, so it falls on me to shield you. Kale replied with a shrug, If you say so. Around them, the world was filled only with Locke's harrowing screams. Kale pulled the red kitten into a hug and suggested, Hey, while you're at it, could you dampen the noise? Without a word, the dragon flicked a claw, and the screaming fell into an eerie silence. Kale asked, I still don't get why you're so shy about using that power. The dragon replied loftily, There is no need for a human to understand. Kale noted internally, his magic is becoming remarkably potent. In the days to come, I'll need to make sure I utilize his talents to their fullest potential. His legs were starting to ache from standing, so he settled down onto the grass. After a quiet moment, a thought struck him, and he called out, On Hong. Neither of you has experienced a berserk awakening yet, right? They both shook their heads. He followed up, I see. What exactly do you know about the berserk state? On answered softly, Not much, really. No one was there to teach us the ways of our kin. Kale thought, just as I suspected. They, too, were likely of elite bloodlines. That means when your time comes, your transformations will be incredibly powerful and dangerous. Kale began a gentle explanation, the wolves, tigers, bears, and whales. He glanced at Locke, whose metamorphosis was still incomplete. Tufted wolf ears had emerged, and his clothes were shredding under his growing bulk. He continued, Are the ones who lose their sanity most completely. That's why they're seen as the most primal of the beastkin. I'm not as familiar with the cat tribe's process, but if you ever feel a sudden fever or an inexplicable surge of pain, you must come to me immediately. An and Hong listened, their eyes shimmering with newfound light. They looked at him with a mixture of joy and profound devotion. Even the black dragon paused to listen. Kale plodded silently. I'll have to prepare a safety net to minimize the fallout when it happens. The kittens began rubbing against him affectionately. Meow. Kale's train of thought hit a wall. He shifted slightly, baffled by their sudden clinginess. What's gotten into you two? By now, Locke had nearly reached his full Lupin form, still howling in a soundless void. Kale felt a wave of confusion. Why is he turning now? In the birth of a hero novel. This event was supposed to be a year away. It was triggered back then by the tragic death of a man named Hilsman Penoric. For Locke, that loss mirrored the trauma of his uncle's passing. Losing his uncle, who was the pillar of their tribe, had shattered him. He felt like a curse that killed everyone he loved. Now, Locke's transformation has reached its peak. Choi Han and Rosalind called out to him, their voices thick with concern. Locke, fight it. Locke, stay with us. But the boy had completely surrendered to his instincts. His consciousness was a total blank, driven only by the raw need to unleash his newfound strength. He let out a low growl and lunged at Choi Han. Choi Han reacted instantly, using his sheathed sword to parry the boy's snapping jaws. The sheer force of the impact skidded him across the yard, his forearms vibrating from the shock. He shouted desperately, snap out of it, Locke. It's me, Choi Han. Locke responded by swiping a set of razor-sharp claws at his face. Choi Han leaped back to safety. Kale watched the spectacle from the sidelines like a casual spectator. He sighed to himself. Does he really think talking will work? Honestly, the quickest way is just a good thwack to the head to knock him out. He used the moment as a teaching opportunity. On Hong, pay close attention to the way that wolf boy moves. The kittens focused on the blur of fur and muscle. Locke's style was chaotic and fierce, keeping Choi Han on his toes. Kale continued, that is pure beastkin instinct, it defies human logic. He smiled thinly. It's their greatest beauty and their most lethal trait. This state isn't something to fear or find repulsive. It's when they are at their peak. It'll be different for cats, but... Kale trailed off as Locke's fist shattered the stone tiles of the training yard into 1,000 pieces. He finished. Look at that movement. Study that wild, unbridled instinct. He added firmly, learn it. Make those movements your own. Because if you ever have to face a wolf, a bear, or a tiger, you need to know exactly how to take their heads. Having finished his lecture, Kale reached out and patted their heads. The kittens stared back at him with a look of absolute worship. Locke gathered his strength and made a massive lunge toward Choi Han. Rosalind quickly conjured a shimmering geometric shield to intercept the blow. As the barrier groaned under Locke's repetitive strikes, she cried out. Locke, look at me. You said you wanted us to be your family. Please, you have to calm down. Choi Han sprinted to a different angle, trying to draw the boy's aggression. Over here, Locke. Come for me. I'm the one you need to get through. Locke turned his glowing red eyes toward him, filled with rage. Kale turned back to the black dragon and continued their conversation. Observe how Rosalind utilizes her magic. It isn't to assist Choi Han's counterattacks, but to ensure the target remains unharmed. Notice how she uses her aura as a buffer to shield that wolf boy. Preventing harm is a far more grueling task than inflicting it. He watched Locke lunge toward Choi Han once more and continued his lecture. However, for someone like you, I expect you to master this instantly. The black dragon exhaled a sigh of pure confidence. I am a dragon. There is no such word as impossible for me. Kale smirked. Exactly. So watch closely and draw your own conclusions. He lounged in the corner looking rather uninterested, muttering with regret, it looks like I'm stuck here for the full 2 hours. I really should have brought a bottle of wine. The time limit was finally drawing near. Locke's relentless assault was fading as his energy drained. All three of them stood there, chests heaving with exhaustion. Locke had nearly regained his human consciousness. He managed to wheeze out, Hyung. Nuna. Please. He gasped, his fatigue too heavy to mask. Struggling to finish his thought, he whispered, I am so sorry, everyone. With those final words, he collapsed onto the stones of the training yard. Choi Han cried out, Locke. Rosalind, despite her own bone-deep weariness, rushed toward the fallen boy. As the boy's vision blurred, a familiar, faint silhouette flickered before his eyes once again. He murmured uncle under his breath before slipping into a deep faint. Kale approached and said, you two should go find some rest. He looked down at Locke, who was cradled unconsciously in Choi Han's protective arms. He declared, the crisis has passed. I'll take it from here. Choi Han carefully hoisted Locke onto the waiting stretcher. As Rosalind stood there in a daze, a small vial filled with red liquid suddenly floated through the air toward her. She caught it instinctively and looked at Kale with a puzzled expression, questioning him. Locke's wolf tribe physiology won't let him absorb standard recovery fluids, so why? He cut her off with an indifferent gaze and replied, what makes you think I intended that for a member of the wolf tribe? That is for you. You've earned it. Rosalind stood speechless, completely caught off guard by the gesture. She looked from the vial to Kale, then curled her fingers tightly around the glass. With genuine emotion, she whispered, "Thank you." Kale strolled away casually, tossing back a think nothing of it. He then pulled Choi-han aside, his voice dropping to a more serious register. "Choi-han, there are matters we need to discuss immediately." Locke was moved to the study to be monitored by the head butler and Hans. A full spread of food had been laid out. Kale gestured toward it. "Give me the full report." Choi-han began his summary. "Yes. Linking up with Rosalind was perfectly seamless. We reached the destination you specified and encountered the merchant caravan bound for the capital. It wasn't a formal guild, just a small band of 5 independent traders. When I came across them, they were desperate for 2 temporary bodyguards because their original detail had been wounded. And just as you predicted, Rosalind was right there among them." Kale mentally mapped the Breck Kingdom, which shared a border with the Roan Kingdom's northwest. Rosalind had been traveling toward the Whipper Kingdom, right at the edge of the Roan Kingdom. She had been the target of an assassination plot within these borders. Kale crossed his arms, deep in thought. While she had the talent to survive the attempt, she hadn't been able to unmask the mastermind. Thus, she stayed in Roan to investigate quietly. Choi-han added, "Since we shared a destination, we bonded to make the journey easier." Kale raised an eyebrow. "Bonded?" Choi-han nodded. "Yes. I'm usually not one for idle chatter. But I figured it would be beneficial for us to become closer companions." Kale didn't dismiss the idea entirely, though he muttered a bit skeptically. "Just try to be yourself. That's more than enough." Kale thought to himself, in the original story, those two didn't form a bond until much later, after they met Locke. There's no logical reason for someone as guarded as Rosalind to initiate a friendship so early. And Choi-han isn't the type to push for it either. Referring back to the trauma of Harris Village, Choi-han spoke with a calm resolve. "Even if it felt out of character for me, I wanted to ensure I repaid my debt to you in full, sir." Kale understood. "I see. So that was the motivation." Choi-han continued, "At the location you told us we'd find Locke, the merchants stayed at a nearby settlement. But something went terribly wrong at the village they intended to visit." Hearing this, Kale's expression sharpened instantly. He listened with rapt attention. "The moment we arrived at the village gates, I realized their primary escort was actually a member of the Beast People." Choi-han detailed the memory. While they were still in the lower settlement, Choi-han had paused to look back. He saw residents carrying heavy loads and stepped forward to ask, "Are these goods intended for the local market?" A villager, setting down a heavy crate with a tired huff, replied, "Oh, not for here. The mountain folk come down to trade their goods with us." Choi-han looked toward the peaks the man indicated and nodded. "Understood." He suspected that following those mountain traders would lead him straight to Locke. By that evening, however, the villager grew visibly anxious. He fretted, "This is odd. They're long past the agreed-upon time." He turned to Choi-han apologetically. "I'm sorry, but we can't risk moving the trade goods up there alone. They must have missed the meeting, but we're worried, so we want to investigate." Choi-han recalled Kale's specific order: accompany the escort warriors to that mountain village. The villager glanced at his partner and asked, "Are you comfortable with that?" The partner replied firmly, "Yes, not a problem." When he first rounded the bend to the village, Choi-han was struck with sheer horror. Rosalind stood behind him, hand clamped over her mouth in shock at the inferno before them. The entire village was being devoured by crimson flames. Bodies were strewn across the ground, being claimed by the fire's hunger. Choi-han still carries the weight of those memories vividly in his mind. His hands balled into trembling fists as he spoke in a low, somber voice, "Young Master Kale." At that sight, I witnessed a sigil that looked terrifyingly familiar. 5 red stars encircling a single white star. Kale felt a jolt of alarm, musing privately. "What? Members of the secret organization already? If I recall the original plot correctly, Choi-han was supposed to reach the Blue Wolf village only to find the assassins already fleeing the scene." He spoke up, his voice steady. "Were there no survivors?" Choi-han shook his head. "None of the adults. They mentioned they were rounding up the remaining children. The chief who died defending them must have been the last line of defense." He began running the numbers in his head. Roughly 10 young ones were snatched from the very spot where the tribe leader drew his final breath. Kale was baffled. The details were deviating from his knowledge. He thought, weren't they supposed to be a cleanup crew? Why bother kidnapping the wolf children? Choi-han visualized the moment that teenager appeared. He continued, "Just as they were about to drag the children away, a boy stood his ground against the entire group. That was Locke." Kale fell into a pensive silence. Does he view death and abduction as different fates? Originally, Locke would have remained in the shadows while the others perished. It's against a wolf's very soul to watch their kin suffer. What could have possibly triggered Locke to break cover? He rubbed his temples, a frown deepening on his face as he wondered. Has the timeline shifted this much already? Choi Han's voice cracked the silence. I intervened. No. His expression turned lethal. I intended to slaughter them all. Kale nodded. Continue. Choi Han explained that the attackers wore plain black cloaks, yet he recognized the sinister aura they radiated as identical to the ones at Harris Village. Kale probed. So you're certain they wield the same dark power as the butchers who destroyed your home? He answered without a second of doubt. Yes. Kale remained thoughtful. This was a massive development, though he had to act as if he were learning it for the first time. Choi Han described the scene amidst the inferno. There was one individual who bore the 5 red stars openly on his chest. He recalled the silhouette of a man shrouded in a dark hood, the monster who had effortlessly cut down the village guards. He couldn't scrub the image of the man's blonde hair or his sadistic grin as he licked the blood from his fingers. That monster actually drank the blood of the wolf tribe. Kale pondered the revelation. A psychotic mage with a taste for wolf blood? Connecting the dots. He realized the future terrorist attack at the Capitol Plaza was likely orchestrated by this same blood-drinking degenerate. The mental image of a man in a black cloak perched atop a high tower flickered in his mind. A high-ranking fanatic of the blood cult. Kale reached a grim conclusion. That madman had surfaced at the Blue Wolf Village instead of the capital. Still, a question lingered. Why would a highborn mage and cultist bother kidnapping children he was meant to execute? The trail of logic went cold. Kale could only point to one cause. Was it because I saved the dragon? That's the only major variable I've changed. Choi Han admitted that, in the end, he failed to take any of them alive. He added, the ones I cornered took their own lives. The others were whisked away by a man with 6 stars via teleportation. Then, Choi Han recalled the mage's parting words. Standing in the center of the burning village, the man's crimson eyes had locked onto his. What a waste. They were such high-quality seeds. I imagine the little ones would have tasted exquisite. Kale was disturbed. What does he mean by seeds? He shifted the focus. Where are the children now? Choi Han replied, Rosalind teleported them to safety. They're hiding at a nearby tavern with the merchant we met. Kale thought, the tribe is gone. Just 10 kids and a merchant left. Kale mused. Why didn't you just leave them in the merchant's care? To Choi Han, he simply nodded, acting as though he understood the logic. Internally, Kale groaned. If I keep collecting people, I'll be running an orphanage soon. He exhaled a long sigh and asked, Choi Han, you have questions for me, don't you? He nodded solemnly. I have many. Kale knew exactly what was eating at the swordsman. He reached for a piece of bread. You want to know who they are and why they do these things. Kale turned toward him. And most of all, how I, Kale, know so much about them. You want the whole truth. Kale broke off a piece of bread and said, I'll give you 2 things. Choi Han looked at him with a questioning gaze. Only 2? Kale replied cruelly. That's right, as he motioned for him to stand. Confused, Choi Han asked, where are we headed? Kale glanced back over his shoulder. He checked the time and replied, the temple of the god of death. Darkness had completely taken over the sky. The carriage came to a halt before a striking white tower. Kale spoke. I will reveal 2 fundamental truths to you here. He added firmly, and I will stake my life on their validity. Kale looked Choi Han in the eye. Follow me. I'm about to tell you something that will change everything. Choi Han felt a surge of nerves, but followed Kale inside regardless. They were met by 2 priests in ivory robes. The acolytes greeted them. May your soul find peace. Kale asked if there were any available vow chambers. The priests were visibly taken aback by the request. They looked Choi Han over. He looked like a weary, hungry traveler who was easily manipulated and clearly out of place in the city. The priests asked, which of you is prepared to wager your life? Kale pointed to himself. I am. My life is the stake. Choi Han called out Kale in a worried tone. Kale looked back. What is it? Choi Han whispered. You don't have to go to such extremes for me. I'll take your word for it. Kale let out a quiet sigh and remarked, you won't believe a word I say. He mused privately. How could he? I have no intention of breathing a word about the specifics of that secret organization. Kale looked away, thinking, if I spill everything, he'll just dump all those headaches right on my doorstep. He reminded himself, Choi Han is destined to join forces with the most formidable of the beastkin, the whale tribe, and take on that cult. And whales aren't exactly known for their sunny dispositions. Choi Han is a magnet for chaos. It's in my best interest to keep a safe distance from this mess. Turning back to the business at hand, he asked the cleric, is a chamber available? They confirmed there was. The 2 priests added, please follow us down to the lower level. We'll have a room ready for you both in a moment. Choi Han and Kale paced silently behind the priests as they descended into the basement. The priest swung open a heavy door and said, "Kindly wait here for a moment while we prepare the interior." The door clicked shut. Kale broke the silence. "You seem to be on edge, so I'll give you one piece of the puzzle first, Choi Han." Choi Han insisted. "Just say it. I already trust you." Kale gave a sharp snap of his fingers. "Very well. The first thing you need to know is..." He stated flatly that he had no clue regarding the ultimate goal or the true identity of that shadowy group. Choi Han stood frozen and stammered, "What are you talking about?" Just then, the door reopened. The priests motioned them inside. One pointed toward a figure waiting within, explaining, "Whoever is providing the life guarantee, please signal him now." Kale chuckled and noted, "Hard to swallow, isn't it? I can see the gears turning in your head." He turned toward the entrance and said, "Let's get this over with." Choi Han hesitated for a heartbeat. But ultimately, he stepped into the room alongside Kale. Inside the dim chamber, Kale and Choi Han took their seats across from the priest. Kale raised his hand to confirm his role. The priest carefully scrutinized both men. With a silent nod, he gestured toward the parchment resting on the table. Choi Han reached out and picked up the document. It stipulated that the one wagering their life must place their hand, now a vessel for the god of death, upon their companion, and recite the oath. Should the speaker violate the vow, their life would be forfeit. Kale was stunned, thinking, "That's some truly brutal phrasing." The priest slowly lifted his hand. The ritualistic process began to unfold. Choi Han whispered in awe, "Is this truly the power of a deity?" Kale replied, "It is." He reached out to feel the weight of that energy. "This is the force that will end me if I break my word, huh?" The priest spoke solemnly. "The truth spoken here will remain unheard by these ears. But any lie will be judged by death itself." Kale began the invocation, and I, Kale. He swore by the impartial gaze of the god. "I will speak nothing but the absolute truth to Choi Han." His voice was unwavering. "Should I utter a single lie, I accept immediate death as payment for this vow." He felt a flicker of internal tension. I have to give him the raw truth now. I've debated this more times than I can count. The reality of his situation was surreal. He had unexpectedly become a character in a story. I was just an average guy from Korea who woke up inside the novel I was reading. I know the plot up to volume 5. When I opened my eyes, I was the son of a high-ranking noble. This world is on the brink of a massive war. Driven by a simple desire for a peaceful life, I started meddling with the plot. But for better or worse, that quiet life is slipping further away. He closed his eyes, making a silent pact. I'll either fall on the continent's battlefields or perish under Choi Han's scorn. Therefore, he began his revelation. Standing tall before Choi Han, Kale declared, "I, Kale, Henidus, have no knowledge of that organization's identity. That is the simple, unvarnished truth. Long before he entered this world, many events had already transpired. By the time I finished reading the 5th volume, I only knew what they had done. Their origins and their true purpose remain a total mystery to me." He continued, "And the second truth is just as undeniable." He opened his eyes and stared directly into Choi Han's soul. "I loathe that organization and want to see them erased from existence." Choi Han looked confused. "How can you hate them so deeply if you don't even know who they are?" He explained, "Because I am witness to the atrocities they've committed." Kale detailed everything he knew, from the Black Dragon's suffering to Locke's tragic past. His expression grew grave. "Choi Han, I've spent my life hiding behind the mask of a trash noble. That was the dream. I had zero ambition to inherit my family's title or responsibilities." He didn't hold back a single detail. "My younger brother, Basin. I want him to be the one to lead the Henidus house." He confessed, "Yet my father, the head of the house, sent me here. I could have walked away, so why did I agree to represent my family in the capital?" Choi Han whispered, "I don't know." He replied, "Because I know the horrors that organization is about to unleash." Choi Han was caught off guard. He quickly spoke up in his own defense. "I can't explain how I've come across this knowledge, but I know for a fact they plan to slaughter countless people in this city. I couldn't let Basin walk into that trap, and I personally intend to crush that organization." He mused to himself, "Naturally, I'm not selfless enough to sacrifice my entire life just to play hero." Outwardly, he maintained his resolve. "However, I've devised a strategy to settle this as quietly as possible so I can head back home." Choi Han found the situation utterly baffling. "So you're saying you can't tell me the source of this information?" He confirmed, "Precisely. I cannot reveal that to a single living soul in this world." Choi Han sensed a shift when he added, "But because it's you, I'll give you one more guarantee." He stated firmly, "I have absolutely no intention of ever causing you harm." Choi Han fell into a deep silence for a moment, his fingers curling into tight fists. He made his choice. "I believe you," he replied with a sense of relief. "Good to hear." He let out a short, hollow laugh. Young Master Kale, please make just one more oath. He proposed his terms. If you do, I will give you my complete and utter trust. He felt a slight twinge of anxiety. I didn't see this coming, but as long as I stick to the truth, there shouldn't be any issues. What exactly do you need me to say to earn that trust? Inwardly, he grumbled. I really hate this. But on the surface, he was forced to concede. Fine, a bargain then. What's the condition? Choi Han began his explanation. Kale. I am determined to get my revenge on those monsters. The young man made a solemn request. This is the first time I've ever felt this level of hatred for anyone. Please, promise me that if you uncover anything about their identity, you will tell me everything. He agreed instantly. Of course. He exhaled a long breath of relief. I thought it was going to be something impossible. Will I even find out before he does? He began the new vow. I, Kale Henadus, swear that if I learn anything about those people, I will inform Choi Han immediately. Standing before the divine witness, he was unwavering. Should I break this promise, I will pay for it with my very life. He asked, is that sufficient? Choi Han looked content. Yes, that's more than enough. He suggested, then we're done here, right? He nodded, yes. He tapped the table lightly. The room fell into a heavy silence. He offered a parting word to the cleric. I wish you a long and peaceful life. Thank you, priest. He walked out, thinking, I'd better live a long time and keep that promise. After all, I only get one shot at life. The two settled back into the carriage. Kale added, oh, by the way. Just so you know, that blood-drinking mage is the one orchestrating the chaos that's about to hit the capital. Choi Han asked coldly, can I kill him the moment I lay eyes on him? He replied with total composure, why ask the obvious? Whether you end him or not is entirely up to you. He nodded in grim agreement. Yes, I will definitely put an end to him. A knock sounded from outside the door. Kale called out, enter. Ron pushed the door open and stepped inside. Young master. He acknowledged him. Ron. The old man placed a different variety of tea on the table. He gestured toward the cup, questioning, lemon tea right before bed? Ron replied calmly, that is correct, young master. He brought the cup to his lips, feeling a secret dread. Escaping this nightly lemon tea ritual is proving to be impossible. Suddenly, Ron spoke up, young master. He asked, may I ask a small favor of you, sir? Hearing those words, he nearly choked. He managed to ask, a favor? What kind of request? He was flooded with suspicion. In that moment, he felt like a helpless mouse staring at a cat. This is a dangerous vibe. Why would a terrifying old man like you need a favor from me? Well, let's hear it. He wore a slight smile as he made the request. May I have a 2-day leave of absence, sir? He let out a surprised "oh." Then he grabbed Ron's hand and replied with unbridled joy. But of course. That's perfectly fine. Haven't you spent years putting up with a troublesome person like me? You can take a break whenever you like. He was visibly thrilled. Ron, stay away for as long as you need. He plotted silently. Great, go rest for a long, long time. However, to ensure you and Choi Han bond properly, it has to be before the main event. 2 days is ideal. Kale felt the weight lift. Knowing he was free of that burden for 2 whole days. Not having to look at that intimidating face was a dream come true. He turned back and said, hold on a second. He walked over to the cabinet and pulled open a small drawer. Under Ron's watchful eye, he slowly pulled out a pouch of coins and handed it over, adding warmly, it's not much, but I hope you use it to eat well and truly enjoy your time off. He reached out and took the heavy pouch. He stared at the money in his palm, repeating the words, eat well and enjoy my rest, is it? No. He thought back to when the boy was small. I've spent so many years serving this bratty young master like a loyal hound. He looked at the boy, who was beaming with happiness. This is the moment I step out of that routine and take action. His gaze sharpened with a hidden intensity. He brushed aside the past. If those people cross into the Western continent, total chaos will follow. If that's the case, I must leave my son in safe hands and depart. He smiled and asked, young master, is it truly all right for me to go? He didn't hesitate for a second. Naturally. You've earned that privilege, Ron. The word made the old man pause. Privilege, huh? He suddenly turned solemn. I originally planned to take Bcrocs and disappear in a few days without a word. But I wanted to see how this kid would react, so I asked for these 2 days. Perhaps he knows exactly what kind of person I am after all. Kale even offered more. Should I add a bit extra? Is that enough for your trip? The old man returned to his cheerful, mask-like persona and replied, young master, this is more than enough. Aren't you worried I might just take the money and run away forever? His gaze turned piercing. Or were you secretly hoping I'd vanish for good? Kale didn't flinch. Do I not know your character by now? If you truly wanted to leave, you'd have slipped away into the night long ago. Why bother with a formal announcement? Am I right? In truth, he had a solid grasp of the man's nature. Ron's true colors were painted clearly in the pages of The Birth of a Hero. He was the type to exit the Count's estate in total silence, yet when leaving Choi Han's party, he would meticulously state his contract terms before departing. He replied nonchalantly, "Quite right. Exactly so, young master." He privately mused that he had spent more time monitoring this boy than he ever had with his own biological son. Ron maintained his thin smile. Perhaps I am the one who truly understands who Ron is today. Well, I've certainly grown old. He made an offer. I shall escort you to the royal palace myself. Kale nodded. See that you do. Ron knew he couldn't let his puppy be humiliated in front of the royal family and the high nobility. He gave a respectful bow. Then I shall take my leave. Kale waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, go on. He felt a strange sense of trust that the man who had watched him grow from a child probably wouldn't cause any more trouble. The following morning, while he was still lounging in bed and lost in thought, a knock disturbed the quiet. Kale called out, "Enter." A young man with bright blonde hair stepped inside, wearing a cheerful grin. "Good morning, young master." Hans reported with a bow. "Ron mentioned he'd be worried sick if anyone but me was looking after you. Aren't I just the most capable attendant, sir?" Kale looked at him flatly. "You'd be better if you were more silent." Hans set a cup of steaming lemon tea on the nightstand, a little parting gift from Ron. He was genuinely baffled. "Hans, what is with this obsession with lemon tea?" Hans answered brightly, "Because it's marvelous for your constitution, sir." Kale felt a prickle of unease. What kind of game is that old man playing with these little stunts? As Choi Han approached, Kale looked at him, his mind drifting back to the conversation he had shared with the old man. "Going somewhere far?" he had asked. "MHM, the man replied. "Where exactly are you headed?" The man had snapped back irritably. "None of your business, you little whelp." Silence hung between them for a long moment. Then he had asked the old man, "The only reason you even met me was because of Kale, wasn't it?" The man brushed past him coldly. "Interpret it however you like." Choi Han stood still, watching Ron's retreating figure disappear into the shadows. Now standing in Kale's room, Choi Han waited. Kale finally spoke. "Choi Han, has Locke woken up yet?" He replied, "Yes, sir." Kale gestured calmly. "I see. Take a seat." He felt a slight pang of envy. The recovery rate of the wolf tribe really is second to none. He planned his next move. Billows, that secret heir of the Flynn Merchant Guild, our personal golden goose, should be arriving in the capital soon. Kale sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. "I promised to share a drink with him and settle my debts once we hit the capital. I've already picked the spot. That specific location is the perfect bridge to connect Choi Han and Billows." He checked in. "How are the merchant and the children doing at the inn?" Choi Han reported diligently. "Once your meeting is over, I'll stop by to check on them on my way back." Kale rubbed his chin, looking contemplative. Meeting him. Just then, Hans leaned in and whispered, "Young master. This is the correspondence sent by the nobility of the Northeast region." Kale took the papers. It's finally here? Not that I particularly care. Since it's so trivial, I nearly forgot what kind of mess I'm supposed to make during this event." Hans continued his stage whisper. "Oh, and there is a guest downstairs requesting an audience with you." He surmised it was Rosalind. Hans confirmed, "Spot on, sir." Rosalind was nothing if not perceptive. Kale observed her with a sharp eye. Despite never having seen a dragon in the flesh, she instantly identified that massive surge of mana from yesterday as draconic. He knew her analysis was correct. Only a dragon could wield such a vast ocean of energy. Hans added, "She mentioned she would return whenever you found a spare moment, sir." Kale gave his instructions. "Go make the arrangements. I'll take breakfast here in my room and invite Rosalind to join me." Hans beamed at the order. "Consider it done, sir." Hans let out a little chuckle and whispered, Young master, it's actually noon now." Kale turned serious. "Hans." Hans scrambled away with a skip in his step. "Right. I'll have it ready in a flash, sir." Kale called out. "And while you're at it, open the balcony doors." Hans replied softly, "Yes, sir." It was a glorious morning, bathed in soft, golden sunlight. A small, scaly paw reached out to grip a tree branch. The adorable little dragon was stretching its wings in the garden. Kale had the doors open so the black dragon could slip in whenever it felt like it. Kale mused to himself, "It insists on sleeping outside, yet it always picks the branch closest to my window to feel safe." Choi Han received his orders. "I'll go check on him during the lunch hour, sir." Kale observed, "It seems the two of you are sharing the duty of looking after him, eh?" He turned to An and Hong, and An and Hong are helping out as well. He cut them off playfully. What do you mean, helping? An insisted, we really are. Even if we go through our own transformations, we'd never be as strong as him. An explained further, so we have to figure out how to keep him in check. Hong added enthusiastically, exactly. That's the only way. Both kittens looked up with fierce determination. That's why we're going to study him. Based on his knowledge, they weren't exactly babysitting so much as preparing for the day they might face him as an adversary. Choi Han added, actually, Locke seems much more at ease when he's around these two little ones. Hearing that, Kale felt a sense of relief. If that's the case, it's fine. Choi Han reported, I haven't breathed a word to Rosalind or Locke about the fact that bringing them here was your plan. Kale gave a satisfied nod. Excellent work. Choi Han promised, it remains our secret. He suspected Choi Han's loyalty stemmed from that heavy vow they had made to the god of death. But Choi Han likely didn't realize how much weight a single word carries, or the vast chasm that can exist between what is said and what is understood. He elegantly lifted the teacup and took a sip, his mind whirling with hidden calculations. He scrutinized the weight of his own words, knowing that as the speaker, he held the power to manipulate the narrative to his advantage. Setting the delicate china back on the table, Kale turned a sharp gaze toward Choi Han. You mentioned before that you'd end that blood-obsessed mage the moment you saw him again, right? Choi Han nodded firmly, without a doubt. Kale noted internally, not a shred of hesitation in that voice. He provided a lead. I'll show you exactly how to track him down. Choi Han's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Kale looked away, adding coolly, but only after we've neutralized the terrorist threat first, of course. At that moment, a voice from the hallway broke the tension. Young master, Lady Rosalind has arrived to see you. Both men rose from their seats, turning their attention toward the doorway. She stepped into the room with poise. Hans added a polite reminder. Young master, Lady Rosalind, if there is anything at all you require, please don't hesitate to call. Choi Han moved toward the exit, leaning in to whisper as he brushed past her. Rosalind, I'm going to go check on Locke. She offered a warm smile. Understood. The door closed, leaving the two of them alone in the quiet room. She maintained a graceful demeanor. I appreciate the invitation to join you for a meal, young Master Kale. He gestured politely toward the dining area. Please, Miss Rosalind, take a seat here. He cut straight to the chase. We have some significant matters to discuss. She let out a playful chuckle. It seems you're not one for pointless pleasantries. Are you, young master? Kale turned his head slightly toward a seemingly empty corner of the room. Then, with a crisp snap of his fingers, he commanded, you can come out now. Her breath hitched in shock. A dragon. That is a dragon, isn't it? Kale looked at the creature and nudged. Go on, introduce yourself. The young dragon landed on the table, tucking its front paws together with surprising neatness. The remarkably adorable dragon curled itself up right in the center of the spread, looking right at home. Rosalind attempted to mimic Kale's casual gesture from a moment ago. Rayon simply let out a tiny, soft grunt. MHM. Then Rayon sat upright, sending a mental message directly to Kale. I'm starving. Kale rested his hands on his hips and gave a nod. All right, go ahead and eat. Rayon looked toward Rosalind happily. Shall we all eat together? She stammered, still processing the sight. Yes, of course. She watched with utter fascination as the tiny dragon began digging into the meal right before her eyes. Her mind was racing. I'm sharing a meal at the same table as a dragon. The same table. If I told anyone back home, they'd think I'd lost my mind. Her excitement was palpable. As a mage, this is a level of honor I never expected, sir. To think a dragon would choose to dwell in the same space as a human. Rayon lifted a small, pudgy paw. This human is incredibly fragile. If I decided to use my fire, well, that's why I stay close. Faced with Rayon's typical bluster, Kale responded with a bored sigh. Yes, we know how great you are. She beamed with gratitude. Eating with you and the great dragon Nim is truly a privilege, young master. Kale studied her reaction. She was remarkably composed, a truly courageous soul. Under normal circumstances, any other mage would be trembling with fear or dropping to their knees in the presence of such a being. Most mages would spend the entire encounter begging for a mere drop of mana or a hint of draconic secrets. A dragon's magic is the ultimate prize for any practitioner on the continent. Kale offered a warm welcome. Stay for as long as you find it comfortable. Suddenly, she spoke his name, young Master Kale. He looked up. Yes? Rosalind set her fork down. I find myself with 3 burning questions. She noted that one had already been resolved, leaving only 2. Do I have your permission to ask? He nodded confidently. Ask away. She began her inquiry. First, why are we permitted to stay here when we were never officially invited? Most nobles would be terrified of the trouble a rogue mage might bring to their doorstep. He clarified, mainly because you are under Choi Han's protection, so it's fine. With him around, there's no danger I can't handle. That's all there is to it. She nodded slowly. I see. And as for my third curiosity. Her expression sharpened with intensity. You're a high-ranking noble, so why do you insist on using such formal honorifics with me? Kale paused his meal and turned to look her in the eye. Before him sat a mage with striking crimson hair and eyes like glowing embers. She had introduced herself simply as Rosalind. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't you be the one to drop the formalities with me? Your Royal Highness? Kale countered. Rosalind's lips curled into a knowing smirk. The leader of the Merchant Guild described you as absolute trash. She looked at him with newfound respect. It appears his assessment was quite far from the mark. He replied with a casual shrug. The fact that my reputation is in the gutter is, in fact, the truth. He continued, but as a mage, shouldn't you rely on your own keen intuition rather than the gossip of strangers? She laughed softly. You're absolutely right, young master. We only place our faith in what we see for ourselves. Kale realized Rosalind was incredibly sharp. When acting as a princess, she skipped the honorifics, but as a fellow practitioner of magic, she never failed to show proper respect. He noted her strong identity as a mage. He started to speak. Well then, princess. She cut him off immediately. Just Rosalind. He corrected himself. All right, Rosalind. Are there any other questions on your mind? She looked satisfied. No, that covers everything. Rosalind added thoughtfully. I am a bit curious, though it doesn't bother you at all to be associated with someone of my status? She realized that, even knowing her secret, he hadn't once suggested she should leave. If I knew I'd be treated with such hospitality, I wouldn't have bothered with the disguise. Plus, he is the savior who rescued Locke. Kale simply speared a piece of steak. I couldn't say. Perhaps I'm just trying to avoid being a nuisance to a princess. Rosalind saw right through him. Liar. That's just a very polished excuse. She watched the human and the dragon interact. A man living alongside a dragon, rumored to be a scoundrel, but proving to be anything but. She took a slow, thoughtful sip of her wine. If he were so inclined, he could easily alert the authorities to the presence of the Breck Kingdom's princess hiding right here. She acknowledged his discretion with a soft gaze. I realize you haven't breathed a word to the royal palace. You have my gratitude. He shrugged. It's a minor thing. He then offered his reasoning. Shouldn't the victim's own preferences be the priority? Internally, he knew all too well that the crown prince would pounce on such an opportunity the moment he heard of it. Rosalind made a firm request. Should the royal family bring this up, please inform them that I have no wish to be found. She added with conviction. I will also be drafting a formal letter to them myself. He nodded. Understood. She then voiced her heartfelt appreciation. I can't thank you enough for providing us with a sanctuary. I'll make sure to settle my personal affairs quickly so I don't become a burden to you. He offered a polite dismissal. Think nothing of it. She smiled brightly. It's only right to express my thanks. At that moment, a small conflict arose as both he and Rayon reached for the same gourmet dish. Rayon huffed, his face scrunched in annoyance. Get your own. This one belongs to me. The dragon then began devouring the food with gusto. She happened to glance over at Rayon, only to be met by the dragon's sharp, territorial stare. He chuckled and hand-fed Rayon a choice morsel. He then signaled to her. Holding up 4 fingers, he whispered a gentle reminder. Keep in mind, he's only a 4-year-old child. She looked momentarily bewildered by the statement. Quickly recovering her manners, she replied warmly. Of course, Dragon Nim. My apologies. Rayon immediately lunged for the rest of the portion. With the peace restored, he suggested, let's get back to our meal. She agreed cheerfully. Yes, let's. Outside the residence, a voice could be heard muttering in frustration. This is becoming a real headache. Choi Han, ever the loyal guardian, spoke up. What's the trouble? If you're in a bind, just say the word. I'll do everything in my power to assist. Kale declined. No need. This isn't something you should worry about. He began to strategize in silence. The Northeast nobles only recognized the image of Kale the degenerate. Since stories of Kale's obnoxious behavior have reached every corner of the continent, he reminded himself, I need to step very carefully. But he immediately reconsidered. Actually, I should lean into it. How can I perfectly embody the role of a scoundrel? There are many breeds of troublemakers, but I need to be the king of them all. Soon, they arrived at the estate of Count Wheelsman. A man stood at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. The man bowed deeply. Welcome, young Master Kale Henidus. Please, come inside. Kale did a quick mental scan of his surroundings. The wheelsman family held the gateway to the northeast, a strategic but modest position. The scene confirmed his research. The family wasn't wealthy and lacked significant political weight. This common ground allowed the wheelsman and Henidus houses to maintain a tight-knit alliance. Kale analyzed the man who would be his partner. From the perspective of the Henidus family, befriending the wheelsman family was a move that yielded practical advantages without the usual drama of noble rivalries. He addressed Eric Wheelsman by name, recalling the advice Hans had given him. It would be wise to stay on good terms with young Master Eric, but remember, the meeting will be packed with other high-ranking nobles. Please, sir, mind your manners and choose your words with care. He moped over Hans's warnings. According to the butler, Kale and Eric shared a relatively friendly history, but reports painted Eric as a man of extreme caution and precision. The pair came to a halt before a set of ornate doors. The attendant asked, "Is the young master ready to enter?" He grunted in affirmation. Yeah. A hint of anxiety flickered in his chest. Seriously, what kind of expression am I supposed to wear for this? As the door swung open, he realized his fretting had been for nothing. Kale. Eric called out, though Kale kept his face a mask of seriousness. Eric looked at him expectantly. You're still planning to follow my lead, right? Eric leaned back, looking slightly drained. You find all this pageantry as exhausting as I do, don't you? Amira chimed in. Exactly, young Master Kale. I've heard you have quite the distaste for stifling etiquette. Gilbert nodded along. It's only natural for someone like young Master Kale to find this a chore. He agreed. It's a huge pain. Eric stood up abruptly, his eyes bright. Perfect. In that case, you don't have to say a word or even force a smile. Just stay quiet. We'll handle all the talking for you. Amiru and Gilbert nodded in total agreement. Eric added with excitement, since you loathe the formalities anyway. Kale was momentarily speechless. Kale felt a wave of confusion. This was an unexpected turn of events. Well, that's convenient. He replied simply, I can do silence quite well. Eric looked genuinely surprised. Oh, you actually can? Eric crossed his arms, nodding as he processed the idea. Right. Of course you can. Kale knew that while Eric was meticulous, his tendency to overthink made him prone to constant worry. He prepared his response. Eric seemed to be projecting a bit, appearing both anxious and determined. Eric spoke with genuine warmth. If we aren't careful, those other Northeast nobles might try to provoke you, especially those sycophants following Marquis Stan. But if you just sit there and look pretty, we can navigate this without a hitch. What do you say? He realized. This was clearly a high-stakes issue for Eric. He paused. Currently, his family was one of the few among the 10 major houses that remained strictly neutral, refusing to join any political faction. He took stock of the room. Those who had aligned themselves with more powerful lords. Were all desperate to impress their masters with the results of this Northeast Noble Council. He thought it through. I have to be even more discreet than I planned. After all, only 4 families remained truly neutral out of the 10 present. He seemed to have refined his strategy. As the representative of the Henidus house, the most influential neutral power in the Northeast, I realized I had to be even more discreet. He replied, if that's the case, then everything is in order. Eric made a suggestion. When it comes to the audience with the Crown Prince, why don't you let us handle the talking? Eric spoke with utter certainty. You'll likely find the whole thing tedious and just want to slip away for some wine, which could get awkward. Just show up, give a brief greeting, and we'll carry the weight of the conversation for you. He shared a secret laugh with himself as they all clinked their glasses together. The group took a moment to savor the vintage. He offered a compliment. This is quite exquisite, isn't it? Eric beamed. I told you so, didn't I? Eric continued to build rapport. Just stay in the background, offer a quick hello, and that's the end of your duties. Kale nodded, happy to play along. Yes, let's go with that plan. He mused privately. What a fantastic deal. This actually exceeds my expectations. He felt a surge of family pride. Of course, the wine from the Henidus estates is unparalleled. Choi Han slipped into Kale's room, standing in silence. You summoned me? He asked softly. How is everything at the inn? He reported. I went to check on them. The children are buzzing with excitement. He smiled, satisfied. Then there's nothing left to worry about there, right? Choi Han replied honestly. No, sir. Everything is fine. He issued a specific command. Go and tell Hans to stop standing guard at my door. Inform him that I've already turned in and am getting ready to sleep. Choi Han's curiosity was piqued. Are you planning to head out, sir? He confirmed, I am. Kale then gave further instructions. You'll need to enter my room through the balcony window. The swordsman wondered, will An and Hong be joining us? No, just you and me. Suddenly, Rayon's voice rang out, I'm coming too. With that declaration, the little dragon took to the air. He made the final call, the three of us will go together. Choi Han looked a bit perplexed by the sudden change in plans. He ventured a guess, is this a mission for vengeance? He answered firmly, no, definitely not. Kale pushed him, go on, move quickly. And make sure you bring a hat when you come back. Choi Han nodded, understood, sir. He wondered to himself, what on earth is he planning that requires such secrecy? The three companions gathered in the quiet room. The door remained slightly unlatched, letting in a sliver of soft moonlight. He leaned back against the pillows. Rayon chirped, don't you dare fall asleep. He felt a bit helpless. In the dragon's eyes, he was basically a toddler. Kale sat back up. He focused his attention on the window. A boot suddenly landed softly on the balcony railing outside. A dark cloak fluttered in the night breeze. Choi Han vaulted onto the balcony floor. He greeted him, so, you've arrived. He inspected the hat Choi Han brought, critiquing it slightly. I suppose a cloak really does offer better coverage than just a hat. Choi Han asked, are we leaving just like this? Rayon chimed in, I'll handle the magic. You have a better idea? I've heard dragons can shift into humans. Why not just use a human form? It would be far more convenient. Rayon made a face of pure disgust. I loathe humans. I have no desire to look like one. Dragons are the most magnificent creatures in existence. Choi Han asked with a dry wit, and who told you we were so cool? Rayon turned his gaze toward him. He waited for the man to admit dragons were superior. Choi Han humored him. That's right. Rayon then rested his small paws on the edge of the bed. With a sudden surge of magic, Rayon vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Choi Han looked around, confused. Kelnim? He replied, I'm right here. The two of them peered down from the dizzying height of the building. He asked, would you like me to carry you down on my back? He simply pointed toward the sky. A shimmering mana aura enveloped him, gently lifting him off his feet and suspending him in midair. He remarked, dragons truly are a gifted race. It was Rayon's magic keeping him afloat. Rayon agreed with a boastful chirp, exactly. I am the greatest. In an instant, both Rayon and Kale vanished from Choi Han's sight. He muttered to himself, dragons really are incredible. Choi Han peered around a corner, scanned the shadows to ensure the coast was clear. Seeing no one in the vicinity, he signaled for Kale to reappear. It's safe now. Kale descended from the air, landing softly beside Choi Han. He thought to himself, the black dragon's magical prowess is even more formidable than I imagined. It must be tied to its unique attributes. With this level of power, it easily outclasses even a master mage. If it ever reaches full maturity, it could likely wipe an entire kingdom off the map on a whim. He looked at Choi Han, lost in thought. Then again, if I already had the sound of the wind, I wouldn't have to rely on these two so much. With that, Kale's mind drifted back to that specific ability. The sound of the wind represents the third ancient power on my checklist. To secure it, I'll need to travel to the northeastern reaches of the Roan Kingdom, specifically into the territory overseen by young Lady Amiro. Kale shifted his hat to a more comfortable position. Once we're done in the capital, I'm making a move to that sacred site to claim the sound of the wind for myself. He tugged the brim lower to mask his scheming expression. Even though that power is tucked away along a treacherous coastline, I should be able to seize it without drawing any attention. Kale reached for a scroll at his side. He knew the whale tribe and the merfolk wouldn't clash in the Eastern Sea until the conclusion of Volume 4, so as long as he steered clear of the area until then, he'd be safe. I just need a clear path to the shoreline. Besides, by the time that happens, Choi Han won't be trailing me anymore. Shaking off the thought, Kale motioned for his companion to keep up. Stay close. As they entered the residential district, the air was thick with the sounds of merriment and laughter. One more round for the table. A patron shouted. Choi Han looked around, visibly taken aback. The capital really comes alive after dark, doesn't it? It's much more vibrant than I expected. Kale didn't miss a beat. That's the nature of the city. As they reached the heart of the capital, they passed a family enjoying a late-night stroll. Kale whispered a command to Rayon. Dragon, weave a spell to muffle our voices. Once the privacy barrier was set, Kale turned to Choi Han and began explaining the concept of a magic bomb. Choi Han looked back, his brow furrowed in confusion. A magic bomb? Kale crossed his arms and began a brief history lesson. Exactly. They come in various forms. This continent has been scarred by countless magical conflicts, and as magic evolved, so did these destructive devices. Kale lowered his voice to a conspiratorial level. The trouble is, they're incredibly finicky to use, requiring specific locations and stable mana sources to function. His tone turned deadly serious as he met Choi Han's eyes. However, a new prototype has been developed. In 6 days, it's set to turn this entire district and the surrounding area into an ash heap. Kale paused to think. In the original story, Choi Han and Rosalind found 5 devices. Since he had already derailed the timeline, he couldn't rely on the old locations or the same suspects. Looking around the square, he realized the threat could be hidden anywhere. But I'm certain the plan is still in motion, because I've already confirmed that the twisted mage behind it is lurking in the city. Choi Han glanced at a nearby family, his voice trembling slightly. You're saying people are going to die right where we're standing? Kale nodded. That's the plan. He stressed that these bombs could be planted anywhere on structures, or even hidden on unsuspecting people. Noticing Choi Han's growing distress, Kale added, the victims won't even know they're carrying their own destruction. It's up to us to stop it. Choi Han asked urgently, what's the move then? Kale gave a small, confident smirk. It's quite simple, really. A magic bomb is essentially just a concentrated ball of mana. To find them, we just have to locate the spots where the mana density feels unnaturally high. Choi Han tried to visualize it. Is the mana surge large enough for someone like me to spot easily? Kale shook his head. Not a chance. Kale highlighted the difficulty. The signature is incredibly faint. Even master mages struggle to detect these tiny clusters before they start drawing in local mana to trigger the explosion. Choi Han fell silent, processing the weight of the task. He started to voice his resolve. Kale, I know this won't be easy, but Kale cut him off. It's actually very easy. He glanced toward the invisible rayon. Isn't it? A voice chirped back confidently. I've got this. It's a walk in the park. Kale felt the scroll in his hand, feeling reassured. Knowing the black dragon possessed a sensory range far beyond any human mage, finding those hidden mana pockets would be child's play for the creature. Kale turned back to Choi Han. Human mages usually need to plant these devices at least 2 days before the intended blast to let them stabilize. He gestured toward the center of the square. There's almost certainly one hidden here in the plaza. It's the highest traffic area in the city. Choi Han nodded, seeing the logic. You're right. It's the most logical target. With the goal clear, Kale laid out the mission. Choi Han, you and the dragon will team up. Starting tonight, I want you to sweep the plaza and the surrounding streets for those devices. Choi Han blinked. Just the 2 of us? Kale gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. You're the perfect duo. You can move through the shadows without raising an eyebrow, and your skills are unmatched. Choi Han pressed for more. And once we find one, do we disarm it? Kale said calmly. You do absolutely nothing. Choi Han gasped. We just leave it there? Kale clarified. We'll take care of them all at once on the day of the event. But why wait? Choi Han asked, clearly unsettled. Kale flashed a sharp grin. You want that mage, don't you? No matter the bomb, a mage needs a remote trigger to set them off. If we mess with the bombs now, he'll just vanish. We need him to think everything is going perfectly. Choi Han opened his mouth to argue, but Kale silenced him with a look. First priority, locate them. We need to find every single one, including any that might be attached to people. Kale was being meticulously cautious about the details. Even though I know finding those mobile ones will be a nightmare. The search would require them to cover an enormous amount of ground. It was going to be a grueling, repetitive slog for the 2 of them. Kale unrolled the scroll again, focusing on the map. I'm delegating this to you too because, frankly, I don't have the magical chops to help. Kale's face slumped into a look of pure boredom. Plus, I find that kind of manual labor incredibly annoying. Choi Han checked the timeline. So, as long as we're back 2 days before the ceremony, we're good? Kale shook his head. No, keep it until the day before the event. Choi Han was stunned. Wait, that close to the deadline? Choi Han worried that by then, the city guard would have the place locked down tight, making their movements nearly impossible. Suddenly, Kale let out a short, dry laugh. Startled, Choi Han watched as Kale fished a strange, circular device from his pocket. With a look of absolute confidence, Kale explained, on the big day, the city will be crawling with mages, but for 10 golden minutes, they'll all be powerless. All magical tools and triggers will simply cease to function. 10 minutes is all we need to flip the script. Under the chill of the night air, Kale's voice was like iron. Exactly 10 minutes. He gripped the magic stone tightly. This little beauty will jam every magic bomb in the area for that window. It'll give us the time we need to save the people who have been turned into walking triggers, because you can bet they'll be in the crowd. With a faint, knowing smile, Kale extended his hand and pressed the magic stone into Choi Han's palm. It was only natural that Choi Han and the Black Dragon would handle the heavy lifting from here. Choi Han asked in a daze, Kale. Did you orchestrate all of this by yourself? He gave a short nod. I did. Now, move quickly. Kale gestured toward a nearby building. I'll be waiting over there. Make sure you're back at that spot before 11 p.m. tonight. Choi Han watched him walk away, wondering why Kale was staying behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening chill set in. Shivering slightly, Kale rubbed his arms and remarked, It's freezing, isn't it? Choi Han replied with his usual stoicism, I suppose so. Choi Han prepared to head out. I'll give it my all, he promised. When I get back, you owe me a beer. Kale smirked and agreed, deal. Turning his attention to the empty air where the dragon hovered, Kale added, You go with him. With a silent hum, Rayon began to unravel the concealment magic shielding them. Choi Han vanished into the shadows to begin the hunt, leaving Kale standing alone at the edge of the street. 2 days passed in a flash. Inside the guest quarters, Kale lay in bed, reflecting on their progress. Over the last 48 hours, the duo had scoured every potential hiding spot for the explosives, but so far, they had come up empty-handed. His train of thought was broken by a soft rap at the door. Young master, are you awake yet? Startled by the voice, Kale scrambled out from under the covers. When he swung the door open, he found Ron standing there, looking as sharp as ever. The old man greeted him with a terrifyingly bright smile. I have returned, young master. Kale felt a wave of disappointment. Well, there goes my peaceful midsummer night's dream. Back to reality, I guess. Without missing a beat, Ron held out a sealed envelope. A message has arrived for you, sir. Ron watched with a subtle grin as Kale broke the seal and scanned the lines. The letter was essentially an invitation. Young master, would you care to join me for a glass of wine? Kale looked up and instructed, Ron, fetch a bottle of our finest vintage. He slumped into a chair and tossed the letter onto the table. Billows, that clever fox from the Flynn Merchant Guild, has arrived. If he's here, then the time to meet. The crown prince of this kingdom is drawing uncomfortably close. As he pondered the upcoming politics, Ron spoke up, Young master, you haven't forgotten our visit to the palace the day after tomorrow, have you? Before the festival officially kicks off, there is a gathering for the noble heirs and the crown prince. It's a strange hybrid, not quite a party, yet not quite a formal summit. Kale hummed thoughtfully. A cross between a gala and a conference. I wonder how Taylor and Cage are holding up. A disowned eldest son and a priestess with a wild streak. I imagine. Those two are probably causing quite a stir on their own. Yes, they'll be fine. He suddenly shook his head, stopping himself. Wait, why am I worrying about them? Focus, Kale. His plan was simple, stay at the palace, ignore the insults and blend into the furniture. Suddenly, Ron's voice pulled him back. Young master, the old man paused. Shall I act as your escort to the royal palace? Kale looked at him like he'd asked if water was wet. Who else would do it? Beneath his calm exterior, Ron was weighing much darker matters. The ARM organization, the ruthless shadows of the eastern continent's underworld, had begun stretching their claws toward the west. Their movements were chaotic and unpredictable. As the heir to the Molin family, one of the 5 great houses that once ruled the night, Ron felt the cold embers of resentment toward ARM flare up again. I've spent years in hiding to avoid a direct collision with them. He cast a long, unreadable look at Kale. Perhaps the time for hiding is nearing its end. Kale blinked, oblivious. Of course you're coming. Why are you even asking? Ron's smile turned almost paternal. The young master will certainly make an impression. Kale adjusted his collar confidently. I mean, Ron, I've got the face and the build for it, don't I? Ron replied with terrifying cheer, indeed. Our young master is truly magnificent. Kale froze, the color draining from his face. Did he just compliment me? That's terrifying. With a final bow, Ron turned away. I'll take my leave now. I have some logistics to settle with Hans. Kale watched him go, suspicious. He must have had a really good vacation. Why is he acting so weird? Ron paused at the threshold and added softly, I'll make sure the best wine is sent up shortly. Kale's face twisted into a mask of nervous confusion. Right. Yeah, just hurry up. No sooner had Ron stepped out than the 2 kittens, On and Hong, bolted into the room. If you let your guard down for even a second, it's game over. We found a weakness. We figured out how to take down. Luck. Kale patted their heads. Good work, you two. You've been busy. He motioned for them to relax, and they happily flopped onto the floor to play. In the middle of their romping, On and Hong suddenly went stiff, their senses sharpening. The distinct, wild scent of the wolf tribe filled the air. They snapped their heads toward the entrance. It was luck. Kale called out toward the hallway, "You can come in." Locke shuffled into the room, looking hesitant. Kale pointed to a chair. "Have a seat." Locke ducked his head shyly. "Yes, sir. Thank you." He waited for the boy to get settled before speaking. "If there's something on your mind, go ahead and say it." Seeing Locke's conflicted expression, Kale gave him an encouraging nod. "You're here because you've got something on your mind, right?" "I'm all ears." Kale looked at Locke and asked, "You didn't just come here to stare, did you? What's up?" Kale nudged him to get on with it. Locke wavered for a long while before suddenly bolting upright to shout with a mix of volume and bashfulness, "I am truly, deeply grateful to you." The moment the words left his lips, Locke's entire face flushed a vivid crimson. Kale mused to himself, pure and naive, exactly like the legends described him. He studied the boy and thought, the books say his personality shifts after his first transformation, but he seems just as soft-hearted as ever. Breaking his train of thought, Kale said, "Got it, thanks. If that's all, we're good." Locke stammered shyly, "Oh yes." His timidity returned in an instant. "Right, yes." Kale lifted his tea and took a slow sip. "All right, message received. You can head out now." But Locke lingered, his face heating up as he struggled to continue. Actually." He began nervously wringing his hands. "The truth is, young master, well." Kale cut through the tension with a flat, spit it out. The directness made Locke jump. His eyes went wide as he locked gaze with Kale. "Yes, sir." Kale leaned his elbows on the table and gave a small smirk. "Exactly. When you're talking to someone, look them in the eye like that." He added, "Whatever is bothering you, just say it. I'll listen." Locke took a breath, finding his voice. I am the eldest among us. I have to protect my siblings. I'm an uncle, a nephew, and a brother. That means I have to seek justice for what happened." Kale watched him, his mind racing with complications. There were 10 young wolves now depending entirely on Locke's shoulders. For the wolf tribe, family and community are everything. He couldn't simply walk away from the memories of those who loved him. So, this debt of blood must be settled, no matter the cost. Locke stood there awkwardly, his chin tucked against his chest. Kale suddenly called out, "Hey, wolf boy." Startled, Locke's head snapped up. Kale asked point-blank, "You're a werewolf, aren't you?" He went on, "Werewolves are a proud people. They live with intensity because they care so deeply for their pack." The unexpected praise sent a wave of warmth through Locke, making him look hopeful again. "Thank you for your kindness, sir," he beamed. Locke took a shaky breath, about to ask for more. "Please, if you could help me," but Kale held up a hand. "One thank you is plenty." Kale said bluntly, "I have no interest in being your savior." He thought to himself, "The dragon and Choi Han are already giving me enough gray hairs. That black dragon is a total trouble magnet. If I get tethered to Choi Han's group, I'll be drowning in drama for the rest of my life. I can't just hand out favors to everyone. I feel for those 10 orphaned wolf kids, I really do. I've lost family too. And while I played a part in how things turned out, I'm not signing up to carry the weight of the world." Kale stood up and changed the subject. "However, I'm open to a deal." Locke looked lost. "A deal?" Kale leaned over the table, eyes sharp. "Yes. Think about what I can do for you, and more importantly, what you can offer me in return." Kale gave a thin smile. "Get your thoughts in order and come back when you have a real proposal." Locke hesitated, his mind visibly churning. Finally, he squared his shoulders. He looked Kale in the eye. "Understood." A flicker of newfound resolve brightened his face. "I'll be back, sir." Kale gave him a brief pat on the head. "Go on then." A few days later, the scene shifts to the front of a breathtakingly opulent palace. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves ceased as the carriage pulled up to the gates. Kale, looking every bit the high-born noble in his formal attire, stepped out onto the pavement. This was the Palace of Joy, the primary venue for royal festivities. It had been built by the king to honor the crown prince's birth. Kale stood with his hands on his hips, taking it all in. Even if it's just a playground for the princes. He was struck by the sheer scale of the place. It's definitely more extravagant than any fortress or manor back in the Henadis heartland. Kale scanned the crowd. He muttered, "Where are Eric, Gilbert, and Amiru? Are they late?" Just then, the rumble of another carriage echoed from behind. Kale clenched his jaw and let out a silent, "Are you kidding me? Great, more people. Why does everyone have to show up at the exact same time?" A voice drifted over as someone stepped out of the second carriage. Well, look who we have here." It was Neo Tolls, wearing a smug grin. If it isn't the infamous young Master Kale. Neo Tolls sauntered over, acting friendly. "Arriving at the palace all by yourself, sir?" Kale kept his expression neutral, but his mind was screaming, of all people, why am I bumping into Venian's lackey right now? Neo Tolls was the definition of an arrogant sycophant. He was a known puppet for Venian, the second son of the Stan family. The very village where the Black Dragon was tortured happened to sit right on the lands belonging to the Viscount Tolls family. Predictably, the tension between the houses of Tolls and Henidus was long-standing. Despite being neighbors separated only by a mountain, the Henidus family's massive wealth created a bitter divide, even though the Tolls family had once desperately tried to crawl into their social circle. That shift happened 5 years back. Once they tethered themselves to the influential Marquis Stan, the Tolls clan grew much more arrogant and confrontational. Kale let out a weary sigh. Of all the luck, why do I have to run into Venian's little lapdog here? A steady stream of guests began to filter into the palace grounds. Neo Tolls waved a dismissive hand at his attendant. I'm going to have a little chat with young Master Kale. Stand by until I call for you. The butler bowed low as you wish. Neo Tolls smirked. Well, young Master Kale. Sneering with total disdain. What is a worthless drunk like you doing in a prestigious place like this? Kale bit back a retort, keeping his cool. Unbelievable. Is this cliché personality restricted to fantasy novels, or is the real world actually crawling with people this shallow? Kale noted to himself, fine then, this guy is clearly looking for a fight. The more he dwelled on it, the more irritated he felt. Does a mere Viscount's son really think he can talk down to the heir of a count? I thought that only happened in cheap fiction. Being stuck in this trope as a side character is exhausting. These villains really don't know their place. Maybe I should just have Ron make him disappear? Seeing Kale's silence, Neo Tolls let out a mock laugh. What's the matter? Planning to shatter a wine bottle over my head? He leaned in closer, goading him. Or, do you actually have the guts to take a swing at me? High above, the invisible Black Dragon hissed with rage. This human is beyond disrespectful. Kale realized the brat was intentionally trying to bait him into a scene. Since the palace was a dead zone for conventional magic, recording devices were strictly forbidden. The dragon whispered again. He reminds me of that disgusting Venian. Kale muttered back under his breath. That makes sense. He's one of his lackeys. The dragon's voice turned icy. Shall I end him? Kale gave a subtle shake of his head to settle the beast. No, he's not worth the mess. At that moment, several more carriages pulled up. Both Kale and Neo Tolls looked back, startled by the arrival. The convoy hummed past them, and the lead carriage door swung wide. Stepping onto the gravel were Eric Wheelsman, Gilbert, and Amiru. Kale suddenly brightened, calling out, Brother Eric. Neo Tolls' face drained of color as he quickly shut his mouth. Kale shot a pointed look at Neo Tolls, wordlessly indicating this problem. He gave a small tilt of his head, signaling them to handle the nuisance. Eric cleared his throat, stepping up. He moved in to separate the two. Young Master Neo, it's been quite a while. Kale watched the exchange and thought, what a pathetic, low-tier guy. Neo Tolls began to break out in a cold sweat. I didn't realize that trash was in league with the influential families. Then, he noticed something chilling. Neo Tolls stole another glance at Kale. He saw a cold, calculating look on Kale's face that mirrored the terrifying silhouette of his own master, Venian. Neo Tolls felt a wave of dread wash over him. Kale casually strolled away, leaving the panicked noble to deal with Eric. The Black Dragon hovered near Kale and reported, audio recording is locked in. Kale felt a surge of satisfaction. Perfect. This is more than enough to ruin him later. Kale looked at his incredibly versatile companion. He mused further, it's a bit of a shame I couldn't get a video recording of his face, though. Near the entrance, Eric flashed a sharp smile at Neo Tolls. Young Master Neo, I look forward to our conversation at the table. He walked ahead, calling out with forced cheer, Lady Gilbert, young Master Amiru, let's move inside. From the hall, the herald's voice boomed, welcoming young Master Kale Henidus of the Henidus household. Please enter. Kale surveyed the interior and thought, not a bad setup. Amira leaned in to explain the layout. The seat of honor at the head of the table is reserved for the crown prince. The surrounding tables are divided by region. Kale gave her a nod of approval and a small smile. Amira looked away, a bit flustered. The reason we're sitting here. Well, perhaps I shouldn't say. Kale replied, it's fine, I can see the pattern. The hall was split into 5 distinct sections, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and the center. The seating was a clear map of the nobility's power and hierarchy. Kale looked around and marveled at the design. The crown prince is clever. He's engineered a silent, high-stakes competition. It's his trademark move. Yet he's just as demanding of his own kin. The seats for the second and third princes are placed a step lower than his own. Kale reflected, he's calculated every single detail. People with this much control are exactly the type I need to avoid. Nearby, Eric rested his hands on his hips and let out a dry, forced chuckle. Figures. Our table is the one closest to the exit. Kale offered a shrug. Being by the door just makes for a quicker escape. Kale added, besides, from here, we don't have to bow to every person who walks in. Eric looked moved to the point of tears. Young Master Kale. Eric marveled. I'm so glad you see the silver lining in my plan. Kale thought blankly, wait, what plan? And calling this a banquet is a bit of a stretch. He noticed Gilbert and Amira looking at him with admiration, which only confused him more. What did I do? Just then, the herald announced, young Master Venian Stan of the Marquis Stan household. Please enter. Venian approached with a smooth greeting. I see young Master Kale has graced us with his presence. Kale remained seated and replied calmly, the honor is all mine. As he spoke, he felt a weight shift under the table. Kale's brow furrowed as he thought. Of course. It seemed the black dragon had decided to take a grumpy nap right on his lap. The creature remained concealed beneath the furniture. The black dragon projected a telepathic message. Kale, I'm all right. I told you I could handle this. I am a mighty dragon, after all. Thinking back to a few days prior, Kale had given firm instructions. Pay attention. If you come with me to the palace, you will cross paths with Venian again, as he is a high-ranking noble invited to the gala. He had looked at the small dragon, who was vibrating with suppressed rage. But you absolutely cannot kill Venian there. That day is far too critical for our plans. Kale had proposed a bargain. On that day, if you face Venian and refrain from ending him, I give you my word on one thing. Kale had promised solemnly, I will personally help you take him down later. He had ruffled the black dragon's head quite roughly, leaving its scales and sleek head a complete mess. Back in the present, Kale observed the dragon's restraint and mused, this dragon is surprisingly more composed than I gave it credit for. Fortunately, it didn't lose its cool. Images of a catastrophic inferno reducing the palace to cinders flashed through his mind as he thought, if it hadn't held back, this entire hall would be ash, and I'd likely be seeing the afterlife right about now. Kale focused his gaze ahead, tracking a specific movement. Is he actually heading this way? He sat perfectly still and realized, of course. Since the adjacent table is for the Northwest nobility, they have to walk right past us. Kale hummed softly, buried in his own thoughts. MHM. Eric Wheelsman noticed the tension and cleared his throat. Kale. He signaled with a pointed look that said, keep your mouth shut and let me navigate this. But Kale was preoccupied with a different problem. What's the best way to pretend Venian and I are complete strangers? Just then, a voice drifted from behind him. Young Master Kale. Venian stood right there, wearing a polished smile. It has been quite a while. Kale slid his chair back and rose to his feet, responding smoothly. Indeed, young Master Venian. This is our first encounter since that time in Viscount Toll's lands, isn't it? Venian didn't say a word at first, simply maintaining his silent grin, while a visibly agitated Neo Tolls loomed behind him. Kale and Venian locked eyes in a silent standoff, neither was willing to speak first. The surrounding guests turned their heads, sensing the friction. Finally, Venian broke the silence. You're right. I was actually on my way home after visiting young Master Neo. Kale matched his smile. I remember now. We had discussed grabbing a drink together once we reached the capital, didn't we? Venian kept smiling, though it didn't reach his eyes. That's correct. Kale made sure his own mask was just as impenetrable. Perfect. By the way, right after I saw you, Viscount Toll's knights came looking for me in a panic. He continued casually, I heard the Toll's estate was hit by a robbery. I hope the young master is faring well after such an ordeal? Kale asked with faux concern. As a close associate of young Master Neo, I'm sure you were briefed on the tragedy? Venian replied stiffly, yes, it was indeed a regrettable incident. Kale doubled down on the sympathy. I was just taking my morning hangover cure when the news broke. I was absolutely floored. My goodness. He raised his voice slightly to ensure others could hear. A burglary. I heard the thieves cleaned the place out. It seems some priceless heirloom was lost, right? Kale tossed a few words of comfort toward the back. Young Master Neo, do stay strong. Doesn't life just throw the most unbelievable curveballs sometimes? Venian could only manage a curt, yes, so it seems. Kale felt a surge of inner glee. The most loathed people in the world are the loudmouths, the tactless, and the ones acting under the guise of good intentions. I'm currently nailing all three. He thought to himself, this is getting interesting. Kale spread his arms wide with theatrical enthusiasm. When things go south, a drink is the only cure. Young Master Neo, let's share a bottle today. Kale added pointedly, young Master Venian, won't you join our little party? Venian was spiraling in his own thoughts. Losing that black dragon had decimated his standing within the family. He glared at Kale and mused. Based on what the knights reported, I still suspect the group that sold me the dragon in the first place. Venian's mind raced. But for any group to be lurking there on such a high-stakes day, I can't help but feel someone else is involved. Meanwhile, Kale kept up the friendly act. A day spent with wine is a day where all your troubles vanish. Venian concluded privately, this useless drunkard clearly knows nothing about the dragon. He forced a smile. I appreciate the offer, young Master Kale, but perhaps another time. Kale continued to lecture. What a shame. But if you must go, you must go. Those knights looked absolutely ghost-white when they saw me, though. Young Master Neo, keep your chin up. Kale pulled his chair back and sat down with a sigh. I heard everything of value was snatched that day. Still, you can't find what someone else is determined to hide. You've just got to move on. Venian walked away with a calm facade, but internally he was seething with rage. That utter trash. That dragon possessed invisibility magic. I have no idea where it crawled off to. Nearby, Neo Tolls was busy gnawing on his hand in sheer frustration. Kale beamed and added, good luck, young Master Neo. He thought, from here on out, Venian is going to make your life a living hell, pal. A herald's voice boomed. Young Master Antonio Gar of the Gar Duchy has arrived. Lady Karen Orsina of the Orsina Duchy has arrived. Kale set his wine bottle firmly on the table. Gilbert spoke up tentatively, young Master Kale? The rest of his tablemates were staring at him with intense scrutiny. Kale felt a bead of nervous sweat break out. Kale clarified, I'll start drinking a bit later. Gilbert nodded, understood. The banquet officially commenced. The hall filled with the sounds of people enjoying gourmet dishes and light-hearted chatter. Only Venian sat stiffly in his seat, a dark cloud hanging over him. Kale kept a sharp eye on his wristwatch. The hands finally struck 5 o'clock. At the far end of the room, the massive double doors swung open. A hand reached out, silencing the servant before he could even begin the announcement. A prestigious entourage filed into the hall, led by Prince Alberu, who commanded the room as he entered. He marched directly to the throne of honor. I am delighted. My sincere thanks to everyone for gracing my invitation with your presence. Kale inclined his head, stealing a quick glance at his watch. Right on schedule, he mused. From his elevated position, Alberu spoke with radiant charisma. The brilliance of our kingdom's finest talents illuminates this palace. I am truly humbled to stand before the future pillars of our nation. The heavy ceremonial doors groaned open once more. Prince Alberu's brow arched in mild surprise as he looked toward the entrance. HM? Kale turned his head slightly, a thin smile playing on his lips. The guests of honor have arrived. Taylor and Cage stepped into the light. Kale couldn't help but admire the scene. Talk about a perfect entrance. A wave of audible gasps rippled through the hall. No one had expected this duo to show their faces. With a steady hand, Cage maneuvered Taylor's wheelchair toward the center of the gilded floor. Every eye in the room was pinned on them, and a heavy, stunned silence fell over the assembly. Kale's smile widened with satisfaction. A brilliant move, he thought. The Church of the God of Death is going to have a massive migraine over this. He watched the pair's composed walk and realized. Then again, Cage has never been one to lose sleep over church politics. In a far corner, Venian Stan's polished mask shattered. He lunged to his feet, his voice cracking with rage. What is the meaning of this? Seeing Venian's composure crumble like dry parchment only seemed to pique Alberu's amusement. The prince spread his arms wide in a grand, welcoming gesture. I certainly didn't expect to be graced by the eldest son of the Marquis Stan family, Taylor Stan, alongside a distinguished priestess of death. Taylor responded with a measured, courtly grace. His voice was deliberate and laced with hidden iron. I understood this was a rare chance for the noble youth of the realm to converse with your highness. It was perhaps quite brazen of us to attend without a formal summons. Alberu let out a short, knowing chuckle. Think nothing of it. His voice took on a sharp, satirical edge. While I invited the official representatives of every house, if a family finds itself without one, I suppose any member will suffice. Alberu projected his voice, clearly aiming to needle the fuming Venian. Young Master Taylor, surely you aren't offended by the lack of a formal card? Taylor replied with a faint smile. I am merely surprised by the warmth of the welcome, your highness. Kale watched Venian's face turn a sickly, bruised shade of purple, the man rendered speechless by the insult. Calling it a family without a representative. That's a direct slap to Venian's legitimacy from the crown prince himself. He shifted his gaze to the three princes seated on high and recalled the lore. In the original story, the crown prince was always wary of his younger brothers because the Marquis Stan family was in the third prince's pocket. It's a messy web. He furrowed his brow, lost in strategic thought. Even if the king dotes on the third son, toppling a sitting crown prince is no small feat in this kingdom. Kale analyzed the room. Every noble here is essentially choosing which horse to bet on. He looked between Alberu and Taylor, sensing a deeper current at play. I didn't bother researching the finer details because I wanted a quiet life, but there's definitely a secret alliance forming here. Alberu offered Taylor a polite, yet inquisitive smile. It's a pity things were made so awkward for you. Still, seeing you looking so robust after all this time truly gladdens my heart. Taylor's reply was soft but firm. Your Highness, though my legs no longer carry me. He paused, letting the silence hang before continuing with quiet confidence. My hands, my mind, my eyes, and my voice are sharper than ever. If anything, this trial has only forged me into someone stronger. Alberu's lips curled into an appreciative, half-amused smirk. Is that so? I see you are very much a survivor then. He added a final, pointed remark that cut through the room, and we all know the one who survives until the end is the true victor, don't we? Venian's expression grew increasingly dark and murderous as the prince's words sank in. From the sidelines, Kale enjoyed the verbal fencing match. Now this, he thought, is top-tier entertainment. He scanned the faces of the crown prince, Taylor, Venian, and the gathered lords. The air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Watching these high and mighty figures sweat was a rare treat. Kale sighed internally. The only thing missing is a bowl of popcorn. Alberu turned his charismatic focus toward the priestess. And this lady must be the renowned priestess of death, I presume? Cage performed a deep, formal bow. This humble servant of eternal rest, Cage, seeks the blessing of an audience with your highness. Alberu didn't linger on formalities, speaking with forced cheer. Let's save the deep talk for later. We have a feast to enjoy. Now, where should we seat our unexpected guests? His eyes scanned the hall before locking onto Kale's table. I see a perfect opening right over there. A mischievous glint flickered in Alberu's eyes. Kale felt a jolt of alarm as the prince looked his way. This table? Of all places? Then, the logic clicked. Of course. Where else? This is the neutral zone, no high-ranking dukes, just regional nobles who balance each other out. It's the safest no-man's land in the room. Kale knew the politics. Other factions wouldn't dare cause a scene at a table anchored by the wealthiest neutral territory in the kingdom. Alberu issued the order with a smile. Young Master Taylor, please join the northeast table. There's more than enough room for you there. Taylor bowed his head. I am grateful for your hospitality, your highness. Cage echoed the sentiment. Kale caught a glimpse of Neo's face. The man looked like he'd just swallowed a lemon. Alberu gestured toward them. Think nothing of it. Surrounding oneself with the kingdom's brightest minds is my greatest pleasure. He then added with a tone that brooked no argument. Adjusting the seating won't be an issue, I assume? Eric scrambled to his feet, bowing low. It would be our absolute honor, your highness. The rest of the table followed suit, rising in unison to make space for the new arrivals. Eric leaned over, hissing a frantic whisper into Kale's ear. Kale, remember. Don't move, don't talk, just be a statue. Once the chairs were shifted, the head butler announced, everyone, please be seated. Right next to Kale, a wide gap had been cleared in the seating arrangement. Taylor's wheelchair slid perfectly into the space beside him. Taylor offered a polite, knowing nod. A pleasure to see you here. With the seating finalized, Alberu raised his voice to command the room. Now, though we've had a few surprises, let the banquet commence. It is a joy to feast with the future of our great nation. He carried on with his address. My deepest thanks to everyone for accepting my invitation. From his seat, Kale stole a glance toward the neighboring table. He scanned Venian's dark expression as the speech concluded. Please, enjoy the festivities of the evening. A refined hush slowly settled over the grand hall. Attendants emerged with silver platters, delicately placing gourmet courses onto the tables. Amiro turned to Kale with a spark of anticipation, whispering, Young Master Kale, shall we go and pay our respects to the crown prince? He didn't answer immediately, instead fixing his gaze on Alberu while his mind raced. What is he truly after? This invitation feels like a front for a much deeper scheme. While lost in thought, Kale began slicing into a tender piece of steak. Of course, there are a dozen angles he could be playing. He raised a morsel with his fork, his brain operating like a high-speed processor. Is it the looming threat of war in the southwest? Or has he spotted the early sparks of rebellion in the Whipper Kingdom? He took a bite, savoring the flavor. Actually, never mind. It's not my problem. Watching him eat, Rayon chimed in, it looks tasty, doesn't it? Humans are surprisingly talented at cooking. Kale nudged his wine bottle aside, noticing the subtle shimmer of active mana recording devices. Eric leaned in, hissing nervously, Kale, remember, stay focused for just 5 minutes. He gave a distracted grunt of agreement. His thoughts were already miles away. I've figured out one motive. This is a scouting mission for the Crown Prince to test the next generation of nobles. Naturally, the second and third princes are just as aware of this as he is. A knowing smirk tugged at Kale's lips. So, this little game is the collective will of the entire royal family. Eric stood up, signaling the group, it's time. Let's move. The rest of the delegation followed suit with practiced military precision. Kale trailed behind, though he felt absolutely zero excitement about meeting the future king. From his dais, Alberu watched them approach and stood to greet them with practiced grace. He beamed, the rising stars of our northeast region. They stood before him with heads bowed and hands clasped in a show of formal respect. Eric spoke first. It is a profound honor, Your Highness. I, Eric Wheelman, request an audience. The Crown Prince grinned warmly. The pleasure is mine, Eric. Young Master Wheelman, I believe we have much to discuss regarding our shared interests. Those words made Eric look up, his face glowing with pride. Standing before them was Alberu Crossman, a man with piercing blue eyes and a magnetic smile. His golden hair, the signature of the sun god's favor and the hallmark of the Crossman bloodline, shone under the chandeliers. Eric replied with visible enthusiasm. Indeed, I have been eagerly anticipating this conversation. Alberu chuckled, as have I. The brilliant young Master Eric of the house that guards our northeast gates. How could I possibly pass up a chance to speak with you? Kale watched the exchange from the sidelines, thinking, impressive. This guy has a real gift for flattery. The Crown Prince then shifted his focus. And young Master Kale of the Henidus household. I believe this is our first introduction, he said, extending a hand. This took Kale by surprise. Alberu continued smoothly. The kingdom owes much to the Henidus family for keeping the Forest of Darkness at bay. Because of your vigilance, I can sleep soundly at night. Alberu didn't stop there, showering him with elegant praise. I've heard you possess a free and vibrant spirit, likely inherited from the artistic soul of the Henidus sculptors. Your heart must be as pure as your love for liberty. Kale was internally stunned. Praising a notorious deadbeat like me takes serious skill. This guy is a pro. Kale, deciding to play along, firmly shook the prince's hand. Meeting you today has brought me a great realization. If our king is the sun that warms the day, then your highness is surely the moon that guides us through the night. I feel as though my eyes have finally been opened. Alberu blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Is that so? Kale doubled down on the hyperbole. Absolutely, your highness. We are here to serve your every command. You are the guiding star in the hearts of the people, and I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. His three companions stood frozen in shock. Everyone was gaping at the sheer, unashamed thickness of Kale's exaggeration. He suppressed a grin, thinking, this should be enough to keep the prince at arm's length. Suddenly, Rayon's voice echoed in his mind, that Crown Prince human. Why is his hair disguised with magic? It's a high-level illusion only a dragon could see through. Is it the work of another dragon, or something else? Kale's brow twitched as he heard this. A cold sweat formed as he thought, great. I just accidentally stumbled onto a royal secret that could get me killed. Rayon continued his observation, his own eyes shifting hues. This ordinary human is weaving a complex web. Weak human, stay on your guard. Alberu was now looking at Kale with genuine suspicion, puzzled by his sudden silence and intense stare. Then, as if sensing a hidden threat, Rayon warned, wait, he isn't weak at all. Weak human, be extremely careful. He's dangerous. Kale's curiosity flared. The Crown Prince was widely known to lack any physical or magical combat prowess, yet a dragon was calling him a threat. Kale recalled the court gossip. The current queen is the mother of the third prince. Alberu's own mother was a mere maid, a commoner who died under mysterious circumstances when he was just a boy. Even Choi Han thinks the prince is a normal person. What is he hiding? He quickly brushed it off. Hidden or not, I don't want to know. Alberu finally broke the silence. Young Master Kale, I get the feeling that you and I are very much alike. Kale plastered on a broad, joyful smile. That is the greatest compliment of my life, your highness. With that, the Crown Prince finally released his grip. Sensing the prince's unease, Kale happily stepped back into the crowd. There's definitely more to this. Eric and Gilbert looked at him, completely bewildered by his behavior. Why is Alberu so threatened by his younger brothers? And why the sudden shift in the king's favor? Kale's suspicion deepened. Is he not the king's biological son? Or is there a secret regarding his heritage? A spark of genuine interest lit up his eyes. This is actually getting fun. Gilbert and Amiru exchanged confused glances, unable to read Kale's expression. Kale decided to pivot, turning toward young Lady Amiru. By the way, I've heard the vistas in your territory are legendary. Is the scenery as breathtaking as they say? Amiru smiled warmly. It is indeed. The sheer cliffs overlooking the crashing waves are a sight to behold. Kale immediately cursed internally. Breathtaking? Those cliffs are going to make claiming the next ancient power a nightmare. For those not yet aware of the hidden powers. Number 3. The Sound of the Wind. In the original timeline, it's held by the non-mage alliance during the Whipper Kingdom's civil war, specifically by a deranged tyrant. The irony is, he doesn't even use it effectively. Kale leaned his chin on his hand, mapping out future disasters. The magic tower is destined to fall after the rebellion. Rosalind, with all her brilliance, will eventually rise as the master of the new magic tower on this continent. Choi Han, the legendary mage slayer, and the crown prince of the empire. All three are central figures in the chaos about to erupt in the north-central regions. Then there's the Queen of the Great Forest who unites the South. The novel dropped plenty of hints about her, not to mention the shadowy organization Choi Han fought. This continent is about to become a 200-year peace-breaking war zone. He took a long sip of his drink and shrugged. Whatever. Not my problem. Kale stepped toward Gilbert and asked, Young Master Gilbert, I'm free to head out once the festivities wrap up, right? Gilbert turned with a nod. Yes, we have a scheduled meeting with His Highness after the gala. Aren't you joining us? Kale didn't hesitate for a second. Why would I? You three are the experts at securing investments. I'd just be in the way. His bluntness caught Gilbert off guard. Wait, have you actually studied the project proposals? Kale shrugged it off. I gave them a quick look, nothing major. Today was quite entertaining though. I've organized a private wine gathering afterward for anyone interested. I've also reserved premier seating for everyone at this year's royal birthday celebration. I expect to see you all there to share in the festivities. Kale scowled inwardly. This benefit is a total trap. I have to be at the plaza when those bombs are set to go off. Well, time to bail. As Kale stood, the attendant assisting Taylor approached with a playful grin. I'll see you in a bit, little brother. Kale bristled at the little brother comment. Lady Amiru stepped up beside him and offered kindly, allow me to walk you to the exit. Kale glanced at her. Are you worried I'll stumble into trouble on my way out? Lady Amiru gave a gentle, knowing smile. My apologies, but I noticed young Master Neo has already made his exit. Kale realized she was trying to shield him from a potential confrontation with that pest. At the palace gates, Lady Amiru offered a word of encouragement. Young Master Kale. You handled yourself well today. Kale kept it brief. It was necessary. But the real heavy lifting is on you now, Lady Amiru. She replied softly, I'll do whatever it takes to ensure our success, sir. Kale noticed the underlying tension in her voice despite her calm exterior. The northeast coastal region was largely seen as a desolate wasteland. The cliffs were jagged and sharp, surrounded by treacherous whirlpools. Locals could navigate the waters, but for outsiders, it was a maritime graveyard. Unaware that the sound of the wind was the cause of the chaos, Amiru and Gilbert remained fixated on developing this supposedly worthless stretch of shore. Amira tilted her head, her gaze steady. I'm confident in my ability to make this work. Kale decided to drop a strategic hint. You should know, His Highness is incredibly focused on this specific investment. Kale mused to himself, everyone's put in a lot of effort today. A little nudge in the right direction won't kill me. Besides, strengthening this northeast noble circle works in my favor. And from what I've gathered, Amiro knows how to keep a secret. He looked ahead. You're aiming for tourism, right? If you want quick results, think deeper about the strategic geography of your waters. That sea sits right between the Whipper Kingdom and the Northern Territories. She looked puzzled for a moment. Kale added, of course, I trust you'll keep this perspective between us. The gravity of his words slowly sank in, and she responded with newfound resolve. I will take your advice to heart. Kale climbed into his carriage. The door clicked shut, and the vehicle began its steady roll away from the palace. Amiro brushed a stray lock of hair from her face, watching the carriage disappear as she contemplated the map. The northwest coast was mostly barren desert. In contrast, Amiru and Gilbert's lands were a labyrinth of coastlines, hidden islands, and those razor-sharp, towering cliffs. Kale stared out the window, lost in thought. They're operating under the assumption that this peace is permanent. But the Crown Prince definitely suspects that the clock is ticking on this era of tranquility. Kale closed his eyes, his expression unreadable. I need to secure that ancient power before the Mage Slayer makes his move. The sky was painted in soft hues, bathed in the warm, golden glow of a perfect afternoon. The peace was broken when Choi Han rushed in with the report. I've located 4 of the magic bombs. He was visibly shaken. They're all planted right around the central plaza. Kale remained ice cold. Let me see the map. Choi Han handed over the parchment. As Kale studied the markings, Choi Han continued. After finding the first one, I had the Black Dragon scout the immediate perimeter. We found 3 more nearby, but the rest of the area came up clean. Choi Han added, I did a thorough sweep of the other sections near the plaza, but those 4 seem to be the only stationary ones. Kale analyzed the data. In the original story, there were 5 hidden at locations and 5 on people. This time it's 4 at locations and 6 on people? He questioned the shift. Is this another ripple effect of my interference? Kale issued his orders. We have a window of safety until the commemorative speech the day after tomorrow. No need to panic. Choi Han looked uneasy. Shouldn't we disarm them now? Kale cut him off. We're going to steal them at dawn the day after tomorrow. Choi Han blinked in confusion. Steal them? Kale leaned back. Magic bombs require a manual trigger signal. Blocking that signal is child's play for a dragon or someone of Rosalind's caliber. It takes a moment of focus, but it's simple. Kale began calculating. I'll have Rosalind deal with the mobile bombs, the ones attached to people. That has to happen on the day of the event. We need that bloodthirsty mage to believe his masterpiece is still perfectly on track. Choi Han was still processing the logic. You want to take them rather than destroy them? Kale smirked. Why waste perfectly good hardware? He added, I have plans for those. Kale thought of the concentrated mana within the explosives. It was a high-grade resource far too valuable to simply blow up. There might be more hidden out there, so keep your eyes peeled. Kale initiated a plan to monitor any movement of the devices. The Black Dragon and Choi Han would need to stay undercover for the final scout. The 2 kittens stirred as Kale's flat voice echoed through the room. Time to earn your keep. He gave a small, dry smile. Get to work. While Kale waited, the Black Dragon and the kittens slipped into the shadows. The carriage continued its smooth journey through the amber sunlight. The day before the king's birthday arrived, word reached Kale that Billows had finally pulled into the capital. Kale sat in the carriage, facing Locke. Having already met the boy, Kale listened to his plea before asking, You're asking me to look after your siblings? Locke nodded. Yes, that's my offer. Kale leaned in. And what, exactly, can you do for me in return? Locke gave him a resolute answer. I won't be doing this alone. This piqued Kale's curiosity. If not just you, then who else? Locke replied with earnest conviction. I'll be working alongside my siblings. We are far more powerful when we stand as one. Fast forward to the present, and the 2 are currently traveling together in the carriage. Locke spoke up tentatively. The annals of history remember the Blue Wolf tribe as legendary knights. As he began to go on, that history. Kale cut him off icily, is something I have zero interest in. Locke eagerly suggested, since you're unfamiliar, why don't I explain it to you? Kale gave a flat refusal, no need. Locke fell into a socially awkward silence. Despite his cold front, Kale was actually weighing the idea of forming a private guard consisting of Locke and the 10 wolf children. Locke himself, despite being absolutely terrified of the whale tribe, is the kind of person who would charge into certain death for his kin. The whale tribe leader basically told me to take this naive kid under my wing. It's like being recruited into a shady cult. Finally, Kale had to speak his mind. Drop the nonsense. They're just kids. How exactly do you expect them to become knights? Kale pointed out the flaw. You asked me to keep these children safe, yet the deal you're proposing completely contradicts that request. Kale's brow furrowed in thought. If these kids follow their wolf instincts to become knights, they won't just be a cult, they'll turn into a pack of bloodthirsty hounds. Then Kale asked, besides, have you asked them? Why are you making life choices for them? This left Locke stunned. He lowered his head in a mix of shame and confusion. I'm sorry. Kale stated plainly, there's no need to apologize. I understand what you're asking for. Now, you need to think about what I expect in return. Kale already had a plan. Naturally, I've got something in mind. But it's not for today, it's for about 3 months from now. He was well aware that an ancient power would soon manifest on a specific, treacherous mountain for a 6-month window. And reaching that summit requires the raw strength of a wolf tribe member who has undergone a berserk transformation. Kale smiled as he calculated his future fortune. If I flip that power to the queen of the jungle, I'll be set for life. Even if my family's estate goes under, the crown has deep pockets. I won't feel bad taking a cut. Kale's long silence made Locke ask nervously, is there something specific you need from me, sir? Kale just let out a weary sigh as the carriage rattled along. He finally replied, don't ask questions with obvious answers. Of course I have a use for you. Hearing this, Locke let out a soft ah. What's the trade? Just tell me, I'll do literally anything. Kale raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He then produced a heavy pouch of coins and said kindly, it's been a while since you've seen your family. Take them out to see the sights of the capital. Locke took the pouch, looking utterly bewildered. Sightseeing? Kale nodded. Yes. This is your first time in a major city like the capital, isn't it? He gave a generous smile. Treat them to a feast. On and Hong will tag along, so you don't have to worry about losing your way. Secretly, Kale just wanted some peace and quiet away from them. The two kittens immediately pounced on Locke, clinging to him. He laughed, struggling slightly. On Hong, I can't breathe. Kale remained unfazed. I should probably delegate the wolf children's care to Hans later. Otherwise, I'll be stuck hiring a nanny. I need someone who is meticulous and a great cook. Thinking of this, a specific person came to Kale's mind. The mere thought of him made Kale shudder. Great cook, meticulous, and sharp, sure. But he's also a torture-obsessed psychopath. I can't let him ruin the innocence of these pure wolf children. The carriage eventually came to a halt. Kale stepped out onto the pavement first, followed closely by Locke. Locke looked up at the building, looking lost, when Kale's commanding voice rang out, "Keep up." Upon entering, they were greeted warmly. "Welcome. Please come in. The aroma of grapes is everywhere today." The proprietor politely inquired, "Are you gentlemen looking for someone staying with us?" Kale stopped in front of a specific door. He turned to his companion. "Your siblings are in there. Open it." Locke answered breathlessly, "Yes. Right away." He gently sat on and hung down on the floor. As he reached for the handle, Locke took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of his courage. He pushed the door wide open. The eyes of everyone inside and outside the room met instantly. In a heartbeat, one of the younger children lunged forward and tackled Locke in a hug, crying, "Big brother Locke." The room erupted in a chorus of emotional reunions. "Brother, you're back." Amidst the chaos, Kale stood ready to greet his contact. "It's been a while, Billows." Beside the merchant, a new voice spoke up. "A pleasure to finally meet you, young Master Kale. Are you the leader Choi Han mentioned?" The man stepped forward with a friendly demeanor. "Choi Han has told me so many stories about you. It's a genuine honor to meet the famous young Master Kale." He extended a hand politely. "An honor? What's so special about meeting a notorious troublemaker like me?" The two exchanged a formal handshake. The man introduced himself. "I am Odious Flynn." Kale remembered the files on this man. Odious Flynn was once the golden heir of the Flynn Merchant Guild, but he walked away from the throne to lead a modest merchant group. He is Billows's uncle, the mastermind who connected Choi Han with Billows and fanned the flames of Billows's ambition. Kale privately noted that this man was likely even more devious than Ron. On the surface, he plays the part of a simple merchant, but behind that facade, he is a titan of the criminal underworld. He is a man capable of extreme kindness or chilling cruelty, depending on his needs. That is Odious. Despite knowing his true nature, Kale maintained his pleasant smile. "From the Flynn family? Then you must be related to Billows." "It's a pleasure." Odious replied, "How truly unexpected." He continued, "To think Billows is a friend of yours, young master. I haven't laid eyes on that boy since he was just a child." Odious chuckled warmly. "It appears he's found good company, leaving the chaos of the Flynn Merchant Guild behind for a more tranquil life." This gentle-looking uncle was the only person who left a kind mark on Billows's youth. Kale mused, was he actually that good to him? Odious offered, "Shall we head upstairs? I have a fine vintage waiting." Kale declined. Choi Han and Rosalind should be arriving shortly. "You two should share a drink with them instead." Billows nodded, understood. Odious looked genuinely disappointed. "I had hoped to share a glass with you, young Master Kale." Kale added, "We'll have to set a date for that soon." A small voice drifted over. "Thank you so much, young master." The sight before him made Kale pinch the bridge of his nose, muttering, "What a massive headache." He looked at the huddle of fragile children. He struggled to plan his next move. "At this rate, I don't need a nanny, I need a drill sergeant. But who could handle this?" Billows's voice broke his trance. "Young master." Standing by the window, Billows caught Kale's eye and asked, "What exactly are you up to, sir?" Kale quipped back, "Just putting in the work now so I can kick back and enjoy a peaceful retirement later." Billows fell silent, momentarily stunned by the sheer honesty of the answer. He pulled out a chair and slumped into it. Without a word, he started splashing wine into a glass. Billows didn't just drink, he practically poured the entire bottle down his throat. After slamming the glass down, he looked like he'd reached his limit. Yet, a second later, he was reaching for the bottle again. Kale, sensing the spiral, spoke up, "Am I invisible to you?" Billows groaned, "My stomach is in knots." "Forgive me, young master." Kale raised an eyebrow. "I don't know what's got you so rattled, but do you plan on drowning yourself in wine forever?" Billows looked like he was fighting a war inside, calling out, "Young Master Kale." He received a chilly yeah? In return. Billows confessed, "Odious is my uncle." Kale was aware of the nuance. Odious didn't use the Flynn name. Billows was never allowed to call him uncle publicly, but he was the only source of warmth in his lonely childhood. Years ago, Odious had told him, "Billows, never forget you are a true blood relative of this family. In my eyes, you are more than worthy." Those words were from the original story. That spark of validation had driven Billows, eventually leading him to meet Choi Han through Odious. Blinded by a hunger for power, Billows had followed Choi Han into a brutal succession war. As Kale refilled a glass, Billows whispered, "Young master." He went on, "Why would a man like Odious settle for leading a tiny merchant group? Doesn't that strike you as odd?" Kale shrugged, genuinely bored. "Why on earth should I care about the inner workings of the Flynn house?" Billows realized that in Kale's worldview, his powerful family was insignificant. "I see. The great Flynn house doesn't impress you at all." Kale replied matter-of-factly, "It doesn't matter. Whether it's you or Odious, you're both Flynns." Billows added flatly, "I am a bastard son." Kale didn't blink. "Who cares what some idiot says? To everyone else, you're a Flynn. That's the reality." Billows froze, looking at Kale with wide eyes. "Young Master Kale?" He replied, "What now?" Billows admitted sincerely, "You have a way of being brutally accurate, sir." Even Kale couldn't argue with that. It would seem so. Billows reached out and took the bottle from Kale's hand. He paused, then said, "I have one more question. What exactly did you manage to steal with those tools over the last few days?" Kale gave a devious smirk. "Just one thing so far. But once I've had a bit of rest, I'm going back for the rest of it." Billows' eyes lit up. "Can I get in on that?" Kale shut him down. "Sorry, the crew is full." Billows teased, "Then I'll just have to find something else to steal." Kale just waved him off. "Be my guest." Later that evening at Kale's estate, he was winding down in his pajamas. "Ron, is that you?" Ron bowed elegantly. "Young master, I have a small favor to ask." Kale blinked, confused. "A favor? From me?" Ron looked at him with a strange intensity. "I would like to entrust my son to your care, sir." Kale's brow furrowed. "You mean Beecrox?" Ron nodded, indeed. Kale couldn't help but ask, "And why would you do that?" Ron's eyes sharpened. "I have some fox hunting to attend to, young master." The air in the room grew cold. "You know very well what I am. A cold-blooded killer, right?" Kale shifted uncomfortably. "And?" Ron replied, "I have people to eliminate." He asked again, "Will you take my son?" Ron repeated, "Yes." Kale squinted. "This fox. It's a person, isn't it?" Ron's answer was chillingly direct, "Precisely." A dark, manic excitement flickered in his eyes. "I intend to tear them limb from limb." Ron's bloodlust made even Kale feel a shiver down his spine. He thought to himself, it's either Ron or them, someone is getting carved up. There is no middle ground here. Choi Han's squad can manage without Ron for now. He's capable of going off the rails anyway, so missing the strength of the elder Molin and his son isn't a deal breaker. Kale ran a hand through his hair. That twisted, artificial smile on Ron's assassin face. It would be much better if he just kept a straight face. He sighed in defeat. "Fine, you have my permission to go." Kale climbed into bed and yanked up the covers. "I'll handle the paperwork for your leave with Hans, so just give him a heads up. Take your identification and make sure to collect your final pay from the Flynn Merchant Guild." He double-checked one last time. "Are you really okay leaving Beecrox with a useless guy like me?" Then again, he's a grown man. He can look after himself. "Ron," Kale said as he settled in, "I'm granting you a full year of leave." He thought to himself, mostly because a year from now I'm going to have some real dirty work for you. Finally, he gave his parting orders. "Take all the time you need for your business. Just try not to come back with any extra holes in your body." Ron, who had been standing as still as a statue, finally shifted his weight. A low chuckle escaped him, making his entire frame tremble with mirth. Ron glanced at Kale, who was drifting off to sleep, and mused, "I used to think this boy was just a lost puppy. But it turns out I, Ron Molin, am the one being led on a leash." Ron spoke up. "Would you mind if I sent you monthly reports on my progress?" Kale muttered dismissively. "Do whatever makes you happy." Ron pulled the door open. "Understood. I shall take my leave and return in due time." Only then did Kale snap his eyes open, marveling internally. A true professional. He vanished without so much as a floorboard creaking. Dawn soon broke over the capital. Choi Han's team was already assembling in the drawing room. Kale strolled over to join the group. He offered a genuine compliment. "Rosalind, that brown hair dye really suits you. You look great." Rosalind twirled a lock of her hair. "You think so? I find I'm much happier when I can choose my own look." She wasn't entirely clear on the full scope of today's mission. She only knew her role was to help dismantle magic explosives. Kale had promised her a specific reward for the risk. Kale turned to the boy. Locke, if you don't go full berserk, can you still tap into your wolf traits? Locke, clutching on and hung tightly in his arms, nodded. Yes, I can. Kale immediately divvied up the roles. Rosalind, you're paired with Locke. The second team will be Choi-Han, On, Hong, and the Black Dragon. Rosalind tilted her head. And where does that leave you, young Master Kale? Choi-Han added awkwardly. Well, the young master's combat strength is. Rayon, hovering nearby, let out a heavy sigh. He's super weak. On and Hong bobbed their heads in unison, looking pitying. Total glass cannon. Useless. Kale felt the sting of judgmental stares from the three youngsters. He shrugged it off with a dry comment. Suc qua toi yu lam, toi rang min chi lam bong chan wa nuoi thoi. Voi lai, toi con fai chuan by cho bui luk hai ben min len, nun chuk la kong tam jia duok dao. Noi roy on ta treo cho choi han mot chik toe. Kale laid out the final timeline. At the crack of dawn, when the Royal Knights swap shifts with the Night Watch, that's your window to snatch the bombs. Wait for the signal from the Black Marble. Everyone must stay in their designated zones to monitor both the crowd at the plaza and any movement from that secret organization. The festivities kick off at 9 o'clock sharp. Kale offered a sharp smile. All right, move out. And don't forget to bring those souvenirs back in one piece. Rosalind pointed a finger at him. You haven't forgotten your promise to let me keep one, right? Kale nodded. I keep my word. Rosalind beamed. Perfect. I'll consider that my consulting fee. The balcony doors swung wide. Outside, the night sky was a velvet blanket of stars. Kale watched as his team slipped away into the darkness. He reached out to pull the door shut. Kale leaned against the frame, looking pensive. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind kicked up, tossing his red hair. A shimmering white shield flickered into existence. Its aura made the wind howl even louder, but Kale stood his ground, letting it wash over him. He reached out a hand, thinking. It's actually quite reassuring to have this power on call. Kale ran a finger over the translucent shield. He calculated the risks. If things go sideways, I'll have to tap into this. It should hold. Surely I won't have the bad luck of running into that lunatic mage, right? Later, once Kale was dressed in his formal attire, he remarked, today is your final day on the job, isn't it? Ron replied with a chillingly polite grin. I shall see you again next year, young master. Kale felt a sudden shiver. That sounds like a threat. He began plotting in secret. In exactly 1 year, I'm dumping you onto Choi Han's plate. Kale turned away from the vanity and straightened his coat. Let's get this show on the road. The driver snapped the reins with a sharp crack. The carriage lurched forward as the horses broke into a brisk trot. Kale settled into the plush seat and looked across. So, why the sudden request for my company? Amira bypassed the small talk. Young master, do you honestly think establishing a naval base in our territory is a viable move? Kale thought back to the message he'd received. Eric had sent a letter explaining that his and the Crown Prince's pitch for tourism funding had fallen flat. The letter read, you put up with so much for us, yet we couldn't deliver. Eric claimed Gilbert and Amiru were devastated, but Amiru's face didn't show a hint of despair. He gave her a knowing look. I think you've already figured that part out, Lady Amiru. Amira nodded. I have. But since the final call isn't mine, I've discussed it with my mother. I plan to break the news to young Master Gilbert today. A naval base is a massive undertaking. The political friction between the various regions is a much bigger hurdle than the actual budget, especially while we're supposedly living in an era of peace. The Crown's gaze is fixed on the Northeast since it's the only gateway to the Eastern Sea. More importantly, it's because the influence of the nobles in that region currently rivals their own. Kale clarified the situation. So, your primary dread is seeing the royal family's authority aggressively expanding within your own borders? Amira nodded. Precisely. That's why I insisted you join me today. Kale crossed his arms and sank into the carriage cushions, musing to himself. This is a political minefield. He broke the silence. I understand your dilemma, but I need to be blunt about a few things first. The Hennedes fortune is entirely under my father's thumb. A notorious black sheep like me doesn't have a single cent of say in how it's spent. In lands not ruled directly by the king, places where the crown and lords share military duties, the legal contracts regarding true ownership are incredibly dense. If the royals fund a naval base on the northeast coast, they'll spare no expense. But once the gold flows, the keys to that fortress will naturally end up in the king's pocket, not yours. Building a naval stronghold is a massive drain on manpower and materials compared to a simple tourism project. The territory is held by Gilbert and yourself. Simply don't have the hands or the stone to keep up. If you want to block the crown from taking over, you have only one card to play. You must secure private funding from those with deep pockets. Amira smiled as if she had been waiting for Kale to reach that conclusion. Is that so? I gathered from my talk with the Crown Prince that he's deeply unsettled by the stirrings in the Whipper Kingdom and the Northern Realms. She laced her fingers together thoughtfully. I've been digging for intel through Gilbert's connections. Kale gave a silent nod of agreement. Makes sense. The palace. Dot is already bracing for the explosion of civil war in the Whipper Kingdom and the mobilization of the Northern Knights. She's sharper than I thought. Her family's standing is shaky, so she's using the Wheelsman family to funnel information through Gilbert. She must have spent a fortune on this. At least she knows how to invest in the right secrets. A very calculated move. As the carriage rolled through the city streets, Kale remarked, I've heard the Hennetis walls are undergoing major reinforcements. Our house is focused on keeping all external threats at bay. Naturally, there's a growing interest in strengthening our naval presence. I'll personally pitch this to my father. Amiru brightened, her goal within reach. We will send a formal proposal to the Count shortly. If the Northeast base becomes a reality, then the administrative power will stay with the houses of Wheelman, Ubar, and Stan. Kale let out a faint, devious smirk. He thought to himself, if the Hennetis house bankrolls this, we'll own a significant stake. It secures our military interests at sea while keeping the crown at arm's length. It's a win-win. Suddenly, Amiru's expression clouded with hesitation. She admitted, to be honest, those whirlpools in our waters still make me nervous. But we have ancient shipping lanes that only we know. That's our ultimate shield against invaders. I'm ready to take this gamble. Kale smiled, thinking of his own hidden agenda. The whirlpools? Those are going to be under my control before long. The idea of his future retirement grew more enticing by the second. Imagine building a villa on those northeast cliffs and just watching the waves. Wouldn't that be the life? Once I pass the title to Basin, I'm dodging the war and disappearing. When the dust settles, I'll just build a seaside mansion in Amiru or Gilbert's territory and live out my days in luxury. Amiru, unsettled by his silence, pleaded, Young Master Kale, I'm counting on your support. Kale let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh. You're really asking for help from a trash noble like me? He put on his best innocent face. I have no real power. All I can do is act as a messenger for you. Amiru remembered her mother's words. Amiru, you lack standing now, so be careful. But to gain power, you must embrace risk. She gave a soft smile. Being our messenger is more than enough. Amiru extended her hand in a warm gesture. Please, visit the Ubar territory whenever you can, she invited. There are hidden gems there just waiting to be explored. Kale shook her hand with formal politeness. If I find the time, I'll certainly pay a visit. Amira replied, I hope that day is sooner than later. The carriage came to a stop. Kale stepped out, his eyes immediately scanning the surroundings for any sign of his team. He checked his watch, 8:30 already. At the capital's Glory Plaza, the security details had been in position for over an hour. At this hour, the Royal Knights will lock down the perimeter, and the plaza will be a sea of people. Escape will be impossible soon. This is the golden window, when no one can leave, that the bombers will start looking for their targets. Necklaces, hidden pouches, magic bags. The bombs could be anywhere. But Choi Han and the others are already on the hunt. A voice called out from behind him, You've arrived? It was Gilbert, looking impressed. Everyone's quite punctual today, aren't they? Kale was lost in his own strategy. Even if we miss some, the truth will come out soon enough. Locke gave Gilbert a casual nod. Of course. We've been on the move since 8:05. And hey, Kale, try to stay in one piece today, okay? Kale gave a non-committal shake of his head, thinking, I'm just an innocent bystander. I don't know a thing about any of this. Suddenly, two familiar faces appeared in the crowd ahead of them. Locke gasped in disbelief. No way. How did they manage that? In that same instant, Rayon shimmered into existence beside Kale. I'm back. The dragon whispered his report. The stationary bombs are being neutralized as we speak. By 8:55, every single one will be gone. I've got work to do, so I'm off. Rayon used a tiny claw to pat Kale's head. Weak human, if things get messy, don't forget to activate that shield. The group began to move toward their assigned transport. To the carriages. Prepare for departure. Kale watched Rayon vanish, feeling a prickle of annoyance. A shield? Why would I need a shield at a peaceful ceremony? One of Alberu Crossman's aides whispered, Everything is set, Your Highness. We await your signal. The prince smiled, then let the show begin. Kale sat in his carriage, looking thoroughly grumpy and silent. Taylor was the first to break the ice. It's an honor to meet again so soon after the banquet. Amira greeted him politely. A pleasure. I am Amira Ubar. Kale fumed silently. seating us all together? The Crown Prince has a twisted sense of humor. Neo Tolls looked equally irritated. A pleasure to meet you, sir, he muttered through grit teeth. He shot a look at Kale, who was ignoring everyone, legs crossed and staring out the window with zero interest in social graces. Kale was preoccupied with a single thought: the storm is about to break. In contrast to his quiet contemplation, the air inside the carriage was thick with tension. Taylor and Amira simply exchanged knowing smiles, maintaining a polite silence. Neo, however, remained huddled in the corner, looking small. Kale noted. He looks completely rattled. It's no surprise. Most of the nobility here would be losing their minds right about now. Venian's composure had likely shattered into a million pieces. No one could have predicted this. The discarded eldest son, Taylor Stan, had cast aside his wheelchair and was walking firmly on his own 2 feet. A member of the Marquis Stan household standing as a confidant to the Crown Prince. That's a scenario no one dared to imagine. He had successfully claimed the healing star. Amiru finally broke the heavy silence with a gentle smile. Young Master Taylor, have your legs fully recovered? He glanced toward Neo before answering. By a stroke of divine intervention, they have. I am back to perfect health. My sincerest congratulations, sir. Thank you, my lady. Neo let out a forced cough, a desperate attempt to mask his obvious agitation. Taylor ignored him, turning his gaze toward the city passing by through the carriage window. Neo managed a strained grin. Now that you've made such a miraculous recovery, I assume you'll be returning to the Marquis' estate? Taylor's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Returning? That estate was always intended to be my home, after all. Isn't that exactly where I belong? His sharp response left Neo utterly speechless and unable to find a retort. Turning away, Taylor shifted his focus to Kale, who had remained a silent observer throughout the journey. He spoke with an air of intimacy. Young Master Kale, I'd love to share the full story with you. It's quite a fascinating tale. Kale sighed inwardly. He knew exactly where this was going. The carriage eventually came to a halt in the city center. Neo stepped out, muttering, I'll take my leave now. Amiru followed him out. Young Master Kale, I'm going to find Eric. She threw a cautious look back before departing. She worried. Young Master Taylor and Kale have never actually met. I hope there isn't any friction between them. Now alone in the carriage, Taylor spoke up. Finally, some privacy. I secured my recovery by stepping up to lead the Marquis family. Kale asked plainly, did you trade your loyalty for it? No, it was a fair exchange. Taylor gave a subtle smirk. I see. Congratulations on your restored health, sir. Taylor produced a document from his pocket. These are the terms of the agreement. He held it out. Kale accepted it but questioned, why are you sharing this with me? It's best you're kept in the loop. Also, Kate has been officially excommunicated. Kale raised an eyebrow. For acting on her own whims again? Exactly. And she couldn't be happier about it. Well, good for her. She had finally embraced her role as a rogue priestess. Taylor beamed at him. The real work starts now. We're going to win this, aren't we, young Master Kale? Kale didn't respond immediately, his brow furrowing as he thought. When exactly did I become part of this we? He simply replied, I'm sure you will be victorious, sir. He stood up and unlatched the carriage door. Thank you. I'll be heading out first. Once we've won, the 3 of us should share a drink. Kale offered a faint smile. The wine from the Henedis estate is unparalleled. The carriage began to pull away after he stepped down. Only then did Kale unfold the paper Taylor had handed him. It revealed that the Crown Prince was desperate to prevent a civil war. Kale's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. TSK. He tucked the paper away securely. As he walked, he mused, the Crown Prince's true background remains a deep, dark mystery. As soon as he touched the ground, Eric, Gilbert, and Amira rushed over. Kale. Young Master Kale, come on. It's time for us to make our entrance. In the original story, Choi Han had managed to climb slightly above the commoner class. Even then, he was still worlds away from the royal family and high-ranking ministers. The clock struck 8:25. This is the window when the nobility enters and the commoner's access is strictly regulated. Seeing Kale's silence, Gilbert asked, Young Master Kale. Is this your first time visiting the Grand Plaza? Yes. I've rolled past it in a carriage many times, but I've never actually set foot here before. A tea house to the south and a cozy inn to the west. One is tucked away at the Eastern Flower Shop, while another sits atop the Northern Ceramic Association building. He whispered in quiet awe, this plaza is absolutely massive. Kale scanned his surroundings. The operation is unfolding without a hitch. Across the way, the deadline for the public's arrival has passed. The entryways are being sealed off. The search for the concealed explosives must commence immediately. Though, in truth, a manual sweep isn't strictly required. Because at precisely 9:01, the the truth will announce itself to the world. Shortly after, the group gathered in a modest shop bordering the plaza. Make yourselves comfortable, everyone. By a twist of fate, Taylor was already there. A pleasure to cross paths again, young Master Kale. He lowered himself into a chair and remarked, "Indeed, young Master Taylor." Privately, he noted their seating was a perfect mirror of the last banquet. Eric leaned in with a hushed warning, "Kale, stay in your seat and don't move, you understand?" Kale offered a faint, knowing smile. "Of course, Brother Eric." His eyes drifted toward the grand timepiece at the plaza's center. "I have no intentions of causing trouble today." Moments later, a booming herald echoed through the square. "The Crossman royal family is arriving." Rayon shimmered into view beside Kale and whispered, 15 minutes remaining." He mused to himself, the perks of having a transcendent dragon. With its mana, the impossible becomes mundane. At the gates, a parade of opulent carriages filed in. Kale watched in silence as Alberu donned his signature smile, waving to the cheering crowds. According to the Black Dragon, the Crown Prince's radiant hair and piercing eyes are merely a magical disguise. In reality, those features are a far more common shade of brown. A thunderous roar of applause erupted. The son of Roan, King Zed Crossman, has arrived. Simultaneously, Kale's gaze snapped upward toward the roofline of a nearby residence. A solitary cactus pot sat perched on the edge. He smirked, thinking, one down, disarmed already. Directly beneath the grand clock, the king and the royals settled into their ornate thrones. The moment the king raised a hand, the ocean of voices vanished into a sudden vacuum of silence. The air grew heavy with anticipation. Zed smiled and began. "Ahem. Under the sun god's grace, I have guided this realm for 35 years. Kale kept a sharp eye on him. He looks quite pleased with himself, but unfortunately for him, it is now 9 o'clock. The plaza's great clock began to toll, the bells ringing out over the crowd. Suddenly, the assembly looked to the heavens in sheer confusion. Wait, what is that? Look, up there. What's happening? Who is that man? Perched atop the clock tower, a figure draped in a heavy, dark cloak stood tall. His frozen stare swept over the people. The crowd erupted. Who are you? Get down from there. The palace guards sprang into action. Quickly, secure the building and move in. While panic swirled around him, Kale remained a pillar of calm. He wondered if Redika, the bloodthirsty mage, would deviate from the script. What if he doesn't show? If Redika failed to appear, we'd have to hunt him down the old-fashioned way. Regardless, Choi Han is the one doing the heavy lifting, not me. Choi Han listened as the mad mage began his terrifying proclamation. The view from up here is about to get very interesting. Redika let out a manic cackle. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he unleashed a magical surge, sending crackling sparks of lightning through the air. Very interesting indeed, he mocked. Right on cue, he said the exact line. The once serene blue sky bled into a vivid, haunting crimson. Dark, oppressive clouds swirled as the plaza descended into chaos. A violent eruption of mana followed, blinding golden bolts spiraling in a frenzy. They condensed into a pulsing orb before jagged lightning began to strike the ground. The crowd broke into a panic scramble. Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke were instantly on high alert. Kale stole a glance toward the side. A smile touched his lips as he thought, target acquired. 10 minutes. Even if the mobile bombs can't be defused, it's plenty of time to warp them to the Forbidden Mountain. Rayon zipped through the air, reporting, "I've spotted one." Kale stayed put, confident because Rosalind and the Black Dragon were on the move. At that exact moment, Choi Han lunged forward, seizing a startled young man. "What the? Get off me! Let go!" He was sporting a subtle blue necklace. Kale locked eyes with it and instantly recognized the device. Without a word, Choi Han lunged forward and snatched the jewelry from the young man's neck. Kale silently marveled. That was incredibly swift and precise. A heartbeat later, Eric rushed over and grabbed his arm. "Kale, I've been shouting your name." Kale brushed off Eric's panic and fixed his gaze on Alberu. "Your Highness, you need to evacuate this area immediately." He mused internally, the Crown Prince's hair up there. Alberu's face was twisted in a deep skull. He thought back to Rayon's earlier observation. Was it a dragon spell? Or some other source of power? The Black Dragon was certain. Yet his hair remains unchanged. Is it possible it's not a mana-based illusion? Eric cried out in a frantic tone, "Kale, we have to get out of here right now." Redika remained perched atop the clock tower. He let out a manic laugh, continuing to call down a relentless hail of lightning bolts. How incredibly irritating. Just as that thought crossed his mind, for other figures in robes simultaneously triggered a massive magic circle in the crimson sky, raining down a barrage of spears. Horrific screams filled the air. Save us. Rayon's voice continued to pulse in his head. Found another. And one more. Kale checked the time with a frown. 9:04. So far, 3 individuals had been neutralized. Eric and the others pressed him desperately. Young master. This is no time to linger. We have to run. He's right. We must leave this instant. He didn't move an inch, simply placing a steadying hand on Eric's shoulder. Brother Eric, take a breath. He gestured toward the perimeter. Soldiers had now cordoned off the plaza, and the trapped citizens were reaching a breaking point. Move. Open the gates. Please stay calm. Calm? Look at the sky. The nobles are already fleeing. Let us out now. The scene was devolving into pure anarchy. Eric whispered hoarsely. Thank you. I've regained my composure. You're starting to sound like your usual self again. It was now 9:08. Only 2 minutes remained. The mages had begun the process of stabilizing the ambient mana. The interference tools were nearly depleted. Choi Han was still scouring the crowd with intense focus. He spotted another target. That's 4. Only 2 left to find. The moment the mana stabilized, the signals would home in on the explosives. 2 minutes provided just enough of a window. Rayon's voice suddenly chirped. It's done. Kale heard the report and went rigid. What? Taylor noticed his sudden blank stare and asked, Young master, what is it? Kale's brow furrowed. Only 4? Kale scanned the chaos with growing anxiety. There were only 4 bombs? A sense of dread washed over him. The original story explicitly mentioned 10, yet the count had been slashed. In the distance, the court mages raised their staves. They began the ritual to anchor the wild mana. Small, luminous spheres were launched into the air. They detonated, dissolving into wisps of magical vapor. Their protective barrier parted, creating a path for the drifting blue orbs. The spheres were guided toward the outskirts. Kale tracked them with his eyes. It was definitely the work of the Black Dragon and Rosalind. The explosives had been successfully diverted to the Forbidden Mountain. They plummeted deep into the dense heart of the forest. The sky above shimmered like a distant galaxy as the mana finally settled. The Crown Prince and the King looked toward the horizon in sheer disbelief. Only Kale remained still, quietly absorbing the unfolding scene. Taylor stammered, paralyzed by shock. Magic bombs. As a high-ranking noble, he understood the devastating potential of such weaponry. The young man clutched his head. Maybe there really were only 4 after all. Rayon flickered into view at that moment. We did it. We saved them. The young dragon zipped through the air with joy. I saved people. Just like we planned, nobody died. Redika glared at the dragon's path. He turned his eyes toward the Forbidden Mountain. How disappointing. Not a single casualty. Why on earth did they detonate over there? The mage muttered under his breath. This thing is malfunctioning. Below him, the crowd began to roar. What do you think you're doing? Zed barked at the intruders. Who are you? While his mind raced with other concerns. Wait a moment. Panic flickered in Kale's eyes. Malfunctioning? He quickly reevaluated the situation. Does he mean there are more devices out there? The king thundered his commands. What are you guards standing around for? Look. They're retreating up the stairs. Why haven't you scaled the tower and brought them to me in chains? Redika let out a weary sigh. Well, it seems I have no other choice. He brought his hands together, channeling a new surge of power. The sky shifted once more as violent gale force winds began to swirl. Kale's eyes locked onto the black briefcase. There it is. That's the source. The young man's brow furrowed in concentration. It appeared 2 final explosive devices were still active in the area. The inscribed parchment of the magic circle was ripped apart. A combination of acceleration barriers and self-destruct spells, they had deployed a literal suicide squad. Redika barked a cold command. Launch the assault. Have them dive. Panic surged through the banquet guests. Get back. Find cover. Kale's expression turned grim as he realized they're targeting this exact spot. The person behind him tugged at his sleeve urgently. We have to move. Young Master Kale, run for your life. Rayon moved with a flash of determination. I'm on it. Meanwhile, Kale remained rooted to the spot. Escape is a lost cause now. A few seconds of sprinting won't get me clear of the blast zone. Smoke began to hiss from the attackers' specialized backpacks, erupting into jagged magical sparks. Kale let out a quiet, resigned sigh. He mused to himself, an explosion this close might cost me an arm. Fortunately, the heart's vitality will patch me back together. He looked at the frantic crowd around him. If these people are caught, they'll be mangled. They don't have the luxury of regeneration. I have to shift the strategy. Rayon reappeared, bringing Rosalind with him. I've arrived, young Master Kale. The girl dashed forward, positioning herself as a human vanguard. She instantly wove a shimmering magical barrier into existence. Redika triggered the final chaos. Now, detonate. The devices in the satchels pulsed with a lethal glow. Simultaneously, Kale's hand shot upward toward the sky. Rosalind glanced back, her eyes wide with confusion. Wait, what? His own shield materialized, thrusting forward to intercept the assassins. The attackers flinched, startled by the unexpected interference. Rayon's voice whispered in his mind, I'll add my strength to yours. The dragon's ancient mana fused with Kale's shield, encasing the assassins in a double-layered prison. Rosalind spun around, her face pale with shock. Young Master Kale. But there was no reply. His entire being was focused on maintaining the integrity of the shield. The young man's features twisted in a pained grimace. Damn it all. A massive, deafening explosion erupted right against the inner surface of his barrier. The force of the blast was staggering, carrying a violent and merciless destructive energy. Every guest at the gala ducked instinctively, their screams drowned out by the roar. The entire courtyard was suddenly smothered in a thick, suffocating layer of ash. The air was filled with the agonized groans of the wounded. My hand. I can't feel my hand. Eric stood frozen, the sound of crashing water echoing in his ears as the magical constructs buckled. He stammered under his breath, that's Kale's shield. It's shattering into 1,000 pieces. The sheer magnitude of the shockwave was too much to withstand. Jagged fragments whistled through the air, grazing Kale's hand and leaving angry red gashes across his skin. Despite the trauma, Kale kept his hand raised. That blast was terrifyingly powerful. A sudden, sharp throb in his gut forced a pained gasp from his throat. His vision began to swim and blur, leaving him with a faint, weary smile. Young Master Kale. Rosalind rushed to his side to steady him. Young Master Kale. Talk to me. Are you all right? He stared down at his trembling fingers. Well, my hand is a charred mess. I've always despised being in pain. A throbbing ache radiated through his nerves. Even though the black dragon had absorbed the brunt of the shock, the residual damage was agonizing. The rest of the group swarmed around him in a panic. Young Master Kale. Please answer us. He tried to speak, but instead, he coughed up a bright spray of crimson. His palm was instantly slick with fresh blood. Eric turned as white as a sheet and shrieked, blood. There's so much blood. Kale, however, just calmly pressed a hand to his chest. As expected of the heart's vitality. The ancient power has kicked in, and my internal damage is already mending. A hidden smile played on his lips. My limbs are intact. That burning sensation in my palm is already fading into a dull sting. That one cough actually cleared my lungs. I feel better than before. Kale thought casually, not a bad trade-off. I finally see why heroes cling to ancient powers. They're indispensable. Suddenly, someone gripped his hand. Are you actually smiling right now? The voice was stern and unwavering. Stop smiling this instant. Taylor squeezed his eyes shut in distress. And don't you dare try to open your eyes. Kale looked at him, baffled. What's gotten into this guy? Then, a familiar, frantic voice cried out, weak human. Rayon was trembling with fear. You aren't allowed to die in such pain. You're way too fragile. If you die, I will tear everyone here apart. The dragon's voice turned dark and resentful. I'll destroy everything. And once it's all gone, I'll follow you. Kale winced at the intensity. I know you're worried about me, kid, but why do you have to be so dramatic about it? Gilbert and Amira rushed off in a panic. Young Master, stay still. I'm going to find a priest and I'll be right back. He felt a bit awkward. I'm actually not in any pain at all. How am I supposed to let them examine me? I guess I'll have to put on an act and pretend to be hurting. Meanwhile, outside the perimeter, Choi Han was being intercepted by the palace guards. His expression darkened instantly. Move out of my way. The guard continued to block his path. Commoners aren't permitted in this sector. Choi Han stood his ground. Commoners? And who decided that label applies to me? From inside the cordoned area, Kale sent a sharp signal. I told you specifically not to draw attention to yourself. Choi Han caught the glare and immediately ducked his head like a reprimanded pup. My apologies. The young man's crestfallen look made Kale feel a twinge of guilt. Sigh, it's not something you need to apologize for. Rosalind pressed him again. Young Master, are you certain you're all right? He quickly turned his focus back to her. Yes, I'm perfectly fine, really. The girl watched him nonchalantly wipe away the blood, her mind swirling with questions. What he just did was breathtaking. Could someone from a royal background like mine ever display such selflessness? She whispered under her breath, you are a complete enigma to me. At that moment, Kale's expression shifted to one of pure apprehension as he sensed something behind them. Rosalind followed his gaze, spinning around rapidly. Retica had materialized nearby without a sound. Utterly beyond my wildest dreams. How fascinating. His eyes suddenly locked onto a specific target. The lunatic's gaze was fixed squarely on Rosalind. Redika's crimson eyes stretched wide with recognition. You. I remember you from before. He recognized her from his memories of the massacre at the Blue Wolf Village. Redika gasped, "Oh heavens, what a find." He made no effort to hide his twisted desires. "I have a profound appreciation for those who wear the vibrant shade of blood." He narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with malice. "I'm dying to preserve you both in a display case." Kale turned pale at the grisly suggestion. Nearby, the madman Choi Han received another silent command. Kale glanced toward the swordsman. In stories, villains this unhinged usually only survive for a few chapters anyway. Choi Han gave a subtle nod, perfectly grasping the unspoken order. The royal guard aimed their longbows, preparing for a coordinated strike. A volley of razor-sharp arrows whistled through the air, all targeting the mage. Redika didn't flinch, leisurely sizing up his potential trophies. King Zed clenched his jaw, his fear manifesting as raw fury. But the mage simply gave a mocking wave. "Well, this was fun. Until next time." Every arrow intended for his heart thudded harmlessly into the stone wall behind him. A sudden explosion rocked the area, sending cracks spiderwebbing through the clock tower. A thick cloud of dust billowed out, leaving the plaza looking like a graveyard. When it cleared, Redika and his followers had vanished into thin air. Kale sat down heavily on the pavement. He thought, his teleportation is a high-level specialty. No one here has the tracking skills to find where they went. However, the birth of a hero explicitly names his secret destination. Choi Han, An, Hong, and Locke have already been dispatched to the location I identified. If Redika's group actually retreats there, they're walking straight into Choi Han's blade. My only worry is Choi Han losing control and going berserk. That's exactly why I sent the kids and Locke along, to keep him grounded and prevent total exhaustion. He braced himself and stood up slowly. With them by his side, he'll be okay. Choi Han has a massive soft spot for the small and the vulnerable. King Zed addressed the survivors from his elevated platform. Today, everyone showed incredible courage in the face of this disaster. Guards, escort everyone back to the palace. We will prioritize your safety above all else. The festival is hereby suspended. Kale stole a glance at Rosalind, who was standing vigil beside him. Rosalind originally planned to stay in the shadows as much as possible. Did she expose her magic just to protect me? I suppose since the black dragon couldn't reveal itself, she felt she had no choice but to step up. Just then, Rosalind turned her head and met his eyes. As if reading his mind, she gave a playful wink and whispered, "It's our little secret." Kale managed a small smile. She's certainly sharp when it comes to reading people. I was very specific with the 6 of them this morning regarding the rules of engagement. First, the black dragon and the 2 beast children must remain completely hidden. Second, Choi Han and Rosalind, if you must reveal your skills, make it look like a total accident. And finally, no one gets left behind, and no one gets hurt. The 2 shared a silent, knowing smile as the chaos began to settle. At that precise moment, Amiru arrived with a royal official sprinting breathlessly behind her. "Young Master Kale." The official was panting heavily from the exertion. "Young Master, are you holding up all right?" Without a word, Kale extended his bloodied and scorched hand toward them. He put on a pained expression and said, "It's throbbing quite badly. Could you take a look?" The official immediately began channeling his restorative magic. Kale mused quietly, "Healing really takes a toll on the caster, doesn't it?" "It does, sir. But I witnessed your silver shield. You performed a truly heroic deed today." Kale offered no verbal response, instead shifting his gaze toward Alberu, who was approaching with measured steps. He wondered, is this the first time he's actually seen an ancient power in action? Just then, a steady hand came to rest gently upon his shoulder. Alberu, standing right behind him, confirmed his thoughts. "That's correct." Kale and the priest both offered a deep bow. "Blessings upon the crown prince." Kale thought to himself, the star of the show has finally arrived. Since he's already seen one of my hidden trump cards, I might as well squeeze every bit of profit out of him I can, right? Sacrificing yourself for nothing but hollow fame is a fool's errand. That's definitely not how I operate. Fame is fleeting, but cold, hard cash lasts. I'd much rather be a wealthy man than a dead hero. Alberu studied him for a moment before speaking. "Young Master Kale, you have my gratitude. Your actions were truly beyond reproach." He leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially, "You're on my side in all of this, aren't you, young master?" Kale thought dryly, "Of course we're on the same team." The prince's tone was cloyingly sweet and irritating. Alberu continued, "I'll ensure no bureaucratic headaches come your way, and the reward will be more than worth your while. What do you say? If that's the case then." Kale suddenly flashed a brilliant, selfless smile and pulled the prince into a hug. Think nothing of it, Your Highness. I only did what any citizen should. It was a masterclass in fake affection. Rayon, hovering invisibly nearby, observed the exchange. There is something very suspicious about that human. The black dragon was young, but his instincts for deception were razor-sharp. As long as we're playing this game, I'm going to make sure I walk away with a hefty chunk of the royal treasury. Alberu caught Kale's calculated business smile and immediately stepped back. Just then, the royal carriage they had requested pulled up to the curb. Alberu gestured toward the door with a smile. Young Master Kale, please, after you. You've earned my deepest respect today. Kale replied with a look of humble reverence. I couldn't possibly, sir. Compared to Your Highness, who is the literal sun in the hearts of our people, how could I ever go first? Rayon looked at Kale with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Human, did the explosion rattle your brain? Why are you talking like that? The two continued their polite verbal sparring. No, I truly insist. Then this humble servant will take your leave and board first. With that settled, Kale turned his head to scan the crowd. A group of nobles was staring him down. His friends looked genuinely worried, but the others? The others meant Venian Stan. Venian was grinding his teeth so hard it looked like he wanted to snap Kale's neck. How does that trash have such power? And that sudden act of heroism. I'm sure those are the exact thoughts running through his head. Kale didn't give him a second thought and climbed slowly into the carriage. Standing in Venian's shadow was Neo Tolls. He visibly shuddered when his eyes met Kale's cold gaze. Looks like I can cross another minor villain off the list soon. Alberu smiled and instructed his attendants. Ensure the lady following us is given the highest level of hospitality. By your command, sir. From his seat, Kale watched Rosalind standing outside and wondered, I probably don't need to worry about her safety, right? After all, Rosalind is more than capable of handling herself. A moment later, the carriage lurched forward and began its journey to the palace. Kale poked at the interior, assessing the luxury. The royal fleet really is in a league of its own. Where on earth do they get leather this soft? Alberu broke the silence, looking at Kale's bandages. Do you require further medical attention? Kale stopped inspecting the upholstery and turned his full attention back to the prince. He answered bluntly, I have a very resilient constitution. I don't think I'll be needing a team of 5 royal physicians or high-ranking bishops. I just need a quiet place to lie down for 3 or 4 days, and I'll be back on my feet. Alberu let out a surprised huh. He quickly regained his polished, noble facade and said, very well. A nobleman who shed blood to protect our citizens deserves the most exclusive suite in the palace. Kale nodded contentedly. That sounds perfect. Suddenly, Alberu's tone shifted. Tell me, young Master Kale, do you have any connection to those people? Kale sat in silence, processing the weight of the question. By those people, Alberu clearly meant the attackers. He was probing to see if Kale knew anything about the secret organization that caused the chaos. In his mind, Kale replayed Rayon's words from earlier in the plaza. The dragon had asked, why did that prince just watch while people were dying? He clearly has hidden strength. At the time, Kale realized he's hiding his true power, isn't he? Even when his own staff were falling and young knights were being maimed, he refused to intervene. He stayed in the shadows, playing the role of the weak royal. I used to think that, even if he used people, he was ultimately a good person at heart. It turns out he's much colder than I imagined. Kale offered a friendly, artificial smile and asked, Your Highness Alberu, why on earth would I volunteer for such a massive headache? Alberu loosened up, exhaling a long sigh of relief as he leaned back into the cushions. That is a fair point. He crossed his arms, mentally weighing the facts. It adds up. Why would someone playing the part of a lazy loafer suddenly seek out trouble? This whole ordeal was likely just a fluke. Then, Alberu turned back to Kale. The palace might still run some tedious, formal inquiries on you. Kale maintained his polished, professional smile. But Your Highness will be there to brush them off, won't you? Alberu pulled back the curtain to wave at the citizens outside, his voice cool and steady. Is there really any need to ask something so obvious? We'll dive into the details once I come to visit you properly. Kale suddenly called out, Your Highness. Alberu paused. Yes? Kale instantly switched to his most flamboyant, silver-tongued persona. I would always make time to converse with the radiant star of our kingdom. Alberu stared at Kale, momentarily stunned into a rare state of wordlessness. Kale let the moment hang before adding, however, I'd prefer if my role in today's events wasn't turned into some grand legend. Alberu nodded firmly. Consider it handled. As long as the crown doesn't look bad, I don't care. But truly. He softened his tone. Thank you. Because of you, many families won't be mourning today. Alberu kept his eyes fixed on the people outside rather than looking Kale in the face. Kale watched him with a skeptical squint. I still can't tell if he's a saint or a shark. In fact, I'm not even entirely convinced he's human yet. Still, Kale didn't lose sight of the prize. Naturally. I'll be eagerly awaiting the appreciation your highness mentioned. Alberu crossed his arms with a helpless groan. Good grief, you really are something. Kale noted the reaction with internal glee. He didn't say no, which means the payout is going to be massive. Once they reached the royal palace, Kale was escorted to a suite dripping with opulence. Sprawled out on a plush bed and popping grapes into his mouth, he mused, the service is a world away from my last visit. This has to be the VVP wing for foreign royalty. Fitting. This is exactly where Choi Han stayed in the original story. A sharp knock echoed through the room. Kale sat up straight. Enter. The doors burst open as his inner circle rushed in, their voices a chaotic chorus. Young Master Kale. Kalenim. Hans was practically hysterical, tears streaming down his face. Young Master. My heart nearly stopped from the worry. Kale was halfway off the bed, but froze at the sight of the approaching emotional storm. As Hans lunged forward with a tragic wail, Kale held up a hand and barked, halt. Stay right there. The rest of you, come in and close the door. Hans instantly snapped out of his crying fit, reassuming his crisp, professional demeanor. I've already alerted the estate. Moving faster than the royal bureaucracy is always the smart play. I used the long-distance mana transmitter. It cost a small fortune in mana stones, haha. Kale nodded approvingly. Good work, Hans. Hans cast a quick, meaningful glance toward Rosalind. Kale caught it immediately. He's figured it out. Kale gave Hans the green light. Go ahead. Hans continued his report. I've already sworn the castle staff to absolute secrecy regarding Miss Rosalind's presence. Both Rosalind and Kale offered words of praise, causing Hans to finally exhale a breath he'd been holding. Kale was pleased. Adaptability is a valuable trait. A tight lip is even better. Hans then stammered, about that, young master. Kale raised an eyebrow. Yes? Even though I sent the report, you'll probably need to speak with the Count directly via the communication device soon, sir. If you don't, I fear the Count might actually charge the capital himself. Kale gave a low, knowing hum. Knowing my father, Deroth would absolutely do that. His duties finished, Hans moved to the door. I'll go coordinate with the palace manager. I'll leave you all to your discussion. Kale waved him off. Fine. Go on. Once the door clicked shut, the black dragon chimed in. The room is clean. No hidden bugs or eavesdropping magic detected. Kale thought to himself, even if there were, you'd probably just eat the mana from them, wouldn't you? Spying on guest quarters for foreign dignitaries is a major diplomatic risk, even for allies. Despite the dragon's assurance, Rosalind flicked her wrist to cast a soundproofing veil. She smiled warmly. Better safe than sorry, wouldn't you agree? Kale gave a nod of respect. Your thoroughness is impressive. With the room now a vault, Choi Han stepped out from the shadows. Kale's tone turned serious. Give me the report, Choi Han. Choi Han bowed his head low. When he looked up, his eyes were clouded with frustration. Kale settled into an armchair. Choi Han, tell me what happened. Choi Han began his grim summary. The mage appeared at the bridge exactly as predicted. I went for the kill, but then I remembered that night. He thought of the two kittens On and Hong, facing the suicide squad. Choi Han had been swarmed by a group of elite, black-clad assassins. His personal guard stalled me, he reported. Kale winced. The suicide squad again? Choi Han nodded grimly. Yes. He recounted how he gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white, thinking of the innocent lives lost or shattered because of his games. He looked at Kale, his face a mask of cold fury. Today was no different. He had unleashed his dark mana, lunging forward like a shadow in the night. The masked ones used fire and other elemental arts to block me. Kale interrupted. So, he managed to slip away? Choi Han was silent for a heavy beat. Yes. I only managed to claim his left arm. Kale blinked, a massive question mark forming in his mind. Wait, you said he escaped? Choi Han clarified. I didn't want him reattaching it, so I incinerated the limb. He added almost as an afterthought, oh, and I took his left eye as well. Kale broke into a cold sweat, floored by Choi Han's sheer lethality. If he's missing an arm and an eye, he's practically neutralized. You need both hands to balance mana for high-level casting. Choi Han still looked dejected for failing to finish the job. I should have been faster. I'm sorry. Kale, still slightly shaken by the imagery, just gave a flustered wave to dismiss the apology. Sensing the mood take a dark turn, Kale quickly interjected, no, there's no need to apologize. You've done more than enough. He felt a prickle of unease as Choi Han's aura grew heavy and somber. He noticed On and Hong huddling against Locke, their fur standing on end and their tiny frames shivering. The kittens looked absolutely petrified. Kale wondered, did he finally snap? What exactly did he do to those subordinates? While Kale analyzed the tension, Choi-han remained caught in a gloomy spiral, muttering his dissatisfaction with the night's work. I decided it was safer to just eliminate them, so I scrubbed the scene clean. Upon hearing that, the two cats grew even more distressed. Hong curled into a tight, trembling ball of fur. Kale cut him off. Stop right there. You really should have left that last part unsaid. He then pressed for details. You didn't level any residential buildings, did you? Kale thought anxiously. If he went on a destructive rampage, I'm the one who has to deal with the fallout. What a nightmare. Choi-han gave a dejected nod. No, of course not. I remembered your instructions, young Master Kale, and did my absolute best to avoid any collateral damage to the homes or the neighborhood. The two kittens, unable to endure the oppressive gloom radiating from the swordsman, leaped away from Locke, ignoring Kale's startled cry. Hey, where are you going? The pair scrambled onto the grand royal bed where the black dragon, Rayon Miru, was lounging quietly. They pressed themselves against the dragon's side to calm their nerves, whispering, the black dragon is the cutest. The black dragon is our hero. Kale watched them and sighed. They're definitely traumatized by Choi-han. But then Kale let out a faint, weary smile, pushed the chaos aside, and returned to the matter at hand. Regardless, you all worked incredibly hard. Everyone performed brilliantly today. It is thanks to your efforts that we are all sitting here alive. He then turned to the mage with a nod. Lady Rosalind, your contribution was invaluable as well. Rosalind beamed at the gathered group. The invisible dragon, Rayon Miru, chirped a sentiment that everyone in the room silently echoed. You did a good job too, weak human. Kale let out a soft, genuine chuckle. He didn't show much emotion on his face, but it was clear he was immensely proud of his crew. He leaned back comfortably. Well, obviously. And now, it's time for me to collect my well-earned compensation. After a short wait, the guest they were expecting finally arrived, His Highness, Alberu Crossman. He immediately cleared the room. Everyone else, out. The team nodded and filed out. As you wish, Your Highness. Only Kale and Prince Alberu remained. The prince stood by the bedside and looked down at Kale, who had sat up to greet him. How is your recovery progressing? Kale smirked and replied, I'm fine. I am deeply moved that Your Highness would visit a humble noble like myself. Hearing that, Alberu pulled a face of pure disgust. That's enough to give me hives. Drop the act. Kale dropped the mock formality and spoke with a straighter face. Thank you for coming, sir. Alberu exhaled a weary sigh. Fine. I've already spun a narrative for the public. You're a brave noble recovering from injuries sustained while thwarting a terrorist plot and stopping a magic bomb. He continued, since you used your ancient power in front of a crowd, I couldn't hide it, but I've framed it as a minor defensive skill. That fits your requirements, doesn't it? Kale gave a simple, satisfied nod. Alberu continued, his tone bordering on mock praise. A fragile young lord risking his life for the crown. It's a touching story, isn't it? Kale laughed. Exactly what I was going for, Your Highness. Alberu added, tomorrow, the official reports and the rumors I've planted will be delivered to you via your butler. Make sure to review them. Suddenly, feeling Rayon Miru's invisible but heavy, dark aura swirling with hostility, Alberu broke into a cold sweat and whispered, excuse me. The Black Dragon's suspicions were now solidified. I'm certain of it now. This individual is not a human. It continued to glare holes through the prince. Alberu blinked and asked Kale a bizarre question. Are you actually human? Kale sat in stunned silence for 5 full seconds. A massive mental question mark appeared over his head. What is he on about now? He finally sputtered. Yes, of course I'm human. He thought to himself, why on earth would he ask that? Suddenly, Alberu burst into a fit of laughter. Huh. Right. Of course you are. We are both just ordinary humans, after all. As soon as the sentence left his mouth, Rayon Mira hissed to Kale. That's a lie. He is definitely not human. Kale thought tiredly. Dragon, please shut up. Stop giving me information I didn't ask for. The dragon, only 4 years old, jumped up excitedly. This is the first time in my entire life I've encountered a life form like this. Kale went quiet and calculated. 4 years for a dragon means every creature he's met in that time, including the cat tribe, the wolves, and every person in the capital. And the crown prince is the only outlier? Kale then cleared his throat. Does it matter? Whatever else we might be, we're living as humans, aren't we? Alberu nodded, though he added a caveat. True, there are no exceptions to that. But, at that word, Kale's eye twitched. But, Kale thought irritably, he's doing it again. Enough with the buts already. But Alberu's tone suddenly turned gravity-heavy. At the banquet, I sensed it too. When I'm near you, you have a very peculiar scent. That actually caught Kale off guard. What is he talking about? Why would he say something so strange? Genuinely confused, Kale lifted his arm and sniffed his own sleeve. A scent? But I just showered, didn't I? The sight left Alberu momentarily stunned into silence. He eventually sighed and shook his head. Look, we've both shown our hands. There's no point in being vague anymore, is there? He got straight to the point. Tell me, what is the reward you're looking for? Kale Henidus was notorious as the trash of the Northeast. Despite being bypassed for succession, he had shown no spite, and the family remained strangely united. Alberu had reviewed every scrap of intel on Kale and mused. I was told he was a drunkard and a disgrace. A complete waste of space. Yet the man sitting here is sharp, calculated, and entirely different. It's like he's a ghost in another man's skin. He stole a glance at Kale and thought, just look at that composure. Kale sat there, perfectly calm after having saved the kingdom from disaster. He spoke up, Your Highness, before we talk about rewards, why don't you tell me what you need me to do first? Alberu countered, I trust you'll keep your mouth shut around the other nobles. It's obvious to anyone that a useless trash wouldn't possess such silver-tongued insights. He added, I also expect you to drop a few subtle compliments regarding the royal family's grace. Kale chimed in, while highlighting the crown prince's boundless generosity, I presume? Alberu folded his arms and nodded, precisely. But Kale mused. This entire catastrophe is a massive embarrassment for the crown. The palace will be in shambles because the high-ranking lords will use this security breach to tear them apart. That's why he's bribing me for silence. Since the Henidus house is strictly neutral, I'm the perfect person to cut a deal with. Interrupting his thoughts, Alberu eyed Kale, that ancient power you displayed. That's not the full extent of your tricks, is it? Kale flashed a confident grin. Perceptive as always. Though, truth be told, my other talents are practically worthless. Kale knew from the novel that the prince understood the nature of ancient powers better than almost anyone. Kale pondered, I'm still not certain if his knowledge of these primordial forces surpasses my own. But if I recall correctly, the healing star power was a legacy from his late mother, wasn't it? Turning back to Alberu, he asked, So, name your price. Kale watched the prince closely as the offers began to roll in. A massive investment for your family in the Northeast? Or perhaps securing your house's political dominance in that region? Kale dismissed every suggestion with a shake of his head. None of those things belong to me personally. Not yours? Kale placed a hand over his heart with mock drama. He spoke again, his voice ringing with a newfound, cheerful certainty. I want a personal reward. Alberu let out a soft, amused chuckle upon hearing Kale's bluntness. He felt he finally had a read on the man standing before him. I see what lies in this Trasha's heart now. He plays the part of a degenerate, but his true objective, his ultimate life goal, is clearly to scale the social ladder and hoard everything for himself. He concluded that to Kale, personal gain far outweighed the interests of his family or those around him. Alberu pressed, What is it then? A prestigious title? A medal of valor? Or perhaps a seat of power here in the capital? Kale had already made up his mind. He smiled and gave a one-word answer, cash. Stunned by the sheer greed of the request, Alberu blinked in disbelief. Excuse me? Kale spoke with profound sincerity. Pay me in cold, hard cash. I have no use for shiny medals or hollow titles. He thought to himself, war is on the horizon. A fancy title won't stop a magic spear, will it? Status is a burden. Liquidity is true love. His mysterious smirk prompted the invisible dragon Rayon Miro to whisper, Why are you grinning like a villain, human? Kale was lost in a daydream of converting that gold into stockpiles of food and strategic land. He completely ignored Alberu, who stood there speechless and dazed, staring at the smug nobleman who had just prioritized money over honor. The final ancient power I need to secure is the sound of the wind, an ability that literally scales with how much wealth you spend. Kale had planned this perfectly. He needed a massive war chest to fuel his next acquisition. Alberu, still convinced Kale was just a corrupt hedonist, asked with a bead of sweat on his brow, Are you planning to spend it all on expensive wine? Kale kept his true motives hidden and played along. How did you guess my secret so easily? Alberu gave a hollow laugh. Unbelievable. You truly are one of a kind. He stood up, finally conceding to the request. Fine. I'll allow it. Review the incident report tomorrow and tell me exactly how much it will take to buy your silence. Realizing the prince planned to return, Kale asked, You're coming back to see me tomorrow, sir? Alberu smirked. What? Is the star of the kingdom not welcome? Kale didn't miss a beat. He beamed a radiant, fake smile. "It would be the greatest honor of my life, Your Highness." The sheer cheesiness of Kale's flattery gave Alberu literal goosebumps. Utterly defeated by the cringe, the prince turned to leave. "Just get some rest." While Kale Dot was reveling in the success of his scheme, the black dragon suddenly spoke up. "Human, is there a power in this world that can change hair color without a single drop of mana?" Kale ignored the inquiry, rolled over on the bed, and turned his back to the dragon. Rayon Miru nuzzled into his back, persistent. "Human, answer me. If it's not magic, what is it? My curiosity is killing me." Kale felt the dragon snout against his spine but remained stone still. "I'm an injured patient. I don't have to answer anyone." The following morning, back at the sprawling, majestic Hennetus estate, the sun shone over the lush, manicured gardens surrounding the castle. Inside the quiet comfort of Kale's private chambers, Hans entered and presented a letter detailing the whereabouts of the butler, Ron. As orchestrated, Ron had departed on his own mission. "Ah, Ron." Kale took the parchment and broke the seal to read. The letter read, "Young Master, expect a status report from me once a month. I must admit, I never suspected you were hiding such formidable power. Choi Han gave me the description of that mage. I've committed his face to memory. I've left specific instructions for Beecrocs. Sincerely, Ron." After the reading, Hans bowed. "Will that be all for now, sir?" Kale set the letter on the mahogany table and nodded. "You may go." Now alone, he closed his eyes and mused. He even left his son behind to keep an eye on things, huh? If that bastard Redika crosses paths with Ron now, he's as good as dead. He let out a dark chuckle. Meanwhile, Eric Wheelsman was pacing outside, sick with worry. He burst in, his voice tight with anxiety. "I heard you were in agony. Are you all right?" Kale remained perfectly still, offering no response to the frantic noble. A second later, he whispered weakly, "My strength has completely vanished." At those words, Eric Wheelsman's face paled with concern. He called out softly, "Kale." In response, Kale clutched his midsection and groaned irritably. "Even my stomach is in knots." While his lips voiced these complaints, he was thinking to himself, "Honestly, it's just because I've spent all day lying here eating. I'm actually just bloated." Observing Kale's pained silence as he held his stomach, Eric Wheelsman urged, "Just tell me if you need anything at all." Young Lady Amira chimed in warmly, "He's right. We are prepared to assist you in any way possible, young master." Hearing their earnest offers, he let out a faint smile, while the two kittens watched him with visible confusion. The two cats eventually closed their eyes and curled up against him once more. After a brief silence, Gilbert spoke up, "By the way, we didn't come here just for a simple wellness check, did we?" His comment jolted Eric Wheelsman's memory, prompting a sudden ah of realization. He pulled out an envelope and handed it to Kale. "This contains the updated investment strategy for the Northeast region. I made sure to bring it along for your review." Kale accepted the documents and began skimming through the pages. As he read, he analyzed the situation internally. It looks like they're fully committed to this venture. Specifically the construction of a new naval outpost. While Kale focused on the letter, Eric Wheelsman mentioned that this proposal would soon be formally delivered to the Hennetus estate. Hearing this, Kale asked softly, "Is that so? Is everyone getting ready to present this to the Crown Prince?" Eric Wheelsman answered Kale with total honesty. "That's the plan. We have an audience with His Highness tonight. We need to secure the Crown Prince's interest before we can move forward with the project." Once he finished reading, Kale spoke in a gentle, weary tone. "It should go smoothly. In the future, feel free to just send any paperwork through a messenger. Playing host to visitors while sick is draining for everyone involved, so there's no need for you to keep coming by." However, Eric Wheelsman was firm in his refusal. "Absolutely not. We will return, because you deserve to be kept in the loop." Kale looked genuinely taken aback by his persistence. Finally, as they prepared to depart, Eric added, "We'll let you be now. Try to get some sleep." Kale gave a simple MHM in response. Once Eric Wheelsman's group had cleared out, Choi Han, Rosalind, and the Black Dragon entered. Seeing Kale rubbing the back of his neck, they looked on with worry. Deep down, Kale felt a surge of annoyance and let out a small hum. He then said calmly, "Go ahead, speak your mind." Choi Han, sensing that the prompt was directed at him, stiffened his posture. Noticing the tension, Rosalind intervened. "Forgive me, young Master Kale, but I find myself in need of both Choi Han and Locke's assistance." Hearing her request, Kale looked at her and evaluated the situation. Since Rosalind has been forced to reveal her identity here, she needs to return to the Breck Kingdom immediately. If her enemies discover she's survived, they'll certainly send assassins to finish the job. She can't risk traveling alone. This incident exposed her as a high-level mage. The opposition will surely respond with overwhelming force. Therefore, Rosalind requires elite bodyguards. With these thoughts in mind, he replied, "There is no need for apologies. You have been a tremendous help to us, so it is only right that we settle the debt. Besides, you are Locke's sister in spirit and a dear friend to Choi Han." She looked touched and replied, "Thank you for your kindness." However, Choi Han protested, "But my duty is to protect you, Kailnim." Kail cut him off, firmly stating his name. Internally, he reasoned, Choi Han needs to go so I can operate without someone hovering over me, and it gives him a much-needed break before the war begins. He looked Choi Han in the eye and said with absolute certainty, "I have no intention of dying." Leaning back against his plush pillows, Kail told himself, "I'll amass a fortune and train just enough to make a quick getaway so I can enjoy a long, peaceful retirement. I already have a black dragon as my guardian. Adding Choi Han to the mix would just be overkill." Struck by Kail's unwavering confidence, Choi Han finally relented. "I understand. I see now that I was worrying needlessly." Kail then gestured for the young wolf to approach. Locke. Locke hurried to the bedside, his face a mask of nervous energy. Kail said casually, "I'll look after your siblings. You go with Rosalind and return to me in 3 months' time." Locke sat down, looking utterly baffled. "Wait, what?" Kail lightly scolded him. "What do you mean what? Have you already forgotten the agreement we made?" Locke hesitated, then remembered. "Ah, right. Yes, sir." Kail produced a map and said to Locke, "Head to this location. I will be there with your brothers and sisters. You must make sure you find your way back to us." As Locke unfolded the paper and looked at the markings, he stammered, "A place to return to?" Seeing the boy's dazed expression, Kail placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, making Locke jump slightly. He added, "Exactly. A home to come back to. Remember it well, 3 months. A bright, hopeful smile broke across Locke's face. "Yes, I understand. I promise I will return in 3 months." Kail nodded gently. "Good." He then reflected on his knowledge of the novel. The timeline has shifted significantly, but I hope the core events still align. That's the only way my foresight remains useful. It's a shame I can't send Crocs with them yet. I'll arrange for the father and son to reunite once Ron comes back. A few moments later, another visitor stepped into the room. That person turned out to be Hans. The moment he stepped inside, he called out, "Young master," prompting Kail to ask, "Is something the matter?" Hans held a decorative scroll in his hand and added, "His Majesty the King intends to bestow a medal of honor upon you, sir." Upon hearing this, Kail fell into a pensive silence for a moment. He then reached out and took the scroll from the butler's hands. He unfurled it quickly to scan the text. The opening read, "Young Master Kail Henidus, the pride of the Henidus line, the guardians who shield the realm from the forest of darkness." After reading the flowery prose, a dull throb started in his temples, and he thought to himself, "Even though I saw this coming, the level of exaggeration is just absurd." A week later, at the majestic Plaza of Glory, the carriage driver pulled the reins to bring the horses to a halt. As Kail stepped onto the pavement, the black dragon whispered, "It's been quite a while Kail took a moment to survey the area. After a brief pause, he began to make his way forward. He was immediately met by the restless murmurs of the gathered crowd. People were whispering, "Look, it's the young master of Silver Light." Hearing this made his skin crawl with annoyance, yet the crowd persisted. "Over there, the young master with the shield." Despite the unwanted attention, Kail pressed on in silence, with the vice captain walking steadily at his side. Having overheard the crowd's enthusiasm, the vice captain couldn't help but tease him with a mock cough. "Ahem, ahem. It seems the public has taken a liking to calling you the Silver Light young master, sir." Kail shot a deadpan look at the beaming soldier. The vice captain continued playfully, "Ahem, a person of your stature naturally deserves a title that commands such pride." Finally reaching his limit, Kail looked away and grumbled internally, "To hell with Silver Light and Shield. I can't stand hearing these cringeworthy, sentimental titles." Pushing those thoughts aside, he put on a mask of forced cheer and told the vice captain, "If I started drinking in public again like I used to, surely these names would disappear, right?" The vice captain panicked, faking another cough. "Ahem, ahem." He quickly added, "Your health hasn't fully returned yet. You really should be more cautious with your alcohol intake." Kail was momentarily surprised by the vice captain's concern, then muttered irritably to himself, "Right. In everyone's eyes, I'm still a fragile patient who hasn't fully mended. The story is that I pushed my body beyond its limits by overexerting my ancient power. And because of that supposed sacrifice, I miraculously managed to neutralize those explosives. This reminded him of the conversation he had while confined to his bed, speaking to his father through the purple communication orb. Count Deruth had asked, Kale, did you get a good look at those bastards' faces? Your father will hunt them down personally. He sounded ready for a bloodbath. How dare they harm someone as physically unaccustomed to combat as you? Kale had looked quite concerned at the intensity. Count Deruth's worry was just as fierce. He had continued, the Henadis family is quiet not because we lack teeth. Remember that. We have been peaceful only because we are strong enough to maintain it. I won't let a single soul who touched you get away with it. Now, as he crossed the plaza, Kale glanced at his hands and realized those words weren't just empty threats. When I finally leave the capital for home, I'll be glad no one is following me. Even Eric's group is nowhere to be seen, which is a relief. They reached the city gates shortly after, where the sentry recognized him instantly, exclaiming, young Master Kale. Kale asked clearly, do I need to provide identification? The guard shook his head and replied softly, please, young master, go right ahead. Kale offered a polite nod to the man. I see. Thank you. You're doing a fine job. Internally, he genuinely appreciated their hard work. The guard bowed deeply and replied, thank you, sir. As Kale walked past, the sentry stood still, silently watching the young noble's retreating figure. Inside the great hall, tables had been meticulously set. Several guests had already arrived. As Kale scanned the room for his designated seat, he spotted Eric, who waved enthusiastically and shouted, Kale. Kale approached with a pleasant smile. Brother, I didn't realize you'd beat me here. He then took his place among Eric's companions. Kale was well aware that everyone in the room was likely whispering about the latest rumors. The story that Kale Henadis won a Medal of Honor, but gave it away to the needy. And the fact that he's attending today, despite his body still being in a weakened state. He eventually spoke in a quiet, reflective tone. I wonder if the weather is so exceptionally beautiful today as a tribute to those we lost. Kale was completely oblivious to the fact that young Lady Amiru was watching him with profound admiration in her eyes. To her, it seemed as though a noble, gentle aura was radiating from him. Feeling a bit flustered, she remarked, perhaps the weather reflects the kindness in the young master's heart. Kale blinked in confusion and asked, my heart? I'm not sure I follow. He then changed the subject, asking her, you're heading home today, aren't you? Amira nodded, yes. You're setting off tomorrow, right, young master? I look forward to seeing you back in our territory. Kale replied with genuine feeling, yes, I've started to miss the smell of the sea. Amira heard this and whispered softly, is that so? Do you plan to head to the coast to let your injuries heal? Kale put on his best poker face and replied, that's exactly right, while secretly thinking, recovery? I'm only heading to the coast to bulk up and get stronger. A moment later, Kale added, of course, that isn't the sole motivation, and she quickly chirped back, oh, is that so? He cast a meaningful look from Eric to Gilbert and then to Amiru, lowering his voice. After today's events, fresh whispers will surely reach the ears of the high nobility. Word of the military expansion and heavy investment along the northeast coastline, that news will soon be common knowledge to everyone in this room. Hearing this, Gilbert gave a hopeful grin. We're counting on your support, young master. Even young Lady Amiru smiled warmly and added, please, lean on us for help, young master. A heartbeat later, the host of the gala stepped forward. It was none other than King Zed Crossman himself. The moment he ascended the podium, he managed to pique Kale's genuine curiosity. With a booming voice, he made a clear declaration. We stand united once more to demonstrate that we shall never cower before threats. King Zed Crossman gripped his royal scepter with white knuckles and spoke with grave intensity. Again, we assemble to prove our defiance against terror. At that moment, a sea of young men and women stood in solemn, unwavering silence. Countless individuals displayed extraordinary valor. Thanks to them, we have successfully shielded this kingdom until now. King Zed Crossman continued his address. Kale watched him and mused. I could swear the king just glanced my way, must be seeing things. The blessing of the sun god. A magnificent, shimmering golden gate materialized. You can't feel even a spark of divine energy from these mundane humans, the tiny dragon remarked from where he lay on Kale's lap, even as Kale continued to sift through his papers. The little dragon pictured Alberu Crossman and added, only that Crown Prince is a bit of an outlier. Kale began to ponder. The divine power the Crossman line constantly boasts about is a total sham, just another useless secret for me to carry. Having dug into it and found nothing but boring theater, he decided to play dumb. The little dragon was now looking up, waiting for him to weigh in. Kale finally whispered, this stays a secret between the two of us. Hearing this, the little dragon beamed with pride and chirped, I understand. The scene shifted to the bright outdoors. Wherever Kale wandered, the little dragon followed as an invisible shadow on his shoulder. They moved toward a section where a loud voice announced, "Today, I bestow medals upon those who stood firm in the recent struggle." One by one, shimmering medals were pinned to the chests of the brave. King Zed Crossman personally decorated his generals, who both knelt in deep, reverent gratitude. As thunderous applause broke out, Kale clapped along to blend in. The little dragon looked at the spectacle and muttered, "Humans are truly bizarre creatures." Suddenly, Venian Stan stepped into his personal space and called out, "Young Master Kale." Kale turned and asked coolly, "Is there something you need, young Master Venian?" "Venian Stan." Kale studied his face and thought, "He's still lingering here?" Since the terror attack, most nobles have scurried back to their estates out of pure fear, but the heads of the major regional houses are still holding their ground. Venian Stan spoke up, "I heard you turned down the Medal of Honor. Don't you find that a bit regrettable?" Kale remained silent for a beat, letting the air grow cold. He looked at the man with a questioning stare, wondering, what's his angle in bringing that up? The little dragon found Venian's presence repulsive and sent a mental telepathic nudge. "I really want to kill him." Kale immediately signaled back, "Cool it, not here. I rejected the award simply because I don't want a paper trail." He kept his gaze on Venian, his expression far from welcoming. He began to map it out in his mind. The top floor of the Royal Library keeps tabs on the current king's reign, while the lower level logs every hero and their rank. The palace uses those monthly stipends for heroes as a convenient excuse to track and manage their every move. That medal might be a badge of pride for some, but for me, it's nothing but a set of shackles. At that thought, he couldn't help but smirk. When the flames of war eventually spread, who's going to remember a minor incident in a plaza? Kale braced his hands, stood up tall, and finally answered Venian Stan, "Why should I have any regrets?" He reminded himself that if it isn't in the archives, people will forget it in a heartbeat. Exactly what I want. I was battered and bruised, but more importantly, he spread his arms wide and said with a light-hearted air, "Isn't being alive and breathing enough of a reward?" "I see your point," Venian Stan replied, sounding unconvinced. Kale continued as if stating a simple fact. "Indeed. Besides, how could a self-proclaimed coward like me ever deserve such a high honor?" Venian Stan had no choice but to look away, clearly at a loss for words. Up on the dais, King Zed Crossman's voice echoed, "Today's ceremony concludes, but the memory of this day is etched in my mind forever. I shall always remember and never forget the courage displayed by our people." Kale looked up, lost in thought. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with drifting white clouds. A single flower was laid gently upon the stone floor. Soon, a sea of blossoms began to cover the ground. The trio Eric Wheelsman, Gilbert, and young Lady Amiru clasped their hands, offering silent prayers for the fallen. Kale followed suit, closing his eyes in a moment of quiet respect. On the other side of the plaza, Alberu Crossman stood with his head bowed and hands folded in prayer. The Crown Prince had previously mentioned he didn't need to attend today's memorial service. Yet he showed up anyway, clearly feeling the weight of the lives that were cut short. Kale finished his reflections and placed a hand over his heart, paying his final respects to those who were gone. Suddenly, Eric Wheelsman came charging over, frantically shouting, "Kale! Kale!" For a second, Kale was just utterly bewildered. Eric was in a total state of panic, pointing at Kale's face while stammering, "Are you exhausted? Is your heart failing?" Kale just stared back, feeling completely speechless. Then, as if a light bulb went off, Eric sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he'd overreacted. It wasn't that dire. Kale could only offer him a faint, helpless grin. "I reached for the golden plaque, the high-stakes reward I'd squeezed out of the Crown Prince. The rules are simple. I get exactly 2 of anything. Whether it's 2 gourmet cakes or 2 entire mountain ranges. The price tag doesn't matter. It's a buy 2 on the house pass for the world's most expensive assets." Standing at the rear, Kale solemnly kept his hand over his heart while musing. The prince is surprisingly loose with his wallet. He probably thinks, it's just 2 items, how much damage could he do? Or maybe he's dangling this bait just to see what kind of fish I am based on what I choose to buy. At that thought, Kale's lips curled into a devious smirk. "You've made a massive miscalculation." The little dragon, spotting that slightly villainous look on his face, asked with genuine concern, "Are you plotting another one of your tall tales?" "Weak human, please try to stay out of trouble," the dragon gently cautioned him. Kale just hummed a vague response in his mind and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Looking across the room, he caught a bearded man staring right at him. "Look, it's the shield hero over there." Several women at a nearby table also turned their heads, their eyes locked onto him with intense curiosity. Kale averted his eyes quickly, grumbling to himself, "Once I finally ditch the capital, maybe these annoying stares will vanish too." The scene shifts to the following day. It's another gorgeous, sun-drenched morning. Golden rays are dancing across the grounds of a massive estate. A fresh plate of breakfast was laid out neatly on the patio table. The little dragon hovered closer, eyeing the dark, spherical objects in Kale's hand. "What are those for, human?" Kale's fingers toyed with the smooth, black round devices, rolling them back and forth. He replied with a calm, steady voice, "These are the tools I'll use to silence the whirlpool. Originally, I was going to brute force the vortex using the indestructible shield and the vitality of the heart." He smiled, enjoying the morning breeze. "But that was before I had a black dragon as my partner. Since you're here, why should I break a sweat doing the heavy lifting?" Kale chuckled. "Eat your fill. I'm not sure what the young master is planning to borrow, but it sounds like a massive heist, doesn't it?" Nearby, the cat siblings were huddled in a cozy, sleeping ball. Still lounging in his chair with a wine glass in hand, Kale remarked with a wry smile, "I've become quite the local celebrity lately, haven't I?" Billows, sitting across from him, nodded in agreement. "That is certainly an understatement, sir. But is it wise for a recovering hero to be drinking like that?" Kale shrugged. "Why bother acting in front of you? You know exactly who I am." Billows let out a low laugh at that, his hand reaching for the wine bottle. He began to refill Kale's glass while noting, "I've received the documents you sent back, as well as the specific item you requested." As he spoke, he slid a shimmering, ornate box across the table. The box glided smoothly toward Kale. Kale steadied the container with one hand, his mind racing through the best ways to utilize his golden plaque. "Above all else, I've decided to use it to buy myself some precious time. There are forces whose very existence threatens the Rhone Kingdom. Actually, they're a danger to every nation across the northern and central regions of this continent. I need to buy a window of safety before the Northern Knights begin their inevitable march. The Knights are one thing, but I'm really looking to dodge the Central Empire's Mage Slayer and the Southern Queen of the Great Forest. I am dead set on buying enough time to slip through their fingers entirely. If I were flying solo, I'd be worried, but I've got quite a formidable crew behind me now." He glanced at the red and silver kittens, still lost in dreamland. Kale suddenly spoke up. "Billows, do you have any active trade routes?" he asked seriously. Billows replied instantly, "Not directly. However, I've been keeping my ear to the ground lately. Right before a continent-wide explosion of conflict, it becomes incredibly easy for a smart merchant to get rich." Kale nodded. "As long as there's a profit, merchants will dive into the fire, right? The Whipper Kingdom is on the verge of a total collapse. I assume you've sensed the coming storm?" Billows maintained his friendly, mask-like smile. "I'm already calculating how to turn that chaos into gold. Young master, where do you think the real money is hiding?" Kale didn't hesitate, answering nonchalantly, "The Mages' Alliance is going to be slaughtered in the Civil War. The magic tower is going to crumble to dust. Have you thought about what happens to the mages who survive?" He swirled the wine in his glass, deep in thought. "Not every mage will perish. This is the land that builds the world's most advanced magic tech. Some of these mages hold power that rivals kings. But once the war ends, they'll be nothing but high-value refugees. The one who is already planning to scoop up those talented survivors is Crown Prince Albero." The image of the calculating prince flickered in his mind. "And the one who dreams of building a brand new magic tower from the ashes is the high-ranking mage, Rosalind." He pictured the fierce, red-haired woman and her cold determination. "You truly believe the mages will be wiped out, sir?" Billows asked, pulling Kale out of his silent reflection. "The Alliance has to go. It's the only way the Whipper Kingdom has a future. But I'm looking at a different prize. The place that crafts the continent's best magic tools is also the heart of the Whipper Kingdom's power. I want the rights to whatever is left of that magic tower after the dust settles." Kale looked Billows in the eye. "The moment that tower starts to fall, you tell me immediately." Billows asked cautiously, "May I ask why you're so interested in the wreckage?" "When the time comes, it'll be obvious," Kale replied vaguely. Billows closed his eyes, silent for a few heartbeats as he processed the implications. He finally grinned and replied, "I'm genuinely excited to see how this plays out." Kale felt a surge of internal satisfaction. "As am I. By securing that, I'm buying a safety net, one that protects me from the coming danger, even if the price is astronomical. Besides, it's not like I'm spending my own gold." With that pleasant thought, he took another slow, satisfying sip of wine. "Then I'll be in touch shortly." Billows offered a polite parting before stepping out, to which Kale promptly responded, "I'll be expecting it." Moments later, the last drop of wine vanished from his glass. He set the empty crystal down softly upon the tabletop. Exhaling a heavy, weary breath, he slumped back into the depths of his chair. Phew. Suddenly, a prickle of intuition made him snap his head toward the side. What on earth? He jolted slightly at the sight of a mud-caked, human-shaped figure trudging in from the balcony, shrouded in flickering dark energy. The tiny black dragon peered over, whispering, "I sense the aura of a deity." Kale realized with a start, it's Priestess Cage, isn't it? As he asked, the earthen figure gave a cheerful wave. Spot on. You've got a sharp eye, young Master Kale. From here on, let's refer to this mud clump as a spirit doll. The doll follows the protagonist, as the saying goes. Cage explained, "This vessel holds my consciousness temporarily. It's strictly one-time use." Kale mused privately, she truly lives up to her reputation as a necromancer. He glanced at the dragon, who wasn't even bothering to hide. The dragon stays visible. So he knows this doll can only hear and speak? Just how massive is your power level, little guy? The spirit doll continued, "Our group is departing from the capital today. I figured you wouldn't exactly enjoy us reaching out this way, would you?" The doll pulled itself onto a chair as it spoke. Kale thought dryly, "You've got that right." The doll added, "Young Master Kale, when I reclaim my status, no, when I reach even greater heights, I will settle my debt to you. I came simply to promise you that." An image of a determined, smiling Taylor Stan crossed Kale's mind. Kale rubbed his temples with a resigned sigh. "No need for that. I get it." The doll acknowledged him before continuing. "Regardless, once Taylor and I have what we want, we'll need a secure channel to send you updates." Kale shrugged. "Do as you please then. Just try to stay in one piece, young Master Taylor." As Kale finished, the doll began to glow intensely before dissolving into a cloud of dark smoke that evaporated into the breeze. The little black dragon looked up at Kale expectantly. "So, when the time comes, can I finally have my revenge?" Kale didn't hesitate. "You can." At those words, the dragon's eyes sparkled with such pure, unadulterated joy that he seemed to radiate light. "I will repay my debt to you." Those words resonated in Kale's mind. He patted the dragon's head. "When that day arrives, you do exactly what you want." The dragon let out a triumphant cheer, "Yes." Kale reached for a fresh glass of wine, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Is it really okay to encourage this? This dragon is an absolute savage. He took a slow sip. Beside him, the dragon was humming a happy little tune. That night, Kale endured a long, restless evening listening to the dragon's lullaby, which was mostly a playlist of revenge fantasies. Sometime later, the scene shifted. Rosalind handed a stack of volumes to the black dragon. "This one covers the Rhone national dialect, and this is the common tongue used across the continent." The dragon accepted them with a nod. "Much appreciated, human. Since I'm a genius, I'll master these in the blink of an eye," it declared with adorable arrogance. Rosalind giggled, "Of course you will. You are quite extraordinary, Dragon Nim. I hope you receive a truly magnificent name soon." The dragon immediately replied, "I'm going to make him do it." By him, he meant Kale. Hee hee. Rosalind gave a knowing smile and glanced over her shoulder. Kale was busy in conversation and looked back at her, puzzled. She whispered to the dragon, "Kale Nim will surely understand what you're hoping for." Though bursting with excitement, the dragon just gave a prideful humph and turned away. Rosalind simply watched him with a warm expression. Kale was currently occupied talking with another companion. Locke thumped his chest firmly, declaring, "I promise to become immensely powerful before I return to your side." He then turned to the younger ones. "You lot, listen to the young master and think long and hard about what I told you. This choice will define your lives. We have to be strong now." A wave of shared resolve filled the air. Kale was standing by the carriage when a voice called out, "Kale Nim. If you cross paths with that mage again, order the dragon to finish him instantly," Choi Han advised firmly. "Tell the dragon not to play around. Don't just take an arm like I did, make sure his head rolls. If a rat escapes once, he only gets harder to catch." Kale sighed, picturing the dragon relentlessly hunting someone down. As Choi Han started to say more, Kale raised a hand. "Enough with the grim talk. Just focus on not getting yourself hurt out there." Choi Han broke into a strikingly handsome grin. "Understood. We'll be careful." Kale took one final look back at his friends. He climbed into the carriage, the two feline siblings scurrying in behind him. Rosalind and Choi Han stood side by side, watching the carriage as it began to roll away. Inside, Kale settled into the cushions while the dragon curled up comfortably next to him. He leaned out the window and signaled to Hans, the deputy butler. "Let's move." He watched the scenery for a few moments longer as they departed. The staff and servants stood in a line waving. "Safe travels, young master. We'll see you soon. It was a privilege serving you. We'll be counting the days until your return." Kale gave them a casual, departing wave. Then he pulled the heavy velvet curtain shut. Leaning back, Kale exhaled a breath of relief. That was a bit much. I have absolutely no plans to set foot in this capital ever again. The carriage trekked for hours under the unrelenting heat of the afternoon sun. The red kitten pressed its nose to the glass, gasping, "Whoa. I can smell the salt." Outside, rugged cliffs and crashing white foam came into view. The two kittens stared wide-eyed at the horizon. Is that it? Is that the ocean? Kale gazed down at the shimmering, translucent gold sphere resting in his palm. He gestured toward it and asked, "Is this the mana reservoir salvaged from the explosives?" The little dragon chirped back, "Precisely. Now we have the components to craft our own magic bombs." Kale processed this and let a satisfied, cunning grin spread across his face. His carriage line wound along a precarious mountain pass. Far below the jagged cliffs, the ocean surged against sharp, protruding stone teeth. The two kittens were pressed against the glass in pure wonder. The silver one squealed, "Whoa, the drop is massive." To provide some context, this is the Cliff of Winds, a landmark of the Ubar region, overlooking the islands scattered across the turbulent, swirling sea. Those violent eddies are the reason the waters surrounding the Ubar coast are a notorious graveyard for sailors. In the original story, a certain mage slayer washed up on one of those shores and stumbled upon the sound of the wind. Kale stared at the horizon, lost in thought. That man is considered the pinnacle of raw, invincible power on the western continent. I've heard he even outclasses Locke, the wolf king of the Blue Wolf tribe. A savage, terrifyingly sharp tyrant named Tunka. He tucked the golden orb back into its velvet-lined case. If the novel's timeline holds true, there's a small window before Tunka's boots hit the soil. I have to beat him to the punch. With that settled, he slipped the box into his inner coat pocket. Suddenly, something caught his eye, causing him to let out a surprised huh? Strange, serpentine shapes were breaking the surface of the water. This sent the kittens into a frenzy of excitement, chanting, "Wow. Look. Look." Even Kale couldn't hide his shock. Is that a whale? However, he immediately reconsidered his own theory. No, whales are strictly northern creatures. Maybe it's just a stray pod migrating through? The little dragon clung to his shoulder, peering out. I sense a formidable presence out there. A flicker of anxiety crossed Kale's mind. My gut feeling is rarely wrong, and right now, it's screaming trouble. Kale's posture stiffened as his mind raced through the possibilities. He looked visibly troubled. It couldn't be. Amiru, standing close by, caught his sudden change in expression. She stepped closer and shared some news. A few days back, our coastal patrol pulled a survivor from the wreckage. He finally woke up this morning. His heart sank at the news. Just my luck, he grumbled internally. He focused as Amira Ubar continued the account. The poor man was unconscious and seconds away from being swallowed by a whirlpool. I was torn on what to do. Amiru paused, maintaining a respectful distance, before finishing. Then I remembered your bravery at the plaza, young Master Kale, and I knew I couldn't just stand by. I had to save him. She looked him in the eye, her hands clasped formally. After all, every life is a treasure, isn't it? Kale shoved a hand in his pocket and gave a reluctant nod. I suppose so. His answer was exactly what she expected, and she smiled brightly. I knew you'd feel that way. Amiru described the mysterious castaway. Judging by his attire and his sheer size, he appears to be a warrior from the Whipper Kingdom. An image of a mountain of a man in rugged gear, with a heavy gold belt cinched around his waist, flashed in Kale's mind. He knew exactly who it was. It was Tunka. His reputation was legendary. He was the spearhead of the non-mage faction, a leader of a tribe the Whipper Kingdom dismissed as savages. But in Kale's eyes, savage was just a label. Every human possesses the same potential for intellect. They simply evolve according to their environment. The magicless tribes of the Whipper Kingdom thrived in the harshest peaks and coasts, honing their physical forms into living weapons of destruction. Their goal was to dismantle the mage-centric hierarchy and return the land to its raw, primal roots. To outsiders, it looked like a barbarian invasion. To them, it was a holy war for freedom. Their instincts had shattered a nation built on logic. Despite knowing the lore, Kale was still on edge. The real issue, he thought, is that Tunka is a completely unrefined wild card. Is an intelligent barbarian even a real thing? He mused. The book painted him that way, but Kale saw a simple-minded, physically overtuned beast. But those kinds of fools are the most dangerous of all. Kale let out a heavy sigh. What a mess. Noticing his restlessness, Amira tried to comfort him. Don't lose sleep over him, young master. His recovery rate is nothing short of miraculous. He forced a polite smile. Oh, I'm not worried. I actually hope he takes all the time he needs to heal. In reality, he was thinking, if he stays in bed, maybe I can finish my business and leave without ever seeing his face. A sudden, heavy silence fell between them. They stood there, looking at each other as the quiet became almost awkward. Kale finally broke the tension. He rubbed his brow and asked, Lady Amiru, would you mind showing me to my quarters? She immediately brightened. Of course. You're still recovering from your own ordeal, aren't you? He gave a weary nod. Yes, I'm still feeling quite a bit of discomfort. Amiru turned and gestured for him to follow. Then let's get you settled in quickly. Kale and his companions followed her. As they walked, he couldn't stop wondering, why is Tonka here so early? The question nagged at him. Even if Billows was a brilliant merchant with deep pockets, how could he have predicted the timing of the Civil War so accurately? He pondered, how did the news travel so fast? Billows is sharp, but as an illegitimate son, his reach should have limits. If his intel is right, it means one thing. Kale surveyed the hallway, his mind working fast. The war is moving at a much faster pace than the novel described. That explains the inconsistencies. If the war started early, then Tonka's arrival makes sense. But what triggered the early conflict? It started with Tonka ending up here. He must have been ambushed by mages at sea while returning from a successful campaign in the north. Deep in thought, they reached his suite. He stepped inside, concluding his internal monologue. The timing shifted, but the outcome is inevitable. The villa's butler greeted him warmly. Allow me to show you the amenities, sir. Kale gave a short nod. As he walked, he marveled. His raw strength made mages' blood run cold. He is the absolute ceiling of human physical potential. He climbed the stairs, admiring the vivid landscape paintings of deserts and volcanoes that adorned the walls. They made the villa feel alive and opulent. Suddenly, the black dragon shimmered into view above him. Kale thought, Tonka conquered nature itself. How could mages, who rely on nature for mana, ever hope to stop him? Unless they had a dragon. Kale speculated. Rayon, noticing Kale's intense focus, tilted his head. What's on your mind, human? Kale entered the lavishly appointed room and shut the door behind him. If it were a dragon, they could probably end Tonka in a heartbeat. He guessed. The black dragon Rayon. Rayon hovered before him, his head tilted in genuine confusion. Hey, what's gotten into you, human? Kale met the dragon's gaze and replied firmly, for the time being, just stick close to me. Don't go wandering off. The little dragon huffed, clearly annoyed by the restriction. Rayon zipped away crossly, muttering, I'll go where I want. Kale watched him go and cursed under his breath. That dragon is the king of saying one thing and doing another. He exhaled a weary sigh and scanned his surroundings. This opulent manor feels completely out of place in a humble fishing village. The new lord of Ubar must have commissioned this when they took power. The dragon dove onto the bed, burrowing into a plush, oversized cushion to take a nap. Kale walked with measured steps. This means Amiru's mother, the current ruler of Ubar, was dead set on transforming this coastline from the moment she stepped into office. And 15 years later, the fruits of her labor are finally ripening. He slid open the glass balcony doors, his mind busy with calculations. Securing a partnership with the Gilberts and backing from the wheelmans isn't a feat achieved overnight. The suite's balcony offered an unobstructed view of the horizon. He stood there for a long moment, silently observing the rhythmic pulse of the ocean. The cliff of winds. Below it, the treacherous whirlpools had been churning violently for over a century. These vortexes were the primary obstacle for the Ubar people dreaming of the open sea. Yet, there was a strategic reason the Lord prized this stretch of water. Kale looked back toward the shoreline. The crescent-shaped coast divided the cliffs, forming the only natural harbor in 3 villages where ships could safely drop anchor. He was struck by the tactical layout. Those scattered islands look like a deliberate naval formation protecting the village. It's breathtaking. From a military perspective, this place is a goldmine. He began to finalize his itinerary. Tomorrow, I'll head to the smallest islet. The sound of the wind is waiting in the depths right off its shore. It is a power that is deceptively quiet yet incredibly fierce. In the original novel, Tonka had described the ability in exactly those terms. Kale stepped back inside, his resolve hardening. That's precisely the tool I need. A power that grants me a silent, high-speed escape and can drive even the strongest enemies to the brink of madness. Kale let out a knowing, anticipatory smirk. Tomorrow is going to be very interesting. As night fell, the villa was bathed in warm light, standing out like a beacon against the dark coastal backdrop. Kale maintained a friendly, approachable mask as the children excitedly presented the meal. Uncle Beacrox said this seafood was caught just for you, young master. He's become obsessed with the ocean lately. The two youngest ones nudged the plates closer, beaming, "Please, young Master Kale, eat until you're full." He gave them a soft, appreciative nod. A moment later, a service trolley arrived, laden with an array of exquisite and aromatically rich delicacies. Beacrox, with his hair perfectly styled and posture rigid, began meticulously arranging the platters on the table. A teenager stood by his side, dressed in a surprisingly high-quality suit, acting as his assistant. It was Maze. He bowed politely and invited Kale to begin. "Young master, we hope the meal is to your liking." Kale voiced his approval. "Thank you." Pairing you kids with Beacrox turned out to be a brilliant move. The children erupted in happy cheers. "Thank you, sir." They scurried out of the room, but Maze paused at the door to check on the chef. "Uncle, aren't you finished yet?" Beacrox acknowledged the boy with a brief coming, though his gaze remained fixed on Kale for an extra second. The chef watched silently as Kale took his first few bites of the prepared feast. The scrutiny made Kale feel a bit twitchy. Despite the awkwardness, he continued eating with practiced composure, thinking, the way he hovers. He's turned into a bit of a nanny, hasn't he? A memory surfaced in Kale's mind from when they first arrived. A child had stepped forward as they exited the carriage. "Young master, we want to earn our keep." That was Maze. The boy had spoken with his hand over his heart, looking very serious. His voice had been full of conviction as he explained, "Brother Locke told us we can't just be a burden on you. We have to work." The rest of the children standing behind him had nodded in unison, their faces determined. Kale had looked at the group of small faces, weighing his options. Finally, he had pointed toward the kitchen. "In that case, go report to Beacrox. He could use the help." Maze had hesitated slightly. "We thought we might be better suited helping the knights, sir. But if you wish for us to cook, we will give it our all." The others echoed, "We'll work hard." Kale had shut that down immediately. "You're far too young for the barracks. That's dangerous work. Go peel some potatoes and assist Beacrox instead." Maze had smiled then, whispering, "You're saying exactly what Locke said you'd say." He had accepted the assignment with a salute. "Understood. I'll take charge." His siblings had cheered, whereunto their obedience had pleased Kale, earning them a rare nod of approval. Since then, they had been Beacrox's apprentices, and he had taken full responsibility for their well-being and training. He had started them on the fundamentals, teaching them everything from basic seasoning to proper stirring techniques. The early days were rough. The kids had burned food and shattered plates, leaving Beacrox holding his head in his hands and sighing in frustration. Back in the present, thinking about the whole situation, Kale couldn't shake the feeling that he had accidentally started an orphanage. Beacrox seemed to sense Kale's eyes on him. Did he just look at me? Caught in the act, Kale looked away and started humming a random tune to look busy. As Beacrox began to wheel the empty trolley toward the exit, Kale spoke up. "The food is excellent. Thanks for the effort." The compliment made the chef pause for a heartbeat. Beacrox gave a simple, stoic yes before departing. With the room finally quiet, the two kittens, one crimson and one snowy white, emerged from their hiding spot beneath the chair. Kale watched them crawl out and wondered, why is Beacrox stepping into his father's shoes so seamlessly? Serving the meals wasn't technically Beacrox's job, yet he had taken over Ron's old routine without missing a beat, ensuring everything ran perfectly. Because of him, Ron's absence didn't feel like a void in the household. Kale gestured to the remaining food. "Come on, kids. Dig in." The kittens didn't need a second invitation. They leaped onto the table to enjoy the aromatic seafood. Rayon, the black dragon, woke from his nap and stretched his wings. He joined the cats at the table, nibbling contentedly on the gourmet treats while Kale watched his strange little family in silence. Under the brilliant, blinding glare of the afternoon sun, glistening beams danced across the harbor stones and the emerald, transparent waves. A small group gathered for a final word, Kale among them. He offered a refined nod. "A pleasure to meet you." The man across from him bowed. "The honor is mine, young master." He was a mountain of a man with a thick chestnut beard that matched his rugged hair. Standing tall, he assured Kale, "Put your faith in me. I'll get you to the central island in one piece." Amiru, standing nearby, added her endorsement. "He's right. There isn't a safer pair of hands in all of Ubar than his." She wore a faint look of regret. "I truly intended to escort you myself." Seeing her concern, he offered a reassuring smile. "Don't trouble yourself, my lady. A seasoned master of the sea is the perfect guide for this journey." "So, just the three of you then?" Amira double-checked. Kale nodded firmly. "Correct. We should set sail immediately." He cast a quick glance at his two stoic companions waiting behind him. The fisherman, ready to lead, spoke with a warm grin. "This way, sir. Please watch your step onto the deck." With the fisherman's expert assistance, the group boarded the vessel and prepared for departure. Once they were settled, Kale turned to Beacrox. Beacrox, I've heard the waters near the island teem with exotic sea life. It should be an excellent chance to broaden your culinary horizons. The chef gave a stiff, respectful nod. I am grateful for the opportunity, young master. Looking back at the docks one last time, they saw Hans, the deputy butler, in a desperate struggle. The two kittens were clinging to his uniform, yowling, "No water. We hate the ocean. Let us down." Despite the feline chaos in his arms, Hans looked up and shouted, "Young Master Kale." He beamed a wide, hopeful smile. "I wish you a safe and swift voyage." The cats continued their protest, scrambling around his neck like fuzzy scarves. Kale waved back with a faint smirk. Understood. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon on suddenly shimmered into view, announcing, "I shall take to the skies and meet you there." Moments later, the moorings were cast off. The boatman called out a warning. "She's going to pitch and roll, sir. Find a sturdy handhold, young master." The currents were fierce and unpredictable, forcing the small craft to climb and plunge against the choppy whitecaps. Massive swells slammed into the hull with rhythmic violence, making the entire boat shudder and tilt. Kale lunged for a heavy wooden barrel to steady himself. His stomach did a slow somersault, and he hissed a low curse. Damn it all. The boat continued its frantic sprint, battling the rising wall of waves. It surged forward, cutting through the spray despite the growing turbulence. The fisherman remained a pillar of stone at the rudder. Kale and Beacrox had retreated to the floorboards to endure the motion, while Hillsman was practically embracing a barrel. The fisherman let out a hearty, booming laugh as he wrestled the tiller, seemingly in his element. He turned to Kale. "Look at those whirlpools, young master. Aren't they a magnificent sight?" Kale stared at the man's fearless grin and thought, the man is either incredibly brave or completely mad. Hillsman, looking green around the gills, reached out a trembling hand toward Kale for comfort, but Kale dodged the touch with practiced agility. Suddenly, the fisherman pointed ahead. "Young master. There she is. The island." The waters surrounding that particular isle were the most violent of all. It was a jagged piece of land jutting out from the very heart of the sea's most lethal, swirling vortexes. Kale's head began to throb as the world spun, leading him to a grim realization. I am definitely seasick. Kale looked at the churning abyss and mused. If we slip into that, there's no coming back, right? The fisherman chuckled darkly. If the sea claims you there, you'd best make your peace with the gods. Kale felt a mix of nausea and disbelief at the man's bluntness. He continued his tale. Legend tells of a master thief who stole a relic from the heavens. These whirlpools are the eternal scars left by that divine fury. As he spoke with animated gestures, a rogue wave broadsided the boat. The deck tilted sharply, prompting a light-hearted "Oh my" from the captain. Whoops, nearly capsized us that time. Hillsman couldn't answer. His eyes were glazed over, and his face had turned a sickly shade of parchment. The fisherman barked at his son. Keep that or steady, lad. The boy grunted back, On it, father. Both men were laser-focused on the task. They were clearly accustomed to the sea's tantrums. The captain flashed Kale another grin, and that's how the story goes, young master. Kale, fighting the urge to lose his breakfast, managed to choke out, That's fascinating. Now, please, just get us to the shore. Still smiling, the fisherman nodded. Lady Amira gave me the same orders. I'll have your feet on solid ground in no time. With impressive precision, he threaded the boat through the gaps between the deadly swirls. A long, agonizing while later, the keel grated on the sand, and Kale scrambled ashore. The fisherman beamed with pride. We made it. A smoother run than I expected, actually. The second his boots hit the sand, Hillsman doubled over in a quiet corner, the sound of his violent retching echoing across the beach. Kale watched him from a distance and sighed. He looks like he's at death's door. Beacrox remained silent, his face a mask of professional stoicism as he donned a pair of pristine white gloves. The chef approached the suffering Hillsman. Kale watched, baffled. Aren't those the gloves he uses for interrogations to avoid bloodstains? Kale decided it was best to venture inland on his own. He waved the fisherman over. Captain, a word. The old sailor jogged over quickly. What can I do for you, sir? Kale asked him to finish the legend of the ancient thief. The captain nodded. That tale? Certainly. The fisherman resumed his narrative. They say there was once a thief who moved swifter than a summer breeze. His stride was so incredibly light and ghostly that, even when he raced across the surface of the ocean, the water beneath him wouldn't even ripple. He vanished with a treasure that supposedly belonged to the gods themselves. He took the loot and fled. See those cliffs of wines up there? He pointed toward the high, jagged peaks. Legend says he leaped from those very heights and disappeared forever. A colossal cliff loomed ahead, anchored firmly in the heart of the ocean. Both the divine relic and the elusive thief vanished from existence, and from that moment on, violent whirlpools began to guard the coastline. The fisherman wrapped up his tale. In the olden days, crowds used to gather to worship that holy artifact. Intrigued, Kale asked, "So the tradition has died out?" The man crossed his arms and gave a nonchalant shrug. If it truly belonged to a god, why wouldn't the deity just fetch it himself instead of making life miserable for us mortals? Kale chuckled softly. "I suppose that makes sense. That power wasn't a gift from the heavens, it was a human strength. That is exactly why a god could never truly possess it." He turned back to his group and announced, "I'm going to survey the island." "Young master, wait." Hillsman stammered, reaching out with a trembling hand. He had barely regained his footing after his bout of nausea. Kale met Hillsman's gaze with a look of pure skepticism. Shrinking back, Hillsman awkwardly withdrew his hand, leaving the air thick with an uncomfortable silence. Kale let out a small sigh and beckoned forward. "Hey." Beacrox stepped up immediately to stand before him. Kale remarked, "Being Ron's son, I know you're far from ordinary. So, are you up for a task?" Beacrox tilted his head. Kale instructed, "Keep a close eye on our deputy commander." Confused, Beacrox asked, "Are you heading out solo, sir?" Kale rested his hands on his hips and countered, "What's there to fear here? Besides, you've seen my shield." Beacrox finally bowed. "Understood. Please stay alert, sir." "I'll be back shortly," Kale promised. Beacrox checked on Hillsman while calling out, "If things get dangerous, deploy the shield immediately." Hillsman, still looking green, groaned, "Young master, I'll catch up soon." Kale waved and walked off, leaving the hopelessly seasick knight behind. Hillsman proceeded to lose the remainder of his lunch to the island's soil. Kale mused as he walked, "I need to keep them at a distance for now. I need someone capable but not overbearingly protective, someone I can give orders to without fuss." Beacrox fits that mold perfectly. Strolling into the tree-line, Kale thought, "No need to venture into the deep brush. I'll just scout the perimeter and time the whirlpool rotations." Since the black dragon would be flying out here tonight, Kale needed a solid mental map of the area. He paused, scanning the canopy, and asked, "How's the view?" The dragon, Rayon, shimmered into view. The dragon was lounging on a thick branch directly in front of him. "Just like you suspected. There's something hidden beneath the vortexes surrounding this island," he confirmed, landing on Kale's shoulder to whisper. "The energy feels very similar to the power we found in that cave last time." Kale leaned back to give the dragon some space and asked, "Is there anyone else around?" Rayon shook his head. "Not a soul." He drifted closer again. Then he added casually, "But I did find some bodies." Kale froze in his tracks, eyes widening. "Excuse me?" Rayon explained, "While I was circling the island earlier, I spotted 3 corpses on the far shore, opposite our landing site." Kale's face paled. He thought, "Corpses? Why do I get the feeling that if I keep walking, I'm going to run straight into a disaster?" The dragon noticed his distress and asked, "Human, why do you look so sick?" Rayon then clarified, "They aren't exactly human, though." Kale rubbed his temples in frustration. "They look like people but aren't? This just gets better and better." He sat down to process the information. "If that's the case, there's really only one possibility." He asked, "Their limbs looked unusual, didn't they?" Rayon nodded vigorously, "Yes. Their hands and feet have a strange, fan-like shape." Kale winced. "Webbed appendages." He tried to piece the puzzle together. "Those are the hallmarks of merfolk. First a pod of whales in the distance. And now merfolk bodies on the beach." Kale grew suspicious. Why are the whale tribe and the merfolk showing up so much earlier than in the original story? He pushed deeper into the forest, the rhythmic buzzing of insects filling the silence. He brooded, "Whales, then merfolk. The ocean's heavy hitters are already moving." Actually, he corrected himself, the conflict between the whales and the merfolk predates human history by ages. But in The Birth of a Hero, they don't appear until Choi Han makes contact with the whales. Kale called out to the dragon, who frowned and snapped, "Stop calling me hey." "What should I call you then?" Kale asked. Rayon replied cryptically, "You'll figure it out soon enough." Kale was baffled. What is he on about? He refocused. "Is the path ahead clear?" The dragon confirmed, "No life signs nearby. The sea is quiet too." "Then lead the way," Kale sighed, thinking, "I suppose I have to inspect those merfolk remains, even if I'd prefer to avoid any trouble." He gestured, "Take me there." A few moments later, Kale gasped, "It's true." He was stunned by the sight. Lying on a nearby rock were 3 desiccated merfolk corpses, baking in the sun. Rayon saw him standing frozen and asked, "Are you going to get a closer look?" Kale muttered, "It's a bit macabre." Rayon shrugged, "I suppose so." I forgot you're just a fragile human. The dragon flew over to inspect the remains himself and noted, it looks like they were crushed by an instant, overwhelming force. Also, they died recently. There's fresh blood trapped under their scales. It looks like they put up a fight before they were taken out. Kale listened and concluded, the only thing that could crush a merfolk like this is a whale. The whale tribe is rare, much like dragons, but they're the undisputed monarchs of the sea. They're the only ones keeping the merfolk from overrunning the depths and establishing an underwater empire. The whales don't care for borders or kingdoms in the water. That's the nature of nomadic sea dwellers who are always on the move. He mused to himself, the whale tribe is scarce in number but incredibly potent, keeping the merfolk in check. However, the merfolk have recently undergone a sudden surge in strength. This shift pushed the whales into a corner, which is exactly when Choi Han intervened to tip the scales in their favor. Kale turned to depart, making sure to summon the young dragon. Rayon, let's move out. Rayon was curious. Is it really alright to just leave them rotting there? Kale nodded. Yeah. He then thought. The whale tribe left those bodies there as a deliberate message. Merfolk remains left on land simply desiccate rather than decay. If tossed back into the ocean, they rot and stench, which would lead other merfolk straight to them. A single whale likely dispatched them. Had there been a pair, they would have used the corpses as bait to lure more of those monsters into a trap. As he hiked back, he thought, I need to wrap this up and vanish from this coastline as quickly as possible. Kale arrived back at the landing site and addressed Beacrox, who was currently inspecting a fresh catch. Pack it up. There's nothing left for us to see here. Darkness blanketed the horizon, surrounding Kale's opulent seaside villa. A sleek blue storage case sat on the table. Its interior was now completely vacant. Standing on the balcony, Kale gave his final orders to the two kittens. Keep a sharp eye on the house while I'm gone, understood? They chirped back with enthusiasm. No one gets past us. Have a safe flight, sir. He vaulted onto the railing, glancing back at them with a smirk. Good. The black dragon, Rayon, was hovering in wait. Initiating flight magic, it declared. A shimmering sphere of mana instantly encased Kale, hoisting him into the air. We're off. The magical bubble drifted over the shoreline. Peering down, the view was far bleaker than he'd imagined. He thought, the sea by this village is a different beast. It's a void of pitch black at night. The ocean looks truly haunting in the dead of night, he remarked, then added to himself, Tumka is a complete lunatic for liking this. Tumka thrives on danger. No, thrives is too mild, the man is absolutely unhinged. Even though this is my first real look at the ocean, it's quite captivating. The ghost of a brown-haired man with a facial scar seemed to flicker atop a distant rock. Kale recalled. He boasted about the view and then dove headfirst into those deadly vortexes. I have zero intention of following his lead. Rayon turned his large eyes toward Kale and asked, Is this the spot? Kale gave a curt nod of confirmation. He commanded, Commence. The dragon replied, On it, human. Kale reached into his pocket to retrieve a specific item. He pulled out a sphere that pulsed with a vivid red radiance. Rayon immediately funneled blue mana into the orb to prime it. This isn't the standard bomb used by the secret organization in the early chapters of the story. Kale wore a self-satisfied grin. This is a high-yield magic explosive, several tiers above those. It's identical to the specialized bombs the Whipper Kingdom's Mage Alliance engineered when they were backed into a corner in the later volumes. The core is compressed mana that reacts specifically to the caster's energy, detonating into a cluster of smaller blasts. While each individual pop is weaker, this cluster bomb effect is perfect for widespread devastation. Kale offered a rare compliment. You've got a real knack for crafting these. Rayon puffed out his chest, nose twitching with pride. Of course. I am a magnificent dragon, after all. The dragon then added a cautionary note. Be careful down there. Don't go getting hurt. Kale remained silent for a heartbeat, focusing. Then he dropped the glowing magic orb directly into the churning waters. An instant later, a muffled roar erupted, sending massive pillars of seawater geysering into the air. The resulting deluge slammed into his magical barrier, forcing a startled grunt from Kale. The shield flared with a soft, silver blue light, shielding his body from the impact. He dived, cutting through the water's surface like a sleek arrow. Submerged in the deep, Kale narrowed his eyes, searching for the heart of the massive whirlpool. It was swirling with terrifying force right beside a monolithic stone slab. He touched down on the sandy floor and trekked toward the heavy stone. Gazing at the gargantuan obstacle, he felt a cold shiver. Tumka, you absolute madman. A truly massive slab of rock blocked his path. This thing could flatten a man in an instant. And he actually smashed through this? At the base of the slab, a small, luminous top was spinning with frantic speed. Kale knelt down to peer into the narrow crevice housing the top. Suddenly, a raspy, ancient voice echoed in his mind. Those absolute bastards. The phantom voice's rage caused the whirlpool to churn even more violently. I only took the artifact that forced humans into blood sacrifices. What was my crime? I plan to return it to the people, you filth. Why do those monsters even deserve such power? A vision of a girl with short-cropped hair appeared. The thief who allegedly stole from the gods was the central figure. In reality, she hadn't touched anything divine. She merely liberated an item from the corrupt temple. The girl had been shackled to the stone by her ankles. With her legs anchored to this massive boulder, she had been cast into the abyss to drown. The thief who possessed the swiftest feet was left with no escape but the embrace of death. She was the embodiment of a gale. In the afterlife, she transformed into a spinning top to command the winds. Kale froze, his hand hovering over his bag, as a grieving voice echoed, "This water. If my comrade's radiance were here, it would incinerate it all." His eyes snapped wide as a realization struck him. Radiance? Could she mean light? Kale stood motionless, straining to catch every syllable of the ancient voice for clues. Do you understand the terror of lightning? It requires but a single strike. Just one perfect strike. The indestructible shield represents wood, the heart's vitality is the wind, the sound of the wind governs water. And the ultimate power awaiting me beyond the inferno, the fire of destruction. Kale mused silently. Is it wise to claim this spinning top for myself? He glanced at his watch. Exactly 3 minutes remained. Kale rested a hand on his hip and gripped a small pickaxe. I'll weigh the consequences later. For now, I need to unearth it. He knelt down and began meticulously clearing the silt at the base of the massive boulder. As he worked, he thought, there's no need for mindless destruction like Tunka. Simply undermining the stone's foundation will suffice. The top continued its violent rotation. The ancient voice cried out once more, if my theft is a transgression, why are they blameless for deceiving humanity? Kale felt a wave of weariness at the top's lament. Without hesitation, he snatched up the top. The world is already putrid. A decaying realm that devours everything we cherish. Kale felt a grim sense of agreement. Indeed, the world had always been broken. The only thing the spirit of the sound of the wind craved was one thing, liberation. Suddenly, the top erupted in a brilliant glow. Kale set the glowing object on the seabed, his eyes fixed on it. Then, he brought his foot down with a decisive stomp. The top shattered into a million fragments under his heel. That was the moment of release. The ancient voice resonated through the deep one last time. So, you are the vessel for the power of restoration. Kale knit his brows. Restoration? Is she referring to the heart's vitality? Wisps of wind escaped the shards and spiraled toward Kale, dancing around his form. Do not let them cage you as they did me. Go, live a life of absolute freedom. Deep within Kale's chest, a pure white light suddenly pulsed with warmth. He could feel the raw energy surging through him. Kale's eyes went wide as he observed the transformation. The gale began to weave through Kale's chest, causing him to flinch. He clutched his heart, gasping for air. What is happening to me? Slowly, the swirling energy migrated downward, settling into his legs. It etched a delicate silver whirlwind tattoo just above his ankle. He wondered, could it be a synergy? Kale turned his gaze back to the monolith. Did the heart's vitality evolve by absorbing the sound of the wind? His watch let out a sharp chime. His attention snapped to his left wrist. He muttered to himself, time to head for the surface. Violent currents began to spiral up from Kale's feet, enveloping his entire body in a protective gale. Kale harnessed the wind's thrust to push off the seafloor, building massive momentum. The wind acted like a high-speed jet within the water, propelling Kale forward through the dark depths. Within the week, the remaining whirlpools would lose their strength and vanish. Seconds later, Kale broke the surface of the sea, gasping for the night air. He paddled to a jagged outcrop and looked toward the distant, flickering lights of the village. I need to hurry. He grumbled, I gave Hans strict orders not to disturb me unless the world was ending. He'll likely leave me be. Kale pulled the goggles from his face, a slight scowl forming. He looked up at the daunting cliffs towering above him. Getting back ahead of schedule is definitely the smarter move. Before Kale lay the formidable silhouette of the mountain peaks. Floating amidst the waves, a thought occurred to him. I've found the spot. Kale began to swim with incredible speed, almost skittering across the water's surface. In the original story, Tunka stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck here after gaining the wind. At the end of the watery path lay a hidden cavern. Kale braced himself, his hand touching the wet ground as he pulled himself upright. He stepped into the shadows, knowing that while Tunka wasted this opportunity, it would be an invaluable asset for his own plans. If paired with the resources that lock is destined to bring back, the Queen of the Great Forest will have no choice but to negotiate with me. He slumped down at the cave's mouth to catch his breath. The rhythmic crashing of the waves echoed outside. He allowed a small smile. The queen will do anything to preserve her forest. The sky remained a deep, ink-black void. Occasionally, stars peeked through like diamonds scattered on velvet. Kale knew his window of time was closing. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted from the darkness behind him. Hey, fragile human. You didn't break yourself, did you? It was Rayon, the little black dragon. He pointed a sharp claw toward the depths of the cave. There is a living thing deeper inside. It's clinging to life by a thread, but it's not a cold corpse, so you don't need to be afraid yet. Hearing Rayon's teasing, Kale stood up slowly, thinking, is that the faint sound I hear echoing? Despite Rayon's words, the metallic, pungent scent of blood began to waft from the back of the cave. The stench made Kale's face go pale. He debated with himself, should I just dive back into the ocean and flee? He weighed his options, his natural aversion to gruesome scenes kicking in. Or should I just have the dragon carry the poor soul back to the villa? Out of the oppressive shadows, a trembling hand suddenly clawed its way into the light. Kale went rigid. The color drained from his face as a cold, prickling sweat broke out across his skin. A ragged, desperate plea echoed, help. Please help me. Sending a fresh jolt of alarm through Kale's already racing heart. A man lay collapsed on the jagged ground, his long, ethereal blue hair spilling around him like silk. His features were deathly pale and etched with exhaustion. He wheezed, I cannot die yet. I have a purpose. While a strange green resin oozed from a deep gash on his arm. He continued to sob for mercy. Kale realized this was likely a whale tribe member. Seeing Kale frozen in place, Rayon chirped, hey, frail human. Did you catch a chill? Your face is as white as a ghost. Kale hesitated, wondering if he should just walk away, but the blue-haired man's condition was plummeting. His breath turned into shallow gasps as his skin took on a sickly gray hue. Why would a mighty whale be susceptible to the venom of the merfolk? Kale mused, until a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. A mixed blood. In the lore of The Birth of a Hero, the whale tribe is as rare as dragons, and they never dilute their legendary bloodline. Kale recalled a passing mention of a half-blood who had supposedly perished. Rayon hovered nearby, nudging him. Human? Are you really going to just stand there and watch? Breaking his silence, Kale stepped forward, the rhythmic crash of the waves the only sound in the secluded cove. He came to a stop before the elegant, broken figure. Kale dropped to one knee and spoke softly. Hey! The young man managed to flutter his eyelids, looking up with a glimmer of hope. Rayon drifted down to inspect the stranger. With the last of his strength, the man reached toward Kale, his voice a mere threat. Save me. Kale sighed and replied, fine. I'll save you. Meanwhile, far below the churning surface of the ocean, a colossal blue whale shifted into its humanoid form to speak with a young boy. She murmured sadly, if my instincts are right, survival may only bring you deeper sorrow. You are a true, pure-blooded child of the wolf tribe. The boy looked up unfazed. And? The whale woman sighed, my own flesh and blood was not a pureblood. The boy tilted his head, you had another son? She nodded. I did. Because he was a half-blood, he endured a lifetime of hardship and rejection. The boy pressed further, does he live among the humans on land now? The woman's voice cracked with grief. No. His fate was a cruel one, he departed this world long before I did. Back in the dim cave, the young whale warrior was losing his grip on reality. His eyes rolled back as a cold sweat drenched his shivering frame. Kale spoke in a steady, calming tone, just close your eyes. The pain will fade by the time you wake up. The man let out one final, shaky exhale of relief. Then he surrendered to unconsciousness on the freezing stone floor. Rayon flew a circle around them. Well? Kale stood up, hands on his hips, looking down at the heap of blue hair. He's a disaster. He thought, whale skin is supposed to be impenetrable. But this merfolk toxin is sophisticated, it's already eating its way past his natural defenses. That emerald glow around the leg wound is a bad sign. The dragon and the human stood in a heavy, contemplative silence for a moment. Rayon eventually broke it, you are a confusing human. You act all tough, but you get soft the moment you see someone truly broken. Kale cut him off with a sharp gesture toward the unconscious man. Cut the chatter. Dump him into the water. The little dragon went bug-eyed, hovering midair in total shock. Kale just stared back. Rayon exploded in a high-pitched yell, you big fat liar. You promised to save him. You might be a weakling, human, but I thought you at least kept your word. Kale remained unfazed as Rayon continued to fume, throwing him in the drink. Are you trying to finish the job the poison started? Kale let out a long, suffering sigh. I'm doing it to keep him alive. If we submerge him. Remember those bodies from this morning? Rayon blinked. What are you planning now? Kale replied with chilling pragmatism. Go fetch me a limb from one of those merfolk corpses. We need a sample. The dragon's jaw practically hit the cave floor. Though visibly disturbed, Rayon gave a begrudging nod. I'll do it, but only because I'm curious. Meanwhile, Kale's mind was already 3 steps ahead. Time to collect the real prize. He ventured deeper into the cavern, where a thick, azure mist of pure energy began to swirl around him. Kale stopped before a modest, glowing pool. The water was a stunning shade of sapphire, vibrating with concentrated power. He smirked, found it at last. The hidden jackpot that Tonka stumbled upon. 3842, he unclipped a small leather pouch from his belt. On Aiki dua te veo chik tue no dang deo lung lang ben hong. He carefully withdrew a vial to harvest the liquid. This wasn't just water, it was a potent fire suppressant. If he treated the artifact Locke was retrieving with this essence, it would become the ultimate key to restoring the withered great forest and securing a massive favor from its queen. Rayon had returned, having completed the gruesome task, and was now curled up grumpily next to the whale warrior at the cave's entrance. The dragon's ears perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps. Kale emerged from the shadows, tucking the filled vial away as he walked toward them. With a light-hearted smile, he announced, "All right, our work here is done. Let's go home." On and Hong practically tackled Kale when he stepped through the door of the villa. "You're finally back. That butler has been out there making a racket for ages." Kale finally registered the frantic pounding on the heavy bedroom door. "Young master, please answer me." The maid on the other side sounded like she was on the verge of a breakdown. "Young master, I know you said you'd have my head if I disturbed your rest, but I've been knocking for an hour. Please say something." Despite receiving no answer, she continued to plead, "Young master, please open up." While Kale silently swapped his damp clothes for dry ones, ignoring her entirely. He then commanded Rayon, "Use the invisibility brooch to cloak this whale tribe man." Suddenly, another voice called out, "Young master." As Kale pulled his robe belt tight, he paced toward the entrance with measured steps. "Young master, Lady Amiro sent me to ensure you're unharmed. Please, open the door." Kale yanked the door open unexpectedly, catching Hans off guard and making him jump. Kale ran a hand through his hair, radiating an effortless, breathtaking charm, and asked coolly, "Is there a problem?" Hans let out a sigh of pure relief. "Young master, have you been in the washroom this whole time?" Kale offered a smooth fabrication. "Insomnia hit me, so I decided to indulge in a long soak in a seawater bath." This referred to a therapeutic hot spring enriched with minerals. Hans finally relaxed his shoulders. A midnight bath? If it was just a case of sleeplessness, then I suppose I'm not in trouble for bothering you." Kale raised an eyebrow and challenged, "Are you so certain about that?" Hans instantly froze like a statue. The butler quickly ducked his head in a deep apology. "My mistake, young master." Kale dismissed it with a wave. "Fine, whatever." Hans cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. "Ahem. You haven't sustained any injuries, have you, sir?" "The town is in an uproar. A thunderous explosion echoed from the coast recently. It seems something significant occurred out at sea." Kale turned his gaze toward the dark horizon. He played along, asking with feigned curiosity, "A loud noise? Any word on the cause?" Hans replied, "Lady Amiro has already headed out with a fleet to investigate." He added, "We should have a report shortly." Meanwhile, Kale's mind drifted, thinking, Amiro is likely thrilled by the change in the currents. Snapping back to the present, he asked, "Is that so?" Hans smiled and nodded. Kale then dismissed him. "You're free to go." Hans beamed and scurried off. "Yes, sir." Once the door clicked shut, Kale was alone once more. He fished out a severed appendage and submerged it into a basin of fresh water. After a short wait, the shriveled, dried-out limb rehydrated until it regained the plump shape of a hand. Kale plucked it out immediately. Any longer, and it will start to decompose. This is perfect. Suddenly, a small voice chirped, "Hey, human. Alright." On turned around and noticed Python showing signs of regaining consciousness. "The fish man is waking up." Paston's eyes snapped open, and he let out a panicked yelp. "Wait. Human, put that blade away." He woke to the sight of Kale looming over him with a sharp knife and a chillingly intense expression. Kale let out a faint, enigmatic smirk. A sharp thud reverberated through the quiet guest room. The small blade had been driven straight through the rehydrated merfolk arm, causing dark blood to leak out. Python realized with a start that Kale had laid the arm across his chest before stabbing it. He stared at the scene, completely bewildered. Kale lifted the arm and nudged Python. "Don't just stare. Drink up before it spoils. This blood is the only effective antidote for the poison in your system." Kale recalled a detail from the 5th volume of The Birth of a Hero, specifically a secret remedy Rosalind discovered to cure Locke's merfolk-inflicted wounds. It was a method known to very few. Python stared at the grisly source of his cure for a long moment, hesitating at the grim prospect. Finally, driven by the will to survive, he forced down a gulp of the ichor. Like magic, the festering wound on his leg began to knit itself back together. Within seconds, the injury vanished entirely, leaving the warrior in a state of absolute shock. Gaping at his healed skin, Python looked up and stammered, "How? Why help me?" Kale simply countered with a question. "Are you the one responsible for those merfolk corpses on the island?" Python fell into a guarded silence. Kale tossed the arm back into the basin and continued, "If you're a whale, you need to return to the ocean by dawn to fully restore your strength." These words sent a jolt of alarm through Python. His secret was out. However, Kale didn't press for details and offered a path to the exit. Get some rest, then slip away quietly. Riddled with suspicion, Python finally found his voice. "How did you realize I was one of the whale tribe?" Kale turned and gave him a brief, unimpressed look over his shoulder. He spoke in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. 3 merfolk were decimated by raw physical force. Who else in these waters is capable of such a feat? Accepting the logic, Python pivoted. "I must find a way back to my kingdom." Kale showed zero interest, heading toward his bed. "Save your breath. I'm not interested in your tragic backstory." He clarified his stance for the guest. "I helped you because you asked. Nothing more, nothing less." He pulled back the covers and prepared to turn in. "I'm going to sleep now. Make sure you're gone by sunrise." As he closed his eyes, he thought, with a dragon watching over the room, I doubt he'll try anything reckless. A memory of Kim Rock-Soo's past life surfaced. Having lost his own family, he mused, I once caused a lot of unnecessary trouble back then. None of us want to endure that loss again. In Paston's own memory, he recalled his father's heavy words. If that child had lived, I would have abdicated to my daughter and spent my days living a simple, human life with him. I often wonder, would he have been happy with that? In the vision, Locke replied, she would have made a fine monarch, but she's far too kind-hearted. She would have chosen to stay by your side. This answer brought a rare smile to Paston's father. Indeed. He then sighed, when my son disappeared, she nearly tore the entire ocean apart looking for him. Locke tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. If it were her, she probably would have turned the ocean upside down. By the way, uncle, what is your son's name? A soft look crossed the man's face as he answered, Python. That is the name of my son. As the memory faded, Python stood by Kale's bedside, looking slightly dazed after a night of deep, restorative sleep. Kale stretched as he woke, feeling remarkably refreshed, only to find that Pa Seaton had already vanished into the morning mist. Hong hopped onto the bed to deliver the message. He mentioned he'd be slipping back in later tonight. Kale stared at the ceiling, momentarily stunned into silence. He really doesn't need to go to all that trouble. Later that morning, Kale headed down to the docks. He was met by a beaming Amiru, who looked like she was bursting with news. I rushed over because I couldn't wait to share some incredible developments. Can you guess what happened? Kale played along with a neutral expression. I haven't the foggiest idea. Amira gestured toward the horizon, her voice full of wonder. The whirlpools. The violent vortexes surrounding the central island are gone. In a single night, they simply evaporated into thin air. Kale kept his face impassive while thinking, well, I am the culprit, after all. Nearby, a disguised Tunka stood alone, grumbling to himself. What a waste. I was looking forward to diving into those currents to test my limits. Maybe I should find another deadly spot to jump into? Kale caught the remark and couldn't help but sigh internally. Tunka really is a complete lunatic. Suddenly, Amiru's voice pulled him back. Young Master Kale. She spoke with genuine warmth. Since your family is our primary benefactor, I was desperate to show you this new sight myself. I want you to see the serene beauty of the Ubar Sea. Truly. She then offered a polite gesture. Would you accompany me to the central island? Kale glanced at the group behind her. Are all these attendants coming along as well? She nodded, indeed. A large, rugged figure approached, drawing Amiru's attention away for a moment. Oh. Amiru turned back to perform the introductions. I believe you haven't been introduced to this gentleman yet? She gestured toward Tunka. This is the survivor we rescued from the whirlpools recently. Bob, allow me to introduce young Master Kale Henidus. The generic name hit Kale like a physical shock. Bob? Tunka flashed a toothy, oblivious grin. A pleasure to meet you. The name's Bob. Kale's face twitched as he processed the name. He was baffled. He knew the man needed a cover story, but did he have to pick something so ridiculous? Good grief. As they walked, Amira continued the backstory. Bob says he hails from the Whipper Kingdom, specifically a tiny fishing village on the coast. He claims he fell overboard while checking his nets and drifted out to sea. Tunka chimed in with a boisterous laugh. That's right. I'm just a simple guy who catches little fish for a living. I just had a bit of bad luck and ended up taking an accidental swim. Kale looked at the massive, calloused hands of the simple fisherman and thought, yeah, simple my foot. Amiro smiled, unaware of the tension. He actually joined our crew yesterday to help scout the surrounding waters. Kale noticed the soldiers nearby wearing expressions of pure disgust. He mused, unlike Amiru, those guards clearly loathe him because they see him as nothing but a mindless barbarian. Suddenly, Tunka spoke up, young master. Word reached me that you used a legendary shield to protect everyone back in the capital. You must be incredibly powerful. I've been dying to see you in person, so I begged Lady Amira to let me tag along. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened into something predatory. Kale's instincts screamed at him. This guy is a walking red flag. Kale immediately adopted a frail, modest tone. I'm afraid you've been misinformed. I'm actually here on a mandatory vacation to recover from my wounds. Tunka's eyes narrowed. Injuries? Kale sighed. Yes. Besides, that shield wasn't a show of strength, it was a desperate fluke. Amira stepped in to support his story. It's true. She gave Tunka a knowing smile. He pushed himself to the absolute limit. Right now, the young master needs rest more than anything else. Tunka tilted his head, his excitement dimming. Is that how it is? He gave Kale a slow, calculating look over, searching for any hidden spark of power. Kale looked as bored and weak as possible until Tunka finally lost interest and looked away. Kale thought, there he is. The real Tunka. Heroism, sacrifice, protecting the weak. None of that means a thing to him. He's a fanatic who worships nothing but raw, overwhelming force. He views the weak as insects. Even his own allies are expendable the moment they stop being useful. That is precisely why history remembers him as a tyrant. With the introductions finished, Amiro signaled the crew. Shall we set sail? The party moved toward the vessel waiting at the pier. The ship is prepared for departure. Everyone, please come aboard. As they stepped onto the deck, Tunka paused, sniffing the air like a hound. Something's off. I can smell the aura of a high-level warrior nearby. Kale looked around subtly, thinking, he's like a phantom, sensing things no normal human should. Rayon, invisible and hovering nearby, huffed, I'm masking my presence perfectly. He can't possibly smell me. Kale watched Tunka's sharp movements and marveled. His instincts are more animalistic than actual beast people. He made a mental note. I need to act even more pathetic than usual today. The ship glided out of the harbor to begin the inspection. Amira stood by Kale, explaining the plan. We're trying to determine what caused the sudden stabilization of the water. My father and a team of mages should be arriving soon to conduct a full analysis. Kale nodded politely. I see. That's wonderful news for the territory. He added with a straight face, I hope you uncover the mystery behind this miracle quickly. Rayon's voice rang in his head. You really are a master of deception, aren't you? Ignoring the dragon, Kale continued. I'll pray that the rest of the dangerous whirlpools vanish just as quickly. Rayon wouldn't let it go, lying through your teeth again. The dragon added a final jab. Hey, human, didn't you explicitly say the other whirlpools would stay active for another year? Since Kale's voice was a whisper meant only for the dragon, Amiro remained convinced of his support. I am determined to uncover the truth and clear the remaining vortexes for good. Her dedication was palpable. I've been given a second chance, and I won't waste it. Kale felt a twinge of guilt for his secrets, but kept his composure, offering praise instead. With your resolve and the Yubar family's strength, I have no doubt you'll succeed. Amiro smiled warmly. Your confidence means the world to me, sir. Kale then shifted the subject. The glare of the sun is making me feel a bit faint. Would you mind if I found some shade to rest in for a while? Amiro nodded immediately. Oh, of course. Please, take it easy. From a distance, Tunka watched their exchange in brooding silence. The young master needs his strength. Don't push yourself too hard. Go on and rest. Thank you, I believe I will. After navigating the choppy open waters, the vessel finally docked at the island. Amira moved to the bow, busy conferring with a pair of her soldiers. Meanwhile, deep within the tangled greenery of the island's interior, Kale trekked through the brush while conversing with Rayon. The dragon asked in genuine shock, There's a dead body right over there. Aren't you terrified? You've got nerves of steel, don't you? Kale replied calmly, It's nothing I can't handle. After a few more minutes of hiking, Kale finally broke through the tree line and reached the shore. He stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the empty space. What on earth happened here? Rayon, sensing the confusion, quickly defended himself. It wasn't me. I haven't touched anything. Kale squinted at the ground, wondering, did Python come back and clean this up? He stepped closer to the jagged rocks, his mind racing. To an untrained eye, This looks like nothing more than common sea dust settled on the stone. He brushed his hand against the cold surface, whispering. How did he dispose of the merfolk remains so thoroughly? Suddenly, a prickle of intuition warned him. Kale whipped his head around, scanning the horizon. He realized something was surging upward from the depths at a terrifying velocity. A massive shadow was ascending. It's moving too fast. A heartbeat later, a colossal whale breached the surface, leaving Kale breathless with shock. He instinctively retreated a few steps, his gaze locked onto the magnificent beast. The whale, marked by a prominent X-shaped scar across its back, glided slowly toward the shallow water where Kale stood. Its vast, intelligent eyes locked onto Kale, reflecting his small silhouette. Rayon bristled with protective fury, hissing, You. Have you lost your mind? How dare you loom over my human like that, huh? The whale responded by slapping its massive tail against the surface, sending a violent spray of salt water into the air. Kale felt a strange resonance in his chest. That must be the whale queen from the legends. The sheer presence of the creature left Kale momentarily stunned. The whale let out a low, vibrating hum to communicate, sensing his alarm. I have no desire for conflict. Rayon was far from pacified. He continued to snap, Then why are you posturing like that? Splashing around is a clear sign of a challenge. You've got a lot of nerve, fish. Rayon was just getting started when Kale reached out to him. He placed a steadying hand on the dragon's head to quell the rising tension. Kale spoke in a soothing tone, Calm down, Rayon. You'll only end up exhausting yourself if you stay this riled up. Rayon's temper cooled slightly, though he muttered, I wouldn't get hurt. I'm the strongest there is. Kale nodded solemnly, I know you are. But even the strongest need to be careful when dealing with the unknown. Rayon huffed and looked away. You're the weak one, human. You're the one who needs a bodyguard. With the dragon settled, Kale looked back at the massive visitor. Now then. The whale addressed him again. I have a question for you. But a high-pitched cry cut through the air. Sister. Stop. Sister, don't you dare harm him. The interruption startled both the human and the Leviathan. In the distance, another whale was cutting through the waves at an incredible speed. The scarred whale turned her massive head toward the newcomer and let out a resounding call. The sudden movement sent a fresh wave of seawater drenching Kale. Rayon hovered close, checking on him. Human, are you all right? Kale wiped the water from his eyes and replied, I'm fine, just a bit damp. His focus remained on the jagged marks on the whale's hide. The scarring was unmistakable. He finally put the pieces together. So, this is the legendary humpback of the royal line? The smaller whale drew alongside the larger one, acting as a shield. Sister, you can't eat him. This human is someone we owe a great debt to. Rayon whispered into Kale's ear, I'm staying back for now, but what is that little one yapping about? Kale didn't answer out loud, thinking, just as I suspected. The smaller one is Python. And if he's calling her sister, then this is the princess and future ruler of the Whale Kingdom. The warrior who fought alongside Choi Han against the merfolk. Watira. Rayon suddenly nudged him. Someone else is approaching from the trees. Kale's blood ran cold. He did a quick sweep of his surroundings. Another one? He turned his gaze toward the dark, thick shadows of the forest. Kale immediately ducked, seeking refuge behind a massive boulder. A moment later, Bob came charging out from the thicket, racing toward the shoreline. He let out a manic laugh. What is this scent? This exhilarating aroma? It's the unmistakable fragrance of a true powerhouse. Kale watched the spectacle, his face a mask of disbelief. He knit his brows in confusion. Where on earth did he even find a club that size? Bob remained completely oblivious to Kale's presence nearby. His eyes were fixed solely on the whale, Watira, with predatory excitement. Is it you? Are you the source? I've never had the chance to scrap with a whale before. Watira remained perfectly still, offering no response to his provocation. Peering from behind his stony shield, Kale watched the standoff with narrowed eyes. Rayon's voice tickled his ear. What are you up to? Why are you just crouching there spying? What does it look like? If I step into the crossfire now, I'll be the grass that gets trampled when the elephants fight. Bob dug his heels into the sand and launched himself upward with explosive power. If you're a whale, a good thrashing should be enough to take you down, right? He soared through the air, arms cocked back, ready to bring the hammer down on Watira. Kale watched, mesmerized. Witnessing the madness, he whispered to himself, oh boy. Here we go. Just as Bob's massive frame was about to collide with her, Watira didn't flinch, her gaze steady and piercing. With a sudden, thunderous motion, she whipped her tail out of the water. The massive fluke rose like a wall to intercept Bob's mid-air assault. The sheer speed of her counter caught Bob completely off guard. Before that mountain of muscle and tail could make contact with his face, relying on his animalistic survival instincts, He managed to twist his body mid-flight and narrowly evade the blow. Wataira's tail slammed back into the sea with enough force to create a localized monsoon. The resulting spray drenched everything, including Kale's hiding spot. He sat there, stunned into a soggy silence. Bob landed back on the beach with a heavy thud, perfectly balanced. Kale, meanwhile, looked like a bedraggled stray cat. He felt a wave of sheer exhaustion. Give me a break. Across the way, the madman's blood was clearly pumping. Fantastic. That's the spirit. Give me more. With a roar of delight, Bob lunged back into the fray, renewing his attack on Wataira. He swung his makeshift wooden club with enough force to shatter stone against her side. The impact was so violent that a cloud of sand and salt spray erupted, sounding like a cannon blast. Under the immense pressure, Bob's wooden club snapped like a toothpick. He didn't skip a beat, tossing the useless splinters aside. I knew these sticks were good for nothing. Fists are the only weapons a man needs. He cackled wildly, his laughter echoing against the rocks. Kale scowled, his mind racing. How do I handle this lunatic? If this racket keeps up, the search party on the other side of the woods will be here in minutes. What's the quickest, quietest way for me to disappear from this mess? Suddenly, the frantic voice of the smaller whale, Python, cut through the noise. Sister. Stop. He paddled closer in a hurry. If you keep this up, you're going to break him. Bob stopped in his tracks, his head tilting to the side. He blinked at Python with a confused expression. Wait, is that little fish actually talking? Wataira's eyes flashed with cold fury. You have some nerve calling my brother tiny. Rather than being intimidated, Bob's grin grew wider. Huh, you can talk too? This is getting better by the second. Kale rubbed his temples. This has devolved into a complete circus. Bob clapped his hands together, his eyes sparkling with glee. Uh-huh, so you're beast people? This is going to be a blast. Wataira didn't dignify that with a response, her expression hardening into one of pure hostility. Bob crouched low, tensing his powerful leg muscles against the soft sand. Using the sand as a springboard, he vaulted back into the air, aiming another strike at Wataira. He leaned into the jump, his forearms bulging with coiled energy. His movements were sharp and predatory as he closed the distance. Python, desperate to de-escalate, shouted again, Wataira. Sister, please don't hurt him. He belongs to my savior. She didn't look at Python. Instead, her eyes drifted toward the large boulder where Kale was tucked away. At that exact moment, Kale's curiosity got the better of him, and he peeked out from his cover. Their gazes locked instantly, freezing the moment in time. In that split second, Bob, already mid-swing, let out a predatory grin. Hey, losing your focus against me is a death wish. If you keep spacing out, you're practically begging for a grave. His knuckles began to hum with a violent surge of concentrated energy, preparing to deliver a bone-shattering strike. To his utter shock, just as his fist was about to make contact, Wataira vanished into thin air, leaving him swinging at a ghost. With ethereal grace, Wataira shed her massive leviathan form and coalesced into a human shape. Watching from his rocky hideout, Kale knit his brows. This wasn't just a simple transformation, it was something far more ancient. Wataira's human visage was strikingly beautiful, though her eyes remained as sharp and frigid as an Arctic gale. The surrounding seawater surged upward in response, forming a spiraling vortex of current that danced around her. Rayon hovered close and whispered, You know, dragons have way more style than that. Sure. Kale brushed the dragon off, too tired to start a debate. Whatever you say. Wataira's voice was like velvet, my gratitude for rescuing my brother. However, let's postpone the formalities. Bob's eyes narrowed into lazy slits, his voice dripping with boredom. All this talking is starting to give me a headache. He had clearly sniffed out Kale's hiding spot long ago. This little noble seems to have a hobby of picking up strays, doesn't he? Kale let out a sharp, annoyed huff. Typical. This was exactly the arrogant, battle-hungry personality of the Tunka he remembered from the records. Rayon, however, was fuming. To him, saving a life was a noble deed to be celebrated, not mocked. Mocking kindness is a total villain move. Why is this guy acting exactly like that scumbag Vinian? Wataira spoke with a quiet, dangerous intensity. Do not dare to trivialize. Acts of righteousness. She locked her piercing gaze onto Bob, challenging him. He grinned, clearly relishing the tension. Now those are the eyes of a fighter. I take it you're finally ready to dance? Forget about that weakling over there and give me a real challenge. This is going to be fun. Wataira found his arrogance almost laughable. A creature like you thinks he can stand on the same level as me? She raised a hand, commanding the sea to obey her will as a massive, authoritative current surged forth. The water condensed rapidly, lengthening and hardening into a translucent whip that hummed with power. Wataira let out a cold, mocking smile. How utterly pathetic. I'm not going to duel you, I'm going to discipline you. Bob barked out a laugh as if he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. Discipline me? His booming laughter echoed off the island's cliffs, sharp and discordant. His expression suddenly shifted to one of pure malice. Bob growled, then I guess I'll just have to break every bone in your body. In a heartbeat, he dug his toes into the sand and exploded forward, a human cannonball aimed straight at Wataira. She reacted with a fluid motion, snapping her liquid whip through the air. Their gazes collided, one a frozen glacier, the other a raging inferno, as they closed the distance. The two titans clashed head-on in a blur of motion. The impact triggered a shockwave that sent sand spraying in every direction, a testament to their monstrous physical power. High above, the sky remained a mocking, tranquil blue, with the sun's rays dancing off the chaotic ripples of the shore. Wataira's smile widened with genuine interest. You actually have enough spark to make this lesson worthwhile. She lashed out again, the whip whistling as it carved through the air toward Bob. The serpent of water coiled around his torso with lightning speed. Caught off guard by the whip's erratic movement, Bob's eyes widened as he found himself ensnared. But a moment later, he planted his feet and bared his teeth. You think this can hold me? Wataira watched him with narrowed, calculating eyes. Bob grabbed the liquid tether with his bare, calloused hands. A manic, guttural laugh escaped his throat. He flexed his massive muscles, snapping the magical water column with sheer brute force. Raw power is the only law I follow. Wataira didn't miss a beat, drawing the remaining moisture back into a new coil. She glared at him, launching a second, more ferocious flurry of strikes. This time, Bob pivoted with animalistic reflexes, barely avoiding the stinging spray. The whip missed its target, but its momentum carried it past the combatants toward the forest's edge. By sheer misfortune, Amiru and a squad of soldiers chose that exact second to emerge from the trees. From behind his rock, Kale's heart nearly stopped. This was the worst possible timing. Amiru stared at the unfolding chaos, her mind struggling to process the scene. What is the meaning of this? She barely had time to blink as the razor-sharp arc of the water whip bore down on her position. Amiru's training kicked in as she screamed to her men, "Shields up. Form a wall now." Bob grinned with sadistic glee. "Brace yourselves, boys. I'm built like a mountain, and if you get in my way, there won't be enough of you left to bury." Amiru's jaw dropped as she stared at him in utter disbelief. Kale finally broke his silence, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Completely unhinged, he muttered. Then, in a flash of silver, a divine barrier materialized. It pulsed with a sacred radiance, flanked by two ethereal wings that shimmered with concentrated power. The brilliance was so overwhelming that everyone present was forced to shield their eyes. Bob stood frozen, his momentum completely halted by the unbreakable wall. "What is this?" he stammered. Amiru, along with Wataira and Python, all pivoted their gaze toward a single figure. It was Kale. He stood there, his face strained as he poured his will into maintaining the massive shield. He grimaced, thinking to himself, the proverb says the shrimp's back breaks when whales fight, but here's the shrimp accidentally showing off his ultimate move instead. With a sigh, he stood up from the dunes. He had no desire to pull Tunka's chestnuts out of the fire, but circumstances had forced his hand. However, his legs suddenly gave way. They had gone numb from crouching behind the rock for so long. Kale barely managed to steady himself against a jagged rock, letting out a sharp, pained grunt. Seeing him stumble, Amira rushed to his side. "Young master, you shouldn't have risked yourself for us like that." Kale massaged his aching knees, forcing himself to stand tall. Internally, he grumbled, "Believe me, I didn't want to." But if Tunka had slaughtered the investigators, his return to Whipper would be delayed, and that would ruin my entire timeline. She fretted over him, her voice laced with concern. "And why are you absolutely drenched? You're supposed to be in recovery. A cold could turn into something much worse. You really are too selfless." Wataira and Python exchanged startled glances upon hearing the word recovery. Wataira, realizing her own reckless splashing was the reason Kale looked like a drowned rat, looked away in guilty silence. He began wringing the seawater out of his sleeves, sounding indifferent. "As long as everyone walked away in one piece, that's all that matters, right?" Amira let out a heavy, weary sigh. "Truthfully, young master, you're a complete enigma to me." She then turned her sharp attention toward the two mysterious strangers. Amira narrowed her eyes, her voice dropping to a wary tone. "Identify yourselves." Wataira and Python remained tight-lipped. The shoreline was thick with an uneasy silence. She then whirled on Bob. "And you? What is your excuse?" The quiet stretched on, not a single person offered an explanation. In the middle of the tense standoff, Kale let out a soft, involuntary sneeze. Every eye snapped to him instantly. He spoke with his usual nonchalance. "Can we finish this inside? I'm freezing." The scene shifts to Amiru's coastal residence. She didn't bother with pleasantries, slamming the heavy door shut with a resounding bang. Amira fixed Bob with a chilling stare. You're to be gone by sunrise. Consider this expulsion a mercy. It's better than the dungeon. As for you two, if you bring your violence to my shores again, there will be severe consequences. Turning back to Kale, her expression softened into worry. Young master, please get changed. You look like you're coming down with a fever. I'm on it, he replied. She shot one last glare at Bob. You are truly the definition of an ungrateful wretch. Despite the scathing rebuke, Bob remained motionless, his face an unreadable mask as he stared at the floor. Kale added dryly, which is exactly why he's being kicked out. Young Master Kale, you're far too kind. It's fine, Lady Amiru. Just then, Rayon's voice echoed in his head. Are you not even going to ask if I can take that Tunka guy in a fight? Kale ignored the dragon, his eyes lingering on Bob. The man was standing as still as a statue, looking uncharacteristically contemplative. Finally, Watyra broke the silence. Are you truly allowing us to follow you? Kale countered with a question. Do you have a better place to hide? He climbed slowly into the waiting carriage. I can offer you a roof for a night or two. The siblings looked at each other, stunned by his casual hospitality. One by one, they stepped up into the velvet-lined interior of the coach. Kale caught a final glimpse of Bob standing alone in the dark. Regardless of today, Tunka was destined to lead a revolution in the Whipper Kingdom. Perhaps it's time I sent a message to the Crown Prince, he mused. The carriage lurched forward, beginning its journey back to the villa. He wondered, how will His Highness react when I tell him I'm heading to Whipper to bring back a literal gold mine? Since we both value profit above all else, the answer is obvious. He'll be grinning ear to ear. Outside, the sky was a masterpiece of violet and gold, the sunset casting a poetic glow over the sleepy fishing town. Back at the villa, Hans came running out, his face pale with worry. Young master, are you hurt? He stopped dead when he saw Python and Watyra following behind. Kale ignored his butler shock. I'm fine, he said, gesturing to the guests. Prepare rooms for these two as well. Yes, of course, right away. Hans stammered, leading the way inside. Beecrox stood like a silent sentinel at the gate, his eyes tracking every movement. Beecrox narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint directed at Kale. Kale merely met his gaze with a calm, unbothered expression. After a beat, Beecrox barked an order to Maze, who was hovering nearby. Go boil some water immediately. Understood. Within the sanctuary of the villa. Drenched from the earlier ordeal, Kale was now bundled in a thick, dry towel while the staff hurried to prepare a steaming bath. Maze approached with a cup of warm water, his voice laced with worry. Young master, I heard you were caught in a crossfire between those monsters and nearly got hurt. Kale took the cup with a steady hand. Nonsense. I haven't a scratch on me. Maze offered a small, relieved smile. If you say so, sir. Privately, the boy thought, I wish there was more I could do to protect him. Beecrox stepped forward, his tone firm. Young master, you should prioritize your bath and get cleaned up first. Just then, the door creaked open. Python and Watyra called out softly, Young Master Kale. He turned to them with a sigh. What is it now? Why do you keep seeking me out? Could we speak with you privately after you've had a chance to recover? Kale noted their hushed tones and thought, predictable. They're still desperate to keep their true identities under wraps. Very well. We shall speak tomorrow morning. Furthermore, I am exhausted and require sleep. Ensure that I am not disturbed under any circumstances. The scene transitions. The world outside is now swallowed by a deep, velvety darkness. Kale stood alone on the balcony, a silent shadow against the night. His gaze drifted aimlessly across the dark horizon. Rayon hovered invisibly beside him, whispering, I heard you coughing again. Are you truly going through with the plan tonight? Your health is failing. The dragon's voice was thick with anxiety. You should be resting. Why are you so fragile? It's genuinely frustrating to watch you push yourself, human. Kale let out a long, weary breath. If anyone is frustrated here, it's me. I've told you repeatedly, I'm fine. If you refuse to believe me, there's not much else I can say. He then flashed a small smirk at Rayon. Let's move. The dragon looked at him, eyes full of lingering doubt. Fine. On and Hong offered bright, encouraging smiles as they saw them off. Have a safe trip, sir. Moments later, the pair took to the sky, gliding silently from the villa toward the secluded shoreline. The sun had long since vanished. The only sound was the rhythmic, gentle lapping of the tide against the cool sand. Rayon still couldn't wrap his head around it. I don't see the logic in this. You're clearly unwell, yet here we are. The brilliant young dragon was stumped by the human stubbornness. Kale replied in a hushed tone, it has to be tonight. He stared down at the dark waves, thinking, the territory's mages arrive tomorrow. Once they're on site, my window for covert action slams shut. Kale touched down softly on the shoreline, his boots sinking slightly into the wet sand. He reflected pensively. I've secured the fire-suppressing essence thanks to a twist of fate earlier today. Now, these remaining whirlpools. It's time I neutralized every last one of them. He exhaled sharply, steeling himself. Shall we begin? Rayon knit his brows suddenly, pointing. That thing. Did that lunatic actually swim all the way here? Confused by the dragon's remark, Kale looked toward the water's edge. He froze at the sight. The thing Rayon referred to as Bob, who was cutting through the water toward them at a terrifying speed. As he neared the shore, the swimmer began to slow his pace. Why is he here? This makes no sense. Much like Rayon, Kale was caught completely off guard. The man was truly a wild card. Bob hauled himself up by gripping a nearby rock, his voice booming across the beach. I knew it. He let out a boisterous, delighted cackle. My instincts never lie. You're no ordinary noble, are you? I can clearly sense the aura of a powerhouse radiating from you even now. Ignoring the man's manic energy, Kale scowled and took a cautionary step back. Bob had clearly seen them descending from the sky. Are you a mage? How did you manage to soar through the air like that? Rayon remained silent, casting a hostile, narrow-eyed glare at the intruder. Bob closed the distance, looming over Kale. His face twisted into a scowl. Is it because you're some high and mighty mage that you think you can just ignore my questions, huh? Kale felt a headache brewing from the sheer fatigue of the situation. He sighed softly. I'm debating what to do with this unrefined brute. Should I just put him down? Or is there a way to put him to work? Bob smirked, leaning in. What's going on in that head of yours? Are you looking down on me? Suddenly, a sharp grin tugged at the corner of Kale's mouth as a plan took shape. Precisely. He gave a casual flick of his wrist. Instantly, the tranquil water erupted into a violent, spiraling vortex, instantly snaring Bob. I think I'll do both. Caught in the heart of Kale's artificial whirlwind, Bob had zero time to mount a defense. He was dragged ruthlessly into the depths before a surge of pressure launched him skyward, water spraying in every direction. Bob reached the surface a moment later, gasping for air and treading water with all his might. Kale stood on the shore, casually manipulating the currents with a single finger. He stepped toward the water's edge as the surface smoothed out into a deceptive calm. Bob bobbed in the center of the remaining eddies, growling, "What's the meaning of this?" Kale's voice was low and melodic. Mages are fundamentally incapable of possessing ancient powers. Bob went still, his expression shifting to one of profound shock. Kale smiled thinly. Tell me, Bob, a warrior of your caliber understands exactly what that implies, doesn't he? Your people value only raw, physical dominance, believing that a human's innate strength is a gift from the heavens. Bob narrowed his eyes at him. Ancient power? So you aren't a mage after all? That was the truth. He scowled slightly. Then how do you know so much about the Mage Alliance? A nobleman whose demeanor is anything but aristocratic. Even while battered, he pushes himself to shield others. That lingering aura of a warrior. It's a unique power indeed. Kale offered no reply. Bob mused silently. The more I observe him, the more he reveals himself to be a truly peculiar individual. Then, completely out of the blue, Kale asked, Are you planning to level the magic tower? Bob's mind was flooded with confusion. What? Level what exactly? Kale quirked an eyebrow and remarked, If your heart is set on toppling the magic tower, try not to reduce it to absolute rubble. Bob couldn't help but bark, You're a lunatic. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Kale remained unfazed by the outburst. And another thing. Be sure to evict every single mage from that tower as well. Once you've cleared them out, I'll buy the structure from you. What do you say? Bob scowled, pointing a finger at him. You are genuinely out of your mind. Instead of sparking anger, Kale simply smirked. Then people like you who dream of tearing the world down must be just as crazy, wouldn't you agree? He allowed a small, knowing smile to play on his lips. Bob leaned back against the water, looking at Kale with a casual air. No. We aren't crazy in the slightest. Right, let's go with that, Kale muttered, thinking, I'll just let him have that answer for now. But I am certain he's a key player in the non-mage alliance. Bob lazily gestured with his hand and said, If you want it that badly, come and purchase it yourself. Kale looked toward the horizon. I intended to, whether you suggested it or not. He noted to himself, as expected, he didn't deny his plan to dismantle the magic tower. Bob pressed further, but how did you figure out I was with the non-mage alliance? Kale exhaled a weary sigh and explained, You're a tribesman from the Whipper Kingdom. On the eve of a massive factional war, the moment you spotted me. You charged in demanding to know if I practice magic, looking ready to snap my neck. Given those optics, what else was I supposed to conclude? Bob began wading slowly toward the shoreline. Hearing the logic, he grinned. That's a fair point, isn't it? He stood up on the sand and began wringing the salt water from his sodden shirt. Kale turned on his heel to depart. Seeing this, Bob awkwardly trotted along behind him. Kale frowned, glancing back. Why are you trailing me? The man chuckled. I could tell you were up to something interesting, so I figured I'd tag along for a look. Kale waved him off dismissively. Go back and splash around in those whirlpools. I'm busy. Bob caught up and asked, are you truly a highborn noble? Of course. Just as surely as you are a warrior. Bob felt his curiosity about Kale growing by the second. Fascinating, truly. Kale ignored the flattery and focused his attention back on the churning sea. First, I need to settle this business. I have to neutralize the rest of these vortexes. He slowly let his eyelids flutter shut. The local winds began to swirl around him, cocooning his frame before manifesting as a pair of nearly translucent, shimmering white wings. Bob watched the display in stunned silence. Kale spoke in a low, steady voice. Hey, Bob. Yeah? You understand that everything you've seen tonight stays between us, right? Naturally. I've always preferred being the only one in the know when things get interesting. Kale took to the sky, gliding upward. He looked down with a smirk. I'll arrange a vessel and a crew for you. You should probably get back to your people soon, shouldn't you? Oh, much appreciated. Kale quirked an eyebrow. Make sure you win that war. If anyone can pull it off, it's you. Hearing those words, Bob let out a booming laugh that echoed through the silent night air. Kale turned away, thinking, was that guy always such a loud laugher? Shortly after, Kale and Rayon vanished into the night. Once the Civil War concludes, the non-mage alliance is going to be desperate for liquid assets. He smiled at the thought. They'll be eager to sell the magic tower just to scrub away any lingering scent of the mages. They won't hesitate for a second when a mountain of gold is on the table. On the dark beach below, Bob stood still, tracking Kale's silhouette until it faded into the stars. A moment later, he turned to depart. Who knows, maybe that crumbling tower holds a prize they're all dying for. This has lost its charm, time to head home. The following morning, as Bob prepared to board his boat, Kale stepped up behind him. Bob. The warrior turned to face him. Pay us a visit in 2 months. By then, the world as you know it will be unrecognizable. Kale watched him and thought, that wild glint in his eyes says it all. I should probably stay far away from Whipper for at least 8 weeks. Is that so? Kale crossed his arms, staring Bob down. Just get moving already. Bob squinted at him with lingering suspicion. Are you really as fragile as you look? Kale answered without missing a beat, absolutely. Bob seemed to realize something, opening his mouth to speak, but then thought better of it. Fine then. Until next time. Tunka stepped slowly onto the deck of the vessel. Just as his foot touched the wood, he paused at the threshold. Looking down at Kale with a wide, toothy grin, he insisted, you better show up in 2 months. Kale gave a dismissive wave. Yeah, Bob. I heard you. The widening gap of the water now flowed between them. Kale began to walk away, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, he thought, the headache is sailing away. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the boat. Hey! The shout was so loud it made Kale jump. My name is Tunka. Don't you dare forget it. Kale was stunned into silence, choosing to ignore the outburst and keep walking. Yet, the name continued to ring across the harbor. Remember my name, Tunka. The scene shifts to a lavish, sunlit tea room. Kale leaned back in his chair and remarked, this visit wasn't necessary. Sitting across from him, Watira replied, we disagreed, sir. She added, we wanted to pay our respects and express our gratitude. I also felt terrible about soaking you to the bone the other day. He sat idly petting his 2 companions while Watira checked on him. Are you feeling recovered, sir? He shrugged, I'm fine, more or less. He stroked Hong's fur, thinking to himself that thanks to the vitality of the heart, his recovery rate was always far beyond a normal person's. He thought back to the clash. Even with the sound of the wind boosting my shield, it was never going to break anyway. He mused, a couple of hours of sleep was all I needed to shake off the fatigue. Addressing them, he said, you 2 can stop with the endless thanking now. Watira watched him with a look of soft admiration. He corrected her, if I hear it any more, thank you starts to lose its meaning. The same goes for sorry. She gave a gentle nod. Understood. Thank you, sir. Kale noted her consistent, formal politeness. These were the children of the Whale King, rulers of half the world's oceans. Watira and Python essentially held the status of high royalty. He sighed internally as they continued to use honorifics with him. They're really committed to this secret identity thing, aren't they? He repeated, seriously, no more thanks. Kale's mind drifted. Tunka is headed back to Whipper. Now I just need to check in with the Lord of Ubar, and then I can finally go home. He allowed a small smile to form. There's work waiting at the estate, but I should have some peace until it's time to head to the Whipper Kingdom. Watira then broke the silence. Young Master Kale, she began, I understand your family governs the Henadis territory. Kale raised an eyebrow. And? The siblings shared a hesitant, meaningful look. Watira spoke plainly, we need to go there. To the Forest of Darkness. Kale's expression shifted to one of confusion. The Forest of Darkness? Why there? She leaned in to explain, our tribe has a very old, very dangerous enemy. Watira continued, since you treated Python, you've seen the damage the merfolk can do. Kale thought, of course. I'm well aware of them. She said, my brother discovered the secret behind their sudden surge in power. He wondered, what exactly have they stumbled onto? Python finally joined in, his voice grave. The merfolk hunted us so relentlessly because I learned how they are becoming so formidable. Watira made a sincere plea, we are asking for your assistance. We must reach the Forest of Darkness. The Forest of Darkness, one of the 5 forbidden zones of the Western continent. It was a massive, untamed wilderness that the Roan kingdom desperately wished to control. But because it's untamable, the Henadis family has served as its guardians for generations. I see. Kale thought, so you want to trespass into my family's backyard? Watira paused, then asked again for his cooperation. They tried to negotiate. We are prepared to compensate you fairly. Will you help us enter the forest? The kittens, Hong and On, rubbed against him playfully. Are we going on another adventure, sir? Kale scratched the cats behind the ears. First, give me the full story. They both nodded in agreement. The Whale tribe and the merfolk are split between the south and north. We've fought countless skirmishes at the edges of the world. It's a struggle between the merfolk trying to carve out a kingdom and us trying to maintain balance. She added, however, about 6 months ago, the merfolk started acting erratic. He frowned. Erratic how? Watira explained, they broke the ancient boundaries we both respected and started instigating chaos. I finally found out their motivation. Kale analyzed the situation. The merfolk want to rule the seas. Even Choihan might struggle to stop a whole underwater empire, wouldn't he? While taking a sip of tea, he heard her say, their true objective is to seize control of the sea routes that bridge the eastern and western continents. The tea nearly went flying as Kale set the cup down abruptly and stood up. What? If they take the sea routes, that isn't just a tribal war, that's a crisis for all of humanity. The ocean between the 2 continents was notoriously dangerous. Only a few reliable paths had been mapped out and used by human sailors. Even so, those paths are risky and isolated. Trade between the continents is already limited, and if those routes fall, between the sophisticated dwellers of the deep and those on the surface, a silent pact existed never to encroach upon one another's domains. The ocean would remain detached from terrestrial matters, including the trade routes hugging the shorelines. Surface dwellers, in turn, wouldn't meddle in the mysteries of the abyss. Yet the merfolk shattered this treaty with dreams of seizing the sea lanes. Kale mentally noted with a sigh, great, another piece of high-stakes trivia I didn't want. Watira continued her tale. Initially, we suspected the new merfolk king. Merely wanted to fast-track the foundation of their empire. Kale cut in, hold on a second. Kale looked them in the eye and demanded, why is the Forest of Darkness your destination? Just give me the straight answer. Internally, he felt a knot of dread, knowing the why usually meant getting dragged into a catastrophe. Watira offered a soft, radiant smile in response. That expression made him hesitate. Why does a whale tribe's beauty feel like a death omen? She resumed her explanation. As I mentioned, the merfolk's power spiked significantly a month or 2 ago. Python discovered the source of that unnatural strength. Kale interjected, and that source is hidden within the Forest of Darkness? She nodded affirmatively. Precisely. You catch on quickly, sir. As he stroked Hong's fur, Kale broke into a cold sweat. How is it even possible that a supplement for sea monsters is tucked away in a landlocked forest? He squeezed his eyes shut, processing the absurdity. More importantly, how did fishmen even reach the Forest of Darkness? Seeing his silent contemplation, the siblings were impressed by his stoicism, unaware he was actually screaming internally. He eventually looked up, remaining guarded. Watira spoke up. I overheard them discussing a specific swamp within that forest. It was that discovery that led to them hunting me so relentlessly. Python added firmly, which is why we must reach that swamp and investigate it for ourselves. Kale let the information sink in. I've heard enough. He thought of Harris Village, Choi Han's old home in the Forest of Darkness. He thought of the wolf children waiting outside the door. He looked at On, Hong, and the invisible, all-powerful Rayon. The dragon noticed Kale's lingering gaze. Rayon chirped, why are you staring, human? I'm the most magnificent being in this room, aren't I? The dragon added smugly, I shall permit you to admire my greatness. Kale was dazed, thinking, I really wanted to build a safe haven for those kids near Harris Village. Kale let out a sharp scowl. This is going to be a massive headache. Wataira blinked in confusion. Pardon? He shifted gears. What's in it for me? He needed to weigh the benefits against the certain chaos. Seeing his hesitation, the siblings traded anxious looks. After a beat, he spoke. Humans aren't supposed to interfere in the politics of the ocean. Wataira countered swiftly. I am well aware of the non-interference protocols. She pleaded her case earnestly. We will operate in the shadows, avoiding all unnecessary conflict. For the merfolk to reach the forest, they must have had help from the surface. They broke the rules first. We swear no harm will come to you, young master. Regardless, the risk involved is astronomical. Kale crossed his arms, leaning back. You realize that, don't you? Wataira bowed her head slightly. Yes. He calculated. I've set the stage by emphasizing the danger. Now for the payoff. Kale asked directly, so, what is the worthy price you mentioned? He watched them. They were smiling now, their eyes bright with anticipation. He thought, I have a feeling I know exactly what's coming. It's the same bargain the Whale King offered Choi Han in the story. Wataira whispered, a sea route. A faint, satisfied smirk tugged at the corner of Kale's mouth. His face mirrored his inner approval. I thought as much. Wataira elaborated, among the paths the merfolk are targeting, there is one they value above all, a route humans haven't even mapped yet. The safest maritime passage in existence. Kale looked intrigued. And where exactly is this hidden path? She answered, the northern waters of the western continent. It lies within the sovereign territory of the whale tribe. He raised a skeptical eyebrow. That area is guarded by the most lethal predators in the sea. Isn't that a death trap? It would be, except it will now be a safe haven for your ships, sir. She pushed to seal the deal. You will be granted the exclusive right to navigate those waters. Kale rubbed his chin, mulling over the potential gold mine. Then he looked up and said flatly, but I don't actually need that. Excuse me? He clarified, watching them break into a nervous sweat. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're offering me usage rights, not total ownership or disposal rights, aren't you? He mused. Sure, that route would make my family filthy rich, but it would make life a nightmare for Basin, the future lord. For someone like me who just wants a quiet, lazy life, it's unnecessary baggage. He held up a finger. I want one more condition. Kale declared, I require your martial assistance whenever I call upon it. Wataira faltered, our strength? He clarified, exactly. I want 2 favors involving your tribe's combat prowess. This request gave them pause. Wataira spoke carefully, the whale tribe treasures peace. Intervening in human conflicts is complicated. He cut her off with a sharp look. You're asking me to take a massive risk for you, but you won't do the same for me? Kale pushed harder. The Forest of Darkness is a forbidden zone for a reason. Even with your power, it's a death trap for those who don't know the land. He finished, I'll help you. But his private thought was, I was heading to Harris Village anyway, might as well get paid for it. Even though Choi Han lived in the Forest of Darkness for 15 years, it's such a vast, shifting death trap that even he couldn't have mapped every corner. And besides Choi Han, the only person who truly understands the secrets of those woods. He interlaced his fingers over his lap, leaning his chin atop them with a sharp, knowing smirk. Is me. Then he added calmly, I believe I know exactly which swamp you're searching for. He drove the point home. In exchange for your strength requested only twice, I will guide you directly to that marsh. Kale crossed his arms, pinning Python with a stare. The whale tribe simply wants to remain the undisputed, peaceful rulers of the sea, don't they? Wataira met his gaze and nodded firmly. You hit the nail on the head, young Master Kale. She spoke with the absolute authority of a future queen. I, Wataira, officially accept your terms in my capacity as the heir to the whale tribe throne. Kale feigned a look of surprise. The heir? Kale gestured between them. Then we have ourselves a deal. Shall we consider this contract finalized? He glanced at Wataira, a playful glint in his eyes. Does this mean I'm required to use formal titles with you now? She chuckled softly. There's no need for that, Kale. My identity needs to remain a secret from the world, after all. He reached out, as if to emphasize the gravity of the secret. So, I'm the only one in on the truth? Wataira leaned in slightly, the distance between them closing. Exactly. Just you. Scene shifts. Kale is lounging across the sofa, looking thoroughly drained. He calls out lazily, hey. Rayon hopped onto the table, his wings fluttering indignantly. Stop calling me, hey. Kale blinked. What would you prefer? Rayon huffed, puffing out his chest. You're the human, you figure it out. Kale rested his cheek in his palm, asking with a bored tone, Rayon, wouldn't it be easier if you just called me Kale, instead of human? Rayon just turned his head away. Kale decided to pivot to something the young dragon couldn't resist. Never mind. Don't you want a place to call your own? Rayon went still at the mention of a home, his eyes wide with a mix of hope and worry. A home? Then he stammered, wait. Are you kicking me out? Kale ignored the drama, focusing on the vision. Not just a house. A proper estate. Rayon tilted his head. And estate? Kale nodded. A place where you, On, Hong, and even the wolf children can come to cause trouble and play. Kale pictured the chaotic scene in his mind. We can set up all sorts of games and training grounds. Rayon's tail flicked with sudden excitement as he curled up. Fine, but I get to pick the location of the land. In exchange, you have to find a name for me. Rayon looked away shyly. You have exactly 1 month. Kale hummed, taking the dragon's request into serious consideration. Just as he began to move, a rhythmic clack-clack echoed from the door. He got up to find On and Hong waiting outside. Kale gave them a neutral look, then promptly flopped back onto the sofa and shut his eyes. Pick your own name. Why am I doing the heavy lifting? On and Hong scurried over. Hong pawed at him eagerly. When are we leaving for home, sir? On nudged his arm. I like fresh fish, but I've had enough of the salty sea. Kale murmured, very soon, prompting a burst of tiny, joyful cheers. Yay! 2 days later, the air was crisp as Amira stood by the carriage to bid Kale farewell. Safe travels, young master. He nodded politely. Take care of yourself as well, my lady. Amira watched the Henidus carriage pull away. Inside, Kale leaned over and announced. All right, you can deactivate the cloaking magic now. He was speaking to Python and Watira, who had been hiding in plain sight. Watira fixed an intense, curious stare on Kale. On the other side of the seat, Kale sat comfortably with the invisible Rayon beside him. Rayon, sensing the gaze, chirped at Watira. What are you looking at? Watira's eyes widened in realization. It was you. You were the source of that massive mana surge back then. The dragon and the whale princess locked eyes in a silent standoff. Kale placed a calming hand on Rayon's back. He made a sharp hush gesture. Quiet down, both of you. On and Hong sat, perfectly still on the edge of the velvet cushion. A sudden, heavy silence fell over the moving carriage. Watira eventually turned her gaze toward her brother, Python. Several days of travel later, the familiar, grand spires of the city appeared on the horizon. The Henidus heartland. A townsperson cried out, look! It's young Master Kale. A woman nearby waved frantically. The Silver Light Hero. Welcome back, sir. Kale watched the crowd through the window and felt a cold sweat break out. Not this again. The cheers only grew louder. Young Master Shield. Our Silver Light Protector. A man ran alongside the carriage, his face glowing with pride. Your heroic deeds in the capital have reached every ear in the territory. He looked like a fan meeting a superstar. That Silver Light title is so cool, sir. I'm incredibly jealous. Kale rubbed his temples, feeling utterly defeated. The knight escorting them kept his horse pace for pace with the carriage window. He called out with a grin, young master, don't be so modest. Everyone knows you're just being shy. Python and Watira shared a look of amusement from the opposite seat. Kale slumped back, nursing a growing headache. It seemed there was no escaping that incredibly cringeworthy nickname. Rayon used his small claws to gently tug at Kale's trousers. He whispered, are we finally home? Kale exhaled a long breath and replied, yes, we're home. Finally, the comfort of home. Kale steps down from the carriage to the warm, synchronized welcome of his entire family. Diruth steps forward, resting a heavy, grounding hand on his son's shoulder. He scans Kale from head to toe, his eyes clouded with fatherly concern. A wave of relief washes over Diruth's features. It looks like you've avoided any major harm. How are you feeling? Are you completely drained? Kale offers a reassuring smile to his father and his stepmother standing nearby, as he replies, I'm perfectly fine, father. Viola chimes in, I've received word that those responsible for the terror attacks are still at large. Kale nods, yes, that is the current situation. Viola and Diruth exchange a brief, meaningful look. Kale catches the silent communication, his brow furrowed in suspicion. What are they up to now? He wonders. Diruth breaks the silence. The tales of the capital can wait. For now, get inside and recharge. Kale pauses before nodding. Understood. Scene shifts. Basin guides a curious Lily toward their brother. Basin calls out to him 3 times, starting to say, your health. But Kale cuts him off. That reminds me. Something has just sparked in Kale's memory. He turns on a dime to summon Hans. The butler instantly catches the drift, replying right away. I have the items ready. Kale reaches out. Pass them over. Kale presents an elegantly crafted box to Basin. Basin looks at the gift, then back at Kale in shock. Kale gestures toward it. It's a fountain pen. Then, to Lily's utter bewilderment, he hands her a training weapon. And this is a sword. Brother Kale? Noticing his siblings standing there like statues, stunned by the unexpected gifts, he asks gently, Why the long faces? Basin stares at the exquisite pen case, his voice trembling as he struggles to find words. You were so incredibly busy, yet you remembered. Kale shrugs. A promise is a promise, regardless of the schedule, isn't it? At those words, Basin's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. He looks at Kale with fierce determination. I will study with everything I have to ensure our territory flourishes under my watch. Kale is internally beaming. Perfect. He crosses his arms, hiding a satisfied smirk. The boy is destined for the lordship. This academic drive is exactly what we need. What a fantastic mindset. Basin bites his lip, hesitating before adding, I promise I won't do anything to cause you unnecessary stress. Kale tilts his head. What's that supposed to mean? Basin just shakes his head. Just. That's it. Kale's curiosity is piqued by the cryptic trailing sentence. What else? Then Lily steps into his personal space. Looking down at his sister's wide, innocent eyes, Kale thinks, and what is this little one planning? Lily looks up at him with a gaze of pure steel. I'm going to become a powerhouse to defend our land and command the knights. I'll make sure everyone is safe. Kale is genuinely moved. Now that is a goal I can get behind. Kale envisions the perfect future, Basin managing the books and Lily commanding the walls. With those two at the helm, the territory will be invincible. Kale lets out a rare, genuine smile and pats Lily affectionately on the head. I have no doubt you'll be a legendary knight. Lily beams back at him, her chest swelling with pride. Yes. I won't let a single person come to harm. With the gifts settled, Kale turns toward the manor. All right then, I'm heading into crash. Basin and Lily practically escort him with their voices. Rest well, brother. Make sure you sleep like a log. The two siblings stand side by side, watching Kale disappear into the grand entrance of the building. The muffled click of a heavy bedroom door swinging open. As soon as Kale steps into his suite, the two kittens are already there, weaving between his ankles in a fuzzy welcome. They immediately scramble onto the sofa, wrestling in a ball of fur. A figure approaches with his belongings. Kale asks, are you taking over the service duties? He watches the man work, thinking, is he trying to fill Ron's shoes already? Beecrox holds a leather-bound book, looking unusually uncertain as he faces Kale. This arrived from my father. Kale stiffens slightly. Ah, Ron. Yes, Beecrox clarifies. He insisted this was his official report. Kale takes it. I see, thank you. Beecrox gives a short nod. Understood. Kale mentions to Beecrox, I've put Maze and the other youngsters in charge of the kitchen chores and meal service for now. Beecrox simply replies, as you wish. Kale dismisses him with a wave. You're free to go. Kale pulls a letter opener from the mahogany desk drawer. He settles into his armchair and breaks the seal on the correspondence. The entire message reads, I am among the living. Are you still breathing, young master? Kale stares at the parchment, reflecting a one-line report. That's cold-blooded. Truly, that is Ron in a nutshell. Suddenly, a high-pitched cheer erupts from the suite next door. This house is amazing. Rayon, On, and Hong are clearly exploring their new playground. I love it. It's the best. Kale looks back at the brief, sharp words of the letter, lost in thought. He sets the paper and the blade aside. Well, no rest for the weary. Time to get to work. A sudden, sharp knock echoes through the room. Kale walks over to unlatch the door. The visitor bows low, young master. Kale recognizes the man immediately despite the formal distance. He steps aside, crossing his arms. This is our first face-to-face meeting. Welcome. The man bows again. The honor is entirely mine, sir. Kale gestures toward a spherical communication device. Is the video link still operational? The man nods, yes, however. He looks at Kale with a questioning glance. Who exactly are we trying to reach, sir? Kale says flatly, the royal palace. The man smiles politely. The palace. Then, the realization hits him like a lightning bolt, and he whips his head back around. The royal palace. Kale stares back. Did I stutter? The man looks like he's seen a ghost. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as his professional composure crumbles. Kale locks eyes with the panicked technician. Get me a direct line to His Highness, the Crown Prince. Kale watches the brown-haired man scramble, wondering. What's the holdup? Connection issues? If so, I'll just leave a voice memo. The attendant stammers, no, not at all, sir. It's working perfectly. With that, he carefully sets a glowing communication orb on the table. Ready for you, sir. Kale eyes the device, musing, the palace is flooded with calls. Every time you reach out. You have to choose between a video feed or just audio. With a massive queue of people trying to get through, there isn't really a better system. He watches the brown-haired mage work. Life in this world is actually quite convenient, provided you have these intermediary mages to bridge the gap. The mage looks up. At the moment, a live video link is a bit tricky. However, you can record a direct voice message for the Crown Prince, sir. The man pushes the door open to give Kale privacy. I'll step outside while you record your message, sir. Kale leans back, relaxed. A face-to-face chat would have been ideal, but this works fine. I don't need to overcomplicate things. He clears his throat and begins. Your Highness, Kale Hodum is speaking. Regarding the offer, this golden plaque allows for any purchase, regardless of the price tag. His eyes gleam with anticipation. I intend to acquire the magic tower in the Whipper Kingdom. Consider this its first official use. He adds a final note. I'll likely be off the grid for the next week while I travel elsewhere. Just giving you a heads up in advance. He clicks the button to sever the connection, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. Kale calls the mage back in. All set. The mage confirms. The audio file has been successfully stored, sir. He glances at Kale curiously. It must have been good news. You look quite pleased, sir. Kale smirks, something like that. The Crown Prince will probably get around to hearing my little recording tomorrow. Then he'll have to sit on that information and wait a full week for my return. Poor guy's going to be restless. Diruth looks at his son inquisitively. You're planning a trip to Harris Village? Kale nods, yes, father. Diruth reflects on the grim history of Harris Village. After we heard about the tragedy there and deployed troops to investigate, I visited the site myself. The devastation was far worse than the reports suggested. The village had been utterly leveled. He felt completely powerless. We couldn't find a single lead on the culprits. To dig deeper, I coordinated with intelligence networks and neighboring lords. Based on the battle scars in that charred wasteland, we suspect the sheer power of someone named Choi Han was involved. He looks at the documents, feeling a flicker of doubt. My son was traveling right beside Choi Han. There's no way he's unaware of that man's strength. Diruth asks pointedly, are you worried about that young man, Choi Han? Kale maintains a neutral expression. You could say that. Inside, he knows it's just a convenient cover story. The real goal is to civilize and train those wild, aggressive wolf children. To give Rayon the space he needs to grow. And to deal with the whale tribe's conflict. He knows he can't mention entering the Forest of Darkness, so he tries to sway Diruth. The survey team already finished their work, but I'd like to see the state of things for myself. Besides, isn't the area safe from monsters? Diruth nods, true, we still have a garrison stationed there. Diruth adds, no monsters have breached that area in 150 years, it's quite secure. I assume you know how to manage that fellow you've taken under your wing? Kale quickly shakes his head. Choi Han isn't my subordinate. He thinks nervously, taking him under my wing? That's a dangerous misunderstanding. Diruth smiles. All right, I trust your judgment. You've truly matured. Kale stands firm. At 18, it's about time I acted like an adult. Diruth beams. Is that so? Then go ahead, my son. Kale turns to head out. Suddenly, Diruth calls out Kale. He stands up, his voice taking on a serious tone. The golden turtle. It was never meant to be just a symbol of our wealth. Diruth leans over the desk, emphasizing his point. We are a martial lineage, a family forged to protect. Whether we are seen as a family with a thick shell or something else, our core mission is guardianship. He reminds him gently but firmly, but the most vital thing you can protect is yourself. That is the true meaning of the turtle. He gives Kale a meaningful look. Always put your own life first. The power you have acquired is truly remarkable. Kale smiles back. So you've noticed it too, father? He exudes confidence. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Don't worry, I always prioritize my own safety. Yes. Diruth exhales, relieved. That's all I needed to hear. Kale steps out into the hallway. He ponders his father's words. A family with a hard shell. Our mission is protection. He remains pensive for a long moment. But the priority is self-preservation. Always put yourself first. Rayon flies over, wrapping his small legs around Kale's neck. Human to human. Is that what family is? Kale smiles softly, yeah. The following morning, following the itinerary he had mapped out, we set off for Harris Village and the edge of the Forest of Darkness. Suddenly, the reality of the situation hits him. Looking at the scene before him, he realizes it has been over 2 months since Choi Han left this place behind. Harris Village sits directly in front of the massive wall that guards against the Forest of Darkness, and the atmosphere is incredibly bleak. The sight of the ruins fills him with a deep sadness. What used to be warm homes are now just scorched, jagged frames and piles of debris. The traces of life are heartbreaking, and he feels a heavy sense of unease. Truly a stroke of miserable luck. Hillsman observed the desolate scene with a heavy heart. Everything had been reduced to nothing but gray soot and bone-white ash. Kale broke the silence, asking, "Where did you say the burial site was?" Hillsman straightened up. Yes, let me double-check the location for you." The knight sensed a shift in the air. The young master seemed uncharacteristically composed and tranquil today. His assessment was spot on. The village had been completely hollowed out by fire, when suddenly a melodic voice drifted over. This blaze was exceptionally fierce. Kale glanced back, arching an eyebrow. "You can sense the lingering heat too?" Wataira offered a faint smile. "I am a direct descendant of the ocean's apex lineage, after all. Water feels the scars of fire deeply." He gave a short nod. Her explanation was perfectly logical. Secretly, however, he worried that witnessing such total destruction might be too traumatic for the youngsters. May sensed the concern and offered a reassuring look to the others. "We're okay. We can handle this." Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from across the ruins maze. The boy turned his head and saw young Master Kale beckoning them forward. Kale smirked, looking at the group of children. "I'm willing to bet none of you actually know the real reason I dragged you out here, do you?" He came to a halt, folding his arms across his chest with a solemn air. With a sudden, bright glint in his eyes, he declared, "I am about to become an incredibly wealthy man." Mace tilted his head in confusion. "Pardon?" Kale mused internally. "Between the magic tower and the queen of the great forest, I've already secured a king's ransom. And with the new maritime trade routes," Kale continued, revealing his plan, "I intend to funnel that wealth into resurrecting this village. I'm building a grand villa so I, and the rest of our crew can come here to relax and enjoy ourselves." The group looked at him with wide, uncertain eyes. Maze bit his lip, but people say the Forest of Darkness is a death trap. He looked at the young master with doubt. "Are you being serious, sir?" The two of them turned their gaze toward the same spot. Hong and On were pouncing through the ruins, playing happily. Kale thought, no matter how terrifying the monsters are, they won't stand a chance against you kids once you reach your full potential. Addressing the entire group, including the invisible Rayon, he gave his word. "I gave my word to provide you with a future." He looked at the little ones with genuine focus. "Because of that, you deserve a territory where you can live with the pride of true wolves. I will build that sanctuary for you." He held the gaze of the children. "Until the day he returns, make sure you grow into something truly formidable." Mace stood frozen for a moment, processing the weight of those words. Snapping out of it, he gave a vigorous nod. "Yes, we understand, young master." Kale felt a bit awkward at the boy's sudden, intense outburst of energy. The rhythmic thud of horse hooves nearby served as a reminder of the time. He felt a sense of relief. "All right, let's move." As Kale walked away toward the old well, he appeared to Maze like the harbinger of a whole new era. Maze looked at the charred remains and whispered a wish. "I wonder when this blackened earth will feel like the warm home we lost?" A fleeting memory of happier times, when the village was vibrant and full of life, flickered in his mind. "We were all together here." Maze steeled his resolve. "We're going to get stronger together." The two siblings standing across from him mirrored his fierce determination. Kale stood before the towering, weathered gates of the abandoned fortress, marveling, "This thing is massive." He began his analysis. Choi Han was powerful enough to leap over these walls without even scuffing the gate. Wataira looked up at the stone heights. "Is the Forest of Darkness truly just on the other side of this barrier?" Kale replied, "That's the edge of the world right there." Wataira noted with curiosity, "Since this is a forbidden zone, even the architecture is unique. This wall seems remarkably sturdy." Wataira reached out and gave the wall a gentle poke. The ancient, sturdy brickwork disintegrated instantly under her touch. The two of them stared at the fresh hole in silence. Wataira looked sheepish. Why did it just do that?" Kale was internally staggered, as expected of the strongest tribe in existence. "Her, gentle, is everyone else's demolish." He spoke up suddenly. "It's actually quite fitting." Wataira blinked. "Pardon? What is?" He studied the gap for a second. "The fact that the wall is a facade. The world on the other side is just as deceiving." Wataira murmured, I see." Kale reflected. "The Forest of Darkness is a place where nothing is as it seems." Recalling the dangers, he noted, "Everything in there is a mutation. The plants and predators have evolved into something else entirely. A simple flower might look normal, but be dripping with lethal venom. The beasts are twisted versions of things you know." "Precisely." He looked at the dark tree line. "This is the only spot in the kingdom where the wild nature of the continent remains untouched." Just then, a voice called out, "Young master." An escort arrived to deliver a report. Kale turned to Wataira. "Keep an eye on the kids for a moment, will you?" She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. "With pleasure." "There certainly are a lot of beast people youngsters around today," she noted excitedly. Kale let out a weary sigh. "Good grief. All right, let's head out." Hillsman adjusted his gear, stepping into line. "Ready when you are, sir." The two of them stepped off the beaten path and plunged into the shadows of the ancient, untouched forest. Hillsman announced solemnly, "We've arrived, sir." Before them lay clusters of humble graves, marked only by weathered stones. Choi Han dropped to his knees, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists in silent grief. With trembling hands, Choi Han placed a small, smooth pebble atop the mound of earth. He sat there, lost in a profound silence for what felt like an eternity. Kale had once mused. And even now, the thought occasionally drifts through his mind. In the original story, the massacre of Harris Village was merely a few lines of text designed to spark the protagonist's awakening. He watched the scene for a long time. This village was far more than a simple plot device. The sight of those makeshift graves weighed heavily on his heart. The Forest of Darkness, the Merfolk, the bloodbath at Harris Village. A theory is beginning to take shape, Kale analyzed grimly. But I must leave the final truth to Choi Han. The burden of Harris Village belongs to him alone. He turned and called out to his deputy commander. Hillsman snapped to attention, ready and waiting, young master. He gave a firm instruction: ensure these graves are properly renovated and honored in the future. The current state is far too neglected. Hillsman bowed his head. Consider it done, sir. Suddenly, Kale reached out and placed a steadying hand on Hillsman's shoulder. He offered a thin smile and asked, "You catch my drift, don't you?" Hillsman shifted, feeling a wave of intense responsibility wash over him. Flashing back to a few days prior in the campaign tent, Kale had declared, "I'm heading into the Forest of Darkness." Hillsman had been aghast. What? Why would you, still healing from your wounds, dive into such a death trap? The monsters who raised the village aren't even in there, sir. You don't need to risk your life for Choi Han's sake. Kale merely smirked. Suddenly, a brilliant azure glow erupted from Rayon's mana. On and Hong stepped into the light. Right before Hillsman's bulging eyes, the two kittens shimmered and transformed into their human forms. As Hillsman stood frozen in shock, Kale reassured him, "Relax. We aren't going in unprotected." Back in the present, Hillsman looked at Kale with newfound resolve. "Yes, I understand perfectly, young master." Kale gave a small nod of approval. "Good. I'm counting on you." Behind his back, Hillsman's hands were trembling with determination. He thumped his chest firmly. He vowed, "Young master, I promise to grow strong enough to be worthy of your trust." Kale chuckled, "Is that so?" Then he turned on his heel to depart. "I'm heading out." He thought to himself as he walked, Harris Village's legacy is something Choi Han will have to reconcile on his own. He has the mental fortitude to handle it without me hovering. The first light of dawn began to bleed over the horizon the next morning. Kale began to brief the group. There are two primary marshes within the Forest of Darkness. Everyone hung on his every word. One is a breeding ground for monsters. The other is a desolate wasteland where nothing can draw breath. He questioned Python. "You mentioned the merfolk's venom has become unnaturally potent, right? So, where did they find it?" Python reported gravely, "Everything points to the dead marsh, the place where nothing survives." Kale nodded. "Exactly. That's our target. There's a high chance the source is there." He scooped on and hung onto his shoulders. "That will be our first stop." It was a critical detail. Of all the horrors in the Forest of Darkness, the Swamp of Absolute Death was their primary objective. He mapped out the strategy. "If we strike out there, we'll move to the monster-infested swamp next. It's the most efficient path through this hellhole." Python looked at the two children on Kale's shoulders with a worried expression. "Are you sure the little ones will be safe in such a place?" Python tried to reason with him. "You said it yourself, young master. This forest is lethal. A swamp where life cannot exist must be either saturated with toxins or physically treacherous." On and Hong shared a knowing look. On spoke up with quiet confidence. "When it comes to lethal environments, we're the specialists. Don't worry, we won't get a scratch." As Python blinked in confusion, On added, "We're going there to level up. It'll be fine." Kale understood the subtext. It was time to evolve their poisonous mist. The cat tribe children were hungry for power, and fate seemed to keep dropping these opportunities in the lap of a man who only wanted a quiet life. Python and Watira exchanged a glance of pure intrigue. Kale knew the potential. If this works out, they'll be able to generate a toxic fog capable of bringing even the mighty whale tribe to its knees. He smirked at the siblings. "Consider this a front-row seat. You're about to see what On and Hong are truly capable of." Rayon chirped with excitement. "Let's fly, human." The young dragon hovered into the air, his violet eyes glowing as he gathered his immense power. Enveloped in Rayon's weightless mana, Kale, On, and Hong were lifted gently off the forest floor. Watira gave Python a sharp, encouraging nod. Immediately, Python ignited his own internal aura. Harnessing the elemental power of water, the two whales rose into the air to follow the soaring dragon. And with that, The entire group ascended toward a higher vantage point. He could see the spark of genuine fascination dancing in the eyes of Kale, On, and Hong. Hong and On were struck with awe. Stretched out before them was a vast, breathtaking expanse of untouched wilderness. The Forest of Darkness. Do they truly intend to govern such an immense territory? He mused that if it were the Black Dragon or Choi Han at the helm, it would indeed be achievable. Rayon chimed in, preparing for descent now, all right? He gave a short nod, do it. Then, they touched down. Hong and On were the first to leap nimbly to the ground. Rayon commanded. Invisibility magic, dispel. Instantly, a shimmering wave of raw power rippled through the air. Python and Wataira shimmered back into their formidable, natural forms. Wataira stretched, marveling, what a relief. Those disguises felt so restrictive. My thanks, Great Dragon. Python beamed with gratitude. Deepest thanks, Great Dragon. Rayon tilted his head, sniffing the air. The mana in this place feels remarkably heavy and dark. Kale looked at him, curious. Dark? Rayon, perched on his shoulder, let out a huff. And it stinks too. He wondered, what kind of scent are we talking about? Rayon tried to place it. A very familiar aroma. Though I can't quite name it. It doesn't smell like a threat, just incredibly ancient. Kale mused privately, familiar yet unknown? A dragon's sense of smell is usually peerless. Wataira stepped forward to break his train of thought. What is our next move, sir? How do we locate this marsh? Kale reached into his pocket and produced a folded piece of parchment. Wataira's eyes widened. A map? He nodded, exactly. A guide through this chaos. Nearby, Hong and On began scouting the immediate perimeter. He pointed to a specific coordinate. The swamp we're targeting is nestled right on the border between the heart of the forest and its outer edge. That means it shouldn't be excessively perilous. My goal is to skirt around the major monster dens as much as possible. The siblings seemed to exhale in relief. He added reassuringly, though, honestly, we don't need to stress ourselves out too much. He took a moment to study the layout of this colossal woodland. First, there's the outer ring. It's relatively tame, with fewer mutant beasts and manageable terrain. But the central core? That's where the real nightmares live. He felt a pang of concern. It had taken Choi Han years of struggle to navigate these woods freely. He could only imagine the grueling ordeal Choi Han endured, starting from the north and mapping every shadow and crevice of the Forest of Darkness in total isolation. Years had bled away before Choi Han finally reached the southern outer rim where civilization began. He had survived, but the cost was a long, lonely chapter of his life. Kale quickly tucked the map away and clarified. Keep in mind, this map isn't an absolute authority. We need to stay sharp and adapt to what we see on the ground. He then pulled a small, glowing blue vial from his coat. He handed it over. I'll let you take the lead. Wataira accepted the vial with a focused expression. She uncapped it and, with a graceful motion, flicked the azure liquid into the air. The fluid solidified into a shimmering, powerful whip. Wataira said with a confident smile, I shall see us safely to our destination. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. The small company moved forward, their eyes scanning the thick foliage for any sign of movement. Suddenly, a blur of motion brushed past the undergrowth. Python adjusted his grip on his blade, using it to clear the path. Isn't a place this dangerous supposed to be eerily silent? Kale replied. Total silence usually only occurs when a single apex predator rules the roost. Based on his research, the Forest of Darkness had no king. It was a chaotic, never-ending cycle of hunter and hunted. He gestured toward the horizon. Eyes up. Python snapped to attention. Right, understood. Consulting the map once more. Python noted, we're almost through the thickest part of the brush. Kale marked their progress as Python added, the territory of the lesser mutants lies just ahead. He gave a low command, stay light on your feet. Abruptly, a rustle of unnatural sound erupted from behind Wataira. Wataira's hand moved in a flash, catching a volley of jagged spikes midair before they could strike. Kale looked on, impressed. Not bad. Wataira responded with a calm, steady voice. I'll deal with this without making a scene. Python squinted into the shadows. A mutant goblin, perhaps? Kale shook his head. No, that's definitely not a goblin. Those are mutant predators typically found on the eastern continent. Paston's voice dropped an octave in warning. Young master, the path ahead is crawling with them. The monsters began to emerge from the darkness in a swarming mass. Python observed that while they shared the silhouette of goblins, they lacked even basic intellect. Instead, they were driven by pure, primitive cruelty. Wataira stepped forward, offering, these are grotesque creatures. Allow me to sweep them aside for you. Kale stood his ground, surprisingly taking the lead. No, let us handle this. Wataira blinked in astonishment. Pardon? His gaze was unwavering and resolute. If it's only a small pack like this, we are more than capable. He looked at the shifting shadows with clinical interest. Besides, I have a few theories I'd like to put to the test. Kale mused privately, I need to gauge my current limits before we venture any deeper into this forest. It was the perfect window of opportunity. The stunted monsters were already skittering across the forest floor toward them. Kale signaled to the two whales behind him, give us some space. Just keep a sharp eye out. If I'm actually in over my head, feel free to intervene. But with you two as backup, how could I truly be in danger? The young dragon ascended, his scales shimmering with a faint azure glow. Kale noted with surprise, this toxin is far more potent than I anticipated. Watira, catching his comment, looked puzzled. She tilted her head and asked, toxin? What toxin? The silver kitten at his heels suddenly tensed, her eyes locking onto the targets. A crimson haze began to seep into the air. Watira stood frozen, stunned by the sudden change in atmosphere. The goblins were now frantically scrabbling through the undergrowth, sensing a shift in the wind. Kale winced at their high-pitched shrieks. They're incredibly grating on the ears. A brilliant blue light erupted from Kale's palm, forming a protective barrier around him. He gave a sharp nod. Let's move. In a blur of motion, the two kittens pounced alongside Kale toward the encroaching monsters. With a single, calculated strike, Kale deflected the first wave of lunging predators. He swung his arm wide, manifesting a colossal silver-blue shield that slammed into the front line like a physical wall. Under his mental command, the shield surged forward, radiating a blinding, holy light that illuminated the dark woods. The weight of the mana crushed the lesser monsters beneath its glowing surface. Python watched from behind, whispering, and you claim to be frail? The dragon immediately chimed in, the frailest. Watira, meanwhile, was deep in thought. Even if these are minor mutants, there were 10 of them, and each is significantly more dangerous than a common goblin. Kale stood amidst the silence of the freshly cleared clearing. With a mask of cool indifference, he remarked, they must have been runts. Pathetic. Hong, the orange kitten, looked up. Sister, is my poison still too diluted? Python rushed to his side, his blue hair disheveled. Young master, are you hurt? Kale brushed himself off. I'm fine. The knight gasped, pointing at Kale's arm. You're bleeding, sir. Kale glanced down at his sleeve with total calm. It's nothing but a superficial scratch. Watira approached him, her expression unreadable. Young master, do you intend to take point against all the minor monsters we encounter? Kale exhaled slowly. Perhaps. But since I'm technically still in a state of recovery, I should be careful not to overplay my hand. The kittens and the dragon were already huddled together, chirping and chatting about their victory. Watira let out a soft sigh and a smile. Let's keep moving, we have a long way to go. 2 days later, the silver-furred cat stood over the remains of a fallen beast, checking for signs of life. The trio stood before a grim mound of defeated mutant corpses, the air thick with the scent of spent mana. Kale reached out to pat the dragon who had glided down to his shoulder. That's the last of them. He noted, true battle is the only way for them to sharpen their instincts. He watched the children from a distance, satisfied by the easy camaraderie they shared. Kale remembered the heavy truth. An and Hong had been forced into a life of shadows after fleeing the cruelty of their own tribe. Because of their exile, they had been denied the traditional combat training of their people. Rayon's past was a mirror of theirs spent in a dark, lonely cell since the moment he hatched. The Forest of Darkness was rapidly serving as their makeshift classroom, filling the gaps in their upbringing. Kale smiled and asked, shall I jump in for the next round? An and Hong immediately scurried back to his side, their tails twitching in protest. That won't be necessary at all. The black dragon huffed, weak human, you've done quite enough. Watching you fight all day is exhausting for my heart. Hong added, exactly. Last time you used that shield too much, you coughed up blood. Watira and Python stood in the background, staring in dazed silence at the strange group. Kale reached into his spatial bag, pulling out several pieces of cloth. Enough talk. Everyone, put these masks on immediately. Python asked, is this to protect against the kitten's toxins? Kale nodded, among other things. Suddenly, Rayon's nostrils flared. Human, there is a peculiar scent in the air. Kale paused. What kind of scent? The dragon's brow furrowed. Something familiar. While adjusting the masks on the kittens, Kale replied, it's likely just the swamp gas reacting with the mutant flora. Rayon's expression turned dead serious. No. Kale stopped moving, sensing the change in the dragon's tone. This is not the scent of nature. This is something else entirely. The silver kitten, having just secured its protective mask, peered up with eyes that shimmered with pure excitement. Python, standing beside him, remarked, finding two massive marshes hidden within such a dense forest is nothing short of a miracle. Kale straightened up and countered, is that so? I wouldn't call it a miracle. Once you see it for yourself, you'll realize it's more like a nightmare. Kale shifted the conversation. We've been trekking through this wilderness for 2 days, yet you all look incredibly refreshed. You clearly have a gift for this. The blue-haired knight thought to himself, is he really saying that? He's the one who looks the least bothered by this place. Kale. Dot glanced back over his shoulder. Keep moving. We are officially crossing the threshold into the inner sanctum of the forest. The low, guttural snarls echoing from the shadows immediately put everyone on high alert. Watira's hand closed around the hilt of her weapon. Young master. She unfurled her shimmering water whip with a lethal grace. I believe it's our turn to handle the heavy lifting, isn't it? Kale gave a playful wink and gestured toward the approaching monsters. The floor is yours. Watira lashed her whip high into the canopy. With a thunderous crack, she unleashed a fluid technique that sent a dozen beasts spiraling into the air. The disoriented monsters were tossed directly toward Python. He held his ground, his blade becoming a blur as he danced through the falling enemies. He let out a casual laugh, treating the life-or-death struggle like a simple afternoon stroll. These creatures are certainly bizarre. Perhaps I should show off a bit more in front of the great dragon. A monster lunged silently at his back. Without even looking, Python pivoted and sliced the predator down in a single motion. Kale manifested silver shields to ensure the two kittens remained shielded from stray debris. He happened to glance at An and Hong, catching the way their eyes glowed with pure hero worship. He muttered, pay attention. This is how the pros do it. The group pushed further into the oppressive heart of the Forbidden Zone. As they crested a ridge, a thick plume of obsidian mist rolled toward them, causing Watira to reflexively mask her face. Kale announced, we've arrived at the Dead Marsh. He remained eerily composed. What do you think? It's the perfect centerpiece for a place called the Forest of Darkness, isn't it? This swamp is vast enough to swallow a fleet of warships. It is the dark, rotting soul of this entire forest. Python gasped, I never imagined the scale would be this overwhelming. Kale nodded. You see that glow? Watira whispered, poison. Kale clarified, those plants thrive by drinking the swamp's filth. They are living filters of toxicity. They weren't born venomous, but they've mutated into something lethal. He pulled on a pair of thick gloves. Whatever you do, don't let a single leaf touch your skin. He thought of Choi Han, who, despite his immunity, despised the sheer foulness of this place. Suddenly, Hong, the orange kitten, launched himself over Paston's shoulder toward the brush. The sudden movement startled the knight. He lunged to catch the kitten. Hong, get back here. But he froze when he heard a muffled delicious coming from the bushes. Kale, used to the kitten's strange palate, sighed. Don't overindulge, Hong. The kitten looked back mid-chew. It's just a basic paralyzing agent. Honestly, it's quite savory. Even through the mask, the warmth in Kale's eyes as he looked at Hong was evident. He started walking. Are you two going to stand there all day? Kale examined the muddy bank and spotted a distinct depression. It was clear evidence of a recent visitor. Python stepped up immediately. Let me analyze the tracks, sir. Kale knelt down. The merfolk's power didn't come from a spell. They've been harvesting something from this sludge. Kale addressed Hong, who was currently looking quite satisfied after his toxic snack. I'm fairly certain I told you to keep it to a light tasting. Hong licked his paws. I wonder what the actual swamp water tastes like. Kale's voice turned stern. Stay away from the water. Hong pouted. But I need to get stronger for you. Kale patted the kitten's head. Stop worrying about that. Just relax. You're already much more dangerous than I am anyway. Hong puffed out his chest. Well, obviously. Kale rolled his eyes. Forget the water. Go find more of that grass if you're still hungry. The black dragon nudged Kale's arm and then spiraled up into the heavy mist. Kale watched him. What is it, Rayon? Suddenly, Python called out, young master. The blue-haired man pointed to the edge of the dark water. The plants here haven't been harvested, but the silt near the water's edge has been heavily disturbed. Judging by the sediment, someone was here roughly 2 weeks ago. Kale murmured, so they actually drank the raw swamp water. That's bold. The whales shared an uneasy look. Kale asked, what's the problem? Rayon dived back down, his voice urgent. Human. Kale frowned. Why is your mask off? Rayon landed, his eyes wide. It's not just a scent. There is a very familiar mana signature lingering here. Kale stiffened, his eyes widening. Come again? The black dragon's voice was firm. I can smell the distinct scent of a dragon's mana permeating this entire swamp. Rayon whispered to the group, there are no signs of a living creature, yet the trace of a dragon's power lingers. As I processed Rayon's words, a chilling realization took root. A massive marsh saturated with draconic energy, There is a dragon's corpse rotting beneath these waters. That's the secret behind the merfolk's sudden evolution. Kale looked at Rayon, puzzled. How can you detect the mana of something that's already dead? It's likely the nature of the swamp itself. The muck is acting like a lid, preventing the mana from dissipating into the atmosphere. Kale arched an eyebrow, his mind racing. A controlled environment. Mana is an external force drawn from nature. It shares similarities with ancient powers, but they are fundamentally distinct energies. When a physical vessel dies, its mana typically vanishes. However, an ancient power is an eternal imprint that remains behind. Rayon continued, his nostrils flaring. My senses are peerless. Within this bog, I feel a resonance similar to your silver shield, a power akin to the essence of the wind. The revelation caught Kale off guard, but he quickly snapped his fingers with a sharp grin. Below his feet, Hong was trotting along, humming a cheerful tune as he followed the trail. Kale thought deeply. The records never mentioned an ancient power hidden here. I can't tell if it's a natural phenomenon of the marsh or a legacy left behind by a legendary figure. Kale reached out and patted the small dragon. Rayon, you're incredibly sharp. The dragon's wings puffed out with pride. Of course I am. I'm a genius. Watira, standing nearby, looked completely lost by their cryptic exchange. She asked softly, a dragon's mana? Young master, could you explain what's going on? Kale didn't dodge the question. It's just a theory for now, but I believe a dragon's carcass is submerged in this swamp. A dead dragon? Precisely. One that perished a very long time ago. Hong overheard this and gasped in horror. Oh no, she asked with a trembling voice, does that mean the water is cursed? We shouldn't drink it? I'm sorry, little one. I thought the water would be a treat. Rayon flew down to comfort her. Don't worry. I'm nothing like the thing buried in that mud. Kale turned back to Watira. The merfolk's edge is their venom. I suspect their strength comes from a cocktail of this swamp's natural toxins and the residual draconic mana. Or perhaps a fusion of the two. He then thought to himself. If it's just biological poison, we can engineer an antidote. But if they're tapping into the mana of a dead dragon, that's a catastrophe in the making. Watira scanned the vast, bubbling horizon of the marsh. This area is far too large to manage. What's our strategy? She began to fret silently. We can't seal off the entire forest of darkness, and we certainly can't station a permanent guard over this much territory. Reading the anxiety in her eyes, Kale spoke up. It's quite simple. First, gather the data you need from this muck. After that, we're going to strike a deal. Watira blinked, dazed. A deal? Kale didn't answer immediately. He had originally planned to just study the venom and leave, but he couldn't walk away and leave the merfolk's power source intact. Besides, a massive bonus has appeared, an ancient power right within my reach. Watira asked, what kind of trade do you have in mind, sir? Kale replied coolly, I'll solve your swamp problem once and for all. And how do you plan to do that? By turning the whole thing upside down. He said it as if he were talking about flipping a pancake. Watira stared at him, sure she had misheard. I beg your pardon? She looked back at the sprawling, infinite marsh. How could one person possibly overturn a sea of mud this fast? Don't worry about the logistics. I'll handle the heavy lifting. All you have to do is agree to the terms. This is the forest of darkness. A place where the impossible happens every single day. Whatever happens here can be written off as a freak natural occurrence. It's the perfect place for me to operate and then deny everything, Kale mused. After a long pause, Watira nodded. Very well. We accept. Let's hear your terms. Good. This outcome isn't surprising. However, I won't name my price just yet. When I eventually need something from the whale tribe, I'll call in the favor. I expect you to honor it within reason. I, Watira, give you my word. The whale tribe does not forget its debts. She extended her hand to seal the pact with a handshake. Kale gripped her hand firmly. He added one final condition. Whatever treasures or items I recover from the depths are mine to keep. Agreed. Kale then called out to An, who was resting nearby. An. You and Hong stay on the perimeter. Hong, help me track the most concentrated poison pockets, then wait for my signal. Hong looked up with big, worried eyes. Young master, please be careful. And don't let Rayon get hurt. I've got it. Kale tossed a specialized container to Python. Python. This vial is enchanted to preserve its contents against time and weather. Fill it with a sample of the swamp water. The blue-haired man looked at the vial, his eyes gleaming. Your foresight is truly incredible, sir. Once the sample was safely secured, Kale gave the final order. Now, pull back. Head deep into the tree lean and stay put until I give the word. The process is going to be hazardous. I don't want anyone getting caught in the crossfire. Are you really doing this alone, sir? Not quite alone. Rayon hovered at Kale's side, answering the question with a flick of his tail. The dragon looked at Kale and asked, "So, what's the big plan? You're acting like you have a secret weapon, human." Kale offered a humble, slightly mischievous smile. "It's nothing fancy. I was just wondering where I'd finally get to use this." "So, a perfect opportunity to test it has finally surfaced, hasn't it? Go ahead, unleash your power however you see fit." Rayon glanced down at the swirling energy in his paws. "Are you sure? Don't ask the obvious. Just make sure I don't get a scratch in the process." A wide, mischievous grin spread across Rayon's face. His small frame was suddenly engulfed in a turbulent aura of violet mana. Simultaneously, Kale summoned his silver shield, the wings of light unfurling around him. "Flip this entire place upside down." Violent, razor-sharp gusts of wind began to howl through the trees. The air became like a collection of jagged blades whistling over every living thing. Rayon pulsed with an otherworldly, ancient glow. He may have been a 4-year-old dragon raised by humans, but he was a force of nature that bowed to no master. His eyes burned with the overwhelming weight of absolute dominance. Kale let out a dark, satisfied chuckle at the display of raw strength. From the safety of a nearby thicket, 2 spectators watched in awe. Watyra felt a crushing pressure from the boy that surpassed even the presence of a great whale. Rayon locked his gaze onto the target, a terrifying amount of mana radiating from his tiny body. Kale gave the command to the young dragon. "It's too loud. End this quickly." Rayon chirped back, "I knew exactly what you were going to say." A massive shockwave from Rayon obliterated the surrounding earth and stone. It was a magnificent sight. The magical orb in the air swelled, gorging itself on the surrounding mana. Crackling bolts of lightning arched out, accompanied by a blinding, white-hot flash. Kale winced slightly, shielding his eyes. This isn't just flipping the swamp, it's erasing it. I hope the dragon's remains are intact. The little dragon's final spell was ready. Here we go. He unleashed a torrent of black magical sparks. The energy surged downward, lancing directly into the heart of the marsh. The 2 whale siblings instinctively clapped their hands over their ears. Kale followed suit, bracing for the inevitable impact. The resulting explosion was a deafening, resonant boom that seemed to create a vacuum, swallowing every sound in the forest. A massive fissure began to spiderweb across the surface of the water. Then, a ferocious cyclone of wind erupted, swirling upward in a chaotic dance. The patch of land directly in front of Kale was transformed into a staggering, bottomless crater. Python and Watyra stumbled back, shaken by the sheer intensity of the tremors. The princess's eyes remained wide, frozen in a state of absolute disbelief. Everything in Kale's field of vision was a blur of white mist and rising steam. "Excellent work, Rayon." The dragon nodded, beaming with pride. Kale repeated the praise, ensuring the dragon felt appreciated. "You truly did a magnificent job." The tiny dragon spun through the air in a victory lap. That felt so good. The winds around Kale surged again, protecting him. "I've got this from here." He drifted slowly down to the floor of the newly formed pit. As he walked, Kale asked, "Am I free to handle this my way?" Rayon mimicked him. "Don't ask the obvious." Kale reached for a specialized item. "Thanks." He set his sights on the crest of the buried entity. "If I can secure this as well." He paused, tilting his head as he examined the area with caution. "This is no ordinary remnant, is it?" Suddenly, a surge of dark, corruptive energy shot upward from the depths. It sprayed a jet of pitch-black, lethal venom into the air. Kale immediately raised his silver shield to intercept the toxic spray. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, making his heart race. "Do you truly understand what it means to dominate?" His arm moved instinctively, reacting to a power he couldn't quite name. Kale channeled the wind to sweep the lingering toxins away from his path. True dominance is the act of stealing the very breath from your enemy's lungs. Kale groaned as a crushing sensation gripped his hand, as if an invisible force were squeezing the life out of him. The ethereal voice continued to whisper, "Their breath. Do you know the simplest way to take it? It is through the seed of fear." Kale muttered to himself under his breath, "Well, I'm certainly terrified." Familiar faces began to flash through his mind in rapid succession. It is human nature to be paralyzed by the uncertainty of future anxieties and terrors. Take that life and mold it into a present that belongs to you alone. The shadowy abyss mirrored his own image, but Kale, once known as Kim Rock-Soo, had conquered countless terrors and emerged a survivor. A phantom pressure tightened around his throat, a primal reminder of his desperate will to stay alive. The young man relaxed his grip, a small smile playing on his lips. "I intend to live a life more blissful than anyone else." With a sharp flick of his wrist, he unleashed a concentrated burst of his hidden strength. The primordial winds surged forward, riding the current of the magical discharge. After the chaos settled, he casually brushed the dust from his palms. What a joke. Dominating fear. Do you even realize how ridiculous that sounds? Kale's philosophy was crystal clear. If a power serves his own interests, that is the only justification he needs. Kale muttered, utter nonsense. A voice instantly echoed back, complete nonsense indeed. You have quite the head on your shoulders. It followed with a series of chilling, eerie chuckles. Ignoring the unsettling laughter, he fixed his gaze on the shimmering, radiant crown. Without hesitation, Kale lunged forward. He blurred with lightning speed toward his target. Got it. The moment his fingers grazed the crown, the mysterious voice whispered once more, employ this power with all the cunning you possess. A massive, howling gale of wind suddenly enveloped him. A well-executed ruse can save your lifetime and again. A brilliant, snow-white aura erupted from the crown, washing over everything. The murky, dark energies that had choked the swamp vanished instantly. Above, the sky returned to a pristine, vivid blue. Kale gently closed his eyes, his features settling into a mask of pure serenity as a soft breeze caressed his face. He stood motionless within the fading white light, watching as the energy dissolved into the atmosphere. Rayon, hovering nearby and taking in the surreal sight, tilted his head in total confusion. Hey, human. Why do you suddenly feel as formidable as my front claw? No, wait. You're still so fragile. How's this possible? Rayon scrutinized Kale, trying to solve the riddle. Kale simply smirked and said, my charisma just leveled up. Rayon stared back, completely lost. What on earth are you blathering about, human? The dominating aura. True to its title, this ancient power amplifies the user's presence to an overwhelming degree. Despite its grand appearance, it is functionally a hollow strength, a flashy, decorative crown with no physical weight. He let out a short, impressed whistle. This is the ultimate tool for a con artist. Rayon, hearing this, immediately began to scold him. Being a scammer is wrong, you know. Kale eventually turned his attention back to the perimeter. The whale siblings and the two kittens, On and Hong, were standing there. When they met his eyes, they instinctively stiffened. In a low, commanding tone, he said, over here. On and Hong didn't hesitate for a second, bolting toward him at full tilt. Watira and Python, however, remained rooted to the spot in sheer amazement. The two kittens scrambled down into the crater without a moment's pause. They fussed over him immediately. Rayon chirped incessantly, you're not hurt, are you? I was terrified. No more getting injured. You're the best. So brave. So powerful. Kale looked up at Watira and Python, who were still staring like statues. Well, are you coming down or not? Watira snapped out of her daze at the sound of his voice. In the wake of his energy, she saw a flicker of her father's presence. Father, this isn't just about raw strength. It's not the typical sensation of power, but the aura of someone who stands at the very summit. That is exactly what I feel radiating from him. Seeing she wasn't ready to talk, he turned to Rayon. Is there any trace of that dragon's mana left? The dragon shook his head honestly. It's completely gone. Then go ahead and retrieve those dragon bones for me. Understood. I really thought you were a goner for a second. I don't get why you love showing off when you're so tiny and weak. The three animals continued their tag team commentary. Hong nuzzled against his leg affectionately. Just leave the heavy lifting to us, sir. Kale scooped the two cats onto his shoulders with a small smile. Fine, have it your way. On, however, still looked at him with lingering worry. Seriously, you have to stop scaring us. Let's go home. The scene fades out. After 3 weeks of recuperation, Kale prepared for his journey to the Whipper Kingdom. Inside the Hennitus Manor's dining hall, Basin and Lily watched him with longing eyes. Brother, is this trip really necessary? Later, as Kale reached the docks to board his ship, Amiru approached him. She said with genuine concern, I don't understand why the Crown Prince is sending you on such a perilous mission so soon after your recovery. Please stay safe, young Master Kale. I will be praying for your swift and safe return. Soon after, the vessel began to pull away from the harbor. Kale stood at the railing, staring out at the infinite blue horizon. I have every intention of staying in one piece. He thought to himself, I just hope Choi Han didn't. Dot completely leveled the Breck Kingdom, but he made it back much sooner than I anticipated. Rosalind and Locke are back with him, too. On and Hong insisted on coming along despite their nerves, with Hans right there to look after them. Deputy Commander Hillsman, Beecrox keeping him in line, and that wolf boy are all ready to go. Besides, why should I feel even a flicker of dread when I have a literal dragon following me? Time drifted by in that peaceful manner until the horizon began to bleed into the deep shadows of twilight. Rayon was sprawled lazily atop a wooden crate. The salty sea breeze feels amazing. Human, do you think my name could be just a single syllable? Kale blinked, puzzled. What brought this on? Rayon offered shyly. I thought you might pick something like Breck or maybe Drag. He finally realized what the little fellow was getting at. Your name? You're not a fan of those short, sharp titles? Seeing Kale's slight grimace, Rayon panicked and froze. It's not that. I'll cherish absolutely any name you gift me. I mean it. Rayon, if An and Hong heard you saying you'd settle for anything, they'd be heartbroken. Rayon's mind went blank as he stared up. Human. What did you just call me? Kale repeated it softly, his voice steady. Your name is Rayon. And your full name is Rayon Miru. I chose it with the sincere hope that your life will be overflowing with joy and absolute freedom. Rayon fell into a stunned silence, simply gazing at him without a word. Kale mused privately. Choi-han might find it suspicious since those are pure Korean words for joyful and dragon, but I'll just invent a backstory if he asks. He smiled, watching the emerald waves churn. At that moment, Rayon whispered, what is the meaning behind it? He gestured toward the small dragon. You. Those words are a perfect reflection of who you are meant to be. For me? Truly? Yes, truly. He reached out and gently ruffled the scales on Rayon's head. Because to me, you're a truly great dragon. Rayon's heart soared. He couldn't hold back his glee and snapped his wings open to take flight. With a radiant beam, he declared, I accept it. I shall cherish this name forever. It's perfect. Rayon Miro zipped through the air, performing a series of exuberant mid-air tumbles. He shouted at the top of his lungs, I am the great and mighty Rayon Miru. Kale chuckled and let the dragon settle back onto his shoulder. Internally, he sighed, if I ever get sidelined by an injury now, this whole crew will probably lose their minds. Flashback to their time approaching Whipper. I am a magnificent dragon. Even without a name yet, I am clearly the coolest and most superior little dragon in existence. That frail human promised to name me. I've given him a whole month. Surely he's crafting a title as legendary as I am, right? While Rayon was lost in his ego-filled daydreams, Kale was busy conversing with Alberu via the shimmering communication orb. Alberu's voice was uncharacteristically low. It appears Princess Rosalind has reached a final verdict. She has officially renounced her claim to the Breck Kingdom's throne. I've received reports that the Grand Duke's lineage was sentenced to death in a single morning, and she has two incredibly skilled individuals at her side. The world is guessing, but I know exactly who they are. He narrowed his eyes at Kale through the orb. Are they your subordinates now? Kale let out a dry smirk. My subordinates? That's a strong word. Alberu shook his head in mock exasperation. You're a crafty one. Why on earth are you after the magic tower? Kale cut him off before he could finish. Your Highness, for a second there, I felt like we were cut from the same cloth. That's a terrifying thought. Yet I can't say you're wrong. The two continued their witty banter, speaking in circles. Kale challenged him. Isn't the Roan Kingdom essentially a hollow shell right now? Alberu raised an eyebrow. Kale, you're getting quite bold with your tongue, aren't you? And yet, you're sitting there smiling. He didn't back down. Well, I'm only stating the obvious. He's a sharp one, Kale thought. But really, why do you crave the magic tower? Kale dodged the question and countered. Then why does your Highness have such a sudden need for mages? I merely wish to provide them a home. And I merely wish to own the tower. Alberu let out a genuine laugh. Fair enough. It's unsettling to think there's someone else who thinks exactly like I do. Fine. I'll grant you everything you've requested. Kale's smile widened. Deepest thanks, sir. I'll be sure to bring back all the best spoils for you. You certainly know how to play the game. The orb flickered and went dark. Only then did Rayon speak up. Weak human, have you finally decided on a name for me? Kale looked thoughtful for a moment before offering a single sentence. I'm still working on it. Rayon nodded sagely. Indeed, naming a dragon of my caliber requires immense mental effort. Days turned into weeks. Rayon spent every waking hour in a state of anxious anticipation, while Kale spent his time eating, lounging, and napping without a care in the world. Rayon watched him, feeling utterly helpless. That frail human. Is he actually thinking about my name, or is he just dreaming about lunch? The wait finally ended. The group that had departed earlier returned, Princess Rosalind and her two guardians, Choi-han and Locke. Yes, Rosalind greeted them with a warm smile. It's been quite a while. Kale gave a polite nod. It has indeed, Princess. You can't call me that anymore. I've been officially struck from the royal register. I see. Then I shall call you Rosalind as before. Exactly. Please, just treat me as you always have. Choi-han lowered his voice. Lord Kale, would you like a full debrief on the Breck Kingdom? Kale took a slow, deliberate sip of tea. No, that's fine. I don't need the details of what you did for a friend. But more importantly, Locke, your siblings have been moved. Locke's jaw dropped. What? Where? Are they all okay? What's happening? They're at Harris Village. Choi Han's brow furrowed instantly at the mention of that place. Hans let out a heavy sigh. While Harris Village is known for its stunning natural beauty, it's had a rough time lately. It's currently in the middle of a massive reconstruction effort following a tragic fire. The convoy carrying your siblings stopped there to assist with the efforts. Hans smiled toward Kale and added, a proper memorial for the victims is also being established. Your father, the Count, was very adamant about it. Even Hillsman is working himself to the bone to see it done. Kale recalled Hillsman, who had previously been sweating over a shovel and insisting, young master, please, let me handle this, only for Kale to walk away with total indifference. Do as you please. He set his teacup back on the saucer. What effort are we even talking about? The first thing the young master did upon returning to the territory was lean on the Count. No, the Lord, right? This is the first time I've seen you take such a personal interest in regional affairs. Kale frowned after enduring Hans's chatter for a few minutes. What business are you even prattling on about? He then turned and addressed Locke directly. Locke, go and reunite with your siblings. Give them a full update on the land you grew up on. Go say your hellos and then report back. Since they are strangers to this area, you should act as their guide. In stark contrast to Locke's bubbling excitement, Choi Han stood nearby with his brow furrowed into a tight knot, looking visibly hesitant and reluctant. Having concluded his instructions, he waved them off. Everyone out. Rosalind, you should head out as well. Choi Han was the final person remaining in the room. He offered a deep, sincere bow. Kilnim, I am truly grateful. There's no need for such a formal greeting. Just head out. Choi Han didn't leave immediately, instead adding, it seems Rosalind has already filled you in. Because of those people, that man named Bob nearly caused Kilnim to get injured. Kale immediately dismissed the notion. What injury? It was nothing more than a few splashes of water and a bit of dust. Choi Han fell silent, offering no further argument, and stood still for a long heartbeat. Only then did he turn to depart. I understand, sir. Hans was entering with a fresh pot of tea. Noticing Choi Han's grim expression, he asked, is something the matter? Choi Han stammered, it's nothing. I'll be going now. Hans moved closer to Kale. Young master, did you and Choi Han have a falling out? Me? Why would you even suggest that? Seeing Kale's dismissive reaction, Hans didn't push. Never mind then. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, An and Hong tracked down Rayon. Seeing a mountain of books spread out, they were overcome with curiosity. Youngest, what's all this? Are you actually reading books right now? Our youngest still hasn't received a proper name, has he? Rayon shot back immediately. In exactly 1 more week, I will finally have a name. I hope it's something incredibly legendary. Since you're such a magnificent dragon, maybe you'll just be named Dragon? Rayon suddenly went stiff. Dragon does sound powerful. But he worried secretly, did that frail human forget to name me? An and Hong ignored his sudden gloom and chatted away. I heard we're having steak for dinner. Actual meat. Will I really just be called Dragon? The scene shifts to the Hennetus dining hall. Every eye at the table was fixed squarely on Kale. A golden spoon slipped from a hand and clattered against the floor, the sound echoing sharply in the heavy silence. Lily gazed at Kale with deep concern. My teacher told me that every single day in the Whipper Kingdom, people are perishing while the nobility remains in hiding. It's a place where it's hard to find a good meal or a safe night's sleep. Basin nodded solemnly. Count de Ruth, sitting beside them, voiced his firm disapproval. No. Even if it is a direct royal decree, the answer is no. Viola knit her brows. Is this truly what you intend? Kale observed their protective reactions and gave a calm smile. Yes, I genuinely want to go. Kale, my son, remember this one thing. I am constantly worried about you. We all are. But we don't have a shred of concern for the fate of this country compared to your safety. Kale met their intense gazes and spoke softly, Father. Is it not true that the nobility is only secure when the kingdom is stable? I am a golden turtle, someone who stays perfectly safe inside a very thick shell. I am a Hennetus. Please do not worry. Viola saw the iron resolve in his eyes and dropped her protests. I see. But as parents, I suppose worry is simply our default state. Basin called out quietly, Big brother. Kale smiled warmly. You two just focus on your studies and training. It's because of your hard work that I can travel so freely. I'll be sure to bring back some interesting souvenirs from the Whipper Kingdom. The scene shifts. Dusk was settling over the ship as it cut through the waves toward Whipper. Rayon whispered, Human, listen. Regarding my name, are you just going to pick something at random? Kale looked over. Where is this coming from all of a sudden? I just have a hunch you'll name me Sword or just Dragon. He finally caught the dragon's drift. Ah, the name. No, those are terrible choices. Rayon froze momentarily, then scrambled to save face. That's not what I meant. If it comes from you, I'll love it no matter what. That's good to hear. But Rayon, if An and Hong heard you say that, they'd be quite upset. The little dragon was stunned. Human. What did you just call me? Kale gave a small, knowing smile. Your name is Rayon. Your surname is Miru. I chose it with the hope that you will lead a life full of joy and delight. Rayon simply stared at him, breathless. It was so cold, dark, and suffocating in that place. I spent every moment wishing I could just escape. I only ever wanted to live a life that felt real. This is the first time I've ever tasted the freedom I dreamed of. The human who gave me liberty has now given me identity. Words that belong only to me. A name that is mine alone. I am a great dragon. I am Rayon Miru. He couldn't hide his thrill, smirking to himself in the dark. The night sky was a tapestry of stars, peaceful and shimmering. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair. Rayon said in a quiet, fragile voice, "Thank you, Kale." Hearing that, Kale was genuinely taken aback.